The ancient martial continent circulated an age-old legend. The ancient demon emperor, the strongest person on this continent, had recorded the ultimate techniques of his life into a book to pass down to the world. It was called the 9 Serene Secrets Manual. Folk tales say that those who cultivate this book can reach the ability to understand the heavens and the earth, the highest realm on earth. The power of heaven and earth is in their hearts on this continent who dares to swear that they do not want to possess it. Ultimately, the power of this ultimate technique is too great. This continent will once again rise up in a storm, but who would have thought that this ultimate technique had fallen into the hands of the demon emperor Zhuo Yifan, a man famous for his cruelty and arrogance? Whether it is true or false, those righteous cultivators will not give any chance for this mental cultivation technique to fall into the hands of the demon emperor. Regardless of its authenticity, the siege and attack on Heavenly Demon Peak is only a matter of time. But in the end, is the main purpose of the righteous path to prevent this cultivation technique from falling into the hands of the cruel demon emperor? Or do they have other sinister intentions? No one in the world knows. Heavenly Demon Peak, the base of the demon emperor. Zhuo Yifan is a place that no one has ever dared to encroach upon, out of fear of him. It is a place of layer upon layer of dangers. Those who enter may not leave alive. Zhuo Yifan knew that the information about the 9 Serene Secrets Manual being in his hands had been leaked. He knew that his Heavenly Demon Peak was now coveted by everyone. But so what? This was his territory. Why should he fear their siege? Moreover, he had the strength. But in the end, Zhuo Yifan did not know that he would pay a heavy price for this arrogance and contempt. At this moment he was sitting on the main hall seat, leisurely fiddling with the cultivation technique in his hand, when suddenly Zhao Cheng, his direct disciple, ran in panic, stricken, and reported, "Master, something bad has happened. The mountain-protecting Grand Formation has been broken. They are about to attack. I am afraid that before long the 7 sovereigns will—" Zhuo Yifan didn't pay it any mind. He interrupted, "What panic? Even if the 7 sovereigns join forces, they are no match for me. But what surprises me is that they could break my formation. Ha ha, not bad. I have to go out and see who dares to court death by breaking my formation." Having said that, he leisurely stepped outside. This kingly aura of his was the strength he had cultivated throughout his life, the arrogance of a king on this entire continent who dared to claim to be stronger than him. Outside the entrance to the Heavenly Demon Peak's lair, hundreds of thousands of people were surrounding it, wanting to attack and destroy his territory. He glanced around at the crowd, a bunch of evil soldiers with low cultivation levels, also imitating others to act on behalf of heaven. Foolish, he cast a contemptuous look. Seeing him come out, the righteous cultivator seemed eager to die and loudly shouted, "Demon Emperor, you are surrounded. Quickly, hand over the 9 Serene Secrets Manual. Otherwise, the only path left for you is death." The righteous path always considers themselves to be right, benevolent, and righteous. Yet here they were acting arrogantly towards him, a bunch of damned people. He was too lazy to argue with this group of low-level cultivators, and directly made a move. One of them shouted loudly, "Everyone be careful, he is coming." He gathered magic in his hand and began to attack. It was too late for fear. Now his strength was what he was most proud of today. Even if the 7 sovereigns came, the outcome was still unknown. These people were no match for him in an instant. The magic in his hand raged towards the crowd, and one by one they began to fall. The sky was gloomy, and the dead lay like a curtain. A rain of blood had washed over, but he still stood there proudly, a supreme ruler looking down at all living beings. Another moment passed, and more than half of the righteous cultivators were dead. Finally, the 7 sovereigns could no longer bear it and appeared sword sovereign. The most influential among the 7 sovereigns spoke with a Taoist demeanor. "Zhuo Yifan, hand over the 9 Serene Secrets Manual, and surrender. We guarantee you 1 to D." Zhuo Yifan raised his eyes to the sky, looking at the 7 figures with their hypocritical Taoist appearances, eager to act on behalf of heaven and kill him. He was arrogant and conceited because he possessed the strength of a ruler. 10,000 people feared him. He was the 8th sovereign recognized by the holy domain. How could they be qualified to question him here? He spoke with disdain. "Finally, you've arrived, sword sovereign old man. I am the leader of the 8 sovereigns recognized by the holy domain. Even if you 7 sovereigns attack together, you are no match for me. You are simply courting death, lol. His laughter echoed through the sky, arrogant and conceited. He was a born ruler. Sword Sovereign angrily replied, Zhuo Yifan, don't be too arrogant. Do you think no one in the holy domain is stronger than you? You are going against the entire holy domain. So what if you are strong? We also have ways to kill you. As soon as Sword Sovereign finished speaking, another figure appeared. He also wore the Taoist robes of those righteous people. In the end, they still wanted to force Zhuo Yifan to his death for that cultivation technique. Yet they acted with false compassion. This venerable one represents the holy domain to retrieve the demon emperor's relics. The person said. Zhao Cheng behind him said worriedly in a low voice, Master, he is the strongest sage in the holy domain. He has also joined this battle. I am afraid we… Zhuo Yifan impatiently interrupted. What Taoist? What sage? They are just a bunch of villains wearing the skin of the righteous, greedy for treasures. He knew they were greedy for the cultivation technique, greedy for the so-called supreme power of heaven and earth, and that was why they came yet. Here they were talking about righteousness and acting on behalf of heaven, disgustingly hypocritical. But unfortunately, he had guarded against everything but the people closest to him. Suddenly a thwack sound rang out, and a sword pierced him from behind, right in his most vulnerable spot, without the slightest deviation after making the move. Zhao Cheng behind him said sinisterly, Master, surrender. Only a wise man knows better than to fight when the odds are against him. You can escape, my good master. Zhuo Yifan laughed angrily. Zhao Cheng, so you actually betrayed me. Ha ha, so it was you. You leaked the information, and at the same time you coordinated from within and without breaking the mountain, protecting Grand Formation and leading them in to destroy me, wanting to seize the 9 Serene Secrets manual. You've calculated well. I raised you from a child, treated you like my own son, yet you betrayed me for it. A cultivation technique is not worth the kindness of raising and teaching you your whole life. Those who were good to me, who showed me kindness, but you should never ever have cultivated the 9 Serene Secrets manual alone. You guarded against me like a thief. Yet you said you treated me like your own son. Furthermore, as long as I do what is right, why should I fear others? Accusations, wasn't this what Master taught me? Zhao Cheng said urgently. Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan finally understood what it meant for kindness to be repaid with enmity. Human greed was bottomless, faced with great temptation. The kindness of raising and nurturing was worth nothing. It was a pity he realized it too, late raising a viper in his bosom. In the end, it was still his fault. He had trusted people too much. Trusted too much in the so-called master-disciple relationship, leading to his defeat at the hands of the disciple he had painstakingly raised. He laughed bitterly. Zhao Cheng, oh Zhao Cheng, I originally intended to pass on my lifelong ultimate techniques to you, but in the end, your heart was too greedy and you couldn't wait. Well then, today I will let you die together with this group of hypocritical, righteous people. Even if I destroy the 9 Serene Secrets manual, I will not let you succeed. Die. How could a man as arrogant as he was allow himself to be defeated so easily? If they wanted the 9 Serene Secrets manual in his hands, they would have to exchange their lives for it. Today he was determined to die here and would not let this group of hypocritical villains and wolves in sheep's clothing succeed. One of the 7 sovereigns exclaimed, Not good. He wants to self-destruct run. The self-detonation of a great demon emperor was no small force exploding. Those who didn't run fast enough would face a bloody storm and lose their lives. Thunder and lightning struck down from the sky in torrents as if venting their anger for the death of the demon emperor Zhuo Yifan. Another lightning bolt struck down, hitting a child lying weakly in the rainforest. Thump! The child suddenly woke up and opened his eyes. But this gaze was not the innocent gaze of a child. It was him, the demon emperor Zhuo Yifan, defying heaven and changing his fate, borrowing a corpse to return his soul to a child on the verge of life and death. He sneered. A dignified demon emperor had actually seized the soul of a child. Was it heaven pitying him, or was the child's fate not yet over? After thinking this, he calmly stood up, checked his body, regulated his breathing, and examined his cultivation. Unfortunately, this body's cultivation was zero. A demon emperor like him had fallen into this state, but he would accept his fate as an ordinary person and put aside the previous humiliation had he received it. Suddenly, he sensed an approaching aura of danger. He checked his surroundings. A pack of wolves was stirring, preparing to attack him for their meal. A great demon emperor like him, even without cultivation, could kill this pack of wolves. He glanced at them and roared, "Scram!" The frightened wolves fled his roar, startled all the creatures living in the forest. He was about to step away when he heard a faint cry for help. Save me, Zhuofan, save me." He was an acquaintance of this body, its original owner, seeing that his strength was not bad. Zhuofan stepped forward, raising his hand to absorb the cultivation in the other person. As body, seeing his sinister gaze and actions, the other person panicked and exclaimed, Who are you? You are not Zhuofan." Whoa. Although his dark secret had been guessed correctly, he showed no fear. He continued his actions as if bestowing a favor before death. He viciously opened his mouth and said the truth. "You're right. I am not Zhuofan, but I am the demon emperor, Zhuo-Ifan." The other person's eyes widened in surprise, but unfortunately, how could Zhuo-Ifan let him go? He was absorbed to death among the 9 serene secrets manual. As highest techniques was the heavenly demon grand transformation art, allows the user to siphon another's cultivation to enhance their own. However, the energy of others is naturally repelled by the body, so it must first be demonized before it can be fully absorbed without causing backlash after completing the absorption. He calmly sat down and began refining the cultivation power of spirit. Venerable, this refinement process took the entire night. The next morning, Zhuo-Ifan opened his eyes. He had successfully absorbed all of the other person's cultivation, transforming this body from 0 to a leap, reaching the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage. Seeing this, he secretly rejoiced. Looking into the distance, his eyes turned fierce, sword sovereign. "Zhao Cheng, the day I return from rebirth is the day of your death. Old grudges and new hatreds, I will settle them all with you." Having the initial step of the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, what he needed now was to find a place to improve his strength, waiting for the day of his return. After thinking this, he immediately used light body technique and flew away. But on the way, he encountered a group of people causing trouble, blocking his path. Seeing this, he twisted his body and hid in a tree, listening to the voices of the people below you. "Sun Guanjia are a traitor. Dan Ti, bully people too much. Pang Tongling, the Luo's family guard leader, spoke out. The person opposite sneered upon hearing this and replied, "Commander Pang, out of respect for our past camaraderie, I advise you to surrender." Then he ordered his men to prepare to advance. This person was Sun Guanjia, the Luo's family steward. At this moment, the young woman, sensing the danger, suddenly spoke. "Steward Sun, the returning dragon palm, is the Luo's family martial art passed down through generations today. Even if I die here, I will not hand it over to you." The child standing beside her interjected, "Sister, Dante, stop me. I must beat this traitor to death." The people of the Luo's family. So the Luo's family misfortune was due to a traitor, another ingrate. The Luo's family raised a viper in their bosom, destroying the family's lifelong efforts. Human greed always prioritizes immediate benefits, disregarding past kindness. They can even repay kindness with hatred. Trust is the cheapest thing in this world. Zhuo-Ifan thought the mountain bandits of the Luo's family had grudges with this body as previous owner. But what did the grudges of the secular world have to do with him? He still needed to take care of himself first. After calculating, he decided to fly in another direction to avoid trouble. But for some reason, a sharp pain suddenly appeared in his body. Chapter 2. Inner Demon. Not long after moving, he felt something was wrong with his body. His heart felt like it was being squeezed suffocatingly tight. He thought he was experiencing qi deviation during cultivation, but how could an inherited cultivation technique like the 9 Serene Secrets Manual's Heavenly Demon Grand Transformation Art have a backlash so early? He considered the possibility that this body might not be able to cultivate immediately. He found a place to regulate his qi and examine his body. His inner qi heart meridian and the circulation of qi throughout his body were all normal. Every check showed no errors, so where exactly was the problem? Suddenly an idea flashed through his mind. To be certain, he immediately flew back in the opposite direction, towards the place where the Luos family was besieged. Sure enough, the pain in his body disappeared. This confirmed his thought. This body had an inner demon, and the person who caused this body to have an inner demon was the Luos family eldest daughter. For a cultivator, the birth of an inner demon meant that the boundary of key deviation was near. He was a little annoyed and began to absorb this body's memories to find the cause. The young man named Zhuo Fan was brought to the Luos family manor because his father had done a favor for the Luos family. He became a servant, protected by the Luos family. His life was supposed to be peaceful and without any suffering. However, the Luos family did not think so. They always looked down on him and used excuses to bully and beat him. Fortunately, the Luos family eldest daughter protected him many times, saving him from being beaten. In a situation where he was bullied by others, the Luos family eldest daughter was like a life-saving straw to him. Unintentionally, he developed an inner demon wanting to protect her for the rest of his life. He worked hard to study and cultivate. He wanted to protect the life-saving straw of his life. But unfortunately, the Luo family was betrayed. A wave of mountain bandits wiped out the Luo family manor. Hundreds of lives of the Luo family were destroyed. In one night, he desperately protected the Luo family. Before his death, he still regretted not being strong enough to protect the Luo family. A trace of obsession remained, so when Zhuo Yifan decided to abandon the lives of the remaining members of the Luo family, it stirred his inner demon. Accepting the two sets of memories, Zhuo Yifan began to loathe this body. It had actually developed this kind of inner demon which would make him a slave to others for the rest of his life. He was the demon emperor, the leader of the 8 sovereigns of the holy domain, a supreme ruler, arrogant and conceited. How could he possibly endure being subdued under the feet of a secular family after so many years? He was extremely angry in a moment of rage. He punched a tree by the roadside, revealing a fierce look in his eyes. He cursed loudly. Damn it! He retracted his hand for the sake of revenge and to one day become as powerful as before he would endure. His movements alerted the group of people on the other side. The leader shouted, "Who's there? Show yourself." Upon hearing the commotion, the Luos family eldest daughter, Luo Yunshang, initially thought their reinforcements had arrived. She whispered to Pang Tongling, "Our reinforcements have arrived." "Right." Pang Tongling immediately dismissed her. Young Lady S thought, "No. The timing isn't right, they couldn't have arrived so quickly." While the Luos family mistress and servant were whispering about reinforcements, Zhuo Yifan silently stepped out from behind a large tree. He walked towards them and said loudly, "Young miss, it's just a spirit rank cultivation technique. It essays nothing important. Life is precious. Quickly give it to them, I can get you another one." Seeing that it was him who had emerged, the people of the Luo family were somewhat surprised. Everyone thought he had died last night. Yet now he appeared here, making them a little suspicious. Moreover, he said words that seemed to betray the Luo family. Was he really the one who had desperately protected the Luo family yesterday? Knowing the Luo eldest daughter's thoughts, he said, "My life is tough. I haven't died yet." After speaking, he considered the current situation. These mountain bandits' cultivation levels were all above the initial foundation establishment stage, with the highest being, at the 7th level, he had only just reached the 5th level of the foundation establishment stage, and his foundation was insufficient if he recklessly charged forward. Now it would be a path to death. He glanced at the 2 lack siblings, thinking that he had to protect these 2 lives, which was a bit troublesome, while Zhuo Yifan was engrossed in his thoughts. Steward's son sneered, I thought it was someone important. A low-level brat like you still wants to ruin my good plans." Hearing Steward's son's words, the eldest daughter and Pang Tongling became a little worried for him. They had thought that he was a bit foolish but very loyal before, but now Hayes Pang Tongling sighed. "Zhuo Fan, you quickly come over here. Don't to stand there talking nonsense anymore. Hurry. Ha ha, young Miss Luo. Oh, young Miss Luo, you are always so kind, even a lowly servant like him. You want to save, what a pity today. If you don't hand over the cultivation technique, none of you will be able to escape." As soon as Steward's son finished speaking, he ordered the mountain bandits to attack the fat mountain bandit. His current cultivation level was at the 7th level of the foundation establishment stage, 2 levels higher than him. Zhuo Yifan began to calculate his chances of victory in this level-skipping battle. Although it was a bit difficult, he was a great demon emperor who had roamed freely and caused chaos throughout the continent. A mere 7th-level foundation establishment was nothing to him. He could handle it. After thinking this, he immediately made a move. Zhuo Yifan looked at the approaching figure. The inner strength in his body began to condense towards his arm. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. He only had this one chance. The moment the fat bandit was about to reach his body, everyone vaguely thought that Zhuo Yifan would die under the mountain bandit S-blade. But suddenly, a loud noise rang out, reaching everyone's ears. It was the sound of bones shattering, followed by the other person's sharp scream. The blade in his hand fell to the ground in just a blink of an eye. Fresh blood splattered, and a life was lost, the eyes not closed in death. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. Taking advantage of this moment, he turned towards the Luo family and shouted, "Hurry up and run!" Zhuo Yifan used light body technique and flew towards the 2 Luo siblings. He still remembered that he had to protect these 2 lives in place of that brat Zhuo Fan, too troublesome. Steward Sun's grand plan had been ruined. Seeing that the Luo family had escaped, he angrily cursed loudly. "Damn it, that brat ruined my good plans. Chase after them, we must capture them. We must kill that damn kid for me." Seeing that Steward Sun wanted to chase after them, Pang ordered his subordinates to block the way, determined to buy time for the 3 of them. Chapter 3. Escape after fleeing for a short distance amidst Luo Yunshang's loud cries. Zhuo Yifan, feeling truly annoyed and sensing safety, couldn't bear it anymore and threw the 2 Luo siblings by the roadside. He snorted lightly. If it weren't for that brat Zhuo Fan, his inner demon, why would he have gotten involved in this mess? Luo Yunshang, the eldest daughter, saw that he had no intention of turning back and immediately said, "Wait a moment. We can't abandon everyone there. I must go back to save them." Zhuo Yifan extremely disliked these 2 young ladies and young master. Ignoring their cries, he coldly said, "Go back. What can you do by going back? Offer your lives if you feel you can defeat them. Immediately get up and continue on your way. They are about to catch up. Stop acting like a spoiled young lady with me here." "You damned slave! How dare you speak to your master like that? Quickly, apologize to my sister. Hurry up, the Luo family." Young master saw him yelling at his sister and furiously cursed at him. Zhuo Yifan glanced at the 2 Luo siblings and sneered disdainfully. "I only slapped his bottom a few times just now. If you don't leave now, when they catch up, your 2 little lives will definitely be gone. The Luo family has already fallen. Think carefully about your current situation. You are no longer the eldest daughter protected by a powerful family. Your little brother is also no longer the pampered young master who looks down on everyone. Remember clearly, you are being chased and killed. Not going on a leisurely stroll. Stop acting like arrogant young masters, with me being scolded by others." Luo Yunshang was a little dazed, feeling surprised by Zhuo Fan's drastic change in temperament, seeing her stunned. He spoke again. "Is there any place nearby to hide?" Hearing his question, Luo Yunshang regained her senses and thought for a moment. Although reluctant to speak for the sake of the bigger picture, and because the lives of her 2 siblings were being protected by him, she had no choice but to rely on him nearby. "There's a farm. There's nowhere else. West of Black Wind Mountain. There's a dense fog forest. Perhaps the mountain bandits in Black Wind Mountain don't fully understand the terrain there either." Hearing her words, Zhuo Yifan pondered for a long time, feeling that this place was quite safe. He decided to go there to take temporary refuge. "Let us go there, carry your younger brother and lead the way." Luo Yunshang's anger had not dissipated, but she had no choice but to obey him. She decided not to look at him anymore and walked straight ahead. She secretly resolved that once they escaped danger, this young lady would definitely settle accounts with him. You just wait. After 2 to 3 hours, the 3 arrived at a fog-shrouded forest, gloomy and indescribable, a vast expanse of white. They chose a corner of the forest within the boundary. Zhuo Yifan looked at the scene before him as if in thought. Zhuo Yifan saw him standing still and silent, thinking he was afraid of this scene. "My father once said that the Black Wind Mountain Lord is very strong, no weaker than him. This is the misty forest surrounded by fog for many years. No one who has ever entered has been able to come out. Hiding inside is safe. But perhaps we will never be able to escape. You take my younger brother in first. I will block the mountain bandits. Zhuo Yifan basically didn't listen to her. He quietly looked around. This was a good place to hide. Hearing Luo Yunshang's intention, he turned to her and said, I refuse. I am not familiar with the terrain here. I need a guide if you dare to go. I will definitely strangle this little devil. It doesn't matter if you die, but it is not worth it for me to die with you. Why don't we just finish off Steward's son and his people here? How could she, the young lady, have heard such words? She was shocked and took a few steps back. What on earth had triggered him to become like this? She angrily shouted at him. With just you, someone who hasn't even gathered ki, you want to kill a 6th-level foundation establishment like Sun Guanjia? Even if I and the guard join forces, we can defeat him. Dante court death. He was too lazy to argue with this young lady. He looked around. Finally, he found a way to survive in this desperate situation and continued to speak to Luo Yunshang as the eldest daughter. Do you dare to gamble? If we win, we will bury Steward's son and his people here. Zhuo Yifan looked at him in shock. What exactly did he want to do, seeing her hesitate and waver? He knew she could only rely on him. He smiled faintly and smugly. Give me the spirit stone on your body. The Luo's family, last hope lies in your hands. Luo Yunshang weighed the pros and cons in the end. This was the only path left for her. She took off the ring on her finger, her last remaining family asset, and handed it to him, hoping that he would keep his word. If he dared to deceive her, she would never forgive him, even as a ghost. Holding the spirit stone in his hand, Zhuo Yifan was a little excited. He turned around and disappeared into the vast fog, leaving behind only one sentence, before leaving wait for me here. The Luo's family young master saw him leave, and hurriedly said to his sister, Do you believe that damned slave? Luo Yunshang slightly shook her head, a little embarrassed, and said, Although he is rude, what he has done is helping us. It is better than those who have honeyed words, but stab us in the back, leaving us caught off guard. Zhuofan slowly entered the dense fog forest. He assessed his surroundings: east, azure dragon; west, white tiger; south, vermilion bird; north, black tortoise, with Killen soaring straight up in the middle, piercing the sky and shattering the firmament. This was absolutely a great formation. It was a pity that no one knew. However, this time he came to turn this place into his second heavenly demon stronghold. He held the spirit stone in his hand, and a ray of light flashed. He passed through the forest, recited the incantation. 9 nether underworld, kneel and open. 4 directions, slaughter, enter the formation, activate the formation. In just a short while, the fog around the forest disappeared without a trace. Miserable cries constantly echoed from within the forest. The 2 Luo siblings on this side were greatly frightened. After a long while, she saw Zhuo Yifan walking over with a pale face and asked, What exactly just happened? Did you play some trick? Zhuo Yifan did not answer her question but waved his hand, signaling her to follow him. Although Luo Yunshang was suspicious, she still followed behind. Very quickly, the 3 arrived at a 1,000-year-old tree. He spoke. I will teach you the hand seals when Steward's son and his people arrive. You control the formation to destroy them. Hearing this, Luo Yunshang was both surprised and frightened, and replied, What you are saying, this is a formation. How could you know how to activate a formation? Luo Yunshang doubted these formations were more precious than cultivation techniques. How could a mere guard like him know? Zhuo Yifan became impatient with her and replied a little angrily, You don't need to worry about why I know. You just need to kill that group of people. Don't talk too much. Half an hour later, Steward's son finally arrived. Pang Yuan was ultimately no match for him and had been captured, hoping to threaten Luo Yunshang, knowing his intentions. Pang Yuan said, You son, quickly kill me. Otherwise, if I escape, I will tear you limb from limb. Don't even think about using me to threaten the young miss. Steward's son looked around, assessing his surroundings, hearing Pang Yuan's words. He smiled lightly. Wait until I get what I need, and I will quickly grant your wish. As for that brat Zhuo Fan, he ran well. Knowing I am not familiar with the terrain, hiding in this remote and dangerous place, suddenly the person next to him noticed something unusual ahead and said, Steward's son, there is someone lying there ahead. Getting closer, they recognized him. Zhuo Yifan, seeing that Steward Sun's group had finally come to seek their own deaths. Zhuo Yifan smiled leisurely. Great Steward's son, I've been waiting for you for a long time. Steward's son frowned, looking at him, sensing that something was wrong. However, his face remained calm. "Zhuofan, you are quite bold, actually daring to appear before this old man. Go kill him for me." Chapter 4. Annihilation. A mountain bandit came with the momentum to split the void, but the person sitting there did not move at all. When the sword blade was only an inch away from him, he suddenly raised his head and revealed a cunning smile. "Great Steward Sun, the two Luo siblings, Zhuofan. Oh, Zhuofan, since when did you become so scheming, or were you pretending all along?" Steward Sun sneered. Zhuo Yifan ignored Steward Sun's taunts and continued, "How about we make a deal?" Steward Sun ordered his subordinates to stop. He stared intently at the opposite side, a hint of suspicion and a bit of caution in his eyes. He wanted to find falsehood on his face, but there was none. He replied, "A deal. What kind of deal do you want to make with me?" Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan knew that Steward Sun had already stepped halfway into his trap. Then his death was not far off. He hid his smugness and opened his mouth to reply, "I'll exchange the lives of the two Luo siblings for your unlimited power in Blackwind Mountain. It's not a bad deal. Is it, great Steward Sun?" An old fox like Steward Sun was not easily fooled. He looked at him suspiciously. "What do I have to believe you with? Didn't you desperately protect the Luo family before? Why have you suddenly decided to betray them?" Knowing he wasn't easy to deceive, he continued to set his trap for him. "People who don't look out for themselves will be punished by heaven and earth. Doesn't Steward Sun understand this better than I do? Furthermore, the Luo family has declined. Why should I risk my life for them? Exchanging their two lives for my unlimited glory is very worthwhile, isn't it, Steward Sun?" Pong Yuan finally couldn't listen anymore. He angrily pointed at Zhuo Yifan and cursed, "Zhuo Fan, the Luo family treated you so well, yet you betrayed them for a little power, and the rest of the Luo family too, Steward Sun. Both of you are ingrates. You will not die a whole death." Pang Yuan's words did not affect the deal in the slightest. Clearly, Steward Sun was tempted. He saw the immediate benefits as paramount. He still didn't believe Zhuo Yifan could defeat him, so he immediately agreed to the proposal. Seeing that he had agreed, Zhuo Yifan gave him a red string and explained, "The two siblings are ahead. However, to avoid being chased, they have taken many turns, and only I know these places for safety. Use this red string as a marker. Let me lead the way for you." Steward Sun held the red string in his hand, but he still didn't completely trust Zhuo Yifan. He warned Zhuo Fan, "Honestly, lead the way. Don't even think about playing tricks on me." Seeing that he was still suspicious, Zhuo Yifan replied, "Steward Sun, don't be so distrustful of people. I am an honest person." Hearing this, Steward Sun laughed loudly. "If it were before, I would believe that. But now, haha, I don't believe a single word you say." Zhuo Yifan paused for a few seconds, looking directly into Steward Sun's eyes. Suddenly, both of them laughed loudly, as if understanding each other's intentions, as if knowing that neither of them trusted the other. But no matter what, Steward Sun's journey was destined to be a one-way trip. The group entered the pure white fog, still holding the red string given by Zhuo Yifan. Suddenly he stopped. Steward Sun suspiciously asked, "What's wrong?" An ominous premonition arose in Steward Sun's heart, and his hand unconsciously gripped the corner of Zhuo Yifan's clothes tighter. He turned his head, revealing a sinister smile as he looked at Steward Sun's group. He fiercely opened his mouth and said, "Steward Sun, I'll send you off for a stretch on the road to the Yellow Springs. The rest you'll have to walk yourselves, haha." Steward Sun was shocked. Only now did he realize that he had fallen into the trap set by Zhuo Yifan. He angrily pulled him closer, intending to strike him with a palm. Thump! Only shattered pieces of clothing remained. Zhuo Yifan was no longer there. He had long since escaped. "Damn it, that brat actually tricked me quickly. Return the way we came, Steward." Sun angrily roared, ordering his subordinates to quickly retreat to avoid casualties. But in the end, he had underestimated Zhuo Yifan. His demonic slaughter formation had already been activated. How could he let them escape so easily among the subordinates? Someone cried out in fear, "Not good, Steward Sun. The red string is gone." Pang Yuan is also nowhere to be seen. Steward Sun fiercely punched the ground with his fist. How could he have imagined that a mere youth who hadn't even gathered qi could trick him into such a huge trap? Steward Sun raised his head to the sky and roared, "Zhuo Fan, you think just this bit of fog can trap me here? You're so naive. Wait until I get out. The first person I kill will be you. Zhuo Yifan stood in the shadows hearing this and sneered, "Ha ha! Then unfortunately you will absolutely not have this chance." As soon as he finished speaking, the fog in the dense forest changed from white to red, the red of fresh blood and death, gloomy and terrifying. The crowd looked around in fear as the surrounding scene changed momentarily, at a loss. They hurriedly turned to Steward's son. Steward's son, quickly. See what exactly is happening. Why can the fog change color? Be vigilant, he must still be around here. Steward's son looked around and said, he actually has such a bold plan. Could this be a living formation, having lived for more than half his life? He knew that formations were extremely powerful because they borrowed the power of heaven and earth and could annihilate a group of people in an instant. At this moment, he finally felt fear towards Zhuo Fan. He was definitely not an ordinary person. Who exactly was he? On the other side, Luo Yunshang was following Zhuo Yifan's orders to control the slaughter formation. She turned to Zhuo Yifan. They are trapped in the formation. What should we do next? Young miss, this last step depends on you. After saying this, he stepped behind her, took her hand, and taught her the incantation. His eyes narrowed slightly, maintaining a calm expression as he said, "Kill." In that instant, the red fog turned into pure black, swallowing everything inside. At this moment, no figure could be seen in the formation. Only miserable cries, like thousands of vengeful ghosts wailing wave after wave, completely draining life. Lonely and fearful, they had no chance to resist in this slaughter formation. Streams of black qi drilled into their bodies, and there was no way to resist. At this moment, Steward's son finally felt death approaching. He was terrified. He had no way to resist in the slaughter formation. He could only raise his hands in surrender, allowing the black qi to slowly drain him. He desperately wanted to know what kind of person Zhuo Fan was, that he would end up dying such a miserable death. Zhuo Fan, who exactly are you? Zhuo Yifan stood outside at this moment, taking in all the struggling and helplessness of the crowd, but he had no compassion or pity that could make him spare them. He wore a victorious smile. If you want to know, go down to the Yama King's palace and the Yama King will answer you, lol. Chapter 5. Wind in the Forest. Zhuo Yifan found a place to hide. He knew the Luo family's gaze was on him. At this moment, he absorbed all the power of the people in the slaughter formation. They would definitely suspect him. Finding a suitable place, he began to recite the incantation. Dust returns to dust, earth returns to earth. 9. Nether. Demonic slaughter belongs to me. Return. As soon as the incantation was spoken, the slaughter formation immediately lost control on this side. The Luo's family group looked at the scene before them, somewhat surprised, not knowing why the formation had lost control. On the other side, Zhuo Yifan continued to absorb power. He sat in the fog, and those black shadows like gusts of wind all rushed towards him. He accepted them just like that, his expression not changing in the slightest. He continued to change the incantation circulating the heavenly demon grand transformation art. In just an instant, the black original force within his body began to surge rapidly, circulating through his meridians and then moving to his dantian. In the blink of an eye, his cultivation level began to rise sharply. Foundation establishment stage 6. Foundation establishment stage 7. Foundation establishment stage 8. Before he had time to adapt to the original Kwai in his body, it continued to rise. Foundation establishment stage 9. Foundation establishment peak, until his original force settled at the QE gathering realm before showing signs of stopping. The slaughter formation he activated this time ultimately brought him a considerable amount of original force. After absorbing all of it, he slowly opened his eyes, his gaze filled with joy compared to before. This breakthrough to the QE gathering realm had greatly expanded his meridians, and the original force accumulated in his dantian was also 3 times that of a normal QE gathering realm expert. He circulated the power within him, testing it. The absorption was not bad, considered quite refined. Now he could control the formation without needing that Luo Yunshang. Ultimately relying on oneself was still better. Letting out a breath, He murmured the incantation, causing the yin slaughter within his body to begin to recede as the yin slaughter dissipated. He gently moved, and the fog immediately vanished as if it had never existed. He raised his head to look at the sky. Finally, I've broken through to the chi-gathering realm. I should still practice some martial arts. The Luo's family group finally found their way to him. Seeing him, Luo Yunshang cried out loudly, "Zhuo Fan, where did you run off to? Just now the formation suddenly lost control. Ah, the fog is gone." She looked around, not seeing the fog anywhere, and asked him, puzzled. He didn't answer her question, choosing his words to gloss over it. How could he reveal his secret to others? He had been betrayed once. How could he repeat the same mistake? It was probably because the spirit stone wasn't T enough, and the formation had many flaws. So that's why but Steward Sun S group still died a miserable death. Not a single one survived. Luo Yunshang nodded upon hearing his words, having no suspicion of what he said at this moment. Pang Yuan looked at Zhuo Fan with some hesitation, but he suddenly clasped his hands and knelt down. Previously, this subordinate was rude, and didn't know that you were setting a trap for that group. So I said some offensive words. If you want to scold or beat me to vent your anger, I won to void the blame. Seeing his actions, Zhuo Yifan pondered a bit. Ultimately, he was still a loyal servant, always wholeheartedly devoted to his master. He couldn't help but sigh, recalling his own situation before. If that Zhao Cheng had possessed even half of Pang Yuan as loyalty back then, he wouldn't have ended up dying such a miserable death. Realizing that he had been dwelling on the past again, and had left Commander Pang kneeling there, he felt a pang of guilt, and said, "Commander Pang, you are a guard commander. I am just a lowly servant. How could I dare to blame you?" Moreover, this time, everything was thanks to the young miss arranging the formation. Commander Pong was overjoyed upon hearing this. As for the Luo's family young miss, she was stunned for a moment, looking at Zhuo Fan with some suspicion. She didn't understand why he was hiding the fact that he had activated the formation himself, but seeing his subtle signal, she still went along with his intention this time. Afterwards, he looked at that black wind mountain and murmured, "I will return at the same time in the depths of Black Wind Mountain in a gloomy cave where the sun couldn't penetrate. A young man sat on a large chair in the center. A cruel look in his eyes, he asked his subordinates, still no news about Steward Sun S group. Reporting to the young Lord Steward Sun S messenger said the cultivation technique was about to be obtained. A subordinate said fearfully, "All right, you may leave," saying this. He went inside on the bed. An old man with snow-white hair looked at him angrily, but his lips trembled, unable to speak. Seeing this, he gently patted the person lying on the bed and said smugly, "Master, rest assured that old friend of yours has already gone over there to wait for you. Once I have the returning dragon palm in my hands, I will send you over to reunite with him, LOL. 5 days later, Zhuo Yifan and the Luo's family group finally set foot in Fenglin City. The bustling and prosperous inner city caused all the burdens of their previous pursuit to be lifted, instantly vanishing like smoke. Looking at the bustling scene as if regaining her former joy, Zhuo Yifan revealed a smile. Yunhai, look over there. She pulled her younger brother towards a stall, her face as bright as a flower. Pang Yuan looked at the two siblings, finally feeling satisfied that they hadn't been separated due to the massacre. He then looked at Zhuo Yifan and said, "You haven't been to Fenglin City before, have you? Isn't it very lively?" Little did he know that in the eyes of the old demon king in the child's body, this bustling and prosperous street was at most just a small village. He smiled and nodded in agreement, then asked Haven, "We arrived at the Kai family yet?" Luo Yunshang, who was walking ahead, turned back happily upon hearing his question and replied, "We can go directly to the Kai family, Yunhai, and I will go there to inquire first, and then the two of you can come." Zhuo Yifan frowned upon hearing this and muttered how troublesome. Pang Yuan helplessly smiled bitterly. After all, relying on others like this was a bit impolite. Unable to bear these formalities, he interrupted, "All right, you go ahead. Whether you arrive sooner or later, as long as you settle the two Luo family lives. Well, I will also be free. I don't mind waiting a little longer." Just then, he heard a child cursing him from behind. "You damned slave this time. When we get to Fenglin City, I will definitely have my brother-in-law deal with you. You just wait." It was Yunhai, with his hands on his hips, looking at him with a warning him in his dreams. As soon as the young master finished speaking, He didn't hesitate at all and kicked him directly in the butt, sending him sprawling on the ground. He smiled and said to him, "No need to wait for your brother-in-law to arrive. I'll deal with you first, brat." Seeing this, Luo Yunshang hurriedly helped her younger brother up and glared at him. "You actually stoop to bickering with a child. He's your young master if he wants a beating. Don't blame me." Zhuo Yifan glanced at her lightly, waved his hand, and said quickly, "Settle these two down properly, and then it won't be too late to chase me away." Commander Pang, taking everything in, opened his mouth to Zhuo Yifan with some difficulty. "Brother Zhuo. Fan, look, he is still the young master after all. Can't you give him some face? How could you kick him?" Zhuo Yifan smiled indifferently and shrugged, refusing to continue the conversation. He had never put anyone in his eyes arrogant and conceited. How could he allow himself to become a servant to others? He was only doing this because of the inner demon. He turned and left. Pang Yuan knew that he hadn't listened to a word he said and reluctantly followed behind. After a while, the two arrived at a stall and suddenly heard arguing. Curious, they moved forward to take a look. He saw a woman standing in front of the stall, arguing with the vendor. The woman was dressed in white, her eyebrows curved like a bright moon, looking extremely gentle-faced with the stall owner. As loud words, she steadfastly maintained her calm smile, not being vulgar, and gently persisted with her opinion. "This jade of yours is not real jade." The stall owner, whose stall was being questioned, couldn't bear it anymore, and loudly scolded the woman in front of him. "Which of your eyes saw that it's not real jade? What do you know about jade? You little brat, go play somewhere else and don to hinder my business." The woman smiled, but still firmly stated her opinion. "I really don't understand jade, but I saw pure Mo Yu once, and know that this of yours is fake." This woman used such a strange reason to deny the value of the Mo Yu. It was unclear whether she was stupid or pretending to be stupid. But looking at her smile, he still couldn't help but step in to help. "This piece of jade of yours, just like this young lady said, is definitely fake. I have a way to prove it." Chapter 6. Strange Woman. The woman was stunned for a moment, looking at Zhuo Yifan as if in thought. Finally, she nodded lightly and smiled. He looked at everyone and said, "Everyone, please help me find some sulfur and a basin of water. I can completely prove it." As fake hearing this, everyone wanted to see if they had been deceived by that unscrupulous merchant, so they immediately went to prepare. The stall owner still tried to salvage some of his reputation. "Where did this damn brat come from? Everything I sell is genuine." Hearing this, he smiled lightly. In his previous life, living in the city, the most common items were all kinds of jade. He would definitely make him lose convincingly in front of everyone. He placed the prepared items in the water, then opened his mouth to challenge the stall owner. "Put your Moyu in the water, and you can immediately prove whether it's real or fake. If it's fake, it's fake." The stall owner was still very confident. He didn't believe that any water could prove the authenticity of jade. The moment the jade fell into the medicinal water, the water immediately changed color, turning red and even emitting a fishy, bloody smell. The stall owner was instantly shocked and exclaimed, "How could this be? What's so surprising? This piece of jade of yours is simply fake. Once it's put in the medicinal water, it immediately reveals its true form. Now return it to the person. That young lady wasn't wrong. This Moyu of yours is worth at most 3 spirit stones," the woman continued to state. The crowd, angry at being deceived by the stall owner, immediately surrounded him and wouldn't let him go. Ignoring the chaos behind her, the woman opened her mouth to speak to Zhuo. "Yifan, young master is skilled. I only knew it was fake, but didn't have a way to prove it. Luckily, young master helped, seeing that she was about to leave." Zhuo Yifan asked suspiciously, "Miss Aaron, you going to buy it? It's only worth 3 spirit stones." The woman looked into the distance, a trace of viciousness flashing in her eyes before disappearing, returning to her gentle demeanor. No, this young lady only wanted to state the value of that piece of jade to prevent everyone from being deceived. After saying this, she smiled and then walked away. Pang Yuan finally blurted out, "What a strange woman. But how could she have fooled the seasoned demon emperor Zhuo Yifan?" Her vicious gaze couldn't escape his eyes. He murmured, "This woman, though vicious, is still inexperienced. Otherwise, this treasure would have been lost to her." After saying this, he turned towards the jade, a hint of excitement in his eyes. He would definitely retrieve this treasure. Then he turned to Pang Yuan, borrowed 10 spirit stones, and ran towards the stall owner. In a dark alley, Zhuo Yifan found the stall owner resting at the base of a large tree. He had been beaten beyond recognition by the crowd. He shouted loudly, "Finally, found you. I want to discuss a business deal with you. I'll take that Moyu of yours and give you 10 spirit stones. How about it? You found me and still dare to come looking for me? You ruined my business. You knew this jade was fake and still offered 10 spirit stones to buy it. Just now that woman said it was only worth 3, the stall owner asked suspiciously. Although it's fake, it looks very real. I'll buy it now. Who knows, I might be able to sell it for a higher price, he explained. I understand you also want to resell it to someone who doesn't know. But you made me compensate so much, 10 spirit stones is probably not enough. I want your life. The stall owner's eyes turned fierce. He ordered those people to step forward and attack Zhuo Yifan. I sincerely want to discuss business with you. You really don't appreciate a good offer. As soon as he finished speaking, his body slowly turned black. A gentle breeze stirred, and the people in front of him turned into dust and dissipated in the air. He was now at the key gathering realm. These little brats were no match for him at all, not to mention that in his previous life, he was a top-tier demon emperor who had killed countless people. They were simply courting death. Obtaining the Mo Yu from the small alley, Zhuo Yifan went straight back to the inn to rest. As soon as he arrived, he met Pang Yuan. He returned the 10 spirit stones to him, and then instructed, I am going to my room to rest. Please help me keep watch, and don't let anyone enter. After saying this, he stepped into his room, took out the piece of jade, and examined it. Black original force struck towards the jade, and with a loud sound, cracks immediately appeared on the jade's surface. Finally, a blood-red glow emerged. Seeing this, he secretly rejoiced. Indeed, he hadn't misjudged it. It was the blood essence spirit, legend had it, that the blood essence spirit was a rare gemstone that accumulated tens of millions of essence blood, absorbed the spiritual key of heaven and earth and the essence of the sun and moon. Taking tens of thousands of years to form, it was an object of ultimate yin and ultimate yang, a treasure that any Taoist cultivator would desire, according to the records of the 9 Serene Secrets Manual. The blood essence spirit could cultivate a natal blood infant. Once the blood infant was born, it would plunder the essence blood of others to survive, being extremely cruel. The blood infant could also grow, with the cultivator becoming a blood infant of even emperor-level strength, which even emperor-level powerhouses dared not touch. If he had possessed it in his previous life, what would a sage be? Finally unable to wait any longer, he excitedly cut his wrist and dripped blood onto the jade unexpectedly. Even the 9 Serene Demon Emperor hadn't been lucky enough to obtain it. Yet it had fallen into his hands. Ha 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 ha! Heaven was truly favoring him. Chapter 7. Desperate Struggle. Zhuo Yifan slowly dripped blood onto the Moyu with each drop of blood that fell. The jade disappeared without a trace, seeing everything. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of his mouth as he continued to feed blood to the jade, but ultimately he underestimated the amount of blood needed to nurture the blood infant. He could lose too much blood and die while refining the blood infant. When refining the blood infant, one had to continuously release blood until the blood essence formed the heart meridian. Once it began, it couldn't be stopped. Otherwise, it would be considered a failure. Second by second, minute by minute passed. The blood in Zhuo Yifan's body was almost completely drained. His lips turned pale and his vision suddenly became dizzy. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Could it be that he still couldn't overcome fate? Did he have to give up? At this moment, he suddenly remembered his previous life. In his previous life, he was besieged by everyone. The 7 sovereigns, the holy sage, even that traitor Zhao Cheng was determined to kill him. At this moment, the hatred slowly surged up again, and everything that belonged to him fueled the will within his body. Carrying new grudges and old hatred, everything that belonged to him, he would definitely take back himself, he roared. Break for me! Following Zhuo Yifan's roar, a loud explosion erupted, and a ray of red light escaped from within the Mo Yu, entering his body. He focused his mind and examined his dantian. A newborn infant's body lay there quietly. He had finally successfully cultivated the natal blood infant, secretly rejoicing smugly. However, his body could no longer hold on and went limp, falling to the ground, but he couldn't suppress the excitement in his eyes. He thought to himself, the blood infant is formed. The next step is to see how to cultivate it. Zhuo Yifan didn't expect that this time he would continuously refine in the room for 10 days, and he also didn't expect that Pang Yuan would vigilantly guard the door for 10 days, which made him a little stunned. Uriao the Kai Manor has sent someone to urge you to hurry up, or else the young master and young miss will have been waiting too long, seeing that he had finally stepped out. Pang Yuan rubbed his eyes and urged Yuvi been waiting outside for 10 days. Commander Pang Yuvi worked hard. Aren't you curious about what I was doing inside for 10 days? He asked in surprise. Hearing him, Commander Pang sincerely smiled and replied, What's so hard about it, we all brothers? Besides, what you do is your private matter. If you want to talk, you will hurry up. The young miss and young master are waiting for us. Zhuo Yifan was a little taken aback by his reply. He trusted him unconditionally in his previous life, and this life, cultivating all the way to the Demon Emperor realm. What kind of people hadn't he met? But ultimately, he had never met anyone who could so readily trust others like him. Was it because he hadn't seen enough types of people? Or was it because he didn't have the fate to meet such a person? Commander Pang and Zhuo Yifan arrived at the Kai Manor half an hour later, but as soon as they reached the gate, they were stopped by two guards who shouted, Who are you two? How dare you barge into the Kai Manor? With the mentality of seeking refuge, Commander Pang smiled softly and replied, This subordinate is from the Luo family, and this is the Luo S family steward. Our young master and young miss are guests at your esteemed manor. Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be stunned. When did he become the steward of the Luo family? He smiled bitterly. A dignified demon emperor who had roamed freely and caused chaos was now actually becoming a steward for a secular family. If people found out, they would surely laugh at him. The two gate guards, hearing Commander Pang introduce himself as someone from the Luo family, revealed a look of contempt. Oh, it is the Luo family again, have they come to beg? Commander Pang angrily wanted to make a move, but was stopped by Zhuo Yifan. The attitude of these servants meant that the people in the Kai Manor didn't really welcome the two Luo siblings. It was likely that they hadn't been living well these past few days. Very quickly, the servants brought them to the residence of the Luo siblings, looking at the desolate scene everywhere it was, to even as good as the inn they had stayed in. Commander Pang couldn't help but angrily exclaim loudly, How could the Kai family treat them like this? They don't even have the slightest bit of courtesy. Zhuo Yifan was also a little angry. Looking at this situation, not arranging proper accommodations for the two siblings meant that his plan had been ruined. Not only that they were being treated like servants, let S go inside and see. Zhuo Yifan silently entered the room. Pang Yuan hurriedly followed inside the room. Only Luo Yunhai sat on the bed, his eyes vacant. The scene in the room was also extremely simple, with nothing but tables and chairs. Seeing this scene, Pang Yuan felt a pang of sympathy. Young master, I apologize, I arrived late and made you suffer. Zhuo Yifan, looking at this scene, didn't feel any additional compassion. He opened his mouth to ask Brat, Where's your sister? Sister went to find young Master Kai to beg for help. The young master replied fearfully, The Kai family's attitude is already like this. Yet you still went to beg for help. Are you stupid? Come with me. Let us bring your sister back. After saying this, the three of them went together to find Luo Yunshang. In a small courtyard nearby, beside a clear green stream, a handsome young man and a lovely young woman were playing, their joyful laughter echoing throughout the courtyard. Luo Yunshang looked at them, her eyes filled with affection, and finally couldn't bear it anymore. She spoke. Xiao Ting Gege, I don't ask you to fulfill the old marriage agreement. I only beg you to say a word in front of your father to help the Luo family recover, as before. Kai Xiaoting, who was happily with his beauty at this moment, had no mood to entertain her. He impatiently replied, I've already made it clear to you, you and I have no relationship whatsoever. Moreover, your family's affairs have nothing to do with me. I can to help. That's right, if you know what is good for you, quickly scram. Xiaoting Gege has long since disliked you. The young woman beside him widened her eyes and echoed. At this moment, Luo Yunshang finally understood that the past affections between the two families had been completely swept away by the Kai family when the Luo family declined, but she had no other choice for the sake of revitalizing her family, for the Luo family, to be as it was before. She could only plead with the person she considered a brother, considering our childhood friendship. I beg you, just say a word to help me want you. Suddenly, a slap landed on Luo Yunshang's face. leaving her stunned. The sound of cursing still echoed in her ears from Sun Yufei, bitch, stay away from my shouting gege, and shouting gege. If I find out you have anything to do with her in the future, I will absolutely not forgive you. Sun Yufei loudly and shrewishly cursed Luo Yunshang. Luo Yunshang felt all hope was lost. What would become of her Luo family at this moment? She really needed someone to save her, to save the Luo family. Suddenly a figure flashed past her face, shooting straight towards where Kai Shouting was standing. A fist landed on his face. The sudden change startled the two of them. Regaining their senses, they saw a young man standing in front of Luo Yunshang. He opened his mouth and said, "A pair of adulterous villains actually dare to ruin my good mood." Chapter 8. Are you worthy? Who are you? Sun Yufei and Kai Xiaoting looked at the person in front of them, feeling extremely shocked. They were known as the geniuses of their families in Fenglin City, yet this person was at most their age. However, when he arrived, no one noticed, and they had already been slapped twice. Just what level was his strength at? At this moment, Pang Yuan and Luo Yunhai finally caught up, helping Luo Yunshang to her feet. Zhuo Yifan didn't pay attention to the two people's questioning, but looked at the eldest daughter of the Luo family. Her face was full of tears, and his heart felt a slight pang. He was a demon emperor. How could he feel pity for this little girl? It's all because of that damned inner demon of that brat Zhuo Fan. He sighed helplessly, raised his hand to wipe away her tears, and said, "Let's go." Luo Yunshang nodded in agreement with the situation. As it was, they couldn't stay at the Kai Manor. As they were about to leave, Sun Yufei's voice came from behind. "You hit someone, and then just leave. What kind of good thing is that?" Luo Yunshang thought. "Where is this? They come and go as they please. If you don't kneel down and kowtow 3 times to me today, none of you will even think about stepping out of here. Don't forget you still have that little brother of yours." After saying this, she smugly thought that to submit to the power of the Kai and Sun families and to protect Luo Yunhai's life, Luo Yunshang would definitely kneel down, as she said. Luo Yunshang hesitated for a moment, finally slowly closing her eyes and facing forward, about to kneel down. Just as the adulterous couple was smugly achieving their wish, Zhuo Yifan made his move. A gust of wind passed by, and no one could clearly see what happened. Sun Yufei and Kai Xiaoting had already prostrated themselves and kowtowed to the ground, bloodstains on the ground. They gritted their teeth and glared at the person who made the move and spoke. "It's you again, you damn bastard. Now even if you kneel down in front of me, this young lady will definitely not forgive you." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan made another move with 2 crisp sounds. They immediately flew outwards. He didn't even bother to glance at them, saying, "Let this old man kneel, you are overthinking things." Just as Luo Yunshang and Pang Yuan were constantly marveling at Zhuo Yifan's actions, an angry aged voice came over. "Who dares to cause trouble in the Kai Manor?" Seeing the person who arrived, Kai Xiaoting's face revealed a hint of joy, and he shouted loudly, "Father, you've arrived just in time. They are the ones causing trouble in our Kai Manor." Unlike the joyful Kai Xiaoting, Luo Yunshang and Pang Yuan were extremely frightened. They had caused trouble in the Kai Manor, and now that the master had appeared, they would definitely not be able to escape. As for Zhuo Yifan, he looked at the person who appeared and meticulously assessed him. Kai Rong looked to be over 50, with a tall stature and an aura of a strong expert emanating from him. He looked at Kai Rong and smiled, saying, "8th level of the bone-forging realm." As soon as these words were spoken, Kai Rong was immediately stunned. He hadn't expected this young man to be able to see through his cultivation level. He glanced at the young man in front of him, whose cultivation was unfathomably deep, and returned the courtesy with a smile. "Young master indeed has good eyes. May I ask if young master is the Luo's family steward?" "Zhuo Fan," he confidently spoke. The Kai family head was once again startled. He had long heard of the Luo's family steward, but hadn't expected him to be so young. He valued talent. However, he knew that there was someone here he couldn't offend. He glanced at Sun Xiaoting and spoke to comfort her. "Rest assured with me here. I will definitely seek justice for you." After saying this, he looked at the Luo siblings, his expression changing, and his voice lowered. "Yunshang, out of consideration for the relationship between our families, I took you siblings in, yet you are causing trouble here." Zhuo Fan didn't to wait for Luo Yunshang to speak, and instead replied, An elder, like you, is actually bullying a young girl here? If there's anything, you can speak directly to me. If you insist on turning hostile, then don to blame me for being impolite. If you can withstand 2/10 of my strength right here, I will let you leave. How about it? Kai Rong said coldly. 2/10 of your 8th level bone-forging strength is far greater than a 9th level key-gathering expert. You clearly want to take us down. You are bullying us too much, Pang Yuan angrily retorted. Without waiting for them to linger, Zhuo Yifan immediately made a move, bump. A palm imprint appeared in midair. Kai Rong never in a million years expected that he would actually dare to attack first and even withstand 2/10 of his strength. This young man was indeed extraordinary. A 2nd level key-gathering realm expert can actually withstand 2/10 of my strength. Not bad, but unfortunately, while you might have been lucky enough to escape death like others, that might not be the case this time. Zhuo Yifan revealed a sinister smile and pointed at Kai Rong. I have survived in this world by never believing in luck. What I believe in is my strength. Moreover, looking at your son, I can take his life any time I want. Kai Rong lowered his head in alarm to examine his son, his eyes involuntarily contracting. There was indeed blood on his hand. How could a key-gathering realm expert have injured him? He looked at his son and discovered that Kai Xiaoting had actually suddenly spat out a large mouthful of blood. He couldn't help but panic and feel pain, questioning Zhuo Fan. What exactly did you do? I was just giving Kai family head a little warning. Your son's life is at my whim, so don to be rash. Moreover, since you showed us no courtesy today, you definitely won. To reach us in the future, we might meet again. Farewell. After saying this, he turned and pulled the Luo's family group out amidst their shock. In their minds, Zhuo Yifan would definitely have died under Kai Rong's palm just now, but at this moment he had withstood it and even brought them out alive. This was too unexpected. Kai Rong was both surprised and angry at this moment. Letting them go now was like letting a tiger return to the mountains. There would definitely be trouble in the future. He had to make a plan. This Zhuo Fan couldn't be kept. He turned to Sun Yufei and said with a dark expression that, Zhuo Fan, if we don't eliminate him soon, he will definitely become a danger to our Sun family. In the future, you must quickly find a countermeasure. Kai Rong was an old fox. He wanted to use the Sun family to eliminate Zhuo Yifan, which was exactly what Sun Yufei wanted. She had just suffered a bitter loss and would definitely take everything back from Zhuo Yifan. He's worried about his son's life, so he doesn't dare to touch him. But my Sun family isn't afraid. This grudge this old woman will definitely avenge it. Chapter 9. Alliance. The 3 of them stepped out of the Kai Manor. Commander Pang and Luo Yunshang were still in shock. Only Zhuo Yifan remained calm, though a clear hint of anger could be seen in his eyes just a little more, and he could have properly settled the 2 Luo siblings and eliminated the inner demon to continue on his path. But all of this had been ruined by the Kai family's actions. He would definitely make the Kai family pay a heavy price for what they had done. He now had to plan for himself, while also taking care of the 2 Luo family lives, ensuring nothing happened to them. Otherwise, the inner demon would affect his future path. Thinking of this, he pondered for a moment and casually said, Young miss, do you know what the 7 great imperial families are? Luo Yunshang, receiving his question, replied in alarm. Why do you know about this? We are in a dangerous situation now. If we really encounter people from the 7 great imperial families, we must avoid any conflict with them, even if they are just their dogs. Luo Yunshang was once a proud eldest daughter, even in decline, and facing the Kai family, she wouldn't have had this attitude. Just what exactly were the 7 great imperial families? Legend has it that during the founding of the Heavenly Martial Empire, there were 7 meritorious officials who were approved by the royal family to be on par with the imperial family, possessing territories and influence above other aristocratic families. Their enemies were the entire empire. These were the 7 great imperial families. The 7 great imperial families were forbidden zones that other great families dared not touch everyone in power. Within those families knew this hearing. This Commander Pang was a little frightened. What there are families in this world that can be on par with the imperial family? Do they really have such power? On the contrary, Zhuo Yifan remained calm and continued to ask, Is the Sun family among them just now? That girl said, she would let us know the might of the 7 great imperial families. What could the Sun family be related to the 7 great imperial families? No, we must go apologize to young Miss Sun, young Miss. Saying this, Luo Yunshang grabbed Zhuo Yifan's hand and pulled him away. How could Zhuo Yifan apologize for what he had done? He had never regretted it. Moreover, with his temperament, a mere Sun family was nothing in his eyes. He shook off Luo Yunshang's hand and said, "It is useless. The offense has already been made. If you go now, you'll only be courting death." Just then, a childish voice rang out, "Big brother Zhuo. Then what should we do now?" A little surprised Zhuo. Yifan narrowed his eyes and asked back, "Brat, aren't you going to call me a damn slave anymore?" "Big brother Zhuo, you saved the lives of my sister and me. I am extremely grateful. In the future, you will be my real older brother, my brother-in-law. Please help us again," Yunhai sincerely said. Hearing his words, everyone was a little caught off guard. Zhuo Yifan was very satisfied. It was good to know how to be grateful. Then he turned to Luo Yunshang and asked, "Does Fenglin City really have someone from the 7 great imperial families the Hidden Dragon Pavilion dares to claim to be the wealthiest family under heaven?" Luo Yunshang thought for a moment, then said the name of a family. Zhuo Yifan patted Yunhai's head and said, "Good, then let us go back to the inn first. Tomorrow we'll go to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion." Saying this, he strode towards the inn, leaving a cloud of suspicion for Luo Yunshang and Commander Pang. After a moment, the two of them ran after him, asking, "What are we going to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion for an alliance?" Zhuo Yifan replied softly. Hearing this idea, everyone was simultaneously stunned. The 7 great imperial families, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. How could they possibly form an alliance with them? A secular family that had already fallen. How could such an easy thing happen? The next morning they set out for the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Fenglin City had an ancient building that was dozens of stories high, causing others to feel oppressed. As soon as they arrived, they saw 2 guards standing watch outside the gate, but the aura emanating from them made others fearful. Zhuo Yifan was assessing them at this moment. He hadn't expected that even the guards' cultivation had reached the peak of the key-gathering realm. No wonder it was one of the 7 great families. Seeing them approaching, the 2 guards, warned, walked to the front of the gate. Seeing them blocking his way, he introduced himself. "Trouble you two to announce that Luo's family young Miss Luo Yunshang requests an audience." Seeing this situation, the 2 guards exchanged glances. Feeling rather strange, they had never heard of the Luo family in Fenglin City. They coldly said, "Never heard of them. Our manager doesn't meet with nameless nobodies." Luo Yunshang behind him knew that this was all within expectations. How could the great families easily form alliances with others? But Zhuo Yifan didn't think so. Having lived 2 lifetimes, what hadn't he experienced? He didn't show any courtesy and spoke loudly. "Whether you meet or not, you still have to inform your master. It is not your turn." 2 servants to step forward and speak on their behalf. The 7 great imperial families, such a large family. Yet this is their way of treating guests. Truly, seeing is believing. Zhuo Yifan watched them prepare to take action and retreated a few steps, making a gesture. Just at this moment, a charming voice rang out, "Stop." After the voice, a woman in pure white clothing, gentle and beautiful, stepped out from inside. Hearing the voice, the 2 guards respectfully bowed to the woman and said, "Young miss, someone has come to disturb you. I overheard what you just said. You were wrong. The person who came is a guest. You must not be so rude." The woman coldly glanced at the 2 guards, then looked towards Zhuo Yifan and spoke. "Young master, we meet again. It is you, miss. I didn't expect miss to be the young miss of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. My apologies for my impudence." Zhuo Yifan looked at the person in front of him, secretly pleased. If it was this young lady, then things would be easy to resolve. Hearing his words, the woman gently nodded and smiled, replying, "This young lady Longnu only handles miscellaneous tasks at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. May I ask what brings the young master here?" Zhuo Fan didn't hide anything, and stated his purpose, not hiding anything. "Miss, this humble one is Zhuo Fan, the steward of the Luo family. Due to some family troubles, we heard that the Hidden Dragon Pavilion is the #1 appraisal family of the Heavenly Martial Empire. Therefore, we came with the young miss to sell a family heirloom." A light flashed in Longnu's eyes, and she smiled towards Zhuo. Ifan, young master wants to sell a treasure. Please allow this young lady to lead the way. Please come inside. The situation changed suddenly, and the two guards were caught off guard, staring blankly at each other. Was that person just now a friend of the young miss? Impossible. How could the young miss have such a poor friend? He said he wanted to sell a treasure with his appearance. What valuable treasure could he possibly produce? Wait until they are chased out, and we'll teach them a lesson. Lol. Zhuo Yifan's group followed Long Niu into a room. The four of them sat down, and Long Niu smiled and said, "May I ask what treasure the young master has? Please take it out for this young lady to have a look." Zhuo Fan looked towards her, the corner of his mouth curving up. This little girl looked inexperienced, but was extremely shrewd. Just now she clearly knew everything that happened outside, but she wanted to use the two guards to test them before intending to negotiate a deal. But the person opposite her was a demon emperor who had roamed freely for decades, holding the power of life and death in his hands in front of him. She was still too green. Zhuo Yifan took out a painting from his body and laid it out in front of her. At first glance, the painting looked like a fake object. However, when Long Niu saw it, she was immediately a little surprised. Luo Yunshang and Commander Pang on this side were also extremely puzzled. This was just a painting that Zhuo Yifan had drawn last night. What was so valuable about it that it could be considered a treasure? After examining it carefully for a while, hiding the excitement in her eyes, Long Niu slowly spoke. "May I ask what price young Master Zhuo Fan wants to sell it for? Young Miss Long is an expert in this field. Please give me a price." "Zhuo," Yifan replied with a smile and a calm demeanor. 200,000 spirit stones. How does young master find that Long Niu clearly sensed that Zhuo Fan was also an expert in this field, so she had no intention of deceiving him, and stated a price. What 200,000 spirit stones? This number truly shocked Luo Yunshang so much that she stood up from her chair in surprise. Even during its prosperous period, her noble cloud manor had never reached this number of spirit stones. Now Zhuo Yifan had casually drawn a painting that was worth 200,000 spirit stones. Commander Pang's eyes also widened in astonishment. This number was too large, he had never even thought of it. Looking at the expressions of the two people, Long Niu felt a little contempt. She then looked at Zhuo Yifan. He still sat there calmly. He smirked, and then they heard him say, "Haha, 200,000 spirit stones. Young Miss Long, are you giving alms to a beggar? Why wouldn't this old man sell it?" Chapter 10. The Sins of the Seven Great Imperial Families. Zhuo Yifan shook his head and chuckled twice. "Young Miss Long, if you are not sincere, then let us forget about this deal." Saying this, he stood up, appearing as if he wanted to take back the treasure. But the treasure had already fallen into Long Niu's hands. How could she let it slip away? She continued to negotiate. "Young Master Zhuo, this is at most a first-grade recognition chart. 200,000 is not a small amount. Moreover, what you have in your hand is just a hand-drawn copy, not a carved one. My price of 200,000 is already very fair." Zhuo Yifan didn't pay any attention to her words and immediately interrupted, reaching out to take back the chart. "Young Miss Long, although I haven't read many books, you can fool me, can you, all right? I want to sell it anymore. Return the chart to me." Young Miss Long kept looking at the chart in her hand, secretly making a decision. She slightly bit her lip and exclaimed, 300,000. Consider it my loss." Then, Zhuo Yifan feigned disappointment and shook his head, moving forward to snatch back the chart. "You are still the same, not sincere at all." Seeing that he wanted to take it back, young Miss Long retreated a few steps, desperately avoiding him. "This chart is a first-grade recognition chart. There are many formation diagrams on it that even I have never seen before. No matter what, I must get it back." Feeling that negotiating with Zhuo Yifan was not working, she began to focus her attention on Luo Yunshang. "Young Miss Luo, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion can offer at most 300,000 for this chart. Moreover, in this entire world, only the Hidden Dragon Pavilion can afford it. If you take it elsewhere, you won. To get this price." Suddenly being targeted, Luo hesitated for a moment and looked towards Zhuo Yifan. She weighed the pros and cons, about to open her mouth to advise him, but he suddenly shouted loudly, fiercely, glaring at her, "Shut up, you stupid woman. Did I come here for money? You've completely forgotten our purpose in coming here today. You listen to a few words from others and immediately follow them. How many times have you been deceived and sold off like this young Miss Long? I am the steward of the Luo family. I am in charge of everything. Return the painting to me. Zhuo Yifan took a deep breath, his cold smile fading, and looked towards Long Niu, speaking. Long Niu couldn't help but be a little stunned. A steward actually had such authority, able to be in charge of everything for the Luo family. She sighed slightly, not wanting to return it to him helplessly. She reached out her hand. It's truly a pity. Young Master Zhuo, your demands are too high. We cannot meet them, but I guarantee with the Hidden Dragon Pavilion as reputation that this first grade chart is worth at most 300,000 spirit stones. Saying this, she turned and left. Zhuo Yifan held the painting in his hand. He looked towards Long Niu and apologized just now. I thought you were deliberately trying to deceive us. It turns out you didn't understand on. Do you have any other appraiser here? What I don't understand, young Master Zhuo, your eyesight is indeed good, but absolutely done to be too arrogant, you just wait. Long Niu couldn't help but be stunned, secretly furious. From a young age, she could discern the properties and value of objects just by looking at them. Now someone was doubting her abilities. This damned brat dared to attack her skills. As soon as she finished speaking, she turned away, looking at her back. Luo Yunshang looked at Zhuo Yifan with some fear. Could we have offended the Hidden Dragon Pavilion? Hearing her fear, he shook his head to reassure her, revealing a sinister smile. Not long after, Long Niu reappeared with another person. A one-eyed old man, Divine Eye Long Ju Luo Yunshang, cried out, whispering a reminder to Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan looked at the person beside Long Niu, pondering this person's strength was likely even higher than Kai Rong, as the difference between their strength and his was too great. He couldn't see through his cultivation level at present. Long Zhou's eye swept over Zhuo Yifan, assessing him. You re the new steward of the Luo family. Not bad as long as you re not that old man's son. I heard from little Niu that you doubted her abilities. Although she hasn't been in the business long, her eye for things isn't bad. If you don't trust her, take it out and let this old man take a look with that. He slowly sat down. Yes, then please take a look. Saying this, he placed the painting on the table. As soon as the painting was revealed, Long Ju froze, his one eye fixed straight on it. Long Niu, seeing him silent, quickly said, Ninth uncle, didn't I tell you, a first-grade formation chart worth 300,000. Long Ju remained silent, staring intently at the painting. After a long while, he looked seriously at Zhuo Yifan and said unexpectedly, the Luo family possesses such a thing. Brat, I'll offer 1,800,000. How about it? 1,800,000 is the amount we can currently mobilize. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was simultaneously shocked and stunned. 1,800,000, a number that no one could have imagined in a million years, especially Long Niu, who didn't think it could be worth so much. Zhuo Yifan remained calm, looking towards Long Ju, the corner of his mouth slightly raised too low. If you can offer a higher price, then let us cancel this deal. Hearing his words, everyone was surprised again. This number was already too high, yet he insisted it was too low. For Luo Yunshang, that number was now enough for her to revitalize the Luo family, but Zhuo Yifan didn't want her to speak, calling his name with some anger. Zhuo Yifan ignored her, holding onto the painting firmly. Just at this moment, Long Ju narrowed his eyes slightly, and a powerful aura immediately pressed down on Zhuo Yifan, feeling the oppressive aura coming. Zhuo Yifan retreated. Brat, this painting, this old man must have it. Zhuo Yifan endured his discomfort, withstanding the pressure of the powerhouse, still smiling coldly at him. Ninth Master, doing this will damage the reputation of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Brat, aren't you afraid? Long Ju increased his pressure again. Zhuo Yifan chuckled and retorted, Ninth Master, aren't you afraid? Slightly stunned, Long Zhou suddenly withdrew his aura and laughed loudly. Good brat, with you supporting them. The Luo family will quickly be able to return to its former glory, all right? You didn't come here just for money. Speak, what are your conditions? The corner of Zhuo Yifan's mouth lifted. He had won betting his life and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's reputation, and succeeded as expected of an old fox. His purpose in coming here had also been seen through by him. However, whether he knew or not, no longer mattered. Thinking this, he frankly replied, 10 million. You can pay 1 million now and the rest can be paid off slowly. Consider it a debt you owe us. Long Joe considered for a moment, then reached out and took the painting calmly saying, all right, deal. Consider the hidden dragon pavilion owing you little new, give them 1 million and see them off with that. He immediately turned and his figure vanished. Long Niu hesitated for a moment, then followed Long Niu's instructions giving the group the spirit stones. At the same time, Long Niu and the still suspicious Luo Yunshang and Pang Yuan looked at him in disbelief. In this negotiation battle, Zhuo Yifan had actually won. He had casually drawn a painting and managed to obtain 1 million spirit stones, plus a debt of gratitude from the hidden dragon pavilion. How exactly did he do it? But they didn't understand that the battle just now was a contest of wills between powerhouses. Whoever had the stronger will would win. On another side, Long Niu gave the spirit stones to Zhuo Yifan's group and then went to see Long Ju. She asked puzzled ninth uncle Wasn't T that just a first-grade formation chart. Why did you offer such a high price? Take a closer look, that is an ancient formation chart. It has been lost for a long time. I am afraid this is the only one in the entire heavenly martial empire. 1 million and a debt of gratitude isn't a loss at all. Longju calmly explained her doubts, remembering something he continued Fine G and have him send 4 Earth Realm experts to protect them. They just offended the Sun family. Long Niu was overjoyed hearing Long Zhou say it was an ancient formation chart and even the only copy. Just how precious was this? Jolted awake from her astonishment, Long Niu looked at Long Ju and replied, why do we need to protect them? Didn't you hear? We owe them. Long Ju sighed in response. Chapter 11. The Battle of the Demonic Path Cultivator. After achieving his goal for this trip, Zhuo Yifan returned to the inn with a joyful mood. The next step was to plan how to deal with the Sun family. A sinister smile tinged with excitement appeared on his face. Sun family, and the forces of the 7 great imperial families behind them. Dante, keep me waiting too long. The next morning he sat resting in his room, adjusting his body, when suddenly Pang Yuan's panicked. Voice came, not good. Zhuofan people from the Sun family are surrounding us outside. Hearing this, he immediately stood up, his eyes excited, and replied, they've finally come. I've been waiting for them. Let's go out together. Commander Pang, seeing that he wasn't the least bit afraid to go out, couldn't help but feel a bit emotional. They were both servants, yet he possessed such an aura. But little did he know that Zhuo Yifan's body no longer housed the young man who was wholeheartedly loyal to the Luo family. He was now a demon emperor, feared by all, a demon emperor who slaughtered in all directions. The 3 of them, Zhuo Yifan, Luo Yunshang, and Commander Pang, stepped out together, looking at the menacing group before them. Luo Yunshang spoke. Young Master Sun, may I ask what brings you here today? Luo Yunshang, don't play dumb with me here. You know what you've done. Yet you still have the nerve to ask me today. I've come to settle the score with you, especially that brat Zhuo Fan's son Yu Fei, said fiercely. Luo Yunshang looked at her, then turned to look at Zhuo Fan, seeing that his expression didn't change at all in the face of her aura. If he wasn't afraid, then neither was she. She spoke again. Young Miss Sun, my Luo family has been in Fenglin City for hundreds of years. It is not so easy to talk about exterminating us. The Sun family has only been in Fenglin City for a few decades. You should be more careful with your words. Hearing Luo Yunshang's words, she became angry, fiercely glaring at Luo Yunshang, and began to gather original force in her hand, intending to attack Luo Yunshang. Today, this young lady will let you know what it means for a broken-winged phoenix to be inferior to a chicken. As soon as she finished speaking, she made a move towards Luo Yunshang. But before she could strike, someone stepped forward to block her cousin. What are you doing? Sun Yufei looked at her cousin in confusion, only to see that young master smile faintly. He didn't look at her but turned his gaze towards Luo Yunshang, returning her greeting. Young Miss Luo, please forgive my impudent cousin. We have come here today only to seek justice for her. As long as you hand over Zhuo Fan to me today, I guarantee the Luo family's safety. Moreover, if the young miss is willing, I am willing to help the Luo family rise again as before. No need. Zhuo Fan is the steward of my Luo family. Offending him is the same as offending my Luo family. Without hesitation, Luo Yunshang immediately spoke. That young master laughed out loud, smiling helplessly. Young Miss Luo, I advise you not to act impulsively and offend others. Let me introduce myself. Xiaxia, Yuquan, disciple of Yuming Valley. Hearing this name, Luo Yunshang was startled and took a step back. She took a deep breath and murmured, "You are from one of the 7 great imperial families. The Sun family actually has connections with the 7 great imperial families. No wonder the 7 great imperial families have finally shown their faces with just a flick of their fingers. They can destroy the Luo family at any time." Luo Yunshang looked at Zhuo Yifan with worry, a hint of trembling in her eyes. Right at that moment, Zhuo Yifan stepped forward, letting out a wild, unrestrained laugh as he looked at Xiaxia. "I am Zhuo Fan, the steward of the Luo family. So what do you want, one-on-one, or all of you at once? As expected of an arrogant dog slave dealing with someone like you, doesn't require tarnishing the reputation of the Netherworld Valley. I alone am enough." As soon as he finished speaking, a palm strike tore through the air, heading towards Xiaxia. In an instant, Xiaxia moved to Zhuo Yifan's side. He quickly dodged, but ultimately he was still too slow. By the time he looked back, a bloody mark had already appeared on his face, 6th level of the Key Gathering Realm. A demonic path cultivator. Not bad, the Netherworld Valley's cultivation techniques are indeed demonic. If it were an ordinary cultivator facing them, it would be somewhat difficult. But for Zhuo Yifan, an old demon who cultivated the demonic path like him, dealing with these weapons was no problem, huh? So you managed to evade me, but you won to be so lucky this time, Xiaxia said gloomily. At this moment, the two had already begun to exchange blows. Not only did Xiaxia want to kill Zhuo Yifan, but it was also due to a trace of his previous competitive spirit. He had never had the chance to fight a higher-level demonic path expert and felt a bit curious. Outside the battle, Luo Yunshang was very worried, afraid that he wouldn't be able to hold on. Sun Yufei was no exception, she reminded Xiaxia loudly. "Cousin, be careful, Uncle Kai Rong once suffered a loss from one of his blows." Just as Zhuo Yifan made his move, Xiaxia knew that this time he had indeed met someone of the same path. He lowered his head, looking at the hand that had a bloody mark, then raised his head to look at Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan was also looking at him, revealing a sinister smile. He couldn't help but feel a bit wary. Having known early on that this brat was this kind of person, he really shouldn't have jumped into this muddy water. The demonic path was about eternally pursuing strength. By any means, Xiaxia quickly made a vicious move towards Zhuo Yifan, determined to deal with him as soon as possible. Mortal rank, high-grade martial art, Netherworld Claw. It came with an intent to kill. This claw strike aimed directly at Zhuo Yifan's chest. Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of fresh blood. Xiaxia landed a successful blow and spoke smugly. "Your heart. Meridian has been sealed. Even if you want to play tricks, you can tee." Seeing his success, Sun Yufei couldn't help but shout loudly, "Cousin, kill him!" But Luo Yunshang and the others were filled with worry. Feeling that Sun Yufei was right, Xiaxia nodded. Zhuo Yifan absolutely couldn't be left alive. He naturally knew the ruthlessness of demonic path revenge. If he let him go, the next person to die would be him. He couldn't release a tiger back into the forest. In that instant, he decided to kill Zhuo Yifan. At the same moment, Zhuo Yifan also made a move. A loud explosion rang out, and Xiaxia flew out like a kite with a broken string. A thread of blood appeared, blood shadow palm. Zhuo Yifan almost roared his body, maintaining the posture of the palm strike. Xiaxia stood up from the ground, his hand in front of his chest, asking doubtfully, "Impossible, your heart. Meridian has been sealed. How can you use martial arts?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan also fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood. Without anyone noticing, a large hole had appeared right in front of his chest. Luo Yunshang was stunned and hurriedly ran over to help him. Xiaxia finally understood he had actually self-destructed his heart meridian to use that martial art. However, his death wasn't far off. Either thinking this, he lunged towards Zhuo Yifan to attack. His speed wasn't as fast as before, but Luo Yunshang, born of fear, stood in front of him to block. Xiaxia looked at the person blocking his way and smirked. "Young Miss Luo, step aside. I don't want to hurt you." Chapter 12. Demon Lord. Suddenly a hand reached out, blocking Xiaxia's attack. Xiaxia's pupils slightly contracted. He saw a warm, youthful face. "Longji is here done to ruin my good deed." Sun Yufei, hearing this name, also muttered, "Hidden Dragon Pavilion." Zaixia. As a person, you should be magnanimous and not pursue someone to their death. I am acting under Ninth Uncle's orders to guarantee their lives, Longji said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Sun Yufei felt her hope vanish in an instant. The Luo family, protected by the hidden dragon pavilion, would from now on be on equal footing with her Sun family. At this moment, she hated Luo Yunshang even more. Zixia looked at the half-dead Zhuo Yifan, reluctant to give up. He said seriously and coldly, "Long Jidon Ti forget that our strengths are equal. Do you think you alone can fully protect all four of them? Zaixia, you are seriously injured in your current state. Can you still be my opponent? A powerful demonic path expert can unleash 120% of their strength at a critical moment. But if you and I fight to the death, leading to a great battle between our two sides, can you bear this responsibility?" Longjai withdrew his smile and coldly retorted to Zaixia. The feud between the Netherworld Valley and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion starting a war was only a matter of time, but now was not the moment. Just as Longji said, if Zaixia made a move now and ruined the family's grand plan, he indeed couldn't bear the responsibility. After careful consideration, he decided to reconcile, as Longjai said, but at this moment, a figure rushed over a palm, tearing through Zaixia's chest. Master didn't tell you that hesitation leads to foolish death during a demonic path. Cultivator's battle, a sinister yet familiar voice echoed in Zaixia's ears. Zaixia looked at him in shock. You are not. This person was clearly on the verge of death. Where did he get such great strength? Moreover, it was even stronger than before, and the speed was also faster. Could it be? Finally, in the moment before death, Zaixia understood that this person had actually laid a trap, waiting for him to lure him into it. Unfortunately, he understood too late. His life was already gone. Zhuo Yifan, at this moment, was like a life-reaping asura, his hand ruthlessly exerted force, pulling Zaixia's entire heart out. Fresh blood flowed like a gushing spring, dying. Zaixia instantly fell shocking. Everyone, the situation had turned around too quickly. No one could have imagined that the person who was still in a superior position a moment ago would now fall dead, his eyes wide open in death. Sun Yufei saw Zaixia's corpse, let out a cry, and fainted. The people from the Sun family also quickly retreated. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion's power was something their Sun family couldn't contend with. Longji at this moment was stiff. A person who always had a cold expression like him now showed a hint of fear. Zaixia had actually died in front of him. And Zhuo Yifan still held Zaixia's heart in his hand. He couldn't help but feel a chill down his spine. He had always known that demonic path cultivators were indeed ruthless, but to this extent was something he was seeing for the first time. At the same time, he assessed Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan was also looking at Longji. After a moment, he casually threw the heart away, then made a gesture towards Longji. You are the person Ninth Uncle sent to protect us. Thank you for your assistance, but please convey my words to Ninth Uncle, their S. No need to send anyone else in the future saying this. He turned and entered the inn. At the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, after hearing the news, Longju angrily slammed the table. Damn it, I Longju have lived my life scheming, yet I was actually plotted against by a brat ruining the family's plans. Long Niu and Long Zhou were bowing their heads, not daring to speak. Finally, Long Niu couldn't help but hesitate and ask in confusion, Ninth Uncle, I don't understand Zhou Fan killing Zexia. What does it have to do with our Hidden Dragon Pavilion? Hearing this, Longju angrily cursed. Longji was also present at that time, and even made a move against Zixia. Everyone saw this. That brat killed a disciple of the Netherworld Valley in front of Longji. Do you think this debt won to be counted on our heads? Little Niu, would you believe that a person from a small family dared to kill a disciple of one of the 7 great imperial families? Even you don't believe it. So how could the Netherworld Valley believe it? They will definitely hold us accountable for this. Long Ji helplessly explained to Long Niu. Hearing Long Ji's explanation, Long Niu sighed. We re so unlucky, or rather that brat had already planned everything from the beginning. He took advantage of Long Ji's attempt to mediate and attacked with even greater strength than before. Clearly he was waiting for them to fall into his trap. He was plotting to make our Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Netherworld Valley fight, so that his Luo family could escape. Longju said heavily, how could he not be afraid of offending two great families? He had already thought of this. When he sold the painting, he knew we valued our reputation. So if we made a move or abandoned the Luo family, it would show our weakness compared to the Netherworld Valley, damaging the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's prestige. Therefore, there was only one path to protect the Luo family. From the moment he stepped into the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, that brat had already started plotting against me, plotting against the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. He is the most dangerous person this old man has ever encountered. Longji listened and seemed to recall the scene at that time, nodding deeply. Ninth uncle, yes, right. Zhuo Yifan is indeed a very dangerous person. At the same time, while the people of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion were condemning Zhuo Yifan's plan, he was enduring a piercing pain in his chest at the inn, his face pale as he sat on the bed. Seeing this, Luo Yunshang wanted to tend to his injuries, but he loudly chased her out after fighting Xiaxia. Today he finally understood that his current strength was too weak. He was afraid he couldn't even protect himself, let alone the two Luo siblings. He had to become stronger. Otherwise his path in the future would definitely be impossible. Zhou sat on the bed, gently biting his lip. His hands formed a blood seal, and his eyes turned a bizarre red. At that very moment, in the Kai manor, Kai Xiaoting was cultivating, when suddenly his stomach felt a sharp pain. His face twisted, and he vomited a mouthful of blood, collapsing unconscious on the ground. Earlier during the fight with Kai Rong, he had sent a blood infant into Kai Xiaoting, hoping to control Kai Rong and at the same time help him monitor the Kai family. However, that was no longer necessary. The blood infant was now in Kai Xiaoting's room, slowly turning its head to look at the person lying on the ground, revealing a cold smile. This time I'll spare you. I want you to witness the Kai family's collapse with your own eyes. Chapter 13. Hunting. As soon as the words left its mouth, the blood infant transformed into a streak of red light and quickly flew away, flying into the courtyard. It inadvertently saw patrolling guards. The blood infant immediately burrowed into a guard's body. Before the patrolling guard could react, he felt his entire body stiffen and immediately fell to the ground just like that. In a short while, 50 guards became the blood infant's prey. The blood infant now merged with Zhuo Yifan's body. Using the heavenly demon great transformation art on the blood infant was a perfect match. It could directly kill Qi gathering realm cultivators in an instant if it hadn't been for the fight with Xiaxia, causing his heart meridian to erupt, requiring the blood infant to use blood essence to heal him. He could have used the Kai family members as nourishment for the blood infant. On its way back, the blood infant sensed a bizarre aura within the Kai family, attracting its attention. A demonic path expert in the Kai family. There was actually a demonic path expert. Curious, it followed the aura and arrived right outside a room. It saw that the guards were all peak Qi gathering realm. Finally, it stopped to listen. Inside the room, sitting in the main seat, was a bald old man, his entire body exuding a bizarre aura. Zhuo Yifan could tell at a glance that it was the aura of a demonic path expert. And Kai Rong at this moment was respectfully standing before the old man. Elder Jane, may I ask what brings you and the Sun family head here? The bald old man, addressed as Elder Jane, gently tilted his head to look at Kai Rong, a faint smile on his face. I'm sure the Sun family head has already told you our Netherworld Valley. Disciple Xiaxia was killed by the Hidden Dragon Pavilion today. It wasn't at the Luo family. How could the elders not laugh at that? He chuckled. Do you think people from the Luo family have the guts to do this? The Netherworld Valley and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion have long had a feud. It is just that neither side dared to make a move to break the balance of the 7 great imperial families. This time, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion used the excuse of the Luo family killing my disciple. I wonder what their intention is. Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but secretly laugh smugly, as expected. It was within his expectations. The 7 great imperial families had dominated for so many years that they absolutely didn't expect anyone to dare challenge their authority. It was their arrogance and conceit that made them readily believe the conspiracy behind it and unwilling to believe the truth before their eyes. Moreover, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was the same. They would rather take the blame than show weakness. Kai Rong still didn't know Elder Jane's purpose in coming here this time, so he continued to probe. Then what is your intention in coming to find me today? Lol, nothing much. You just help me probe the hidden dragon pavilion, see what they have. If I were to step forward, a great war between our two sides would definitely be unavoidable. Don't worry, I am not asking you to probe the hidden dragon pavilion. You can afford to offend them. You just need to help me make a move against the Luo family, see what their attitude is, Elder Jane said with a smile. After today, who in Fenglan City 1 know that the Luo family has the hidden dragon pavilion protecting them. Now, you want the Kai family to make a move against them? Isn't this indirectly offending the hidden dragon pavilion? Kai wrong, wasn't he stupid? He found an excuse to evade, not hiding anything. Elder Jane, I had a feud with that brat Juofan a few days ago, but he used some kind of evil art on my son, so I've been hesitant to make a move against him. Elder Jane the Sun family head has always been very astute and has a good relationship with the Netherworld Valley. Why don't you entrust this matter to him? He will definitely not let you down. Seeing the two cowardly fellows who usually reaped no small benefits from the Netherworld Valley but were now shirking responsibility, Elder Jane was a little angry and shouted loudly enough, "No need to rely on you anymore. This old man will find someone himself in Kai Rong, the Earth rank martial art, the wind-severing palm. Have you prepared it yet? Our Kai family only has this ancestral Earth rank martial art." Kai Rong respectfully presented it and replied, "All right, I won. To take your things for free. This is a middle-grade, Earth-rank martial art. The fiery, rend only slightly stronger than your low-grade, Earth-rank one." The Sun family head, who had been silently observing their exchange, suddenly spoke. "May I ask who you intend to find to deal with the Luo family?" You two dog slaves are afraid someone will take your place. Don't worry, they are all people from the Netherworld Valley. He is a pawn. I've set up long ago he is in Blackwind Mountain. Using a middle-grade Earth rank to exchange for a low-grade one, what exactly was the Netherworld Valley planning hearing the name Blackwind Mountain? He was a little stunned and inadvertently revealed his aura, immediately being discovered by the three people in the room. Zhuo Yifan immediately recalled the blood infant and quickly returned. He shouted loudly and a guard instantly exploded amidst the chaos. The blood infant quickly escaped. Kairong and the Sun family head chased after, looking at the situation on the ground, and asked in surprise, "What was that?" Just now, Elder Jane shook his head, his expression becoming even more serious. "I don't know, but it was definitely something from the demonic path." In the darkness, a streak of red light flashed, shooting straight into Zhuo Yifan's body as he sat cross-legged on the bed. He spat out a mouthful of qi and opened his eyes, secretly feeling fortunate that the blood infant had run fast. Otherwise, he would have been caught by the bald old man. He also hadn't expected that there would be a demonic path expert in the Kai family whose cultivation level he couldn't even see. Once the blood infant was destroyed, he would definitely die. At this moment, he clearly felt the need to become stronger again. He had to urgently cultivate and increase his strength. Thinking this, he hurriedly closed his eyes, focusing on refining the manpower that the blood infant had absorbed. In just a short while, a surge of blood qi began to circulate in his body, healing his meridians in half an hour. His injuries were almost completely healed. If one hadn't witnessed it firsthand, no one would have believed that the large wound on his chest could heal perfectly in just half an hour. Zhuo Yifan continued to circulate his energy, beginning to refine the original force of the 50 QE gathering realm. Experts absorbed by the blood infant one by one. They were refined. He quickly broke through the third level of the Qi gathering realm, reaching the fourth level before showing signs of stopping. As expected of the blood infant, it allowed him to directly break through 2 levels consecutively, opening his eyes and looking towards the window. The sky was already bright. He stood up, stretched his muscles and bones, and looked towards Blackwind Mountain on the other side, a fierce look in his eyes. Blackwind Mountain, if you don't want to die, then come here. Chapter 14. Stirring up the wind and clouds, Zhuofan opened the door and stepped outside, but he heard a thud. A female figure fell in front of him by the time he saw. Clearly, he saw Luo Yunshang, awkwardly standing up. "What are you doing in front of my room?" he asked Luo Yunshang suspiciously last night. When absorbing the blood infant, he hadn't paid any attention to the outside, so he had carelessly not noticed her. If it had been an enemy, he would have certainly died long ago. Luo Yunshang, seeing Zhuo Yifan's angry appearance, felt a little guilty and mumbled, "I was afraid your injuries were too severe and something unexpected might happen. So I waited outside. If you all right, now I'll go first. What you said you were in front of my room all night. Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be surprised before he could finish speaking. Luo Yunxiang, her face flushed red, had already turned and left. He looked at her retreating figure, a sudden warmth rising in his heart. By the time he realized the abnormality, he cursed. Damn inner demon. I am a dignified demon emperor. How could I be moved by such a small matter? It must be that brat S. Inner demon causing trouble. At this moment, Commander Pang also arrived, seeing him safe and sound, and smiled. Brother Zhuo, it is good that you are all right. Do you know how terrifyingly injured you were last night? We were scared to death. The young miss stood guard outside all along, afraid something would happen to you. Oh, where's the young miss? He looked around, not seeing Luo Yunxiang, and asked, seeing the person who had just arrived was also about to leave. He spoke to Commander Pang. She's gone. You've arrived just in time. Come with me to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Commander Pang was a little worried about his young miss and young master stammering, but the young miss knowing his thoughts before he could finish speaking. Zhuo Yifan interrupted, don't worry. After what happened yesterday, no one dares to touch them, unless they want to offend the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Hearing him say this, Commander Pang felt relieved and went with him to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. A moment later, the two arrived at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and still encountered the two guards from before, however, after the incident. That day their attitude had changed. This time, they were more respectful, politely inviting them inside. What, no need to report any more? Zhuo Yifan laughed loudly. Previously, we subordinates were blind and didn't recognize you as a distinguished guest, so we offended you. Zhuo Yifan chuckled and entered with Commander Pang. As soon as they entered, they immediately met Long Nu because of the previous incident. She coldly snorted when she saw them again and turned her head to leave. Did we offend her in some way? Commander Pang asked. Zhuo Yifan startled and confused. Zhuo Yifan smiled lightly, naturally. Obviously, why else would she be angry? Young Miss Long Nu of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion treats guests like this. What kind of guests do you think you are? Long Nu coldly retorted. Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be stunned. He could tell she was angry, but after some thought he assumed she had learned from Long Ju and taken on responsibility. Her abilities weren't bad, but now it seemed she still didn't understand some things. He smiled and said to her, in business, or in the affairs of noble families, everything must be calculated based on profit. If you get angry every time you are outmaneuvered, how can you survive in this world where people devour each other for the sake of gain compared to you? That Long Ji seems a bit more seasoned. After he found out I plotted against him, he didn't say much and just left. Sometimes admitting defeat is also a kind of strength, at least. Next time it won to be so easy for me to plot against him, love, hate, and grudges, one to help you. This is the most solid relationship. Can we put aside our hatred and talk business? As soon as he finished speaking, a deep, steady voice sounded, Mr. Zhuo Fan. Perhaps it is better if this old man speaks with you. Even I was plotted against by you. So how could these juniors of mine possibly converse with you? If I didn't know your true origins, I would have thought you were an ancient 1,000-year-old monster who had been hiding in the Luo family. Long Ju calmly stepped forward, mocking him. Long Ji arrived with Long Ju at this moment when he saw Zhuo Yifan. A flicker of shock flashed in his eyes yesterday. He had clearly seen him self-destruct his heart meridian. Yet in just one night, his injuries were gone and his aura was steady with no signs of injury. Not paying attention to Long Jie's observing gaze, Zhuo Yifan looked directly at Long Zhou and replied, Ninth Master, Aren, to you giving young people a chance. I also thank Ninth Master for the excessive praise. How could I possibly compare to Ninth Master? Seeing his consistently flippant attitude, Long Zhu finally lost his patience and angrily interrupted. Enough, stop with the pleasantries. What did you come here for today? Ninth Master, please calm down. I just want to find a manor for the Luo family to settle down in. I wonder if Ninth Master has any place to recommend. Why should this old man help you? Long Zhou asked back unwillingly. Zhuo Yifan, hearing his question, wasn't in a hurry and calmly smiled, replying, Isn't this all what you owe us? Moreover, this way, it is also convenient for you to monitor us, isn't it? Hearing this, Long Zhou couldn't help but feel shocked. This brat actually had everything in the palm of his hand. He clearly knew that after last night's events, the hidden dragon pavilion had fallen into a passive position, and didn't know when they would start a war with the Netherworld Valley. The Luo family had no fixed residence, and if they weren't careful, it would cause a great war between the two great families. Therefore, they definitely had to monitor the Luo family. Just what was this brat planning? He had dominated for hundreds of years, yet he was being played by a brat. He was truly very unhappy. But seeing the admiration in Longju's eyes, Zhuo Yifan figured he should still give them some benefits in order to get what he wanted. He continued to negotiate. How about this? I'll give you some intelligence in exchange for a separate residence, not a loss, right? What kind of intelligence do you have that's better than our hidden dragon pavilion? Long Yu sneered upon hearing him say that. Zhuo Yifan ignored her words. After all, she wasn't the one in charge. He looked directly at Long Ju, waiting for him to speak. Finally, after considering for a while, Long Zhou spoke. Tell me what kind of intelligence, Zhuo Yifan smugly said. Finally, my goal has been achieved. You probably don't know that the Netherworld Valley has already sent people here. Hearing this news, all three members of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion were immediately shocked. Impossible. We haven't received any news about this. Do you have any evidence? Although I don't have evidence, the appearance of that person was a bald old man. Kai Rong and the Sun family head called him Elder Jane. Bald Jane, hearing Zhuo Yifan's description, Long Ju clearly knew who it was, and angrily spat out the name. It took him a long time to calm down. Zhuo Fan clearly sensed the killing intent that Long Ju had just released and probed Ninth Master. Do you have a grudge against that bald old man? Grudge it's more than just a grudge. One of my eyes was destroyed by Jane. Long Ji sighed and said. Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan was secretly pleased. He was afraid they didn't have a feud. If they did, then this would be even easier to handle. He deliberately sighed. Ninth Master, please restrain your grief. The hatred in Long Ju's eyes still lingered, but he waved his hand to dismiss it. He still had matters to deal with since you were able to describe that person's appearance. This old man believes you 100 feet away from here. There's a separate courtyard. You can go there also. Where did you see that old ghost? Having achieved his goal, Zhuo Yifan curled his lips into a smile and replied, Thank you very much. Ninth Master, he was at the Kai family, but right now, he's probably at the Sun family. Confirming the information, Long Ju could no longer maintain his composure. He angrily ordered Jie immediately order the family to send the elders here. I want Jane to come with his life, or not at all. This time it's because he didn't follow the rules and came to my territory. Letting him leave would be a disservice to my blinded eye. Chapter 15. Fifth grade formation protected by the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, and thanks to Zhuo Yifan's courage and resourcefulness, the Luo family had finally become the #1 family in Fenglin City, even surpassing the Kai and Sun families. However, there were only 4 of them stepping into the courtyard. Luo Yunshang looked at the scenery before her and finally couldn't help but sigh with emotion. We'll be living here from now on. This place has magnificent architecture, a vast garden and guards patrolling at all times, all of them high-level key. Gathering realm experts even during the Luo family's heyday, we couldn't afford such treatment. Commander Pang looked at the team of guards before him with some admiration, seeing their curious expressions. Zhuo Yifan said, When the Luo family prospers again in the future, I will definitely give you a team like this, all right? Here. Every single guard is stronger than me. It would be great if I could become one of them, let alone command such experts. Pang Yuan replied shyly. Mr. Zhuo Fen, it turns out you not only mock others but also underestimate yourself. The position of steward isn't worthy of Commander Pang's aptitude at most. Someone who has cultivated to the 6th level of the QE gathering realm in your place is only worthy of being a low-level guard here, not a commander. I advise you, small families, not to dream of becoming great families. Everyone looked up. It turned out that Long Qiet and Long Nu were approaching. Ever since she found out that Zhuo Yifan had plotted against the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Long Nu had given him nothing but cold looks. This time she was even more contemptuous, saying, hearing her words, Luo Yunshang and Commander Pang only lowered their heads, but Zhuo Yifan, who had never suffered a loss at the hands of others, immediately frowned and said, Young Miss Long, have you ever heard the saying, don't bully the poor youth? Your words are a bit excessive. What done to bully the poor youth that is just to comfort those daydreamers who console themselves? To be a great family, you must have profound potential accumulated generation after generation. Do you think relying on your little bit of cleverness to have the hidden dragon pavilion protect you makes you very capable, even if you call yourself king or hegemon? Here you were just a frog at the bottom of a well. Hearing Long Nu's incessant criticism, Zhuo Yifan finally couldn't bear it anymore. She called him a frog at the bottom of a well. He was a dignified demon emperor from the holy domain of the heavenly martial empire. In his eyes, they were at most a speck of dust, let alone the hidden dragon pavilion. He gloomily turned to Luo Yunshang. "Young miss, lend me some spirit stones." Receiving the spirit stones in his hand, Zhuo Yifan lightly leaped onto the roof, observing the surroundings. Coiling dragon formation, third-grade defensive formation. As soon as he said these words, Long Ji and Long Nu couldn't help but be surprised he actually knew the formation set up by Long Ju. Before the two of them could recover from their shock, Zhuo Yifan jumped down, forming a seal with his hands. In just a moment, the entire small courtyard began to tremble. Following this, 9 golden-headed dragons suddenly emerged from the ground, their roars echoing throughout Fenglin City, causing no small commotion. In the Sun family, a secret chamber. Jane suddenly opened his eyes, looking at the scene before him in shock. Someone is setting up a formation. Could it be that old ghost? No, he shouldn't have the ability to set up such a large formation. At the same time, at the hidden dragon pavilion, Long Ju also saw the strange phenomenon and was extremely shocked. He recognized that this wasn't the formation chart he had set up. The power of his formation chart wasn't this strong. On the Blackwind mountainside, a young man standing before a mountain cave also looked towards Fenglin City, wondering what's happening in the city. Could the plan have started early? It shouldn't be Elder Jane, he wouldn't be so rash. Just what is this? Everyone was startled by this strange phenomenon. But Zhuo Yifan remained calm. Changing hand seals, the 9 golden dragons returned to the small courtyard, descending into the ground. Golden light slowly appeared, the formation complete. Long Nu, still in shock, stammered, "What do you intend to do, Zhuo? Fan, you were not allowed to underestimate me." Zhuo Yifan completely ignored her, respectfully turning towards Luo Yunshang. "Young miss, just now, I saw that the coiling dragon formation was only a third-grade defensive formation. I'm afraid it wouldn't be safe enough for you. Therefore, I upgraded the formation to the 5th grade, 9 heavens coiling dragon formation. It cost quite a few spirit stones. Please punish me, young miss." Hearing Zhuo Fan's words, the 2 members of the Long family couldn't remain calm any longer. A 5th-grade formation. A family in a remote place actually had someone who could set up a 5th-grade formation. Could he be a 5th-grade formation master? There weren't many 5th-grade formation masters in the entire heavenly martial empire. Even the 7 great imperial families didn't have many who could do it. Yet he could upgrade a formation in an instant. Seeing the shocked expressions of the 2, Luo Yunshang knew that Zhuo Yifan was deliberately humiliating them, so she went along with his intention and replied, "Steward Zhuo, this time you used so many spirit stones without my permission, you deserve to be punished. But considering your good intentions, it is not worth blaming you. Let us go." Having said that, she left Long Ji and Long Nu in shock. Zhuo Yifan and the Luo family group then turned and left. As soon as they left, Long Ju arrived. He immediately asked who set up the formation just now. The 2 exchanged glances. Long Ji finally calmed down and replied, "It was Steward Zhuo. Fan, only a Grand Master of formations would be so proficient in each level of understanding. Moreover, one must cultivate to comprehend the key points in the formations of heaven and earth. It took me my whole life to set up a 3rd-grade recognition formation. He is so young, yet he can already set up a 5th-grade formation. He is indeed a talent. Please invite him here. I have something I want to discuss with him." In a small pavilion within the courtyard, Long Ju brewed a pot of tea and placed it on the stone table. A moment later, Zhuo Yifan arrived with Long Ju and Long Ji. Long Ju spoke, "Brother Zhuo Fan, please sit down, sit down." Long Ju was a senior figure, yet he addressed Zhuo Yifan as a brother. It was evident that he truly valued talent. However, Zhuo Yifan didn't seem to care. He valued strength above all else. Age was irrelevant. "May I ask, What ninth brother seeks me for?" Shameless Long Niu angrily exclaimed. However, Long Jiu was overjoyed to hear him call him ninth brother and excitedly replied, "Since you've called me ninth brother, I want to beat around the bush. Your ability to set up a fifth-grade formation shouldn't be wasted in the hands of a small family, like the Luo family. How about coming to my place?" Chapter 16. Female Thief. After a slight pause, Long Jiu continued, "Brother Zhou, if you come to our hidden dragon pavilion, this older brother guarantees you will be well provided for. Even the family head will treat you with courtesy." Hearing Long Jiu's words, Long Ji and Long Niu were utterly shocked. The position of venerated guardian comes with the highest privileges in Veiled Dragon Pavilion, even ranking above the elders. How could Zhuo Yifan possibly be qualified to occupy such a position? But Zhuo Yifan wasn't interested in novelties and didn't show a hint of excitement. "I have a condition, is that all right?" As expected, this was within his expectations. While setting up the formation, he had anticipated this. Anyone in the Empire who could set up a fifth-grade formation was someone everyone wanted to snatch for their family. Even the Emperor would have to be wary. Of course, no problem as long as the Hidden Dragon Pavilion can do it. "You can name any condition, then I want her to pour tea and water and wash my feet. Is that all right too, Zhuo?" Yifan deliberately teased, pointing at Long Niu. "Ha ha ha, I was just joking. Don't worry. Doesn't the Luo family already have a great young lady? I have no desire to become a venerated guardian, just to gain more privileges. What I truly want is for the siblings of the Luo family to live in peace for the rest of their lives." Hearing his condition, the 3 members of Veiled Dragon Pavilion were momentarily stunned with his strength. All the great clans would fight to bring him over whatever treatment or status he wanted. He could easily obtain, but he didn't ask for anything for himself. He asked for the well-being of the Luo siblings. That was quite unexpected. Long Zhou, hearing this, didn't hesitate and replied, "All right, I agree. As long as the Hidden Dragon Pavilion exists, the Luo family will not only be safe, but their descendants will also be safe for generations to come. Rest assured, from now on, you are the honored guest of our Hidden Dragon Pavilion. I will report this to the family. 3 days later, Jai will take you to the family headquarters." Zhuofan picked up the teacup, took a sip, and suddenly waved his hand, saying, "I haven't agreed to be any honored guest or anything." Long Zhou's heart skipped a beat, and he suddenly stood up angrily, looking at Zhuo Yifan. "Weren't you just joking?" Zhuo Yifan chuckled lightly, and then looked at Long Zhu, seriously replying, "If it were before with this offer, I would definitely agree without hesitation, and the condition would only be as I said. But young Miss Long, do you remember what you said before? 10 years, give me 10 years, and I will definitely bring the Luo family to surpass the ranks of the 7 great imperial families." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan drained the tea in his cup in one gulp, then turned and left. At the same time, after leaving, Zhuofan went directly towards Luo Yongshang. On the way, he pondered many things. Such a good opportunity. The Luo family would be protected by the Hidden Dragon Pavilion for life, and the Luo family would be safe. His inner demon would also be resolved. However, Long Niu's words stirred up his competitive spirit. He had never succumbed to fate. The demonic path defied the heavens and changed destiny, all by one's own efforts. Now he wanted to help the Luo family not only to resolve his inner demon, but also for his demonic path. If the heavens wanted to stop him, he would defy the heavens and change fate. His fate was his own, not the heavens. At this moment, he decided to turn that declining family into the strongest great family under the heavens. Zhuo Yifan pushed open the door and entered, his face full of killing intent. Seeing him return, Luo Yunshang and Peng Yuan couldn't help but be startled. Gathering her courage, Luo Yunshang asked Zhuo Yifan, "What did Ninth Master want from you?" "He invited me to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to be an honored guest," Zhuo Yifan replied calmly. Hearing his words, Luo Yunshang was a little flustered. She knew that with his strength he could go much further and shouldn't bury himself in the small Luo family, but she was also a little reluctant. She forced a smile and said, "Then congratulations, you will surely have a bright future there," looking at their faces full of sorrow. He snorted lightly and sighed. "What, I refused him?" Why, hearing these words, everyone couldn't help but be startled, but they were extremely happy in their hearts. "For nothing, I'm going back to my room also. From now on, I am the chief steward of the Luo family. I will be in charge of everything Dawn to interfere within 10 years. I will definitely make the Luo family a stronger family than the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. As soon as he finished speaking, he quickly disappeared, leaving Luo Yunshang and the others standing stunned in place for a long time because of his words. For 10 days, no one saw Zhuo Yifan's figure he diligently cultivated, releasing the blood infant at night to absorb original force, and his target was the Kai family. Therefore, for these 10 days, the Kai family was constantly troubled, and the number of guards in the manor dwindled day by day. Zhuo Yifan had tried to send the blood infant to the Sun family to absorb original force, but there was a demonic path expert there, Elder Jane, and he nearly got discovered several times, so he didn't go there anymore. Today, as usual, Zhuo Yifan released the blood infant to absorb original force, unexpectedly encountering an unexpected person on the rooftop of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Spying, he immediately had the blood infant follow the figure to scout the situation. After a while, the figure stopped right at an inn. The blood infant gently flew to the window, probing inside. Inside the room, a group of burly men looked towards the person in black. A young girl beside them opened her mouth. "Young miss, how's the investigation going?" Zhuo Yifan was surprised that it was a woman he hadn't expected Blackwind Mountain to look down on the Luo family. To this extent, actually sending a woman to deal with them. Suddenly, he heard the woman shout loudly, "Xiaoquei, bring the brush here." The woman intently sketched on the paper. In just a moment, the entire layout of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion appeared before her. Take a good look. This is the structure of the main courtyard. This area is heavily guarded. These 4 corners have core realm experts stationed. The woman quickly pointed at the sketch, instructing her subordinates. "Young miss, this is the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. How can we attack? I am afraid we'll die outside before even reaching the gate. Don't worry. We have the Netherworld Valley as support. We just need to take advantage of the opportunity to create chaos rush in capture Luo Yunshang and kill the Luo family." The young woman spoke fiercely again. Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. What capture the young miss? She is a woman. What do they want to do with the young miss? Chapter 17. Interrogation. Young miss, there are some things I don't want to hear, but this matter concerns the lives of our brothers, so I must speak. After hesitating for a moment, the person continued. Young miss, although Deputy Chieftain has a relationship with the Netherworld Valley, this is the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. If we offend them, we will definitely encounter trouble. If the Netherworld Valley abandons us, we will only have death. Are you still afraid of death? Do you think you are worthy of the chieftain to treat and avenge the chieftain? Even 10 lives would be worth it. Retreat. Everyone follow the old plan. No one is to object. Hearing her subordinate say words, the woman snorted angrily and said the subordinates retreated in unison. At this moment, Xiaoquei beside her spoke. Young miss, you are truly powerful, possessing the demeanor of the Mountain Lord. If the foster father were still healthy, his aura would be many times greater than yours. No one in Blackwind Mountain would dare to disobey, and there wouldn't be so many questioners to comfort me anymore. I only hope that after this trip, I can obtain the returning dragon palm to cure the foster father's illness. Zhuo Yifan, listening to them outside, admired her somewhat. With just a few words, she could suppress the morale of the troops. Not bad, but they had come to harm the Luo family, so he definitely had to deal with them. Saying this, he immediately took action. Filial piety towards the foster father and reality were 2 different things also, who told her that the returning dragon palm could cure anyone's illness. Don't panic. I have no malicious intent. I just want to invite the 2 of you to come with me for a trip to clarify some things. The black-clad woman standing guard in front of the young girl looked fiercely at Zhuo Yifan. She hadn't noticed or known when this person had appeared. If he were an enemy, she would probably already be dead. Just who are you? Zhuo Yifan smiled and saluted, replying, this humble one is Zhou Fan, the steward of the Luo family. Hearing his words, the woman immediately gritted her teeth. Without a word, she immediately attacked. Since you re from the Luo family, then die. Seeing her attack, Zhuo Yifan was slightly startled. He hadn't expected her to be at the 9th level of the Qi Gathering Realm, wielding a spirit rank weapon. With such strength, she could completely fight someone in the core formation realm. But unfortunately, the person before her was him, his life-bound blood infant. Without saying much, he formed a blood seal in his hand, and a crimson blade flew towards the woman. The 2 of them froze at this moment. and taking advantage of this, he swept both women into his arms and returned. As soon as dawn broke, the two guards saw Zhuo Yifan's figure flash past, carrying two women with him, and they exchanged knowing smiles, teasing loudly, "Steward Zhuo, you had a hard night last night." At the same time, Long Niu also saw him and sneered, "Men are all the same." Zhuo Yifan carried the two women back into his room and roughly threw them onto the ground. Casually closing the door, he then sat down on a chair. Xiao Kui, having fallen on the ground, turned to ask her, young miss, are you all right?" The black-clad woman lying on the ground remained motionless as before she couldn't answer. Zhuo Yifan saw her situation and chuckled lightly, flicking his finger, restoring her freedom. She wasn't one to stay put as soon as she could move. She drew a dagger and stabbed towards Zhuo Yifan. However, how could she succeed? All her movements were within his grasp. "Not bad for your skills, but useless before me. I invited the two of you here just to ask a few questions. Answer honestly and I'll let you go. Also, it is best not to bring such dangerous weapons before me." Saying this, he took the dagger back into his hand. Suddenly remembering something, he spoke again. "Oh, right. Do you have anything else dangerous hidden on you?" Saying this, he pretended to want to search the black-clad woman. Her face flushed red, and she hurriedly shouted, "Don't you dare touch me!" His hand suddenly stopped, his eyes looking at her. Then he shook his head and said loudly, "Dare, whether I dare. Depends on if you're worthy. Just who are you? What are you doing in Fenglin City?" The black-clad woman turned her head away, not wanting to answer. How could that old demon lord spare her? The more stubborn she was, the more ruthless he became. He immediately tore off a piece, then another piece, until the woman's clothes were no longer intact. Zhuo Yifan once again pressed, "Who are you? What are you doing in Fenglin City?" Seeing that she still didn't want to answer, Zhuo Yifan coldly raised his hand, wanting to continue tearing her clothes. Finally, the young woman, terrified and unable to resist any longer, spoke. "I am Lei Yuting, the adopted daughter of the Black Wind Mountain Lord. This time I came here to take advantage of the Netherworld Valley's attack on the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to capture Luo Yunshang and destroy the Luo family." Zhuo Yifan's face remained impassive, as if this was within his expectations, but what he wanted was the key point, the relationship between the Netherworld Valley and Blackwind Mountain, and who was pulling the strings at Blackwind Mountain. He continued to press the woman. "What relationship do you have with the Netherworld Valley? What benefits did they give you? How do you and the Netherworld Valley contact each other? Who is pulling the strings?" Lei Yuting's eyes flickered slightly, but she remained silent. Zhuo Yifan immediately became fierce again, tearing her clothes until she was only left with a pink undergarment covering her. Lei Yuting began to feel fear tears welling up in her eyes, but she remained silent, biting her lip without speaking. Zhuo Yifan looked at her beautiful face, but it didn't affect him. He slowly reached towards her chest, wanting to remove the last piece of clothing covering her. He said coldly, "This is your last chance to maintain your dignity. If you still don't speak, there are still dozens of lustful men outside. I'll count to 3, 1, 2. Saying this, he reached out towards her. Don Xiao Kui beside her finally cried out in fear. Chapter 18. Old Huangzhong. The demon emperor, finally Xiao Kui, beside her, couldn't bear to see her young miss being humiliated like this, and spoke up. "It has nothing to do with the Netherworld Valley. It was senior brother Yang Ming who orchestrated everything." Seeing the girl beside her about to reveal everything, Lei Yuting tried to stop her, but before she could speak, Zhuo Yifan interrupted her. She could only watch helplessly as Xiao Kui revealed all the secrets of the Netherworld Valley and Blackwind Mountain. "Who is senior brother Yang Zhuo?" Yifan slowly asked. "He is Yang Ming, the Mountain Lord's personal disciple and also the young Miss' fiancé. But the Mountain Lord was assassinated by Luo Jianan. His body is incapacitated and he can speak. So we coordinated with Steward's son to attack the Luo family to avenge the Mountain Lord. But unfortunately, Luo Yunshang escaped. We only recently discovered that you were in Fenglin City enough. How did you know that the person who ambushed the Mountain Lord was Luo Jianan? Did you see it? Senior brother Yang saw it?" Zhuo Yifan listened silently to Xiao Kui's words as if realizing something. So the feud between the Luo family and Blackwind Mountain originated from this Yang Ming was the one pulling the strings behind everything. But he immediately asked, so the matter of the returning dragon palm being able to treat the mountain, Lord S. injuries was also Yang Ming. S. doing Lei Yuting, and little Kui were a little stunned upon hearing this. How could he know such a thing with everything clear? Zhuo Yifan felt there was no need for Lei Yuting to suffer any more, and wanted to withdraw his hand from before her chest. Just at this moment, the door behind him suddenly opened, and Luo Yunshang stepped in. Zhuo Fan, what are you doing in the room? As soon as Luo Yunshang entered, she saw Zhuo Yifan's improper situation. In his room were two women, one of whom was disheveled, and his hand was still in front of the other woman's chest, not yet withdrawn. She felt ashamed and angry. This is the steward. This is still the courtyard of the hidden dragon pavilion. How could you do such an improper thing in this place? Zhuo Yifan was slightly startled when she entered, then replied calmly, I'm doing this for the Luo family because of the Luo family. You brought two women of unknown origin back home for an entire night. Yet you say it's for the Luo family. Didn't you say you wanted to become strong? Didn't you want the Luo family to surpass the 7 great imperial families? So what are you doing? Hearing her angry scolding, Zhuo Yifan was taken aback from the beginning. Luo Yunshang had always maintained the image of a refined, virtuous, and gentle young lady. Yet now she was speaking so loudly. Seeing this, he explained to her, They are people from Blackwind Mountain. I just finished interrogating them. Hearing the 3 words, Blackwind Mountain, the anger within Luo Yunshang instantly surged. She quickly gathered energy in her palm and struck towards Lei Yuting, shouting loudly, Pay for my father's life. Seeing the situation before them, ready to fight, Zhuo Yifan immediately stopped Luo Yunshang, saying, Wait, the feud between the Luo family and Blackwind Mountain isn't as simple as that. It is possible that everything was caused by the 7 great imperial families. As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yunshang was immediately stunned looking at him. Lei Yuting and little Kui also looked at him in the same way they all knew. Towards the 7 great imperial families, whether it was the Luo family or Blackwind Mountain, they were at most insignificant dust, not worth mentioning, and could be destroyed at any time. If it was truly as he said, they were pawns used by the 7 great imperial families as expendable pieces to achieve their goals. Seeing them pondering, Zhuo Yifan continued, Young Miss Lei, I want you to take me to Blackwind Mountain for a trip. I want to clarify the cause of this matter. You want me to take you to Blackwind Mountain's camp. You redreaming. Lei Yuting snorted coldly, speaking angrily. Seeing her unwillingness, Zhuo Yifan turned to Luo Yunshang. Young miss, please lend me the returning dragon palm. What do you want to do? Although doubtful, Luo Yunshang still followed his wishes and gave it to him. She knew he had the strength to go and didn't need this weapon. He was also a 5th grade formation master. He must have something he needed to do. Your returning dragon palm, but it can to cure your mountain lord's illness. I just need you to take me to Blackwind Mountain to investigate the matter thoroughly. It is possible that this Yang Ming of yours, Yang Ming could easily instigate the Luo family's steward to rebel, and could also have connections with the Netherworld Valley, so young Miss Lei. Do you understand him well? Zhuo Yifan maliciously speculated, handing the returning dragon palm to Lei Yuting to show his sincerity. After hesitating for a moment, Lei Yuting finally agreed. The other party had already given her the family treasure. There was no reason for them to deceive her thinking. This, she nodded towards Zhuo Yifan. Seeing her agree, he grinned. However, he suddenly remembered something and coughed twice, reminding young Miss Lei be careful not to catch a cold. Being reminded by him, Lei Yuting finally remembered that her clothes were no longer intact. She had actually been talking to him all this time, with only an undergarment covering her. Her face immediately flushed red, and she turned away, scolding him, Get out. Luo Yunshang and little Kui also realized this, and pushed him out. Zhuo Yifan, being pushed out, teased young Miss Lei wear a little more. In the future, it might offer a bit more protection. In a small forest, in the middle of nowhere, a black-clad woman and an old man walked side by side. The woman was tall and slender, with a beautiful face like a flower. The old man's hair was already graying, and he had a long beard on his chin. His eyes looked old, but a sharp light constantly flickered within them. The two arrived at the foot of a mountain. The woman looked at the distant mountain peak, glanced at the old man, and said, Zhuofan, you better know your place. If I find out you have any ill intentions towards Blackwind Mountain, I will definitely not spare you." The old man looked up at the sky and laughed, shaking his head. "Young Miss Lei, rest assured, I'm only here to investigate the situation. Not for revenge, moreover. What can you do to me?" Lei Yuting coldly snorted and walked straight ahead. "Also, if little Kui loses even a strand of hair, you'd better watch out. Don't worry, I am keeping little Kui alive to save your life." Zhuo Fan glanced at her meaningfully for a long time and said mysteriously, "That's also for your own good." Lei Yuting looked at Zhuo Yifan suspiciously, seeing him shake his head and say nothing. She didn't ask any further questions for the time being. Just like that, the two walked side by side up the mountain. When they reached the middle of the mountain, they encountered the gatekeepers of Blackwind Mountain. "Who goes there?" "A ruin lie, young miss, is back. Weren't you in Fenglin City?" Lei Yuting, hearing his question, immediately glared at the person replying arrogantly. "I returned because of some business." Saying this, she went straight towards the upper part of the mountain. Zhuo Yifan looked at the person who had just blocked their path, then looked at her meaningfully and said that Yang Ming man. Your arrival in Fenglin City was a secret, yet a gatekeeper at the foot of the mountain knows about it. Just wait, when we reach the mountaintop, Yang Ming will definitely welcome you." Lei Yuting was slightly startled, pondering his words. Her eyebrows furrowed. She had extreme trust in Yang Ming, but Zhuo Yifan had been by her side for the past few days, pointing out unusual things, and she was starting to have doubts. Very quickly, the two passed through several gates. Finally, the gate of Blackwind Mountain camp appeared before them at the mountain top. Just as the two were about to enter, a figure appeared. It was a handsome young man with a hint of sinister charm. As soon as he looked at Zhuo Yifan, he recognized him as Yang Ming. He turned to Lei Yuting and whispered smugly, "Look, someone has always been reporting your movements to me." But Lei Yuting didn't look happy at all. She was finally starting to believe Zhuo Yifan's words. There was a high possibility that Yang Ming was the one pulling the strings behind the feud between the Luo family and Blackwind Mountain. Gently biting her lip, she walked towards him with a somewhat complicated expression. "Yuting, weren't you in Fenglin City? Why did you suddenly return?" Chapter 19. Old Huangzhong, the Demon Emperor, Part 2. This is Yang Ming cast his gaze towards Zhuo Yifan, smiling as he asked Lei Yuting. Lei Yuting hesitated for a moment, probing senior brother. The hidden dragon pavilion isn't easy to deal with, and the Netherworld Valley's people aren't trustworthy. This operation is truly too dangerous, so I ordered them to temporarily hold back and observe the situation. Hearing these words, Yang Ming's expression suddenly changed, even revealing a hint of killing intent. "Junior sister, Yuting Master's kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain for the old man. What if we sacrifice our lives? We aren't a people who cling to life and fear death. Moreover, how can Master's grudge go unavenged?" "Of course I understand this, but..." Lei Yuting frowned and bit her lip, saying, "Enough. Who is this?" "He is a second-grade alchemist I invited over. Who knows, he might be able to save foster father." At this moment, Zhuo Yifan stepped forward and interjected between the two of them. "This old man has traveled the martial world, treating all kinds of illnesses, even terminal illnesses, with sequelae. As long as this old man makes a move, the illness will be cured." Before Zhuo Yifan could finish speaking, Yang Ming waved his sleeve angrily and said, "Junior sister, you were severely injured by the returning dragon palm, and can only be treated with the returning dragon palm. Could it be that you don't trust me?" Hearing this, Lei Yuting thought of the time she spent with Yang Ming, and a hint of hesitation arose in her heart. Zhuo Yifan once again stood between the two and said, "Little brother, give me a chance. I really can get lost." Yang Ming, furious in his heart, couldn't help but attack, sending a palm strike towards Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan sensed the force of that palm, but for the sake of the act gritted his teeth and received it. He flew out but still stubbornly spoke, "If you don't want to give it, then don't why hit people. This old man is already this old. I can't withstand one of your strikes. Young lady, I dare not treat it. Indeed, doing business with mountain bandits isn't easy." "What are you saying? This gentleman is my guest. If you want to hit someone, then hit me." Luo Yunshang hurriedly stepped in to stop them. "All right, if you want him to treat him, then treat him. If he does anything to Master, I will definitely not spare you." Saying this, Yang Ming waved his sleeve and left, not even glancing at Lei Yuting. Being abandoned by Yang Ming Lei? Yuting resentfully glared at Zhuo Yifan. It's all your fault. Senior brother won't even talk to me anymore. I shouldn't have trusted you. Young Miss Lei, didn't your foster father teach you how to judge people? When judging people, you have to look at what they do, not just listen to what they say. Just now, he deliberately didn't let me treat him because he wasn't clear about my strength. But when he made a move to test me and saw that my strength was ordinary, he then agreed to let me treat the illness. Tell me, isn't he suspicious in every way? Lei Yuting was startled, once again recalling Yang Ming's actions, just as Zhuo Yifan said. When he left, she seemed to see him faintly smile. Could it be Lei Yuting didn't dare to think further? She could only control herself, not to make any rash moves, keeping his expressions in Zhuo Yifan's sight. Zhuo Yifan stood up and patted her shoulder. Let us go, let us go. See your foster father's illness. What treating the illness? You're just a swindler putting on an act. If you were going to act, then act it out completely. Moreover, the play hasn't ended yet. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan walked directly in. Lei Yuting followed closely behind. The two of them went in and saw Yang Ming sitting beside the mountain lord's bed, pretending to be a well-behaved junior. Unfortunately, at this moment, Lei Yuting didn't dare to trust him anymore. You swindler, if anything happens to my master, I want to spare you seeing the two of them enter. Yang Ming slammed the bowl of porridge on the table and glared angrily at them. Zhuo Yifan chuckled softly, his legs taking him towards the old man lying on the bed to examine his injuries, the moment he touched the old man's hand. He was slightly stunned, seeing a deep smile blooming on the old man's face. Lord Mountain, isn't he suffering from external injuries nor internal injuries? But before Zhuo Yifan could finish speaking, Yang Ming couldn't he wait any longer. A flash of killing intent appeared in his eyes. He hadn't expected that this person who was only at the 4th level of the QE gathering realm in his eyes could see through his scheme. As for Lei Yuting, she didn't believe he could diagnose any kind of illness. He was merely putting on an act. He was invaded by a foreign object. Zhuo Fan continued touching his nose suddenly amidst the broken corner of the table. The old man on the bed seemed to want to say something to them, but regrettably he couldn't speak. He was clearly a little agitated. Absurd talk. Yang Ming advanced fiercely towards Zhuo Yifan, grabbing him with one hand, nearly causing him to fall, making Lei Yuting stunned by his actions. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? A sinister look appeared in Yang Ming's eyes as he turned his head towards her and said coldly, Is there something you're hiding from me? Junior sister Xiaokui, where is she? Lei Yu? Ting was slightly startled, hesitated for a moment, then quickly shook her head and smiled. I told her to go out for something. Looking at her expression, he knew she definitely knew something. Without waiting for her to answer, Yang Ming fiercely struck out a palm towards her, caught off guard. She immediately flew out, a thread of blood appearing on her face. Immediately after, Yang Ming pressed a round object and a large hole instantly appeared in the room. In an instant, both Zhuo Fan and Lei Yuting fell inside. Lei Yuting looked at this situation and immediately understood, questioning Yang Ming. Yang Ming, so you were the one behind all this. Ha ha, junior sister. When you returned this time, I already felt something was wrong, and you even brought a second-grade alchemist as expected. You've begun to suspect me. Hearing him speak, Lei Yuting couldn't suppress her anger, mixed with a trace of sorrow, and she shouted loudly, How could you do this? Foster father was not unkind to you. Yang Ming sneered, ignoring her questioning, and replied calmly, So, what if he was good to me? I came here with a purpose. I originally didn't want to make a move against you so soon, but unexpectedly, you brought an alchemist here, ruining my plans. Hearing these words, Lei Yuting immediately burst into tears. She had trusted him so much, yet he had plotted against her, not even wanting to spare her life. Zhuo Fan watched from the side, shaking his head helplessly, without any pity for her. Who could she blame? Now she could only blame herself for being blind. However, since he was acting, he had to play his part. Well, little brother, if you have grudges, then you settle them yourselves. I'm innocent, let me go. Me, old swindler. If I hadn't been patient, whether I killed you or not, wouldn't have mattered it. It's a pity you diagnosed the old man's illness. Original illness. What original illness? I just felt that he had been lying down for too long, and toxins had built up in his body. So I was planning to give him some bowel-clearing pills to see if that would help. Hearing this, Yang Ming was startled and surprised. He actually didn't know This made him hastily make a move, revealing his plan. Damn this old man! Pretending and acting, ruining my great plan. Wait until I finish my main business. Then I'll deal with you. Guard this place for me. No one is allowed to enter. Let me go, I am innocent Zhuo, Yifan stubbornly called out, seeing him leave. He stopped acting. Turning his head to look at Lei Yuting, he saw her sitting curled up in a ball, her eyes wet with tears. Women were all like this, always putting their whole heart into the person they thought loved them, only to have their lives plotted against, causing them heart-wrenching pain. He stroked his chin and smiled. You are in the same boat as my young miss. You can communicate more in the future to learn survival skills. Whether we can get out is still a question. Where will there be a future? Lei Yuting glanced at him coldly. Zhuo Fan chuckled softly, his face full of confidence. Everything is within my plan. I'll let you out tonight. If you want to die, you can kill yourself right now. Even if I die, I'll drag you down with me. Lei Yu, Ting shouted loudly. After a period of commotion in the pitch-black cave, Zhuo Fan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and looked at Lei Yuting, who was quietly sleeping on the ground, and felt relieved. Luckily, she didn't cause any trouble, otherwise he would have had to deal with her. He immediately summoned the blood infant and revealed a sinister smile. Go eliminate all of them. Chapter 20. Uprooting the weeds, as soon as the blood infant appeared, it was silent without a sound. It burrowed into the bodies of each guard. Those who didn't understand what was happening exploded. The lives of everyone in Heifengshan quietly ended like this. Suddenly, at this moment, a voice came from the body of the guard at the door. Quickly open the mechanism and release us. The remaining guard was surprised and asked, Why is the voice of someone locked in the secret chamber coming from your body? But as soon as he finished speaking, the other guard's body exploded. He immediately ran away in fear, but a streak of red light didn't spare him, quickly burrowing into his body and saying, Open the mechanism, release us, looking at the state of his comrade before him. His hands and feet trembled, and without daring to delay, he abandoned everything and ran inside, opening the mechanism to release Zhuo Fan and Lei Yuting. Below, Zhuo Fan smiled sinisterly. Having achieved his goal, the door to the secret chamber had also opened, and he could finally get out. He woke up. Lei Yuting, young Miss Lei, have you recovered? If you don't want to die, follow me out. Saying this, he leaped out. Lei Yuting was surprised, not understanding how he could open the mechanism door, but hearing his words, she didn't care anymore, and angrily cursed, Humph! You want me to die like this? Then I'll live. As soon as she finished speaking, she also leaped out. The two safely left the mechanism. The guard saw the two of them and hurriedly knelt down. Esteemed sirs and young miss, please spare me. I was forced by the young chieftain, by that damned Yang Ming. Lei Yuting looked on, not clearly understanding what had happened, and remained silent. Zhuo Fan waved his hand coldly and said, Move aside, saying this. He went straight to the bed of the old mountain lord, looking directly at the person lying there. I can help you heal, but you must listen to me from now on. You can really cure my foster father's illness. Lei Yuting asked in surprise upon hearing him. Ignoring her, Zhuo Fan motioned for the person on the bed to move, but there was a hint of hesitation in his eyes, knowing what the person was pondering. He said, Rest assured, I won. Let anyone harm your family. I am the steward of the Luo family. We share a common enemy. I need a core realm expert. Seeing that he had shown signs of agreement, Zhuo Fan curved his fingers, and the blood infant flew out of the guard's body, heading straight towards the body of the person on the bed. Seeing the streak of red light fly out, the guard revealed a look of fear. He had seen it explode. His comrade without a sound. Lei Yuting saw it and was shocked she had also suffered under this red light. She raised her hand, wanting to stop him. What do you want to do? Treat him. Zhuo Fan replied calmly. You said this thing can heal injuries. Tell me, what do you know about this thing? She had only seen it fight her, and moreover, she clearly knew its power and influence. She had suffered because of this thing. Now he was telling her he wanted to use it to heal her foster father. Of course she wouldn't believe him. Knowing what she wanted to hear, Zhuo Fan explained, demonic objects are what demonic path cultivators often refine. Whether for attack or defense, demonic objects are extremely important. Do you know why I said earlier that he had a foreign object in his body, and why Yang Ming attacked us? Didn't you say you were just guessing now? I know why you were deceived, truly foolish. If I hadn't said that, how could I have fooled him? He attacked us because I hit his sore spot. This old man can move because of a demonic object invasion, therefore I have to use a demonic object to eliminate it. Just at this moment, the person on the bed stirred and spoke. Ting foster father, you can talk. As Lei Yu Ting approached. She saw a snow-white insect slowly crawling out of the old man's body. Lei Yu Ting was shocked seeing the appearance of that insect. She became furious. So it was you who harmed my foster father like this. Her whole body radiated anger as she fiercely lunged towards the insect to stab it. Suddenly, Zhuo Fan shouted loudly. Grabbing her hand tightly, she was slightly startled and looked at him in confusion, only to see a hint of excitement in his eyes. What are you doing? Why are you stopping me from killing this thing? Lei Yu Ting asked, puzzled. What do you know? Zhuo Fan cursed without reservation, taking out a small box from his pocket and putting the insect inside. He truly hadn't expected such a great harvest from this trip to Heifengshan. This insect is a snow toad born in extremely cold places, extremely rare. The majority of people in the demonic path raise them as goo worms. However, even in the Azure domain, few people know about them. Snow toads have a fatal talent. If they parasitize someone, they will seek the next host when the current host dies. Otherwise, no matter what method you use, you won to be able to eliminate it just now. I used the blood infant and the heavenly demon great transformation art to eliminate its larvae, making it think its host had died, which is why it was willing to crawl out. Now that it has fallen into his hands, he will definitely turn it into the most terrifying thing in the world. Having thought this, he turned to Lei Yu Ting and said quickly, carry this old man, we are going back to Fenglin City. Zhuo Fan then glanced at the surviving guard, revealing a smile. Thank you for opening the mechanism for me. However, you have outlived your usefulness. Saying this without waiting for him to reply, he made a move and completely blew the person up, not even leaving a corpse behind. Lei Yu Ting had wanted to stop him, but turned to her and said, reluctant, if news of you saving him gets out, you will be in danger. Tinger Hies right, the old man on Lei Yu Ting's back, spoke at this moment Steward Zhuo. Thank you at this moment. Lei Yu Ting was completely in awe of him, who could have thought that he was such a ruthless and terrifying killer. Moreover, along the way, she had clearly seen over 300 or 400 people die without a sound. No one knew how or when they died. No one knew except for that man. She didn't know if cooperating with him would ultimately be beneficial, but she truly understood that opposing him meant a complete and utter death. Chapter 21. Elder of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. After 10 days, Zhuo Fan, Lei Yu Ting, and the old man had secretly sneaked into the Luo family's courtyard at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Their journey had taken 10 days to half a month, but fortunately before leaving, Zhuo Fan had made proper arrangements. The Heifengshan side hadn't made any moves, and the Luo family was still safe. A while later, in a small room, Xiao Kui's scream was heard as the door opened. Xiao Kui, her face full of tears, rushed forward and hugged Lei Yu Ting tightly. Young Miss, seeing her cry, Lei Yu Ting wiped the tears from her face and comforted her silly girl. Did they make things difficult for you? Young Miss, rest assured everyone in the Luo family, except for that bad man. Zhuo Fan is very kind. Xiao Kui shook her head and replied. Hearing his name mentioned, Zhuo Yifan spoke up. At this moment, little girl, you're not allowed to badmouth people behind their backs. Be careful, or I'll deal with you right now. Following behind, Zhuo Yifan were Luo Yunshang, Commander Pang Yuan, and Luo Yunhai. The three of them chuckled secretly upon hearing Xiao Kui's words, but Luo Yunhai innocently said, little girl, you're done for my big brother Zhuo loves spanking people the most. You dare to badmouth him. Be careful of your behind. Hearing these words, Xiao Kui couldn't help but be startled, remembering his ruthlessness when interrogating her young miss, coupled with Luo Yunhai's words. She hurriedly hid behind Lei Yu Ting Zhuo. Yifan, hearing this, also widened his eyes, so in their hearts, he was such a fierce person. Luo Yunshang and Commander Pang Yuan exchanged glances. They knew this man had a sharp tongue and cruel actions, but he had always protected them wholeheartedly. He also had a warm side to him. Amidst the commotion, an excited voice suddenly rang out. This is Yunshang, then you must be Yunhai. Heaven bless both of Zhenin's children are safe and sound. Senior, may I ask who you are? Luo Yunshang looked at the old man and asked in surprise, "This is the mountain lord of Heifengshan, also the leader who spearheaded the destruction of the Luo family." Zhuo Yifan hurriedly introduced. Hearing these words, Luo Yunshang was shocked, her face darkening, her eyes filled with intense killing intent. Seeing this, Lei Yuting hurriedly stepped in front of her foster father, fearing that this young miss would harm him. But at this moment, the old man slowly pulled Lei Yuting aside and said, "Tinger, step back. The Luo family as matter is my fault. If you want to kill or chop, do as you please. This old man has no complaints." Foster father, mountain lord. Lei Yuting and Xiao Kui cried out in unison. The old man ignored them and continued, "This is what I owe the Luo family. Don't interfere." Luo Yunshang looked in surprise at the inconveniently moving figure kneeling before her, her hands and feet stiff, not knowing what to do. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan immediately stepped in to mediate. This old man was deceived by Yang Ming, made to lie still. He only just recovered. The massacre of the Luo family has nothing to do with him. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Luo Yunshang choked with anger and resentment, questioning Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Fan touched his chin and said indifferently, "This old man was blind, leading wolves into the house, which is why your Luo family suffered such a tragedy. It's reasonable for you to kill him for revenge." Luo Yunshang helplessly glanced at him. She couldn't accept his reasoning. She hurriedly rushed to the old man's side and helped him up. "Senior, you were also harmed. We done to blame you. No, I and Chenin were sworn brothers, but the Luo family suffered because of me. It's my fault towards him," the old man said painfully. Luo Yunshang looked at Luo Yunhai in surprise, seeing her younger brother shake his head. She asked again, "Senior, why have I never heard my father mention you?" Taking a deep breath, the old man said with agitated emotions, "The Luo family is a renowned and respected clan. This old man came from the mountains. How dared I climb so high? It was only when I met your father that I found a kindred spirit. We became sworn brothers, but fearing it would affect the Luo family's reputation, we could only interact secretly. Moreover, the Lei family's ancestors taught not to antagonize the Luo and Kai families. The Kai family I know. But I don't know if Lei is referring to the old senior." Luo Yunhai spoke unexpectedly. "Father never mentioned the old senior," Luo Yunshang asked suspiciously. "Father said it was a secret. Men didn't want women to know, let alone tell others. Could it be that the Lei family's and Luo family's teachings are only passed down to the family heads?" Zhuo Yifan listened silently, pointing out the key point. That's right, this ancestral teaching is passed down to each generation's family head. Unfortunately, this old man has no children to pass it on to. Moreover, Shenan and I were close. How could I harm the Luo family? Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan frowned and muttered, "Old man Lei Yuntian of the Lei family has inherited martial arts, right?" The old man nodded and replied, "Yes, spirit-grade martial arts, the shocking thunder pool, is the inherited martial art of my Lei family. I've already passed it on to Ting Er, but the jade slip was snatched away by Yang Ming." Zhuo Fan clapped his hands. "Finally, I understand," he immediately said to them, so that they were aiming for this. "Stay here and wait for me to return." Saying this, he decisively stepped out the door, leaving only his back and everyone's doubts behind. No one knew what he wanted to do again. Arriving at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's headquarters, it was still a tall building, still those two guards this time. As soon as Zhuo Fan arrived, he directly went inside. No one dared to step forward to stop him anymore. As soon as he reached a branch pavilion, he saw Long Yi and Long Nu standing at the door. He loudly called out, "Ju Gege." Long Nu saw him and shouted loudly, fearing he would disturb the people inside. She angrily cursed. "Shut up, ninth uncle, isn't receiving guests today. You get lost." Seeing her stop him, he didn't care and waved his hand, charging forward. "I am not a guest either. I have important matters to discuss with Long Ju. Get out of the way." "What important matters do you have? Don't think, just because ninth uncle values you, that you can act recklessly. This is the Hidden Dragon Pavilion." Seeing him still stubbornly charging in, Long Nu joined forces with Long Jai to block him. Seeing the two of them about to argue again, Long Jai stepped forward to mediate. "Brother Zhou, ninth, uncle isn't seeing you today. Please go back." Seeing this situation, Zhuo Fan realized that forcefully charging in was useless, so he chuckled softly. "Little girl, do you know where I went today?" "You bad men, where else could you go?" You brought back two beauties a few days ago. You must have been doing things with women, right? Zhuo Fan couldn't help but smile. Haha. I wish I could. But I am not as idle as young Miss Long. Actually, I went to investigate the movements of the Netherworld Valley. They will quickly attack the Hidden Dragon Pavilion when that time comes. Don't blame me for not reminding you. Tell Zhu Ge for me that I'm taking the Luo family to hide to avoid the Netherworld Valley destroying you and implicating us. After speaking, Zhuo Fan immediately strode back to the branch pavilion. Long Yu wanted to curse him. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion was like this to him. Yet he wasn't grateful, but instead cursed them. She was about to scold him when Long Ju's voice came from inside. Invite Brother Zhuo. In hearing these words, Zhuo Fan smiled smugly. No need to invite me. I'll go in myself. Zhuo Fan directly went inside and saw Long Zhou sitting in the main hall smiling as he looked at him. Brother Zhuo, what brings you to this old man? I am reminding you, if it is some trivial matter, I won to spare you. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but touch his nose, refusing to comment, and smiled. The Netherworld Valley is about to attack. Is this a big or small matter? As soon as he heard this news, before Long Zhu could react, two figures immediately appeared behind him, carrying a powerful aura, even more terrifying than Long Zhu's. A strong pressure immediately descended towards Zhuo Fan. Caught off guard, Zhuo Fan couldn't resist and slowly retreated. Chapter 22. Hidden Plot. This aura is of the fire element cultivation technique of the 10 great sages. The other person has the diamond body. The strength of these two people is immeasurable, far beyond the divine transformation realm. They are considered the top experts in the continent, as expected of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, worthy of being one of the 7 great imperial families. They actually have such powerful experts guarding them. After a long silence, they withdrew their aura cautiously, looking at him, assessing him. So you are the junior that old Jew has been endlessly praising, Zhuo Fan. I heard you are a 5th grade formation master. Indeed, this junior only knows a little bit of 5th grade formations. I am afraid it won't enter the esteemed eyes of the two seniors. Zhuo Yifan nodded and respectfully replied, Haha. A 5th grade formation master is highly respected and well treated in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Now that you've arrived, the two of us elders must be respectful towards you. The golden-haired old man smiled, his face full of amiability, after hearing his confirmation. At this moment, the red-haired old man spoke. Hey kid. Old Jew said, you are very arrogant. You said you would bring a small clan up to the level of the 7 great imperial families within 10 years. Yet the moment you met him, you called him 9th brother once, then 9th brother twice. You are indeed very arrogant, but why do you seem so weak and submissive when you meet us? Hearing these words, Zhuo Fan smiled faintly and said, 9th brother and I have met many times, so I know him well. But this is my first time meeting the two seniors. How could I possibly use the same attitude I have with 9th brother to greet the two of you? Hearing this, the two old men couldn't help but be startled, looking at him with different eyes. Long Zhu, however, was so angry that he trembled. Good kid, very good. So you measure your words and actions. I thought you were arrogant with everyone, but it turns out you only act that way with this old man, and you shrink back when you meet someone powerful. The reason I am arrogant with Zhu Ge is because I consider him one of my own. Zhu Ge is a senior with a broad mind and one to hold it against me. If I were to encounter someone narrow-minded, wouldn't being arrogant with them be asking for death? That is just foolish. The two old men beside him continuously glanced at and assessed Zhuo Yifan. He was indeed, as old Zhu had said, understanding people's hearts and flattering without leaving a trace. Hearing his words, even if old Zhu was angry that a junior was on equal footing with him, he wouldn't hold it against him indeed. Clever this kid, I like him. Ha 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 ha. After hearing him speak, the red-haired old man heartily laughed a few times in admiration. If I didn't know your intentions towards the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, this old man would have taken you as a disciple. The golden-haired old man also nodded in agreement, smiling faintly as he looked at him. Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan sneered inwardly. He was the dignified demon emperor of the Saint Realm. Even if he had fallen to the mortal realm, he wouldn't bother with such things, taking those in the profound heaven realm as his masters. That was impossible. It would be more reasonable for them to seek his guidance. It wasn't their turn to act superior to him. Oh right, you just said that people from the Netherworld Valley have arrived, is there such a thing? While he was still pondering, the golden-haired old man spoke again. Seeing that they had gotten to the main point, Zhuo Yifan nodded slightly in affirmation. Half a month ago, I discovered that besides Elder Jane, the Sun family had two more very strong auras. It is just that I went out for something these past few days and didn't have time to monitor. I don't know if they've brought more people since then. The more the merrier, I'll make sure they go, but never return. As soon as he finished speaking, Longju slammed his hand fiercely on the table. His eyes filled with killing intent as he angrily spoke. The golden-haired old man looked at Longju's actions, suddenly frowned and coldly shouted, then looked towards Zhuo Yifan. Old Ju Don Ti act rashly, little brother. How did you know? I have my ways which cannot be revealed. Hearing his question, Zhuo Fan wasn't willing to let them know and shook his head with a smile. Having received reliable information from Zhuo Fan earlier, Longju clearly trusted him much more. He nodded firmly towards the golden-haired old man and said, "Third brother, his information is very trustworthy. He was the one who informed me about Elder Jane's arrival earlier, and I personally went to verify it. It was exactly as he said." The golden-haired old man frowned, and the red-haired old man exchanged a glance with him, looking at Zhuo Fan in surprise. "Oh, little brother, you truly surprise me. May I ask who your esteemed master is?" The ruler of the 9 underworlds. He wanted to avoid future trouble, so he gave them a name in the Saint Realm. This name would be associated with the 9 underworld demon emperor, but for mortals, they definitely wouldn't have heard of it. After all, this place was too far away to reach the level of knowing the titles of the ancient 10 emperors. As expected, this name made them feel ignorant, profound, and unfathomable. They didn't pursue the question further. Your esteemed master must be a reclusive expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have nurtured a young 5th-grade formation master like Brother Zhuo. Zhuo Fanhei DNT forgotten his purpose in coming here first, to give them information, and second, to exchange it for some benefits for old Shan. He really needed a core realm expert to work for him. Oh right, 9th brother, do you still have any rejuvenation pills? Seeing that he had provided them with useful information, Longju didn't hesitate and handed one to him, receiving the pill in his hand. Zhuo Fan didn't linger and immediately wanted to leave, not wanting to waste any time. "Many thanks, 9th brother and the 2 seniors. This junior will take his leave." "You brat, so that was your only purpose. You even interrupted our meeting, seeing him leave after achieving his goal." Longzhou was a little angry and spoke loudly. Ignoring Longju's angry, scolding Zhuo, Fan waved his hand and said, "I'll give you another piece of information as a gift. The Netherworld Valley will make a move within the next 2 days. Prepare your defenses after speaking." Zhuo Fan laughed loudly and walked towards the door, leaving only his back for the 2 astonished old men to endlessly assess. Old Ju, Old Wu. This person, besides being clever and quick-witted, actually considers every word he says very carefully, with profound calculations. He is so young, yet already proficient in such rare techniques. I wonder whose disciple he is in the future. Our Qianlong Pavilion must befriend him. At the same time, Zhuofan didn't pay attention to how they were evaluating him. At this moment, he immediately returned to the Luo family's courtyard earlier. Luo Yunshang had learned everything from old Lei's words. As soon as he returned, he handed the pill to He Fengshan. "Ju, quickly use this. It can help you recover faster." "What is this?" Lei Yuting asked in surprise. "A rejuvenation pill." Lei Yuting was shocked. A rejuvenation pill was a 9th-grade pill. Tens of thousands of spirit stones were needed to buy just one. He Fengshan wouldn't be able to plunder enough in a year. How could the Luo family casually throw one out? Were the Luo family so rich? Elder sister Yuting Danti worry the Hidden Dragon Pavilion owes us 10 million. 1/3-grade pill is just the interest. Seeing Lei Yuting's surprise, Luo Yunshang stepped forward and patted her shoulder, saying, "The Hidden Dragon Pavilion owes them so much, no wonder they protect them." "Wait a minute, Guiyunzhuang. How come they are so rich? The more we rob them, the richer they get." Only Zhuo Fan and the others helplessly rolled their eyes, muttering "women" twice. At the same time, in the Sun family, a secret chamber, Yang Ming was respectfully cupping his fists in a salute to Elder Jane. Elder Jane glanced at him and opened his mouth to speak. "You've been hiding in He Fengshan for over 10 years. You've done well, but why was this operation entrusted to a young girl?" With a faint smile, Yang Ming confidently said, It was just a small accident. It nothing. As soon as he finished speaking, a streak of cyan light flashed across Yang Ming's face, leaving behind a trail of blood. Fresh blood slowly flowed down, gazing intently at him. Elder Jane finally spoke. This plan to seize power has been prepared by the family for over 10 years. If it fails, because of you ruining our great undertaking, I will not spare you. All right, step down. 3 days later, the operation will begin. No one in the Luo family can be spared, especially that Zhuofan. Even though the Hidden Dragon Pavilion is using his hands, he is indeed stained with your junior brother's blood. His crime is unforgivable. Yang Ming awoke in elation after Elder Jane made his move. He bit his lip and bowed deeply, saying yes. Chapter 23. Great Battle in Zhuofan's small courtyard. Zhuofan sat on the bed quietly gathering his qi, and cultivating. He was just a little bit away from breaking through to the 5th level of the qi-gathering realm. It was a pity that his original energy was insufficient, and he could only stop at the peak of the 4th level, unable to break through further. If he had known this earlier, he would have definitely absorbed more original energy in Heifeng Shan. He knew that the great battle between the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Netherworld Valley was very close. If his strength was insufficient, it would be dangerous. He also didn't send the Blood Infant out. Finally, he shook his head and muttered, "Just endure for a bit longer. They were about to fight. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he sensed the aura of a powerful expert approaching. He immediately followed, and after a while, he saw Longju's figure floating in the air, filled with killing intent. Opposite him, he saw Elder Jane facing Longju. Seeing them release their auras, Zhuofan knew that it was indeed as he had guessed. They were the two heavenly profound realm experts. This situation was clearly the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, surrounding Elder Jane, determined to fight to the death, ensuring Elder Jane would never return. Narrowing his eyes, Zhuofan smiled smugly. His goal had been achieved. The life and death battle between the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Netherworld Valley meant the Luo family was safe now. He just needed to watch the show. While he was thinking, Zhuofan sensed someone approaching. Turning around, he saw Luo Yunshang and Pang Yuan behind him. He immediately shouted at them to go back. "What are you doing coming out? Go back. Their 2 lives are nothing. Those heavenly profound realm experts up there could kill them with a casual wave of their hands at this moment. With that old lay in the room, they can temporarily be safe. Coming out here is just seeking death." Seeing his anger, Luo Yunshang immediately retreated, not forgetting to instruct him, "Zhuofan, you be careful too." Zhuofan said nothing, only nodded slightly, then ignored her and looked up at the sky. At this moment, Longju stared at Elder Jane with a sinister gaze, releasing a cold killing intent, and coldly shouted, "Elder Jane, you are truly bold to dare cause trouble in my territory. Longju, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, killed the disciples of my Netherworld Valley. Am I not allowed to come and demand justice?" Jane Fan retorted, not agreeing with Longju's questioning. "Justice? What do you people of the Netherworld Valley know about justice? Who was it that plotted against this old man in Luoye City in the first place? Who was it that set a trap 3 against 1, killing my purple thunder golden eyes?" Hearing these words, Zhuofan finally understood their grievances, and hatred stemmed from this. And to think, the purple thunder golden eyes actually remained in the mortal realm. Legend has it that the purple thunder golden eyes were one of the 3 strongest among the 10 ancient emperors. Divine eyes lost by the heavenly emperor. It could emit golden light that could destroy heavenly deities, and thunder experts below a certain level would have their souls burned to ashes just by looking at it. Unexpectedly, such an ancient artifact remained in the human realm, allowing a mortal to cultivate it. Such a precious item was destroyed. Longju's hatred wanting to kill. Jane Fan was very reasonable. Jane Fan listened to Longju without the slightest embarrassment, laughing smugly. "Haha, who can be blamed? But the foolish initially you relied on the purple thunder golden eyes, and were also one of the top experts in the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Now that you have lost your support and retreated into seclusion, even as the Grand Elder, you can only guard a remote border region." Longju bit his lip lightly, his entire body erupting with intense aura and thick killing intent, shouting loudly, "Ridiculous, Jane Fan! This feud, this old man will never rest until you are dead." As soon as he finished speaking, He charged straight towards Jane Fan, his hands forming a seal. A golden dragon S-head appeared. A middle-grade spirit rank, martial skill, ascending dragon claw, a dragon S roar echoed through the heavens and earth, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws as it attacked Jane Fan. With a mere flick of his hand, a black ruler shot out from his sleeve, binding the imposing dragon S head, and squeezing in an instant, the dragon S head vanished. Seeing this scene, Jane Fan smiled lightly, speaking disdainfully. You used to be a dragon with the purple thunder golden eyes, but now the title of divine eye dragon Ju is gone forever. As soon as his words fell, a palm appeared before his eyes. Hidden dragon claw, a spirit rank, martial skill. What can it do to me? Moreover, Jane Fan S skill. The corner of Jane Fan S mouth curled up strangely, and he sent Longju flying, crashing to the ground. At the same time, a golden-haired old man and a red-haired old man appeared, looking at the newcomer. Jane Fan revealed a look of horror. He had actually fallen into their trap. Longju's hidden dragon claw wasn't meant to kill him, but to trap him within an encirclement so he couldn't escape. At this moment, Longju desperately charged forward again, determined to kill Jane Fan, even if it cost him his life. As long as he could avenge himself, he wouldn't regret it. A sword light appeared in his hand. The golden-haired and red-haired old men below were shocked to see him like this and quickly joined the battle. Suddenly, just as the golden-haired old man was one step away from taking Jane Fan's life, a purple light suddenly appeared, meeting the old man's attack caught off guard. The old man was sent flying, spitting out a mouthful of blood. The red-haired old man was startled and hurriedly went to support him. The golden-haired old man's eyes narrowed slightly as he stared ahead, looking at the creature on Jane Fan's shoulder. It was the devouring Chongqi. Zhuo Yifan below watched this scene and couldn't help but be startled, his brows furrowing. He hadn't expected that Jane Fan cultivated the refinement of demonic objects, the devouring Chongqi. It wasn't particularly powerful, but it could devour all things depending on the attributes of those things. Its strength depended on its master. It was a pity that such a demonic object had fallen into Jane Fan's hands. He looked at it again, and when he saw the object in its eyes, he couldn't help but be overjoyed. The object in its eyes was the triple heaven purple thunder divine eye, finally unable to restrain himself. Zhuo. Yifan laughed excitedly. Interesting, heaven was helping him. He had something to do now. Chapter 24. Sneak attack. That my purple thunder golden eyes impossible. Longju looked at the familiar object in the crow. Stunned, he had once roamed freely with it, but now it had been snatched by Jane Fan and used on a demonic object, becoming a weapon against him. Weapon fury surged, and the killing intent radiating from Longju's body grew even thicker, his desire to kill Jane Fan even stronger. Seeing Longju's grim face, Jane Fan laughed smugly. Longju, you didn't expect this? Did you? Your purple thunder golden eyes have actually been refined by me onto this demonic object today. If you want to kill me, you must first get past my divine eye. As soon as he finished speaking, he formed a hand seal, and the demonic crow immediately attacked Longju. Old Ju, be careful! The golden-haired old man shouted with a metallic clang. He wielded his proud dragon sword to block, but with a loud bang in the sky, Longju was struck by bolts of lightning instantly flying out and spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing him injured, the golden-haired and red-haired old men simultaneously became anxious and worried. Rushing towards him, the two of them understood that as long as Jane Fan was dealt with, the demonic crow would lose its power without anyone controlling it. Having thought this, they charged towards Jane Fan, continuing their attack. Jane Fan was confident in the demonic object on his shoulder, seeing them charge over. He wasn't worried and coldly smiled, continuing to form hand seals. Boom! The three great experts' clash created a loud noise in the sky. But unexpectedly, the golden-haired and red-haired old men were sent flying back, blood flowing from the corners of their mouths. Zhuo Yifan below was equally shocked. The purple thunder golden eyes were indeed powerful, actually making three great heavenly profound realm experts unable to resist seeing this situation. The hidden dragon pavilion's chances of failure were too high. The Luo family would definitely be finished. He had spent so much effort plotting he couldn't allow failure at this crucial moment. After a moment of thought, he decided to take a risk and send out the blood infant. He would wait for a favorable situation to make his move. At this moment, Jane Fan looked at the heavily injured people of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and couldn't help but laugh smugly. The purple thunder golden eyes are indeed good. Even the three of you can't touch a single hair on this old man. Two other figures appeared before Jane Fan at this moment, revealing sinister expressions. Long Ju and the other two had grim faces. The three grand elders of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion had rarely been looked down upon like this. If they didn't succeed, today they would no longer have a foothold in Feng City in the future. The golden-haired old man then stepped forward, sighed, and revealed a murderous intent in his voice. Just a demonic object, plus stolen purple thunder, golden eyes. And you dare to challenge the three of us old men? You're too confident, old Wu. Don't move. This old man only needs one breath to take all three of their heads. Today, this old man will let you know what my golden serpent descending dragon, heaven-shaking earth-shattering palm is like. Saying this, the old man roared again. High-grade spirit rank, martial skill, dragon-devouring palm. Hearing these words, the red-haired old man and Long Ju trembled inwardly. They knew the golden-haired old man had begun to get angry. They retreated to his side among the 9 grand elders of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. The golden-haired old man was the strongest. At this moment, Jane Fan, who was fully dealing with the golden-haired old man, finally sensed the danger and ordered everyone to charge forward netherworld locking formation. He had actually underestimated this person's strength. His power was indeed very strong. The three of them combined were only evenly matched with him. But at this moment, Jane Fan suddenly thought of something, and suddenly shouted, "Third Elder of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, go to hell!" Saying this, he ordered the demonic crow to continue attacking the Third Elder. Right at this moment, Zhuo Yifan saw the opportune moment, and secretly sent the blood infant behind the battle. A killing intent flashed in his eyes. He would definitely not let the Hidden Dragon Pavilion lose, taking advantage of this moment to take your life. This old man will definitely not let the Hidden Dragon Pavilion fail in this battle. Jane Fan was laughing wildly in the sky as the demonic crow fiercely attacked the three people of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Suddenly a streak of red light arrived and burrowed into his body. By the time he noticed and wanted to circulate his energy to force it out, it was too late. In an instant he fell into a disadvantageous position against the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's attacking momentum. He thought it was someone from the Hidden Dragon Pavilion launching a sneak attack. Seeing the situation was bad, he cursed inwardly and took the initiative to retreat. But the three old men of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion wouldn't easily let him go. They quickly chased after him after succeeding. Zhuo Yifan recalled the blood infant, smiling smugly. His feud can be counted on the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's head anyway. Your grudges aren't a few, one more one to hurt. Zhuo Yifan thought to himself, remembering the purple thunder golden eyes on the demonic crow. He really liked it and would definitely find a way to snatch it. The opening act was just the beginning. The main part was next. Chapter 25. The fate of trash is death. At the same time, a series of black-clad figures suddenly appeared heading towards the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. The leader had several core realm experts. However, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was already prepared. They were just seeking their own deaths. On this side, Long Ji led people to engage in battle. The two sides clashed in an instant. Then Long Niu led a group of people in an ambush, waiting for the Netherworld Valley's people so they couldn't return alive. Kill them all! Long Niu shouted loudly. The Netherworld Valley finally realized something was wrong and immediately retreated. Long Ji and Long Niu led people to chase after them. Zhuo Yifan stood on the side watching everything and immediately guessed the Netherworld Valley's plan to lure the tiger away from the mountain. In this battle of the Netherworld Valley, no one would care about the small Luo family in that small branch pavilion. As soon as the battle began, and the Luo family had no one to protect them, the Netherworld Valley would send those Yang Ming's people to annihilate them. Indeed a good plan, but unfortunately, it couldn't escape the eyes of the Demon Emperor, Zhuo Yifan. Just a moment later, Yang Ming led the Heifengshan group into view. The corner of his mouth slightly curled up. Zhuo Yifan chuckled and shook his head. This road is blocked. Everyone hurry back, lest you sacrifice yourselves in vain. Seeing him suddenly appear, Yang Ming became wary and asked, "You are from the Luo family. This humble one is the Luo family as steward." Zhuo Yifan replied calmly. Yang Ming couldn't help but be startled, the corner of his mouth twitching as he laughed maniacally. "You're a Zhuo Fan. Unexpectedly, you delivered yourself right to our doorstep. Men, take his head. The young master will reward you handsomely," Yang Ming ordered, and immediately someone rushed forward to attack Zhuo Yifan. Lightly glancing at the person, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but sneer coldly. "A mere key-gathering realm trash dares to oppose me with a shout." He made his move directly, using the heavenly demon transformation art. The person instantly exploded, not even leaving a corpse behind. With just one move from Zhuo Yifan, Yang Ming was caught off guard. "You actually used the supreme demonic art. Who exactly are you? How can the Luo family have someone like you?" "Me, little brother, this old man is just a swindler of the Jianghu. Don't you remember?" Zhuo Yifan mocked. "It is you. Where are the other two? Since I'm here, they are naturally here too." Hearing these words, Yang Ming was furious and regretted not killing the two earlier, ruining his grand plan. Seeing that he wanted to attack again, Zhuo Yifan replied without the slightest fear, "You regret not killing us, don't you? You don't dare to make a move because you haven't seen Xiaokui. You could lie in ambush in Heifengshan for so long, proving you are very careful without confirming the whereabouts of the maid beside young Miss Lei. How dare you make a move right?" Yang Ming's eyes couldn't help but constrict. The person before him seemed to know his calculations inside and out, completely understanding his every move. This person was too dangerous. He definitely couldn't hold back. Thinking this, he attacked Zhuo Yifan, gathering the strength of the bone-tempering realm to kill him. He sneered, "I am not trash. This humble one will definitely not let you turn the tables." The moment Yang Ming attacked, he used his ancestral low-grade spirit rank martial skill, Shocking Thunderfinger. Zhuo Yifan didn't pay attention to the fierce momentum rushing towards him, revealing a sinister smile. His fingers suddenly curved, and with a bang, he turned around. A golden light appeared the moment Yang Ming touched it. He was sent flying far away, spitting out a large mouthful of blood. Zhuo Yifan looked at the injured person before him and said coldly, "You are a little stronger than this humble one, but you are all still just trash. The fate of trash is only one path: death." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan immediately formed a hand seal, and a golden dragon appeared, fiercely attacking Yang Ming. At this moment, Lei Yuting's sharp cry rang out, "Stop!" However, Zhuo Yifan had never paid attention to other people's words. His actions were decided by his own will. The hand seals in his hands continued. But at this moment, the golden dragon was suddenly wrapped tightly by chains from nowhere. A figure also appeared. Seeing that he hadn't succeeded, Lei Yuting ran over and said, "I told you to stop. Just now, why didn't you? The person before me who opposed me was already an enemy. He must die. Why should I listen to you?" Zhuo Yifan replied, but didn't even glance at her. He stared intently at the person who appeared in the sky. Suddenly, that person spoke. "Yang Ming, step back. Elder Yun, I want to finish him myself." Yang Ming stubbornly bit his lip, swallowing back the blood in his mouth, and spoke. But before he could react, the black-clad person waved his hand, sending him flying out. "You also deserve this. Earlier, I saw that your schemes and talent were superior, but compared to this little brat, you are not even an ant. Get back to the Netherworld Valley." After speaking, he turned to Zhuo Yifan and said, "Zhuo Fan, I'll give you a chance to join the Netherworld Valley. Our grudges will be considered dropped." Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but sneer. "You also deserve this." Chapter 26. Confronting the Netherworld Valley Elder. Seeing Zhuo Yifan's unwilling attitude, the black-clad person attacked the Heifengshan group behind him. A black light appeared, and the group was instantly bound tightly with a miserable cry. The entire group perished just like that. He threatened, "If you don't want to be like them, then follow me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan touched his chin and chuckled. "Netherworld Valley, weren't you all relying on Heifengshan to show their faces? Why do you want to kill them now?" Hearing his question, the black-clad person thought he had agreed to his proposal and chuckled hoarsely. "You are so smart. You must know why. Now that things have been exposed, they no longer have any value. We can't leave any future trouble for them to find evidence. Zhuo Yifan frowned them. Who are them? The black-clad person smiled indifferently. You will know once you join the Netherworld Valley. Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but laugh loudly, shaking his head and pointing at Yang Ming behind him, maliciously mocking, "Haha. Netherworld Valley in my eyes. You are just like him in your eyes, no better than a bunch of ants." Hearing his words, the black-clad person couldn't help but be furious. Since you are not afraid of death, then I will grant your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked Zhuo Yifan even though he was on the defensive. Zhuo Yifan didn't panic, calmly forming a hand seal. A golden light instantly appeared, blocking the palm strike. Yang Ming behind him couldn't help but be jealous upon seeing this scene. Yang Ming, he, in the Netherworld Valley, was hailed as a genius, highly valued in major plans, but now he was being abandoned just because of Zhuo Yifan's appearance. He wiped the blood from his eyes, glanced at Zhuo Yifan, revealing a murderous intent. "Zhuo Fan, you wait." Saying this, he turned and ran. Lei Yuting behind the battle saw his fleeing figure and immediately chased after him very quickly. The figures of the two disappeared without a trace. Zhuo Yifan stood in the battle defending against the other person's attacks, while also paying attention to her actions, helplessly shaking his head and sighing, "Silly girl," unable to bear seeing her encounter. Danger, he sent the blood infant out to follow her after carefully considering everything. For Lei Yuting, he focused on the battle outside the protective barrier. The black-clad old man was still relentlessly attacking him. He couldn't be careless. The black-clad person continuously launched 3 palm strikes towards Zhuo Yifan, but they were all blocked by the hand seals in Zhuo Yifan's hands. After a while, unable to find an advantageous position, he was finally a little surprised and opened his mouth. "So young, yet you can already skillfully use a 3rd-grade formation, the coiling dragon formation. Not bad talent. It's a pity. You encountered me today. The strength of a heavenly profound realm expert is not something a newly key-gathering realm brat like you can imagine." Finishing his words, the black-clad person continued to strike his palm towards Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan successively received the strikes. A series of golden lights appeared. The 5th grade 9 Heaven's Coiling Dragon formation officially activated, launching its attack. Finally, the black-clad old man no longer dared to be careless. This was fundamentally not an ordinary coiling dragon formation. With just a slight carelessness, he would lose at Zhuo Yifan's hands. Very good. You can actually create a 5th-grade formation. I'll ask you one last time. Do you want to join the Netherworld Valley? Your shabby place can't contain me, Zhuo Yifan mocked, seeing him still being stubborn. Fine, in that case today, this old man will definitely not let you continue to exist. Finishing his words, a murderous intent finally rose in the black-clad person's eyes as he attacked Zhuo Yifan. Seeing his murderous intent, Zhuo Yifan didn't panic. As the demon emperor of the Saint Realm, he had experienced countless storms. The murderous intent of others was nothing to him. Calmly changing his hand seals, he fully engaged in the battle, unleashing his moves. 9 golden dragons then broke through the ground, tearing through the wind as they charged towards the black-clad person. Before the black-clad person could even reach where Zhuo Yifan was standing, he was blocked by the 9 powerful dragons. He had already fully responded, but their strength was too great. He was sent flying far away, then spat out a mouthful of blood. He never in his wildest dreams expected a 5th-grade formation to be this powerful. Seeing this, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but sneer smugly. With just this much strength, you can also be an elder. Hearing these words, the black-clad person instantly flew into a rage. He hadn't expected that a mere Qui-gathering realm brat could put him in such a difficult situation. If the people of Feng City knew he would no longer have any standing brat. Even if you kneel down and beg me this time, I will absolutely not spare you. Chapter 27, The End. The black-clad person's eyes gradually changed, and a circular object appeared in his hand, exuding a sinister aura. Seeing the object in his hand, Zhuo Yifan was suddenly surprised, his expression gradually darkening. A demonic treasure. A Netherworld Valley elder actually needs to use a demonic treasure to deal with a mere bone-tempering realm. Cultivator, aren't you afraid of losing face? Hearing this, the black-clad person wasn't ashamed but laughed loudly. Ha! Once you are dead, how will the news spread? Zhuo Yifan immediately became serious. He had originally intended to provoke him into retracting the original wheel, But an unexpected event occurred as expected of a demonic path expert. They were shameless and always used any means to achieve their goals. This was why demonic path experts didn't want to confront their own kind. The demonic path, besides being fierce and vicious, was also shameless once a battle began. There would be no negotiation, only a life and death struggle. However, he knew he was also on the demonic path, so he knew if it were him, he would do the same. Right at this moment, the black-clad person launched a palm strike towards Zhuo Yifan, shouting loudly, "Brat, die!" Seeing that the situation was bad, Zhuo Yifan once again formed hand seals, and the 9 golden dragons charged towards the black-clad person. But the black-clad person had a treasure in his hand, and his speed this time was much faster. In an instant, he passed through the golden dragons. With a whoosh, the 9 dragon heads were severed. Zhuo Yifan looked on, slightly stunned. He was too fast when the 9 golden dragons, the assassins, arrived. Even a shadow of him couldn't be seen. He clearly had the assistance of a demonic treasure. A silver light once again approached. Appearing before his eyes, the black-clad person revealed a smug and sinister smile as he looked at him. "Brat, this time you won to escape." Fiercely biting his lip, Zhuo Yifan finally clearly saw the sharpness on that demonic treasure and chuckled. A 3rd-grade demonic treasure. Not bad eyes. The black-clad person nodded, saying being able to die under a 3rd-grade demonic treasure is your good fortune. Seeing this situation, Zhuo Yifan's mind raced. He waved his hand and said, "Wait a minute. If I agree to join the Netherworld Valley right now." Too late, the black-clad person laughed loudly and sent the sinister moon wheel towards Zhuo Yifan. A trace of unwillingness appeared in Zhuo Yifan's eyes. He was actually going to die in this place. Right at this moment, a bolt of lightning arrived. He opened his eyes and saw old Lei standing in front of him, a stream of fresh blood flowing down his arm. The black-clad person opposite him was a little surprised and coldly said, "Who are you?" "Hei Feng Shan Lei Yuntian. Anyone who dares to oppose the Luo family is my enemy." The old man roared loudly, his whole body crackling with lightning. Zhuo Yifan looked at the person blocking him, a little doubtful, and asked, "You've recovered your strength thanks to Steward Zhuo's blessing. This old man has not only recovered, but also broken through to the heavenly profound realm." Lei Yuntian replied calmly. Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan was overjoyed at this moment. He needed a powerful expert to assist him. "Old Lei, listen to my command. This time we'll take this old bastard's life." "Ha ha ha ha! I've already broken your formation, and adding an old man who just broke through to the heavenly profound realm isn't enough to be my opponent." The black-clad person chuckled upon hearing Zhuo Yifan's words. Zhuo Yifan smiled sinisterly as he looked at him. "That is not certain. This old man always uses people unpredictably, never accurately, like this time old Lei charge." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yuntian quickly attacked, using the shocking thunder finger towards the black-clad person on the other side. Zhuo Yifan formed hand seals again, reactivating the formation. The black-clad person saw him continue to activate the formation, and became wary of his always strange formations. If he wanted to win, he had to deal with him first. Having thought this, he attacked Zhuo Yifan, but Lei Yuntian persistently blocked him. The clash of heavenly profound realm experts shook the heavens, just as Lei Yuntian was at a disadvantage. A strange phenomenon suddenly appeared, taking advantage of the black-clad person's opening while attacking Lei Yuntian. Zhuo Yifan immediately formed a hand seal, muttering, "Let me show you the true power of the 9 heavens," coiling dragon formation. Zhuo Yifan suddenly roared, and the 9 golden dragons reappeared, transforming into a golden light that surrounded him. After a moment, a heaven-shaking roar echoed, directly attacking the black-clad person. By the time the black-clad person realized the danger, it was too late. He was surrounded by the giant dragons, along with his scream and the dragon's roar. The sky exploded, illuminating the entire region. Chapter 24. Demonic treasure in hand with a heaven-shattering explosion, the giant dragons detonated, golden light illuminating the vast sky. The black-clad person's body didn't even remain, turning into dust and vanishing. Hundreds of miles away in the forest, the 2 black-clad Netherworld Valley members fought and retreated, enduring the attacks of Long Ju and the other 2. Suddenly, they saw the golden light explode in the direction of the hidden dragon pavilion. They were stunned for a long time, the third elder of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, spoke. What's happening? Could there be another expert fighting, but who could unleash such a terrifying move? Not good. Something happened at the Hidden Dragon Pavilion retreat. Hearing the third elder's words, Long Ju was a little unwilling. Jane Fan took the opportunity to slip away. His revenge couldn't be taken yet, but the safety of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion was more important. He followed and retreated. The two black-clad individuals who had just escaped the pursuit of Long Ju and the other two looked towards Fenglin City for a long time. Finally, after some thought, they decided to retreat, abandoning the person named Elder Yun, there leaving him to his fate. On this side, Lei Yuntian directly witnessed the terrifying scene, stunned and horrified. He had originally thought he would have to trade his life for theirs, but unexpectedly, Zhuo Yifan only wanted him to stall for time. In such a short period, he could unleash such a heaven-shattering move, killing a great heavenly profound realm expert, not even leaving a corpse behind. At this moment, he finally understood how terrifying Zhuo Yifan was. Just as Lei Yuntian was still astonished, Zhuo Yifan thought of Lei Yuting and turned to him, saying, Old Lei, please take care of the Luo family. I am going to find Miss Lei. Hearing that he wanted to find Lei Yuting, Lei Yuntian nodded in agreement. All right, as long as this old man has a breath left. I won. Let anyone touch the Luo family. Rest assured. Seeing him like this, Zhuo Yifan felt relieved and smiled. Going to find Lei Yuting, only 4 people had appeared for so long, there probably wouldn't be anyone else coming. He left Lei Yuntian, a heavenly profound realm expert here, so the Luo family should be safe. Now he had to go find that silly girl Lei Yuting, afraid that she would suffer at Yang Ming's hands. Thinking of something, Zhuo Yifan tried to turn towards the black-clad person earlier, taking the demonic treasure into his hand. A 3rd-grade demonic treasure was right in front of him. It would be a pity not to take it. At the same time, in the forest not far from Fenglin City, Yang Ming, after escaping the battle in that small courtyard, ran all the way here. His injured body couldn't take it anymore, so he stopped to rest. Lei Yuting finally caught up, seeing that he wanted to escape. She ran to stop him. Halt Yang Ming, who was resting, immediately became alert and turned his head, but only saw Lei Yuting alone. He said smugly, Junior sister, you dare to come here alone to stop me. Seeing him smile, Lei Yuting immediately became angry and shouted loudly, Today I will avenge my foster father and clean up the sect by killing you, this traitor. Even if it costs me my life, I will drag you down with me. I want to know, did you ever like me? Me, a dignified genius disciple of the Netherworld Valley. Even if I were to marry, it would have to be within the 7 great imperial families. A woman like you is worthy of me. Hearing his words, Lei Yuting curled her lip into a smile, a few drops of tears appearing on her face. All right, then let us end everything completely today, eh? Finishing her words, Lei Yuting unleashed her original energy, quickly attacking Yang Ming. Bolt after bolt of lightning shot towards him, but the difference in strength between her and him was ultimately too great. After only a few moves, she was at a disadvantage. Just as Yang Ming wanted to make a move against her, a streak of red light suddenly appeared, attacking Yang Ming. By the time he noticed, he had already been sent flying, his internal injuries worsening as he spat out a mouthful of blood. Waiting until Yang Ming was injured, Lei Yuting finally saw what had saved her. Seeing it, she was a little surprised. It was Zhuo Yifan's natal blood infant. She hadn't thought that he would take out his own treasure to save her life. At this moment, she finally understood a few things. Seeing that the situation was bad, Yang Ming couldn't be smug anymore and began to beg her, Yuting junior sister, please show mercy. Have you forgotten our beautiful times together? Have you forgotten how I usually treated you? How could you? Seeing him mention the past, Lei Yuting slowly smiled. Just a moment ago, he had discarded their past, and now he was using it to beg her. How much shame did he have because of this? She had to kill him even more now. But at this moment, an explosion rang out, blocking Lei Yuting's attack. After the smoke cleared, a figure appeared. It was Elder Jane of the Netherworld Valley. As soon as he appeared, he asked Yang Ming, You've become this miserable. What about the plan? The plan? Yang Ming thought of something and stammered in reply. Seeing him hesitate, Elder Jane guessed that the plan had probably failed. But right now, nothing else matters. Let us retreat safely first. Let us retreat first. However, before leaving, I must kill this girl first. Chapter 29. Severance. Finishing his words, Elder Jane launched an attack towards Lei Yu Ting, facing a heavenly profound realm expert. For the first time, she was so frightened that she froze just as she thought she was going to die here. A silver light flashed past. Seeing it, Elder Jane wisely withdrew his attack and retreated. By the time Elder Jane looked up, he saw a figure standing there like a smiling dart, looking at him with a mocking smile. An elder of the Netherworld Valley is actually here, bullying a junior. Lei Yu Ting looked at Zhou. Yifan's arrival unable to help but feel surprised and a sense of security just like before when he silently killed the He Fengshan. People brought her and her foster father to safety. Zhou Fan. In contrast to Lei Yu Ting's joy, Elder Jane was not happy. The person before him had ruined many of his plans, making him extremely unhappy. He shouted loudly, "It's you again, and this demonic treasure. Why is it in your hands, where's Elder Yun?" Hearing him mention that person, Zhuo Yifan smiled meaningfully. Guess? Elder Jane was shocked, his heart pounding. He dared not believe his guess, that Elder Yun had lost to a mere bone-tempering realm brat. But looking at the demonic treasure in Zhuo Yifan's hand, he ignored Elder Yun as death, wanting to snatch back the demonic treasure. He didn't want the Netherworld Valley's treasure to fall into the hands of an outsider. Looking at the person AS expression, Zhuo Fan clearly understood what the other party wanted. The corner of his mouth curled up, and he transmitted his voice to Lei Yu. Ting Lei Yu. Ting, this is a voice transmission, later aim for his heart meridian. Then close your eyes and use the shocking thunder finger piercing straight through you. Don't need to worry about the rest. Hearing these words, Lei Yu Ting couldn't help but be startled. Looking at him before her was a great, profound heaven realm expert. How could she succeed with one strike? The moment she made a move, it would be her death. She knew that Zhuo Yifan had never hesitated to use any means to achieve his goals. Perhaps he wanted to use her as a shield so he could kill that person. However, she didn't care. Having chased him here, she didn't expect to return alive anyway. She nodded in agreement. Zhuo Yifan flicked his finger, recalling the blood infant into his body, and shouted loudly, "Move!" As soon as the shout came out, Zhuo Yifan immediately made his move behind him. Lei Yu Ting also used the shocking thunder finger, stabbing towards Elder Jane. Seeing this scene, Elder Jane was overjoyed they actually dared to attack him first. The strength of the heavenly profound realm was not something their key gathering realm could contend with. The only thing that could harm him was the sinister moon wheel in Zhuo Yifan's hand. But he had forgotten Elder Yun of the Netherworld Valley, whom he had sent to deal with a key gathering realm brat a few hours ago, also because of his overconfidence. Having identified his target, Elder Jane concentrated his attack on Zhuo Yifan, ignoring Lei Yu Ting behind him. This diversion tactic might work on others, but it is useless against this old man. Don to play petty tricks with me, I want to fall for them. Hearing him speak, Zhuo Yifan said disdainfully, "But didn't you still fall for it?" As soon as he finished speaking, Jane Fan was endlessly shocked. He had always been wary of Zhuo Yifan, so how could he have been caught off guard? But at this moment a streak of red light shot towards his body, causing him to immediately shout, stopping the movements in his hands. Last time it was also, "You very good brat. You caused me to lose an arm. Wait until I force it out, and I'll settle both old and new scores with you," while speaking to Zhuo. Yifan Elder Jane had already gathered his original energy, aiming to force the blood infant out. Zhuo Yifan saw his actions and revealed a sinister smile. "Elder Jane, you've been fooled by me again." As soon as he finished speaking, Lei Yu Ting behind him also rushed forward with the shocking thunder finger, stabbing straight towards Jane Fan's heart. He looked at Zhuo Yifan in horror, unwillingly looking at him as blood continuously flowed from his mouth. Zhuo Yifan chuckled softly. Not much different from Jane Fan, he was also heavily injured, but a sinister smile still remained on his lips. "Elder Jane, you guessed wrong. The main attacker this time wasn't me. Did you think only the sinister moon wheel in my hand could injure you? But unfortunately, you forgot that your heavily injured body is no longer what it used to be. Yet you gathered all the original energy in your body. Ha ha." Hearing him finish speaking, Elder Jane, before dying, finally understood how deep and unpredictable the mind of the person before him was. He was truly terrifying. However, if Zhuo Yifan hadn't been ruthless, the one who died would have been him. Just one wrong step would have led to eternal damnation. Fate forced him to use any means necessary. Zhuo Yifan, unable to bear his internal injuries, immediately leaned against a tree to rest. Lei Yuting looked at him, finally understanding how wrong she had been. He was using himself to exchange for a chance for her to live. Thinking this, she sat down beside him and earnestly apologized. Zhuo Fan, I am... sorry. Zhuo. Yifan looked at her and helplessly shook his head. This has nothing to do with you just now. My blood infant was heavily injured, so my internal strength was also affected. Take a look at what you can get from his body. A Netherworld Valley Elder. Definitely has many good things. Hearing Zhuo Yifan's words, Lei Yuting was surprised. She thought it was just his treasure. But unexpectedly, it was also related to his life force. Yet at the crucial moment, he used it to protect her. A warm current, mixed with a trace of guilt, flowed through her heart at this moment. Chapter 30. Another harvest. Lei Yuting listened to Zhuo Yifan and went to Elder Jane's side, quickly searching his body. Many items immediately appeared before her. Zhuo Yifan watched her actions, clicking his tongue in admiration, as expected of a bandit. You're 10 parts skilled in looting. After finishing the collection, Lei Yuting brought them to Zhuo Yifan's side. Her eyes shyly lowered, making him a little surprised. She had never shown such a strange expression before. He only glanced at her, then focused on the treasures collected from Jane Fan. As expected, he found a jade slip that was indeed the Lei family's low-grade spirit rank martial skill, Shocking Thunderfinger. In addition, there was also the Kai family's low-grade spirit rank martial skill, Severing Wind Kick. He didn't know what secrets these ancestral treasures of the two families held, that the Netherworld Valley would go to such lengths to plot and seize them. For now, he would just take them and consider later. A moment later, Zhuo Yifan looked at Lei Yuting and casually handed her a ring, saying, "This is yours according to the bandit's rules. Give me half, and you can keep the rest." Lei Yuting looked at him, surprised that he casually threw such valuable things to her. That old man was the one you killed. You keep these things, although the Luo family has money. No matter how much we have, it won't be enough for you to use like this, Zhuo Yifan said indifferently. I don't need these things. I can get as much trash like this as I want. If you don't want to take it, I'll throw it away. Lei Yuting felt like she was going to die of anger. Such valuable things, and he considered them trash. Moreover, he didn't hesitate at all to say he would throw them away. Don't throw them away. I'll take them, all right? Zhuo Yifan suddenly chuckled helplessly, shaking his head, as he watched her collect the things he needed into that storage ring, then wanted to return. All right, let us go back. We've been fighting all night. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion side should have something to say already. Help me back. Finishing his words, he reached out and took Jane Fan's ring into a jade slip, went to Lei Yuting's side, and put his arm around her shoulder, letting her help him back. Just at this moment, he suddenly thought of something, and asked, "Where is that bastard Yang Ming?" Hearing his words, she finally remembered she had chased Yang Ming to kill him, but unfortunately, she had let him escape. Zhuo Yifan, not finding him, had already guessed, "You probably ran away too, but if I see you again, I will definitely kill you." On this side, Longju and the other two returned together, standing before the inner gate of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, because the events of just now were too shocking. They were a little worried about Longji and Longnu. Just as they were about to go in to check, the two of them also appeared. Third Uncle Wu, Uncle Ju, Uncle. The third elder looked at the two who had arrived and asked little New Aji, "How was the situation last night?" Reporting to third uncle last night, as expected, after everyone chased after the three elders of the Netherworld Valley, they indeed prepared a lot of manpower to attack us. But unfortunately, we were prepared, and they all died. Only a few core realm experts escaped. Long Niu calmly recounted the situation. Hearing this, the three of Longju couldn't help but laugh. This time it was a great harvest, causing the Netherworld Valley's people to suffer a defeat. Very good, little Niu and AG have improved a lot. They can lead our guards to eliminate the enemy. The Wu elder also chimed in with a smile. Third brother, you should go back and report to the pavilion master. You must praise their achievements. The third elder suddenly remembered the commotion last night and asked, "Oh, right. What was that big commotion last night? Do you two know?" Hearing these words, Long Niu and Long Jie couldn't help but be stunned, exchanging glances before simultaneously shaking their heads. Seeing this, the three of them couldn't help but be suspicious. Such a heaven-shattering sound, yet they didn't know who caused it. Suddenly, Long Zhou remembered the Luo family and said to the third elder, "Oh right, wasn't the Luo family always in that small courtyard over there? Go ask them, and we'll know the situation." The third elder thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. The three of them simultaneously headed towards the Luo family's small courtyard. Long Niu, hearing the name Luo family, couldn't help but sneer. Such a big battle last night. They must have been hiding and didn't dare to come out. What could they possibly know? Very quickly, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion group arrived at the Luo family's small courtyard. Just stepping inside made them couldn't help but be startled. They could actually sense the aura of a heavenly profound realm expert. When did the Luo family have such an expert guarding them? Longju suspiciously looked towards the person this brother is. Lei Yuntian looked at the three people approaching and understood in his heart that they were from the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Not daring to be rude, he hurriedly replied, "This humble one is He Fengshan. Lei Yuntian, I have long heard of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion's reputation. Today I have the opportunity to meet the three elders. It is truly an honor." Hearing these words, Longju also understood he naturally knew the forces around Fenglin City. Yet now the Lei family had produced a heavenly profound realm expert who could stand firm in Fenglin City in the future. Longju saw everyone gathered in front of a room and suspiciously asked Lei family head what's going on with everyone here. Lei Yuntian sighed inwardly and said, "Steward Zhuo was heavily injured last night and his life hangs in the balance. What this place was also attacked last night." Hearing these words, the third elder exclaimed in shock. He had thought that the Netherworld Valley only attacked the Hidden Dragon Pavilion on their side, unexpectedly. They could divide their forces into three directions to attack everyone. They were indeed vicious. Long Niu, hearing that Zhuo Yifan was injured, sneered disdainfully. Wasn't he, Zhuo Fan, very arrogant? What about his claim of bringing the Luo family to surpass the 7 great imperial families within 10 years today? Just a few small soldiers were able to injure him so badly that his life hangs in the balance, truly useless. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone simultaneously looked towards her, seeing her contemptuous expression. Longzhou angrily scolded loudly, "Long Niu, shut your mouth." Longzhou looked apologetically towards the Luo family members and said, "Please forgive her. Ignorance, brother. Don't blame her. I don't know who it was last night. Even you, with your heavenly profound realm's strength, couldn't protect Steward Zhuo Lei." Yuntian said, feeling ashamed. This humble one just broke through last night and still lacks the strength to protect Steward Zhuo. But the person who came was a heavenly profound realm expert. Some called him Elder Yun. Lei Yuntian ignored Long Niu and replied to Long Zhou. What turning the hand to make clouds, Yunqing, the Netherworld Valley, actually sent him. Brother Lei is truly amazing. You must know that Yunqiang is one of the 12 elders of the Netherworld Valley, having entered the heavenly profound realm more than 10 years ago. For you to have just broken through and been able to force him to retreat is already too good. Hearing this name, Long Zhu exclaimed in shock, thinking that Lei Yuntian was able to defeat him and couldn't help but praise him. Hearing Long Zhou's words, Lei Yuntian knew they were misunderstanding, thinking he was the one who defeated Elder Yun. However, it wasn't him. The three elders praised me too much. I really couldn't withstand even one move. It was all thanks to Steward Zhuo. Otherwise, everyone would probably not have escaped death. What? Chapter 30. On Brotherhood. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone simultaneously exclaimed in shock, seemingly unable to believe what they were hearing. No one there could believe that a bone-tempering realm cultivator could actually defeat a heavenly profound realm expert. It was too unbelievable. But they didn't know that the person currently in Zhou Fan's body wasn't the real Zhou Fan, but the demon emperor Zhou Yifan, who had traversed realms, grasped the 9 nether secret records and possessed the treasures of the 9 nether demon emperor. What did you say? The person who resisted Yunqing and protected everyone was Zhou Fan. How is that possible? He's only in the bone-tempering realm. Lei Yuntian knew they wouldn't believe him. If he hadn't personally witnessed it that day, he wouldn't have believed such a thing. Either I know it is hard to believe, but so what, it's a fact that he was able to safely protect the Luo family from a heavenly profound realm expert. The third elder was still in shock. He desperately wanted to know how Zhuo Yi Fan with his bone-tempering realm cultivation was able to withstand Yun Qing's attack. Then what happened? You said he forced Yun Chang to retreat with just his bone-tempering realm strength. Forced to retreat, you all still underestimate the strength of that little brat Zhuo Fan. The three of Longzhou heard the mockery in Lei Yuntian's words, but they couldn't refute it. Looking around the continent, a bone-tempering realm cultivator forcing a heavenly profound realm expert to retreat was something that everyone would just laugh at if they heard it. That old guy died without a whole corpse. That little brat Zhuo Fan only exhausted his original energy. As soon as these words came out, everyone gasped in shock. This was truly unbelievable. With just his bone-tempering realm strength, he could actually kill a heavenly profound realm expert to the point where no corpse remained. Long Niu was also in shock. She had never believed he had any real strength, only relying on his array skills, but she hadn't expected him to create such a shocking outcome. Escaping his shock, Long Ju spoke a bone-tempering realm cultivator, killing a heavenly profound realm expert. How could that be? He killed Yun Qing without any injuries. So why was he injured? As soon as Long Ju finished speaking, a voice echoed from inside the room. Isn't it all because of you, ninth brother Zhuo? Yi Fan then walked out. Everyone from the Luo family and the Lei family was extremely happy. Luo Yunshang smiled and looked towards him. Zhuo Fan, is your injury better? Zhuo Yi Fan was so angry that he laughed out loud. This old man is recuperating. How can I heal with you all being so noisy? Saying this, he turned back to Long Zhou and asked, Ninth brother, didn't you want to know how I got injured? As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand and a white light flashed. A corpse suddenly appeared before everyone, and the three of Longzhou couldn't help but exclaim in shock, Jane Fan, how could it be? How could he have died here? Who killed him? The corpse is what I took out. Who else could have killed him? I know this old man had a grudge with ninth brother, so you probably want to blame me for meddling, right? Zhuo Yi Fan said with a faint smile. Everyone was extremely surprised. Although they had guessed that he was the one who killed him, they still couldn't believe it. He had actually lost at his hands in just one night alone. With his bone-tempering realm strength, he could kill two heavenly profound realm experts. It was truly unbelievable. Hearing his words, Longzhou finally couldn't hold back anymore. He trembled and said to Zhuo, Yi Fan Jane, Fan destroyed my divine eye, causing me to lose face. This old man wishes he could drink his blood and grind his bones. How could I blame you, brother, for taking action on my behalf? Brother Zhou, from today onwards, this old man will treat you like my own blood brother. If you need any help, just come find me. Zhuo Yifan looked at him a little politely and waved his hand accidentally, touching the wound on his body, causing him to wince in pain. Seeing this, Longzhou went to his side and gently examined the wound. Don't move, ninth brother, has some healing pills after taking them. You will fully recover in 3 days. Long Niu stood aside unconvinced by this scene and loudly mocked Zhuo. Fan must have used some unknown trick and got lucky to pick up 2 old bone-tempering realm guys like him. How could he kill a heavenly profound realm expert? The third elder and the Wu elder exchanged a deep glance with her, helplessly shaking their heads. Her temperament was truly beyond saving. Zhuo Yifan looked towards her and said loudly to everyone, I was indeed very lucky to meet Elder Dakai and take his head. But it wasn't a luck. It was bad luck if it weren't he. For the fact that this old man exhausted his original energy killing a profound heaven expert at that time. How could I have been heavily injured by Jane Fan? If it were normal times, wouldn't a killing that old guy be very easy? Hai's yesterday's luck was really bad. Unlike someone who took a whole group of people and suddenly got guaranteed safety regardless of whether they had luck or not. Lei Yu Ting beside him laughed out loud upon hearing him speak. She was the one who understood the situation yesterday, the most. He was deep and unpredictable, plotting against Jane Fan until his death without even blinking, but it wasn't as bad as he made it out to be. He was just trying to humiliate Long Niu. The three of Longzhou heard him speak and also smiled and shook their heads. They knew he definitely had his own methods, but the fact that he killed 2 heavenly profound realm experts clearly showed his strength. Ninth brother, temporarily stay here and treat brother Zhuo's injuries. Also have a few hundred guards protect this small courtyard. Wu brother and I will go back first and report the situation here to the headquarters. We must inform the pavilion master. Hearing this, Longzhou also nodded. But Long Niu and Long Ji were stunned. The three elders of their hidden dragon pavilion were actually addressing Zhuo Yifan as a brother. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan was also clever and quick-witted, saying, "Third brother, Wu brother, take your time." The third elder and the Wu elder, hearing him call them brother, so smoothly stumbled slightly, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and shook their heads. Indeed, this person had great ability, knowing how to climb high by seizing opportunities. After seeing off the two elders of the hidden dragon pavilion, Zhuo Yifan returned to his room, followed by Long Ju and the Luo family and Lei family members. At this moment, he sat on the bed, his expression serious, and said to everyone, "You all go out. I still have some things to discuss with Ju brother." Chapter 32. The secret of the purple thunder golden eyes. Everyone exchanged glances, understanding and nodding, then tactfully left. Only Long Ju looked at Zhuo Yifan in surprise, not knowing what he wanted to say. "Zhuo brother, I have a gift for you," Zhuo Yifan said, looking at Long Ju. Hearing that he wanted to give him a gift, Long Ju couldn't help but frown. "Brother, it asks not that Ju brother looks down on you, but right now what good things could the Luo family possibly have? Could it be that the storage ring still has the ancient formation diagrams?" Chuckling, Zhuo Yifan slowly shook his head. "You think too highly of it. That thing would at least cost me 10 million. Do you think I'd give it away for free? However, you will definitely like this gift," he said. He took out the storage ring he had obtained from Jane Fanlong. Zhou frowned upon seeing the object, but he couldn't clearly see what was inside. But when Zhuo Yifan opened it, a crow's cry rang out as it flew out and landed on his shoulder. "This is that old man Jane Fan's demonic crow, that ass, right? After that old man died, this demonic object became ownerless. Zhu brother, if you take it back and train it, I believe it can become your spiritual pet and protect you." Zhuo Yifan nodded and said calmly. Long Jai, hearing these words, couldn't help but be moved and a little happy. Ever since the purple thunder golden eyes were snatched away, he had lost his prestige. Now with this demonic crow in hand, he could be considered to have regained his divine eye. "Brother, thank you for your kindness." Seeing everything, Zhuo Yifan secretly nodded, then asked curiously, "Zhu brother, there's one thing this little brother has never understood. If you have already refined one purple thunder golden eye, why can't you refine a second one?" Long Jiu sighed helplessly. Recalling the past, he couldn't help but tell Zhuo Yifan, for at this moment, Long Jiu truly regarded Zhuo Yifan as a brother. This secret buried deep in his heart should also be revealed. "Hi's brother, do you know this divine eye of mine came about due to a certain fate once lost? It can never be found again, because it is not a cultivation method created by the hidden dragon pavilion, but something I obtained by chance when I went out. Brother, do you know the 3 great perilous lands of the continent?" Zhuo Yifan thought for a moment and shook his head. He really wasn't sure where that was. Long Zhou smiled and explained then, "Let me tell you, on this continent you can go anywhere, but there are 3 places you absolutely must not step into no matter how strong you are. These 3 places are the Shattered Lightning Wasteland, the Glacial Jade Mountain, and the Thousand Illusion Cave. But it is all right. Even if you want to go, you want to find them, unless you were extremely lucky." Why, Zhuo Yifan hurriedly asked. "Because these 3 places only appear with danger and have no fixed location, and where they appear, there will be a vortex. Anyone caught in it will never be able to get out." Zhuo Yifan understood that the place Long Zhou mentioned must be a barrier left behind by a great expert. Only by knowing the array formulas could one find the entrance and exit. And how did you get out? Slightly stunned, Long Zhou glanced at him and nodded. "Brother, you are indeed clever. This old man naturally encountered the Shattered Lightning Wasteland. By chance, once caught in the vortex, it was full of purple lightning. The experts beside this old man instantly died as soon as they were struck by the purple lightning. But strangely, when the purple lightning struck my eyes, this old man was fine, only my eyes felt unusually painful, as if they were burning. Even now, remembering it still makes me break out in a cold sweat." Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan seemed to be pondering something, understanding the reason why Long Ju was able to obtain the purple thunder golden eyes, according to the records of the 9 nether secret records of the 9 nether demon emperor. The purple thunder divine eyes of the heavenly emperor were formed by refining the pupils. All things would be destroyed within the pupils, so the purple lightning attacking the eyes would not cause any fatal damage to him. After a moment of silence, Longju sighed again. At that time, perhaps it was instinct for survival. This old man used all his strength to strike wildly everywhere. I clearly knew the power of the purple lightning, but I still wanted to resist. At that moment, a man's voice suddenly appeared in my ears. That person recited a passage of incantation. In a daze, I circulated my energy accordingly, and unexpectedly it caused the eye that was struck to generate purple lightning. Perhaps it was related to that eye, so the purple lightning no longer attacked me after the vortex passed. I was the only one who survived, and by some stroke of luck I obtained the purple thunder golden eyes. Unfortunately, they were later snatched away, and I don't remember the incantation anymore, so I can to refine another one. Listening to Longju's story, Zhuo Yifan finally understood the issue. The shattered lightning wasteland was definitely a relic left behind by an immortal emperor within it. There must be the immortal emperor's cultivation techniques. He had to find this place. As long as he had the immortal emperor's cultivation techniques in hand, coupled with the 9 nether secret records of the 9 nether demon emperor, the 2 great inheritances of the 3 strongest ancient emperors would all be in his hands. No one in this world would be able to be his opponent anymore. No one could have imagined that the relics of an expert of that level would appear in the human realm. This time, seizing a body and being reborn was a blessing in disguise. He hadn't suffered any losses. Third problem, this is too difficult. I don't know after clearly understanding the situation from Longju Zhuo. Yifan decided to go into seclusion to recuperate very quickly. A month passed in the Luo family. A small courtyard within the hidden dragon pavilion. Zhuo Yifan finally emerged. This time, the seclusion lasted nearly a month, but the harvest was not bad. His cultivation and blood infant finally broke through to the 5th level of the spirit forging realm. It was just a pity that he hadn't absorbed the original energy of the 2 heavenly profound realm experts. Otherwise, he might have broken through another step and reached the core realm. Just as he stepped out of the door, Zhuo Yifan encountered Xiaokui. But when she saw him, she cried out, "It is Steward Zhuo." Then she ran away. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. Could it be that something had changed about him after his seclusion that made this little girl run away as soon as she saw him? He wasn't a man-eating monster, nor was he that scary. Was he? After a moment, suddenly recalling the first time he met them, he finally understood that it was because he had been too rude, leaving a psychological shadow on the little girl. While Zhuo Yifan was wondering if he had been too cruel to Lei Yuting, and Xiaokui Commander Pang also came over seeing him, he loudly called out, "Brother Zhuo, has your injury fully recovered?" Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan nodded and smiled. Old Pang. Before he could finish speaking, Commander Pang suddenly thought of something, and also turned around and ran away. Zhuo Yifan was stunned once again. What on earth was going on? Xiaokui was one thing, but even Commander Pang ran away as soon as he saw him. Based on his judgment, and the battle at that time, the reason he was able to gain the upper hand was because their actions must have carried some purpose and benefit, but he couldn't figure out why they were so afraid of him. Right at this moment, a gentle and shy voice suddenly rang out from behind him. "Steward Zhuo, thank you for saving me. This is a small token of my appreciation. I hope you will accept it." Turning his head, he saw that the person who had come was Lei Yuting, holding a bamboo basket in her hands. But her face was flushed at this moment, and her actions were strange, making Zhuo Yifan a little suspicious. He spoke, "What is this?" Right at this moment, a fragrance wafted from the bamboo basket, making Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but sigh a few times. Laughing happily, he said, "It smells so good. Where did you buy it? Does Fenglin City have such a delicious restaurant?" "It wasn't bought. This was made by our young miss who spends an hour every day cooking it, waiting for Steward Zhuo to try it," Xiaokui quickly replied. Hearing Xiaokui's words, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be surprised she had actually been learning to cook every day, waiting for him. He finally felt a little moved. He smiled at Lei Yuting and thanked her. "Thank you for your kindness, miss. I'll accept this gift." Seeing him take the bamboo basket, Lei Yuting was extremely happy. Her daily efforts hadn't been in vain waiting for him to come out of seclusion. She blushed again and shyly said, "Steward Zhuo, your injury has just recovered. You need to nourish your body. Hurry back and eat it. Want to be good for your health if it gets cold." As soon as Zhuo Yifan finished speaking, he stopped thinking further and headed to the room to eat. With his bone-tempering realm cultivation, Not eating for a month had indeed made him a little hungry, since someone had gone out of their way to show kindness. He couldn't reject her good intentions. As soon as he entered the room, Zhuo Yifan set the food on the table ready to eat. Lei Yuting, standing beside him, watched him and secretly felt happy in her heart. Suddenly, the sound of knocking on the door rang out again. Luo Yunshang and Commander Pang opened the door and entered, making the three of them a little surprised. As soon as she entered the door, Luo Yunshang saw Lei Yuting was also there and looked at the food on the table in front of Zhuo Yifan, mockingly saying, "Oh, unexpectedly, someone has already prepared breakfast for Steward Zhuo. On the contrary, my worries were in vain." Saying this, she forcefully placed a bamboo basket on the table and continued, "Steward Zhuo, this is something this young lady personally made for you. I hope you will take care of your health." Peng Yuan beside her looked a little worried at her expression, remaining silent and not daring to offer any opinion. Zhuo Yifan on the other side was also a little surprised. Luo Yunshang was usually gentle and virtuous, so why was her temper so bad today? Looking at her bamboo basket and then at the food on the table, he couldn't help but sigh and say, "But I already have food. I'm not a rice bucket. Why would I eat so much?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly saw anger appear on Luo Yunshang's face. His intuition told him that she was about to get angry, and if he didn't agree, his life would be in danger. So he reluctantly said, all right, I'll eat both. Is that okay?" He carefully opened Luo Yunshang's bamboo basket, but looking at the food inside, he swallowed hard, his expression stiffening. Stuttering and pointing to the other food, he said, I think I should eat this one instead." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yunshang became furious. "You just said you'd eat both." Saying this, her face drooped again, a hint of grievance appearing in contrast to her anger. Lei Yuting was extremely excited. Zhuo Yifan looked at Luo Yunshang's expression and suddenly felt guilty. "All right, if you want me to finish it all, I'll finish it all." "Eat mine first," Luo Yunshang and Lei Yuting said in unison. Saying this, they inadvertently looked at each other, their girlish, competitive instincts kicking in. They had both painstakingly cooked for him, so they both wanted him to try theirs. First, seeing this scene, Zhuo Yifan pondered a bit, wondering what exactly had caused the discord between the two of them. Before he went into seclusion, they were still on good terms, but now they were like this. He couldn't help but be curious. Chapter 34. Contention. After thinking for a moment, Zhuo Yifan decided to wave his hand and choose the food that would ensure his survival. First, pointing to Lei Yuting's food on the table, he said, "There's a first and a second. I'll try Miss Lei's first." Lei Yuting looked at him, touching her food, her eyes widening in displeasure as she glared at him. As soon as he put the food in his mouth, Zhuo Yifan praised it. "Smells so good, your skills are amazing." Hearing his words, Lei Yuting's heart bloomed with joy, smiling shyly as she looked at him. On this side, the maid Xiaokui, seeing this, also proudly said, "Our young miss has known how to cook since she was 10 years old. No one in Fenglan City can surpass our young Miss S skills, Steward Zhuo. You are so lucky." Finishing her words, Lei Yuting blushed even more, the corners of her mouth curving into a happy smile, in contrast to Lei Yuting. Joy Luo Yunshang was unhappy and immediately reminded Zhuo Yifan, quickly try mine." Hearing her words, Zhuo Yifan swallowed the food in his mouth, hesitated, and then reached out with his chopsticks towards Luo Yunshang's pitch-black food. However, as soon as he put the chopsticks in his mouth, he spat it out without any hesitation, criticizing, "Poison is tastier than this, I should still eat that one." Saying this, he walked over and pulled Lei Yuting's food over, looking like he only wanted to eat this. Lei Yuting, seeing that he liked the food she cooked, smiled radiantly. Luo Yunshang, on the other hand, looked dejected, her eyes welling up with tears. Right at this moment, a child's voice rang out, breaking the atmosphere. "Big brother Zhuo, you've come out of seclusion, and there's so much delicious food. Share some with me." It turned out to be Luo Yunhai, this little brat, who had smelled the fragrance of the food and barged into Zhuo Yifan's room wanting to eat with them. Unfortunately, he didn't want to share such delicious food with this little brat. After thinking for a moment, he pointed towards Yunshang's food basket and said, Go eat your older sister's food." Hearing this, Luo Yunhai exclaimed in surprise, "My older sister doesn't know how to cook. She doesn't even know where the kitchen is." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yunshang took the lunchbox and went outside, a hint of grievance on her face. Unfortunately, Zhuo Yifan was heartless and focused solely on enjoying Lei Yuting's delicious food. At this moment, Luo Yunhai, seeing his older sister angrily leave, asked doubtfully, did I say something wrong? Hearing the little brat's doubt, Zhuo Yifan explained, you didn't say anything wrong. It is just that you don't know how to be tactful saying this. He turned to everyone and said, I'm going to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. You all stay here and Don to go outside to avoid the Netherworld Valley, as people still being here. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan went straight out, and everyone quickly nodded in agreement. Seeing him leave, Xiao Chui happily turned to Lei Yuting and said, Young miss, that's great. It seems Steward Zhuo likes you more at this moment. Lei Yuting also thought so, her face suddenly turning red with shyness, mixed with a hint of joy. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Tianyu Empire, two old men with gloomy faces sat opposite each other, their faces full of antagonism. Suddenly, a hoarse cough sounded, and an old man with a hunched back walked in, wearing golden robes and with white hair and beard. Seeing the newcomer, the two old men knelt down to pay their respects. Greetings, Your Majesty. The emperor of the Tianyu Empire looked at the two old men before him, waved his hand and frowned, saying, The Hidden Dragon Pavilion and the Netherworld Valley are both subordinate imperial families, pillars of the empire. Why have you come to us this time? Before the other person could answer, the black-clad man hurriedly clasped his fist and began to speak. Reporting to Your Majesty, a month ago, the Hidden Dragon Pavilion killed two of our Netherworld Valley's Grand Elders. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion has violated the agreement of the 7 imperial families. Please, Your Majesty, uphold justice and punish the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. Hearing these words, the person opposite couldn't help but sneer. This green-robed fellow actually wants to file a complaint. Wan Shan, you still dare to accuse us before the elders of the Netherworld Valley. What about the Hidden Dragon Pavilion being the first to trespass on our territory? How do you calculate that? Who exactly violated the agreement of the 7 imperial families? My Netherworld Valley's disciple was killed in Fenglin City. What's wrong with me sending an elder to investigate? Long Yifei used this as an excuse to take revenge for something that happened 20 years ago. Wan Shan, seeing that the other person wouldn't admit his guilt, coldly shouted, hearing Wan Shan mention the incident 20 years ago. Long Yifei sneered. So what if it was revenge 20 years ago? You lured the Jew elder of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion to Luoyi City and destroyed one of his eyes. You said he violated the agreement of the 7 imperial families by trespassing on your territory, and I didn't say anything. This time your elder ran to our territory, and moreover it was your father. You say it was just to investigate. Seeing the conflict before him, the old emperor couldn't hold back anymore and coldly shouted, interrupting, enough. Both sides are at fault in this matter. Convey my decree. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion will withdraw from Fenglin City from now on. That will no longer be your territory. Furthermore, the people of the Netherworld Valley and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion are not allowed to set foot in Fenglin City in the future. Your Majesty, the two men, hearing the emperor's intention, couldn't help but be shocked, unable to believe that the emperor would make such a decision. The old emperor above, not agreeing with them, waved his sleeve and interrupted. The decision is made from now on. I don't want to hear any more rumors about the 7 imperial families fighting among themselves. All of you withdraw. Reaching this point, they had no way to go against the emperor, as unwillingly they bowed and withdrew. After the two men left, a light flashed across the emperor's eyes. He said calmly, The people of the Netherworld Valley have come to Fenglin City again. It seems they already know the secret decree from 1,000 years ago. But unexpectedly, a hoarse voice came from behind the emperor saying, The imperial city is a place of contention, with eyes and ears of various major powers everywhere. His Majesty should have known this long ago. Hearing the other person says, meaning the emperor, nodded and chuckled. It seems it's time to begin the plan. The Luo Jade will shine. Chapter 35. After leaving the small courtyard, Zhuo Yifan went straight to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. It didn't take long for him to arrive at the gate of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. However, seeing the situation in front of the gate, he stopped and carefully surveyed. At this moment, there was a carriage waiting in front, but what he was concerned about was the cultivation level of the gods around it. They were all experts, and he was a little suspicious. Were they people from the 7 imperial families? Just at this moment, a person stepped out of the carriage, making Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. His appearance was so fat that Zhuo Yifan suspected what he ate to grow into such a state. However, Zhuo Yifan didn't he care about these people and quickly walked past them, entering the hidden dragon pavilion. He hadn't walked far when the fat man opened his mouth and called out to him, "Wait." Hearing someone call him Zhuo Yifan turned his head to look back, feeling puzzled. "Do you have business with me?" "He are you from the hidden dragon pavilion?" the fat man hesitantly asked. "No, I just have some acquaintance with the hidden dragon pavilion." "I'm not from here." Hearing these words, the fat man was immediately overjoyed. All he needed was someone who could enter the hidden dragon pavilion to help him deliver a message. His identity didn't matter. He immediately smiled obsequiously. "Then please help me. Could you deliver a message to Miss Longnu for me? If she doesn't come out to see me in a day, I'll eat and sleep here for a day and want to leave." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan was a little delighted. This fat man was actually pursuing Longnu. He didn't know his identity, but with this appearance, the high-minded Miss Longnu would definitely not look at him thinking of her unsightly expression. Zhuo Yifan smiled, planning to tease her later. He tried hard to suppress the smile on his lips and gave him an answer. "All right, I'll help you deliver the message." As soon as the fat man heard this, he hurriedly clasped his hands gratefully. "Then, please trouble you, brother." Saying this, Zhuo Yifan quickly stepped inside, afraid that if he stayed any longer, he wouldn't be able to hold back his laughter. His identity was unclear, so he couldn't afford to offend him. Very quickly, he met Longnu, who was standing in front of a room. "Miss Longnu, long time. No see, how have you been?" Longnu saw him and coldly snorted, not even glancing at him, let alone greeting him. She opened her mouth and mocked, "I was originally very well, but seeing you makes me unwell." Seeing her attitude, Zhuo Yifan didn't care. This arrogant little girl was used to being spoiled and didn't understand the ways of the world. He didn't bother to argue and ignored her mockery. Smiling, "Is Ju brother home? I want to see him." No. Longnu glared at him, saying coldly. Seeing her expression, Zhuo Yifan thought she wasn't lying. Ju probably really wasn't here. Since the person he wanted to see wasn't here, he didn't want to linger any longer and immediately left. However, he remembered the fat man in front of the gate and his request. After some consideration, looking at the arrogant Longnu before him, he wanted to provoke her. Thinking this, he gave Longnu a strange smile and said, "Miss Longnu, there's a handsome man outside, both rich and good-looking, who asked me to deliver a message to you. If you don't see him, he want to leave, but who exactly is he, Miss Longnu?" Hearing the description of that person, Longnu immediately knew who it was. A hint of disgust appeared on her face. She didn't care about the mockery in Zhuo Yifan's words and went straight to the main gate. Looking at the fat man in front of her, she said with disgust, "Damn fatty, didn't I already tell you I won? Agreed to your marriage proposal. Why are you still shamelessly lingering here and not leaving?" At this moment, the fat man who was waiting heard the voice of the person he was longing for and happily ran over little New. "I've been proposing to you since you were 10 years old, and now you are 20. I've proposed 1,000 times, aren't you even a little moved?" As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan, who had just caught up, went over and patted him on the shoulder, pretending to be sympathetic, and said to Longnu, "Moved. Of course, moved, Miss Longnu. Look how sincere this person is. You won to find anyone better. Just agree." Longnu looked at the two of them, one singing and one harmonizing, one looking disgusting and the other with an unbearable temper. She finally couldn't hold back her anger anymore. But suddenly an idea flashed through her mind. Suddenly she revealed a charming smile and said to the fat man, "Brother Kong, you've been so good to me since we were little. How could I not know? But my heart already belongs to someone else." The fat man's expression instantly changed upon hearing that her heart belonged to someone else, revealing a hint of murderous intent. Who is that person? On this side, from the moment Longnu finished speaking, Zhuo Fan had a bad premonition. She wanted to pin this reputation on him. He thought of running, but unfortunately it was too late. Longnu and the fat man had already exchanged a look. The fat man immediately rushed towards him loudly, scolding, "Very good. I was wondering why you could freely enter and exit the hidden dragon pavilion. So it is you and little Longzhou." Fan hurriedly waved his hands. "Brother, you've misunderstood," but the fat man didn't listen to him. His eyes were red with anger. There were two things a man couldn't tolerate: killing his father and stealing his wife, and Zhuo Yifan was now becoming the fat man's enemy who stole his wife. If he didn't explain this, It would definitely cause trouble later. The fat man looked at himself, then at Zhuo Yifan, and angrily turned to Long Niu. Little Niu? What's wrong with me? What am I inferior to this brat? Hearing these words, Long Niu glared disdainfully, secretly sneering in her heart. Zhuo Yifan was no exception, almost bursting out, laughing, looking at the fat man. He said, Brother, I finally understand why you've proposed 1,000 times. I've seen many arrogant and conceited people, but someone as clueless as you is a first for me with his chubby figure. No matter how high his status was, he couldn't possibly catch Long Niu's eye. Long Niu finally couldn't bear it anymore and spoke, chasing him away. Brother Kong, you came to Fenglan City for business, didn't you? Otherwise you couldn't leave the capital casually like this. You should do what you need to do and not waste your time in vain. How can that be? Little Niu will be my wife properly married. This time I accepted the task to come here to visit you unexpectedly. Saying this, the fat man looked at Zhuo Yifan with a pained expression, pointing directly at him and saying, Let us duel. Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan was immediately startled. Looking at the fat man, he nodded deeply in his heart. This was the first time he had seen someone like this. This little brat didn't even announce his family background before him, yet he actually valued him. The bodyguard beside him saw that his master wanted to step forward for a duel and immediately tried to stop him. Young master, your body is precious. How can you casually compete? If you want to teach him a lesson, let this subordinate. Before the bodyguard could finish speaking, the fat man had already roared, Shut up. This old man wants to marry Little Niu. This duel is the dignity of a man. If you interfere, where will my face be? Little Niu will look down on me. Long Niu, hearing these words, really wanted to curse, but out of consideration for his face, she could only secretly despise him in her heart. I never valued you highly in the first place. You are still a man with backbone, but with someone as high-minded as Little Niu, she will definitely never value a fat man like you. Zhuo Yifan silently looked at him, then nodded. All right, I accept the challenge. However, your guards are all stronger than me. If they interfere, I want to be able to fight back. Hearing Zhuo Yifan's suspicion, anger began to appear on the fat man's face. This old man said, A one-on-one duel. A gentleman's word is worth 1,000 pieces of gold. Don't you trust me? Slightly shaking his head, Zhuo Yifan said calmly, Of course I trust you, but if the master is beaten, wouldn't their subordinates come to help? By then, I'm afraid even your orders want to work. The fat man thought he was still very angry at Zhuo Yifan's suspicion. He quickly turned to his guards. You all stand there and don't move. Whoever dares to move, I'll kill him immediately. Saying this, he turned back to Zhuo Yifan. You choose the location. We'll fight one-on-one without anyone bothering us. Seeing him agree, Zhuo Yifan slowly smiled and nodded as expected, still a stubborn idiot with ambition. But Long Niu, knowing Zhuo Yifan's strength and schemes, frowned worriedly and followed behind. Do you really want to fight? Let me tell you, if he gets hurt, even the Hidden Dragon Pavilion won to be able to protect you. Zhuo Yifan heard her and didn't offer any opinion, as if he still wanted to say something to her. Actually, he's a very good person. Long Niu heard his words and was slightly startled, not understanding the meaning behind them. But on this side, the fat man saw the two of them walking side by side intimately, and his heart couldn't help but fill with anger. Brat, you wait for me. I'll beat your head flat. But Zhuo Yifan laughed loudly, not paying much attention compared to an old demon emperor like him. If he wanted to kill this idiot, he didn't know how many times he would have died. A moment later, Zhuo Yifan, Long Niu, and the fat man entered a deserted forest. Long Niu kindly reminded him, but he didn't listen, feeling uneasy. She decided to follow on the way. Zhuo Yifan let his blood infant scout the situation. Although he said he trusted this idiot, being careful was never excessive feeling. They had gone far enough, the three stopped. Zhuo Yifan turned to the fat man and said, Little brat, you're not bad. You actually didn't bring any guards? The fat man pouted arrogantly and raised his head, saying, I do what I say. Moreover, this matter concerns Little Niu's lifelong happiness. I must make you lose convincingly. A sinister smile appeared at the corner of Zhuo Yifan's mouth as he looked at him. Aren't you afraid that I've set an ambush for you here? Hearing these words, the fat man unconsciously became fearful and looked around vigilantly. However, he then roared, This old man came alone. If you dare to do such a despicable thing, will Little Niu still value you? Even if I get beaten up, I'll still be the winner. Ha ha, little brat, you are very bold. I like that. Let's begin to determine the winner. Zhuo Fan laughed loudly. But as soon as his laughter stopped, the fat man threw a punch attacking him. He was a little surprised, but he still managed to dodge. Retreating a few steps, he raised his head to look at the fat man and said, "Little brat, I thought you were so upright, yet you play sneak attacks." Seeing his anger, the fat man didn't feel like he had done anything wrong and pouted. "Didn't you say, 'Begin that'? Doesn't count as a sneak attack." Hearing what he said, Zhuo Yifan glanced at him, secretly appreciating him. This guy looked stupid on the outside, but was quite cunning on the inside. However, the demonic path's principle was to use any means to achieve one's goals. His attack within the bounds of the duel was exactly to his liking. He liked it very much. Seeing Zhuo Yifan remain silent, the fat man became a little smug. "Rotten brat, are you scared yet? With just this little bit of skill you dare to steal this old man as little new?" At this moment, Zhuo Yifan not only wasn't he angry but also laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, that's right, you were absolutely right." Saying this, his expression suddenly changed, and he pointed towards Long Niu, shouting, "Long Niu, what are you doing, taking off your clothes?" Hearing Zhuo Yifan's loud shout, the fat man, although knowing he might be tricking him, still couldn't help but turn his head back. The result was that he was indeed tricked, taking advantage of his inattention. Zhuo Yifan attacked him caught off guard. He was forced to retreat backwards. Long Niu, upon hearing these words, gritted her teeth so hard, her whole face flushed red. She looked at him and cursed twice. Shameless. Zhuo Yifan smirked and returned the greeting, "Too kind, too kind." In an instant, the fat man, seeing Zhuo Yifan's actions, immediately became furious. He was angry not only because Zhuo Yifan had launched a sneak attack, but also because he had used Long Niu to deceive him. He loudly cursed, "You damned little brat! You dare to insult my little Niu! I must teach you a lesson." Seeing his anger, Zhuo Yifan didn't care and shook his head with a smile. "I was just exaggerating a bit. You shook your head at my words, but what were you thinking at that moment? Weren't you also insulting your precious Miss Long?" Hearing Zhuo Yifan's words, the fat man was immediately stunned. He was right. Although his intention just now was indeed disrespectful to Long Niu, he also had improper thoughts in his mind at that moment. If Zhuo Yifan insulted Long Niu, then he was no exception, only differing in that Zhuo Yifan used words while he used thoughts. The two of them were the same, neither had the right to blame the other, thinking this. The fat man turned to Zhuo Yifan and said, "Brat, I want to pursue what happened just now. Now I'll get serious saying this." The fat man immediately circulated his original energy and attacked Zhuo Yifan with a high-grade mortal martial skill Mount Crushing Fist. "Brat, move aside. If you don't want to get hurt, but if you dodge, it means you admit defeat this punch. If you don't block it, you will definitely die." However, facing him was Zhuo Yifan, a person who could kill two great heavenly profound realm experts in his eyes. This fat man was just trash. Seeing the fierce momentum rushing towards him, Zhuo Yifan wasn't afraid, not even slightly frowning. Original energy gathered in his palm, and a red light quickly appeared. He revealed a sinister smile towards the person charging at him. But at this moment, the fat man saw Zhuo Yifan standing still without moving, and broke out in a sweat, angrily cursing, "You damned brat courting death! This old man is at the 7th level of the bone-tempering realm and has high-grade martial skills. What's so great about you, a 5th-level bone-tempering realm with mid-grade martial skills? Move aside if you don't want to die." He thought that with his 7th-level bone-tempering realm strength, he would definitely not lose to Zhuo Yifan's 5th-level bone-tempering realm strength. He was that confident. But unfortunately for him, the person facing him was Zhuo Yifan. He could completely win in a battle that crossed 2 levels of difference with the ease of flipping his hand. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted, and the fat man was violently sent flying out, the original energy surrounding him, completely shattered. Waiting for him to stand up, his face was full of shock and disbelief. "How could this be? I am clearly stronger than you. How could I be so easily blown away?" Long Niu, standing beside, wasn't too surprised by this scene. The fat man's defeat was within her expectations. Honestly, she really hated Zhuo Yifan for the many times she had suffered at his hands, but putting aside those grievances, he was a capable person. He was the first person on the continent to use his bone-tempering realm strength to kill 2 heavenly profound realm experts. The fat man was only 2 levels higher than him, definitely not his opponent. Zhuo Yifan slowly walked towards the fat man, reaching out to help him up, and smiled as he looked at him. "Fatty, you held back just now, didn't you? I know you didn't use your full strength." Hearing what he said, the fat man couldn't help but be surprised. However, he was a man of principle and wouldn't excuse himself, although he had indeed softened his attack before making a move. Defeat was defeat. He waved his hand and said, "Defeat is defeat. Using full strength at the 7th level of bone-tempering realm to deal with the 5th level is still a defeat." Hearing what he said, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but become serious. "Perhaps in your eyes it's justice, but in my eyes it's kindness." The fatty heard him and stared blankly at him for a moment. The thoughts in his heart just now had all been seen through by the person before him. Shaking his head, he reached out to Zhuo Yifan for support, stood up and sighed. "No wonder little Niu took notice of you. Little Niu has a good eye. This brat will definitely become a great figure in the future." Saying this, he seemed to acknowledge defeat for the two of them and turned to leave. But at this moment, suddenly, a gust of original energy tore through the air, heading towards the fat man. Sensing danger, Zhuo Yifan immediately pulled the fat man behind him, dodging the incoming attack. The fat man was stunned for a moment, then gratefully said to Zhuo Yifan, "Brother, thank you for saving my life. I never thought I'd be saved by my rival in love." Zhuo Yifan, hearing him, didn't pay it any mind, pulling Long Niu and him behind, wholeheartedly protecting them. Right at this moment, a group of black-clad masked figures appeared, their auras causing Zhuo Yifan to be a little surprised. They were all core realm experts. Seeing the newcomers, Long Niu's brows furrowed tightly as she looked ahead solemnly. "Zhuo Yifan, what do we do now?" At this moment, she clearly understood the current situation they could only rely on. "Zhuo Yifan, this place was too far from the Hidden Dragon Pavilion and reinforcements couldn't arrive immediately. The fat man's guards weren't here. Either these black-clad people were all core realm experts. Their 3 bone-tempering realm cultivators wouldn't be able to resist for long." But at this moment, the fat man stepped forward, facing the black-clad people. "Are you looking for me? This has nothing to do with them. Let them leave." The black-clad person in front saw him step out and gave a strange laugh, as expected of royalty. "You have quite the imposing aura of a king. Unfortunately, we want to let anyone survive." Hearing his words, the fat man immediately became fearful. He didn't want to implicate Long Niu and Zhuo Yifan because of him. Suddenly, Zhuo Yifan took a step forward, pushing the fat man behind him. His face was serious as he said, "This fatty is under my protection. If you want his life, step over my corpse." Chapter 38. Annihilation. As soon as he finished speaking, the group of black-clad people immediately sneered contemptuously. "A mere bone-tempering realm cultivator. Like you dares to step forward." The person beside the leader spoke, "Since we have to kill them all anyway, let us start with this brat first." Another person disagreed, saying, "Or should we kill the mission target first? The mission is still more important. We finally have this opportunity." Seeing them arguing about who to attack first, Zhuo Yifan didn't care, but the fat man was really afraid of implicating them. Taking advantage of the black-clad people's inattention, he moved towards Zhuo Yifan and whispered, "Brother, they were looking for me. Later I'll lure them away. You take little Niu and run back to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion." Hearing him, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but appreciate him. But he still spoke the truth mercilessly. "With your speed, you won't even be able to run 10 meters before being killed. How are you going to lure them away?" The fat man didn't pay attention to Zhuo Yifan's mockery and hurriedly shouted, "Then, what should we do?" Without hurrying to answer the fat man, Zhuo Yifan looked at the black-clad people and smiled sinisterly, a murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Kill them." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan moved in the blink of an eye. An object had appeared in his hand. It was the sinister moon wheel he had obtained from Elder Yun of the Netherworld Valley. The black-clad leader saw him attack and then saw the object in his hand. Recognizing what it was, he exclaimed in shock, "Demonic treasure." However, he didn't have time to dodge and was struck by a streak of red light entering his body. Silver light flashed, and he instantly fell down. Zhuo Yifan stood in the pool of blood looking at the fallen person without any concern, his eyes gradually darkening. But on this side, the fat man was surprised to see him succeed. He stared blankly at Zhuo Yifan. Only now did he realize how powerful the person he had fought earlier was. At most he had only been blown away, and Zhuo Yifan had already shown mercy. The black-clad people on the other side were no exception. Their eyes widened in shock at the scene before them. Who could have thought that a bone-tempering realm cultivator would dare to attack first when facing a group of core realm experts, and even succeed? At this moment their gazes towards Zhuo Yifan no longer held contempt, but only fear. Suddenly someone shouted, "Kill that brat!" They all clearly understood that among the three people in front of them, the most dangerous one was the bone-tempering realm brat, holding a third-grade demonic treasure. If they could deal with him, the mission would be considered unimpeded. The black-clad people attacked simultaneously, rushing towards Zhuo Yifan. Seeing the group rushing towards him, Zhuo Yifan didn't panic and smirked. "Just what I wanted." As soon as he finished speaking, he moved. Silver light flashed in his hand, heading straight towards the rushing group, the sinister moon wheel in his hand, along with Zhuo Yifan's speed and strength quickly caused the black-clad people to fall one by one, blood flowing like a river. The group, seeing this, immediately exclaimed in shock and retreated backwards. If they said that he had succeeded in attacking the black-clad leader earlier with a sneak attack, then now, when directly attacking, he still created such a shocking scene, it was truly terrifying. Zhuo Yifan looked at the group being constantly forced back, his sinister eyes turning red. "Dare to come to my territory and cause trouble, none of you will return alive." As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but tremble unconsciously, retreating backwards, looking at the person before them, in fear they, who had been headhunters, had become prey in the hands of that person at some point. One of the black-clad people shouted, "Everyone don to be afraid charge. He is just a little bone-tempering realm devil. He is only relying on a third-grade demonic treasure. As long as we surround him, he wants to be able to escape." Charging forward again, the black-clad people simultaneously attacked Zhuo Yifan with murderous intent. But the demonic treasure in his hand was incredibly dangerous. He used it skillfully, and one by one they fell into the pool of blood. The fat man stood aside, secretly shocked at this moment. Seeing Zhuo Yifan's imposing aura, he couldn't help but recall the oppression from his imperial father. He thought that Zhuo Yifan was even stronger. It seemed that everyone who opposed him would be pursued to the end. No one could survive. Chapter 39. Divine Illumination. Realm expert. Not unlike the fat man, Long Niu was also shocked. This was the first time she had truly seen Zhuo Yifan make a move. At this moment, she understood his terror. With such a dignified and imposing aura, none of the young masters of the 7 imperial families could truly compare. And at this moment, in the current chaotic battle, it was considered Zhuo Yifan's massacre. He still stood arrogantly, his imposing back radiating the aura of a powerful expert. The sinister moon wheel in his hand flashed with silver light, one after another, also taking the lives of the black-clad people before him. Just like that, one by one, fell blood staining the ground red. A moment later, when only one black-clad person remained, Zhuo Yifan stopped and withdrew his aura, asking, "Who sent you here?" The surviving black-clad person saw him ask and trembled, answering in fear. It was, but right at this moment a whooshing sound rang out. The person's eyes widened and he instantly fell down dead, his eyes not closing. Zhuo Yifan saw this scene and immediately became vigilant. Looking around, he took a deep breath, his mind sensing a killer divine illumination realm expert. Such a powerful expert, attacking even if he used the blood infant and the sinister moon wheel to fight. He wouldn't be his opponent. Just as everyone was in shock, a sound came from behind. A figure in white robes appeared holding a flute in his hand. He was the one who had used his mind to kill the black-clad person earlier. That's right. The fat man saw the person arrive and happily shouted, "Teacher, why are you here?" Zhuo Yifan looked at the approaching person thoughtfully. Secretly observing him, the man wore a long white robe, had sharp features, and held a jade flute as a weapon. Since his appearance, a faint smile had remained on his lips. After a moment of thought, he finally recognized this person. "You are one of the 5 great dragon guardian envoys of the royal family, known as the #1 sword god of the Tianyu Empire, the Jade Flute Sword God, Wang Qiu Bai Zhuo." Yifan had previously heard Long Zhu mention the current powers of the 7 imperial families and the royal family, as well as the dragon guardian envoys who protected the royal family and reduced the influence of the 7 imperial families over time. Indeed, it wasn't too surprising that the royal family had such a powerful expert to suppress the 7 imperial families. As soon as he finished speaking, hearty laughter rang out, and at the same time Long Zhou appeared from behind a tree. "Didn't I tell you this brat has very sharp eyes? I only mentioned you once, and he recognized you right away." Long Niu saw Long Zhou appear, and happily ran over calling out twice. "Zhou uncle Elder Fang, when did you arrive? Why didn't you come sooner?" Hearing Long Niu's question, Long Zhou couldn't help but laugh. "Haha, we arrived when Brother Zhuo and the 3rd prince were competing. Brother Zhuo, you re quite something facing over a dozen core realm experts without even changing your expression, charging forward alone. Even I, when I was young, didn't have the guts of a brother like you. I'm truly impressed." The fat man hearing this couldn't help but wonder, "Teacher and elder, you arrived already. Why didn't you come out?" "I was fine, and little Niu was also there." Hearing Long Zhu's words, Fang Chubai also sighed and nodded in admiration. Long Zhu is right. He is not only intelligent, but also has strength and courage, who would have the confidence to face more than 10 core realm experts with just bone-tempering realm strength and not retreat. Moreover, he even succeeded in wiping them all out thinking about it. I wonder if stepping in from the beginning would have missed a good show. Furthermore, this old man wouldn't have witnessed the skills of this young prodigy. Hearing Fang Qiubai's praise Zhuo, Yifan wasn't he too smug and lightly bowed? "Senior is too kind. It is just, why did Senior kill that person? Could it be?" Before he could finish speaking, Fang Qiubai immediately cast a sharp gaze towards him, his face darkening slightly with a hint of warning. "Young man, you are very intelligent, but with your current strength, intelligence isn't necessarily a good thing." Hearing him, Zhuo Yifan understood the warning in his words. He was warning him not to interfere in the royal family's power struggles. It wasn't something he could get involved in right now. Killing that person was also to protect him. He hurriedly nodded in understanding and said to Fang, "Chubai Jr. understands Jr. will forget about today's events immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, Fang Qiubai clearly saw that he understood his meaning. He was indeed, as Long Zhu had said, saying little but understanding much. Using retreat as an advance, he was truly very intelligent. He looked at Zhuo Yifan and smiled unexpectedly. Besides the secular 7 imperial families there, as someone as formidable as you, if you didn't belong to the demonic path, you would be very suitable for this old man. This old man would definitely take you back and teach you for 2 years, and your future would definitely be boundless. As soon as these words came out, they caused a shock to the fat man. And Long knew the people of the 7 imperial families all knew Fang Qiubai's bad temper, not putting anyone in his eyes, not even showing respect to the emperor. In the past, the fatty only learned a few techniques from him, because he persistently clung to him for 3 years before the man finally agreed. Even so, he firmly refused to accept him as a disciple. That's why Fatty calls him teacher instead of master. But now Zhuo Yifan had only met him once, and he already wanted to take him as a disciple. If their cultivation methods weren't different, perhaps Zhuo Yifan would have become the sword god's first disciple, just like that. The people of the 7 imperial families would have to take a detour when they saw him. This level of treatment was truly enviable. However, regarding this matter, Zhuo Yifan helplessly shook his head and smiled softly. With his previous demon emperor cultivation, the person he could accept as a master had to be at least an emperor-level expert or higher. Therefore, he really didn't put these mortals in his eyes. Fang Qiubai looked at Zhuo Yifan again, a little reluctant. "I'll take the fatty and leave Long Zhu 3rd Prince. I still have official duties. I'll take him away first." Saying this, he and the fat man quickly disappeared incredibly fast, truly worthy of being a divine illumination realm expert. Zhuo Fan took a deep breath, sighing in his heart, truly determined that he must quickly cultivate to the divine illumination realm. Only then could he roam the continent freely as he once had. At this moment, Long Zhou walked in front of Zhuo. He fanned his face, serious. "Brother Zhuo, come with me to the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. I have something to give you." Chapter 40. Alliance. Hearing these words, the corner of Zhuo Yifan's mouth slightly curved up. He seemed to know exactly what it was. He nodded slightly and followed Long Zhu. A moment later, they quickly entered the hidden dragon pavilion. Longju immediately chased Longnu out, and even though she was unwilling, she still had to obey. After she left, Longju took out a piece of animal hide from his person and handed it to Zhuo. Yifan, taking it and opening it. The two words, Alliance Oath, immediately appeared before his eyes after reading the contents inside. Zhuo Yifan put it away. A satisfied smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, as expected. Everything was within his expectations. What he wanted was for the hidden dragon pavilion to form an alliance with the Luo family, becoming their support and unconditionally helping them with this. No one would dare to touch the Luo family. With his inner demon resolved, he could now focus on developing his own power. Seeing the expression on Zhuo Yifan's face, Zhuo asked in surprise, "I have a feeling you knew about this beforehand." Zhuo Yifan glanced at Longju and smiled mysteriously. His initial plan was aimed at this alliance oath. Every step he took had a purpose. From the first day he arrived at the hidden dragon pavilion to all the subsequent events, he had planned everything himself. Bit by bit, what he wanted was to make the Luo family an ally of the hidden dragon pavilion. A moment later, Zhuo Yifan held the alliance oath in his hand and said to Longju, "I'll take this back to have the young miss sign it." Seeing that he wanted to leave, Longju hurriedly stopped him. "Wait, sign it here now. According to our pavilion master's wishes, this alliance agreement isn't for the Luo family to sign, but for you, Zhuo Yifan, to sign. Zhuo Fan is the ally of the hidden dragon pavilion. This is the pavilion master's exact wording." Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be surprised. But then again, their pavilion master indeed had remarkable insight. He smiled. "Your pavilion master is truly a peerless hero, ahaha." Late at night, Zhuo Yifan returned to the Luo family's small courtyard. As soon as he entered the door, he met Commander Pang, and he immediately asked, "Old Pang, where's Yunshang? I have something to talk to her about." Hearing that he wanted to find Luo Yunshang, Commander Pang's expression froze, and he said helplessly, "I'll take you there." Zhuo Yifan was a little stunned by Commander Pang's expression and silently followed him. In just a moment, the two had arrived at the kitchen door. He looked at Commander Pang suspiciously, only to see him point inside. He went in with doubt, and at this moment the kitchen was a mess, with things scattered everywhere, and Luo Yunshang had fallen asleep in the kitchen. Commander Pong sighed upon seeing this. "Haze, the young miss, has been here from morning till night. She even asked the kitchen staff for guidance. Now she's exhausted. I know, Steward Zhuo, you are capable, so you don't put the young miss and young master in your eyes. But the young miss, wanting you to have a good meal when you came out of seclusion, has been painstakingly practicing in the kitchen for a whole month, only to receive a few harsh words from you. Any girl would be heartbroken." Zhuo Yifan Didnt listened to his rambling and went straight to Luo Yunshang, looking at the burnt food on the stove. He couldn't help but shake his head. She really has no talent. But even as he said this, his hand still picked up a piece and put it in his mouth. Hearing him, Commander Pang disagreed and stepped forward, picking up a piece of food and putting it in his mouth. "Even if the skills aren't there, you should still show some respect to the young miss. Like me, I'll just swallow it down. It's not that hard." However, as soon as he swallowed a piece, he spat it out, looking apologetically at Zhuo Yifan. "Steward, Zhuo, maybe it's better not to. It's really hard to eat. I blamed you wrongly." But Zhuo Yifan didn't care and continued to put piece after piece into his mouth and swallow. Commander Pang, seeing his face immediately turn unsightly, said, "Don't eat anymore, steward. Zhuo, what I ate just now was really hard to eat." A smile appeared at the corner of Zhuo Fan's mouth as he ate every piece of food Luo Yunshang had made it. "It's nothing, I am just hungry." Early the next morning, warm rays of sunlight shone into the quiet kitchen. Luo Yunshang's eyelashes fluttered, and she woke up looking around. She realized she had actually slept in the kitchen last night. She helplessly smiled bitterly. She felt a little dejected and looked up at the stove, wanting to find the food she had made yesterday, but at this moment it had disappeared. Then she noticed she was wearing a piece of clothing that wasn't hers. She slowly turned her head and saw Zhuo Yifan sleeping peacefully below. She covered her mouth in surprise. Last night she had actually slept in the same place as him. She couldn't help but feel a little shy. She unconsciously moved closer to him, her face gradually turning red with embarrassment. Chapter 41. The Demon Emperor's Dilemma. Young Miss Steward Zhuo. Right at this moment, Commander Pang's voice suddenly rang out, startling Luo Yunshang. She hurriedly leaned against Zhuo Yifan pretending to be asleep. Just at that moment, Zhuo Yifan also woke up from his dream hearing Commander Pang's call. He opened his mouth and said, "Old Pang, what's the rush?" Commander Pang had just stepped into the kitchen when his eyes fell upon his young miss leaning against Zhuo. Yifan's shoulder sleeping peacefully, he looked at her slightly flushed face a little unusually and asked, Brother Zhuo, young miss." Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan immediately turned his head to look. Luo Yunshang saw him turn around, her face even more flushed. Her body trembled, and she couldn't help but press her head against his forehead. Suddenly a hot temperature radiated from her body. Surprising him originally last night, he had intended to carry her back to her room, but fearing he would wake her, he had temporarily slept here for the night, not expecting her to fall ill overnight. "Old Pang, whatever it is, let's talk later. I'll take the young miss back to her room to rest." Saying this, Zhuo Yifan horizontally carried Luo Yunshang, heading directly towards her room. But Commander Pang hurriedly stopped him. "No, Brother Zhuo, someone wants to invite the young miss to their mansion. We absolutely cannot offend them." Seeing him trying to stop him from leaving and looking at Luo Yunshang's condition, he angrily said, "Who can't we offend even if the Hidden Dragon Pavilion invites her? She's not going." "Don't you see that your young miss is unconscious? How can she go? At most, I'll go see him later." Seeing Zhuo Yifan's anger, but knowing that the person who had come also couldn't be offended, Commander Pang anxiously shouted loudly, "Ouch, Brother Zhuo, Steward Zhuo." This person said, "The young miss absolutely must show her face." He brought the Imperial Gold token. Zhuo Fan couldn't help but be startled. The Golden Decree, the aura of the person carrying the Golden Decree, was undoubtedly that of a royal guard. Even the heads of the 7 imperial families had to come when summoned. Otherwise, it would be a crime of disobeying an imperial decree, punishable by death for light offenses and extermination of 9 generations for heavy offenses. However, thinking of what happened last night, he dared not do anything rash. His eyes narrowed slightly as he pondered for a moment. Then, he coldly said to Old Pang, "Tell him the young miss isn't feeling well and to come back tomorrow." Hearing this, Commander Pang was shocked and couldn't help but take a deep breath. The other party had come with the Phoenix Decree to send them away like this. He was afraid. Seeing him hesitate and not leave, Zhuo Yifan was certain that the person who had come was definitely someone from the fatty S side. He definitely wouldn't indiscriminately kill innocent people. Knowing Commander Pang's thoughts, Zhuo Yifan shouted again, "Just do as I say, hurry up." Suddenly, Luo Yunshang cried out and broke free from Zhuo. Yifan's embraced seriously, saying, "Wait, Commander Pang, tell that person to wait a moment. I'll get ready and go right away." "Yes, your command, Commander Pang," replied, feeling fortunate. If Luo Yunshang hadn't woken up in time with Zhuo Yifan's temper, he would have definitely offended that person, and they would have had no way to resist. Zhuo Yifan looked deeply at Luo Yunshang, pondering her appearance just now was of someone unconscious, yet in an instant she had become so clear-headed he couldn't help but feel strange. Once again, Zhuo Yifan understood that he couldn't fathom a woman's temperament. Luo Yunshang glared at him and said, "Steward Zhuo, don't be too impulsive. We can't afford to offend the royal family." As soon as she finished speaking, she hurriedly disappeared, leaving only Zhuo Yifan standing there, helplessly shaking his head and heading directly towards the reception hall. Entering the reception hall, Zhuo Fan saw the person who had come to invite them. He was wearing the clothes of a servant, but his strength was at the peak of the bone-tempering realm. As expected, his guess was correct. It was someone from the fatty S side. The person saw Zhuo Yifan approach, stood up, clasped his fist, and put on an arrogant demeanor. A clear disdain flashed in his eyes. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, he revealed the imperial golden token in his hand and said, "You must be Steward Zhuo. My master invites you and Miss Luo to his mansion for a matter." Seeing his attitude, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but coldly snort. A mere servant dared to be arrogant in front of him back in his days of rampant dominance. This person probably hadn't even been born yet. Without even glancing at the person, Zhuo Yifan went straight to the head seat, crossed his legs and said, "Is the fatty injured?" Just as the person was about to get angry, he heard Zhuo Yifan's words, and his eyes widened in surprise. This person actually dared to call his master fatty, thinking about his relationship with his master. In an instant, the disdain on the person's face disappeared, replaced by flattery. "When our master returned last night, he didn't mention being injured. Zhuo Yifan looked at his respectful demeanor and sneered inwardly. "Oh really, ha ha ha." He was probably afraid of losing face and didn't dare to say anything. "I gave him 30 slaps and kicked him a dozen times yesterday. It would be strange if he was fine. Am I right that brat was just putting on an act, afraid of being laughed at by you all, ha ha? Oh right. Is that old man Fang Chubai still angry?" Hearing these words, the person finally believed that the person in front of him indeed knew his master. Fang Chubai had brought the fatty back yesterday, and only then did he know that Fang Chubai had appeared. Yet this person also knew. He stammered. It doesn't seem like it." "That's good. Then yesterday old Fang wanted to take me as his disciple, but I wouldn't submit, so he didn't take me away. Hearing you say that, I'm relieved, Zhuo." Yifan pretended to sigh in relief. The person hearing this information trembled and couldn't stand steadily, falling to the ground. The person in front of him not only knew his master, but was even wanted as a disciple by Fang Chubai. No matter who he was, with this status alone, he couldn't afford to offend him, even with 10 lives. Seeing the person as fearful appearance, Zhuo Yifan revealed a smug and satisfied look. This person still wasn't qualified to be arrogant in front of him. Chapter 42. Millennium rules. Outside Fenglin City, in a secluded mountainous area, there was a small, quiet courtyard that exuded an elegant tranquility. Outside, the guards were all core realm experts. The person who had brought Zhuo Yifan's group of 4, the 2 Luo siblings and Commander Pong, to this place, bowed respectfully and said, "Steward, Zhuo Miss Luo, please come inside." Very quickly, everyone arrived at a small courtyard in the distance. They saw people from the Kai family, the Lei family, and the fatty sitting there. Zhuo Yifan immediately understood the purpose of summoning them. Today he quickly took a step back, pushing Luo Yunhai and Luo Yunshang forward, and touched his nose, saying, "This is a meeting of the 3 families. You all are in charge." Luo Yunhai didn't look at him, but Luo Yunshang, although usually without much opinion, still understood his words. After the recent events, everyone in Fenglin City knew that the person in charge and the one who made the decisions was Steward Zhuo Yifan. Therefore, the royal family would also regard Zhuo Yifan as the true master of the Luo family. What he wanted was for the Luo family to gain fame and for everyone to know that the master of the Luo family still carried the Luo surname. Thinking of this, she couldn't help but be moved and sincerely thanked him. The person who led the 3 of them to the front of the small courtyard respectfully bowed, gesturing for them to enter. His attitude was as respectful as it would be towards a master. But seeing this scene, the fatty and everyone else couldn't help but be stunned. Royal guards had always been arrogant and looked down on everyone except royalty, even towards the 7 imperial families. Their attitude was arrogant. But today, what was with this respectful attitude towards the Luo family? Everyone couldn't help but be puzzled. This level of treatment was admired by everyone in Fenglin City from top to bottom. While everyone was assessing them, the 4 of them had already entered the courtyard. Luo Yunshang looked at the fatty and slowly bowed in greeting. Commoner Luo Yunshang greets His Highness, the 3rd Prince. Zhuo Yifan beside her helped her stand up, his face as indifferent as ever. The fatty looked at her and Zhuo Yifan without paying much attention and waved his hand, inviting them to sit. Hearing him, Luo Yunshang and Luo Yunhai simultaneously sat down. Commander Pong and Zhuo Yifan retreated to the back. Seeing Zhuo Yifan's actions, the fatty couldn't help but nod. He had strength and merit, but he wasn't arrogant and was still wholeheartedly devoted to his master Fang. Chubai on the side also nodded in approval. With the 3 families all present remembering the purpose of his visit to Fenglin City, he took a breath and said, "Today this prince has come with the imperial decree to initiate the millennium destiny of the 3 families. Presumably when you family heads took over your positions, you were all instructed with one sentence: you must not be enemies with the other 2 families, and you must support each other. Furthermore, the 3 families must not leave Fenglin City until the Mingju emits its demonic light." Lol, in fact, all of this is an agreement between the founding royal family and the 3 family heads from 1,000 years ago, called the Mingju Decree. The Luo family, the Kai family, the Lei family, and the imperial 7 families are all founding meritorious clans equal in status. As soon as the fatty finished speaking, Kai Rong and Lei Yuntian exchanged a glance and simultaneously looked towards the fatty. Luo Yunshang looked at Luo Yunhai. Seeing her younger brother nod, a hint of doubt arose in her eyes. Receiving this shocking news, she was stunned for a moment, looking at the fatty in disbelief, no matter what. They hadn't expected that their three families could actually be on the same level as the seven imperial families. However, the Luo family was now just a small family facing everyone. As questioning gazes, a hint of guilt appeared on the fatty S face as he continued, "My apologies. It's all because of Yuan's debt to you. Back then, when the Tianyu Empire had just been established and its foundations were unstable, the common people were in turmoil. Therefore, the founding emperor brought in 7 founding meritorious officials and sent them to various parts of the human realm to quell the chaos, giving them enough authority even on par with the royal family. Those were the subordinate 7 imperial families, but who would have thought that 20 years later, the power of the 7 imperial families would grow so strong that disputes over interests would arise, leading to the Great War. At that time, the uncontrollable royal family cut back their power. In the end, they realized they wouldn't gain any benefits, so they stopped fighting. But after that great war, countless lives were lost, the nation's strength declined, and there was even the possibility of losing the country. But what does this have to do with our 3 families? Zhuo Yifan, who was standing beside, frowned and asked. Hearing Zhuo Yifan's question, the fatty looked at everyone and explained the doubts without hiding anything. The 3 families are the founding elders who followed the founding emperor. If they were still in the court, now they would definitely be on par with the 4 pillars. As soon as he said 4 pillars, everyone was immediately shocked. Chapter 43. Harmonizing Martial Arts. The 4 pillars were the national leaders of the Tianyu Empire, holding the military, economic, and political power of the nation. There were even rumors that the true strength of the 4 pillars was actually greater, causing the royal family to feel uneasy. The royal family, the 4 pillars, and the 7 imperial families formed the strongest strategic force of the empire, but they also maintained a relationship of mutual restraint and balance. If just one side lost its balance, the Tianyu Empire would immediately collapse. Unexpectedly, the ancestors of the Luo family could have become one of the 4 pillars of the empire, but now the Luo family no longer existed in that position. Seeing the surprise in everyone's eyes, the fatty continued. The Mingzhu decree was issued when Emperor Kaizu was angry about the war among the 7 families. Therefore, he made an agreement with the ancestors of the 7 families, using the excuse of banishing the 3 families to Fenglin City to become ordinary families until the Great War among the 7 families occurred. Afterwards, he continued to elevate other major families to become the 7 imperial families, to ensure a balance of power and reduce the loss of life in the future. Hearing this, Luo Yunshang thought of the current situation and sighed, saying, "But even now, with the 8 families, they still can to stop the 7 families." The fatty chuckled, and Zhuo Yifan beside him smiled and said, "It is not about stopping them, but about balancing them. Young mis-wars occur when one side has an advantage. It's like a war where 1,000 people lose 800. Unless there's an irreconcilable hatred, it will happen. Therefore, sometimes when 2 major forces clash, it's easier to resolve because no one wants to suffer mutual destruction." Hearing what he said, Luo Yunshang understood and nodded. The fatty immediately praised, looking at him. "Steward Zhuo, you are indeed a prodigy. No wonder the Luo family is flourishing under your guidance." However, Zhuo Yifan didn't pay attention to his words and went straight to the point. "Third Prince, we already know about the destiny of the 3 families. Now I only want to know one thing. How will you help us safely become the 8th family, of course, for a rising family relying on the power of the royal family? It's not difficult. The difficulty lies in rising without being discovered. The 7 imperial families will definitely not stand by and watch us gradually sit in the same position as them." As soon as he finished speaking, the fatty's eyes widened in surprise as he looked at him. "Indeed, you're intelligent." He had only talked about the superficial aspects, and Zhuo Yifan had already grasped the key point within the fatty side. "I often say worthy of being steward." Zhuo Yuvi hit the nail on the head. Zhuo Yifan's words immediately surprised everyone. However, what he said was also correct. How could the 7 imperial families watch a small family become stronger, even possibly surpassing them? Therefore, their only option was to eliminate them before that family rose. The strong are always like this. No force wants another force to rise up and share the delicious cake of their power. Keirong, hearing Zhuo Yifan's words, regretted it. He was indeed a rare talent, one in 1,000 years, but he had offended him, otherwise he might have been able to pull him to his side. At this moment, the fatty had already spoken. This point has already been arranged in the initial decree. The most basic element of a clan is its strong individuals to ensure the prosperity of a family. Just like the Hidden Dragon Pavilion has 9 elders with powerful influence, or the Netherworld Valley has 12 elders overseeing it, the 7 imperial families all have their own powerful strategies. Each family invited to serve also has their secret weapons. Initially, to deceive the 7 imperial families, the founding emperor confiscated the assets of your 3 families. Therefore, do you have any decent weapons or cultivation techniques now? However, precisely because of this, the 7 imperial families stopped monitoring you 100 years ago. Moreover, they didn't expect you to have a profound grade martial art. With this martial art, you can nurture your own strong individuals. Even the 7 imperial families only have 1 or 2 sets of profound grade martial arts. Hearing these words, all 3 families revealed joy. They actually had a profound grade martial skill in their hands. How could that be? If they really had it, they would have discovered it without anyone needing to remind them. In contrast to them, Zhuo Yifan pondered for a long time, then nodded, seemingly understanding the issue. The fatty revealed a mysterious smile. A jade slip suddenly appeared in his hand. This is a mortal grade cultivation technique that incorporates a secret art by itself. It's worthless. But if you combine it with your ancient spirit grade martial arts, it can harmonize the martial arts of your 3 families into a supreme grade martial art. In other words, the Luo family S, returning dragon palm. The Kai family S, wind-breaking leg, and the Lei family S, thunderclap finger, were originally one type of martial art, S, just that the royal family holds the method of harmonization. Zhuo Yifan smiled and nodded, saying calmly. The fatty once again marveled at his intelligence, nodding and praising Steward Zhuo. You are indeed intelligent. I never expected Steward Zhuo to guess this. If my father hadn't told me, even this prince wouldn't he have expected it? Saying this, the fatty turned to the 3 family heads and continued. The 3 family heads, please bring out your ancestral martial arts now. However, at this moment, Lei Zhentian spoke. Third Prince Lei Mao has lost the ancestral martial arts. They were snatched away by someone else. This subordinate deserves death for failing His Majesty and the prince. Right at this moment, Kai Rong also spoke, Your Highness. In fact, I also lost them. As soon as he finished speaking, the fatty immediately exclaimed in shock, What lost them? Chapter 44. What's all the noise about hearing what they said? The fatty angrily scolded, What kind of family heads are you? You even lost your ancestral martial arts? Have you forgotten the ancestral teachings? Cai Rong and Lei Zhentian immediately knelt down in fear. Your Highness, please forgive us. The fatty sighed and scratched his head, not knowing what to do now. At this moment, Kai Rong carefully said, Your Highness, perhaps the royal family could bestow upon us another set. Hearing his words, the fatty's anger flared up again. He said roughly, Are you dreaming? Do you think profound grade martial arts are like vegetables in the market, where you can have as much as you want? Even the royal treasury doesn't have more than 3 or 4 types, and they all have to be registered. They can be taken out casually, as that would attract attention. What if your 3 families rise up? Are you pigs? Do you want to die? Saying this, he paced back and forth anxiously, saying, What should we do? The ancestral martial arts are gone. How can we harmonize them? The Mingju decree is ruined. But at this moment, Zhuo Yifan smirked, and then 2 jade slips appeared in his hand. He said profoundly, I've already retrieved the martial arts of those 2 families. The 3 men were startled and stared intently at Zhuo Yifan. Only Kai Rong looked at him in astonishment. He clearly knew that he had given the Kai family's ancestral martial arts to Elder Jane of the Netherworld Valley. How could they now be in Zhuo Yifan's hands? The fatty happily walked up to Zhuo Yifan and hugged him. Ha ha, Steward Zhuo, you were truly amazing. No wonder Elder Zhu of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion values you so much. If not for you, I wouldn't have been able to complete the mission my imperial father gave me. Consider this prince owing you a favor. Zhuo Yifan gave a faint smile, declining to comment and shaking his head. I am only doing this for the Luo family. Ignoring his words, the fatty moved on to the important matter. Now that we have the martial arts, the next step is for the 3 families to unite. Back then, when the founding emperor established the Mingju decree, the decree stated that when it was opened, the 2 weaker families would merge into the strongest family, and the profound grade martial arts would be managed by family head Zhuo. Therefore, before he could finish speaking, Kai Rong immediately interjected, "Your Highness, the Luo family's current power is weak. They only have 4 people, the Lei family isn't as strong as before, either only the Kai family is flourishing. Therefore, I wouldn't mind taking the position of the head of the greater family and supporting the royal family." Saying this, he reached out and placed the ancestral martial arts he had brought on the table. But at this moment, a hand stopped him. Lei Zhentian said, "Kai Rong, with your bone-tempering realm strength, you dare to claim to be the family head. Haha, so what if you were strong, you were just a bandit? How could you possibly step into the Grand Elegance Hall if your Lei family becomes the family head? I'm afraid it will become a laughingstock for the 7 imperial families in the future. How could you be ranked among them?" Hearing what Lei Dentian said, Kai Rong sneered loudly in an instant. Lei Dentian and Kai Rong began to compete for the position of family head. Zhuo Yifan watched from the side, sneering disdainfully. These 2 families were ultimately fighting for immediate gains. They weren't thinking about becoming the 8th family. This was just the beginning. The storms ahead would definitely be numerous as expected. They were shallow. The fatty and Fang Qiu Bai quietly watched them argue. Similarly, showing disdain as expected of small families, they lacked any bearing and were greedy for power. Luo Yunshang looked at the 2 of them and instantly became furious. Although the Luo family was now in decline, she couldn't stand the 2 of them pushing the Luo family aside. They clearly didn't put the Luo family in their eyes. It was truly too insulting. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted, silencing the arguing. Everyone was stunned and looked towards the source of the sound. They only saw a child's head trying hard to stand up on the table, his face full of seriousness. He said, "What? Saw the noise about the 3 families will merge into one. Only one family has the right to be the head, and that is the Luo family." Chapter 45, Uniting the 3 Families. Luo Yunhai's words were very spirited, shocking everyone. Kai Xiaoting, standing beside Kai Rong, looked at the insignificant brat and sneered, "What does this little punk understand? Among the 3 families, your Luo family is the weakest. How could you possibly be the head?" Hearing this, Luo Yunhai coldly laughed, revealing a sinister smile seeing this scene. Everyone was slightly startled. They were too familiar with this arrogant expression. But unconsciously, they hadn't recognized who it was. However, when they looked toward Zhuo Fan, they understood this brat was again imitating Zhuo Yifan's arrogance. Zhuo Yifan, standing beside, couldn't help but raise an eyebrow, watching the drama with amusement as he looked at Luo Yunhai. At this moment, Luo Yunhai continued, "Our Luo family now has no people, no money, no elixirs, only 4 of us relying on each other. But we are the strongest among the 3 families because we have Zhuo Fan, Steward Zhuo." As soon as he finished speaking, the little brat turned to look at Zhuo Yifan with a respectful gaze. Everyone followed his gaze and looked at him with serious expressions. What this little brat said wasn't wrong. The only thing the declining Luo family could compare with the Kai and Lei families was that Zhuo Yifan, as long as they had him, the Luo family's future glory was only a matter of time. But Kai Rong immediately spoke up disdainfully, "A mere servant. How can we let him support the guards and assets of the Kai family? Little brat, the unification of the 3 families is a matter for adults. You shouldn't." Before he could finish speaking, Zhuo Yifan took out the alliance oath and slammed it heavily on the table. If he hadn't wanted to avoid Luo Yunhai's disappointment in him, he wouldn't have taken it out so early. Zhuo Yifan coldly glanced at everyone and said the alliance oath between the Luo family and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone was shocked. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion had actually signed an equal treaty with the Luo family. With this treaty, even if the 7 imperial families wanted to touch the Luo family, they would have to be wary of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. This news was truly earth-shattering. Fang Qiubai, who had been silent behind the fatty for a while, couldn't help but speak. "Little brat, how did you manage to do that?" "Heroes cherish heroes, that is all." Zhuo Yifan nodded slightly towards Fang Qiubai. Then he looked at the Kai and Lei families and said, "Let me tell you, even without the Mingzhu decree, the unification of the 3 families with me, Zhuo Fan, will make the Luo family rank among the 7 imperial families sooner or later. You have no strength to help the Luo family. You're just a hindrance." Still not recovered from the shock of the alliance oath, the Kai and Lei families remained silent, unable to voice any opinions. Seeing this, Luo Yunshang also raised her head proudly, feeling an added weight of Zhuo Yifan in her heart. Luo Yunhai on the side also looked at him with admiration, his respect growing even more at this moment. The fatty, who had been staring intently at the hidden Dragon Pavilion's alliance oath, looked at Zhuo Yifan in admiration. He was indeed incredibly resourceful, actually obtaining this alliance oath with the hidden Dragon Pavilion. He knew Longju favored him, but this alliance oath wasn't a something an elder could just produce. He must have been able to move the pavilion master of the hidden Dragon Pavilion to achieve this treatment. Once again, he turned to Zhuo Yifan and said, "Steward, Zhuo staying in a secular family truly belittles you. Why not come help me?" Hearing these words, everyone was once again shocked. Even the royal family wanted to recruit him. Just how powerful could he be that all forces desired him? Luo Yunshang became anxious and fearful, afraid that the third prince would poach him and her Luo family, and her feelings would be in vain. But fortunately, unlike everyone else, Zhuo Yifan didn't pay attention to this recruitment offer. Even if it wasn't for his inner demon, he wouldn't become a stepping stone for others. He had greater ambitions. What he wanted was to control his own power. He couldn't help but chuckle softly. "Third prince, you flatter me, isn't staying in the Luo family, also contributing to the royal family." The fatty didn't expect him to refuse, but he smiled and nodded. "All right, if you're not willing, then so be it. Let us decide then. From now on, the Luo family will be the head, and the Kai and Lei families will assist the Luo family in completing the Mingju decree." Your Highness Kai Xiaoting was unconvinced. How could he want to be led by the Luo family whom he had once driven away? He immediately spoke up to object. But Kai Rong, standing beside him, saw the murderous intent in the fatty's eyes. Understanding the situation, he immediately pulled him back and slowly shook his head. Kai Rong knew that with just that alliance oath, Zhuo Yifan had successfully gained the trust of the royal family. This plan was extremely important, and the alliance oath with the hidden Dragon Pavilion was the key. Lei Zhentian on the side also immediately nodded. "Your Highness, rest assured, this old man will definitely assist Yunshang and Yunhai in the future. The Luo family's Gui Yun Manor was lost because of this old man. This old man is willing to dedicate his entire life to serving as atonement." Seeing that everyone had submitted, his task was considered complete. He nodded and waved his hand, saying, "All right, if there are no other objections, then let us proceed like this." Seeing the fatty's gesture to see them off, everyone immediately bowed and took their leave. At this moment, the fatty turned to Zhuo Yifan again, "Steward. Zhuo, please stay behind for a moment." Chapter 46. State of mind. After everyone had left, the fatty and Zhuo Yifan walked to a nearby forest. Zhuo Yifan was extremely puzzled, not knowing why he had called him out here. Unable to guess, he finally spoke. "Third prince, what do you intend to?" Before he could finish speaking, the fatty, who was walking ahead, turned around and interrupted. "No need to talk. Just follow my lead." Saying this, he pointed to the sky and said loudly, "I, Yuan Kong, the third prince of the Tianyu Empire, hereby swear to the heavens, from this day forward, I will become sworn brothers with Steward Zhuo Fan of the Luo family. We will live and die together without regret." Zhuo Yifan, standing beside him, looked at him with a bit of surprise. He actually wanted to become sworn brothers with him, without saying a word. However, this wasn't tea without its benefits. He glanced at Yuan Kong and immediately pointed to the sky, swearing, "I, Zhuo Fan, steward of the Luo family, hereby swear to the heavens today, I become sworn brothers with Yuan Kong, the third prince of the Tianyu Empire. If he betrays me, I will betray him." As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Kong frowned and looked at him. He had actually made such a vow, being overly cautious, "Brother, you're too careful." Hearing Yuan Kong's words, Zhuo Yifan didn't care and chuckled. "Fatty, it says not that I don't trust you, but the martial world is treacherous." Yuan Kong didn't mind his words and let out a soft breath. "Call me whatever you want anyway. Becoming sworn brothers with you makes me feel good. Do you still remember our agreement from yesterday? Whoever loses will no longer pursue new heir, but I can to do it. After becoming sworn brothers with you, I can to bully my brother's wife in the future, so I'll completely lose hope with her." Zhuo Yifan frowned and helplessly shook his head. He actually thought he and that Long New girl had a real relationship truly. Seeing how concerned he was about this matter, he spoke up to remind him, "Fatty, actually there's nothing between me and that girl, she was just making excuses." Hearing these words, Yuan Kong was overjoyed, his eyes widening with excitement. "What, are you serious? That means I can still pursue her great brother. You truly are my brother, LOL. Zhuo Yifan looked at his excited appearance and revealed a sinister smile. Go, you'd better annoy that girl to death. But brother, what is the real content of the Mingju decree? Still excited, Yuan Kong suddenly stopped smiling and looked at Zhuo Yifan warily. Brother, didn't I just tell you? Zhuo Yifan didn't want to speak sinisterly. The plan was very meticulous, and the goal was very legitimate. However, the grandeur of this plan was too small. So small that it didn't seem like something the founding emperor would have set. Zhuo Yifan clearly understood that only a founding emperor with the ambition and heroic spirit to bind the 7 imperial families and harmonize their power would set such a hidden 1,000-year plan, no matter what. He didn't believe that such a good plan couldn't escape the eyes of someone who used schemes and held the power of life and death in his hands like him. Yuan Kong smiled awkwardly and helplessly shook his head. I don't know the specifics either. In short, I received an imperial decree to complete this rule. Zhuo Yifan still stared intently at him, wanting to see through the falsehood in his eyes, but there wasn't even a hint. Perhaps he genuinely didn't know, or perhaps he was acting too well able to deceive his sharp perception. He chuckled softly again and continued. If the decree has been hidden for 1,000 years, how did the Netherworld Valley know about it now? Thinking back, the Netherworld Valley has been doing things to obstruct this decree, which can help but make people suspicious. Perhaps they are afraid of the royal family's investigation. Yuan Kong listened and also pretended to frown suspiciously, saying logically, that's right. However, there are too many ears and eyes in the imperial city. The decree might have been leaked. Zhuo Yifan's eyebrows furrowed, and he laughed, shaking his head, hidden for 1,000 years without being revealed. And now it's suddenly revealed. Moreover, only a part of the content is revealed. Yuan Kong, facing his questioning, couldn't help but tremble. He blinked repeatedly, not knowing how to answer. However, Zhuo Yifan had already seen through him as expected. His guess was correct, but he didn't expose him. He already had a plan in mind. He turned to the fatty and said, "Forget it, as long as this matter benefits the Luo family. Why should I think too much? Not knowing will save me a headache. Haha, fatty, I'll have a chance to see you again. I am leaving now." As soon as he left, the fatty's expression immediately changed, and he let out a soft breath of relief. This person is too terrifying, truly very intelligent in the small courtyard. Just now he had thought they all believed this plan, but it turned out he was waiting to clarify everything, not believing it at all. He had only listened for a moment and immediately guessed that something was wrong. This person was indeed a prodigy. At the same time, Fang Choubai also emerged from hiding, looking in the direction of Zhuo Yifan and saying, "The more I look, the more I feel. This little brat resembles someone." Yuan Kong immediately went along, or perhaps he really doesn't look like anyone. Teacher, who do you think he resembles? Looking at Zhuo Yifan's departing back, Fang Choubai frowned for a long time before saying a name, Zhuge Changfeng. Hearing this name, the fatty was immediately startled. This was a name he would never have expected. His eyes filled with doubt as he said, "What, one of the 4 pillars, Prime Minister Zhuge Changfeng? You were saying Zhuo Fan?" Fang Choubai nodded, as if confirming. Yuan Kong's thoughts, he looked at him meaningfully and smiled deeply. "Smart boy, becoming sworn brothers with him might be the wisest choice you'll ever make in your life. One day he will become your 4th pillar, helping you rule the world." Hearing these words, Yuan Kong immediately froze, looking again in the direction Zhuo Yifan had disappeared, a glint of light in his eyes. At the same time, Zhuo Yifan, having returned to the small courtyard, didn't know what Fang Choubai behind him thought of him. After today's events, news spread about the unification of the 3 families, the Kai family, the Lei family, and the Luo family, with the Luo family at the head from now on. The Luo family's future glory and boundless prosperity were only a matter of time. Chapter 47. Zhuge Changfeng outside the imperial capital, in a dark and desolate place, because this place was a mix of good and bad, with dilapidated houses and an extremely miserable scene. It was called the slum. But at this moment, in a small house with a flickering light, there were obviously people inside. Suddenly the door opened, revealing an old man sitting behind a screen, flanked by two people whose strength was immeasurable. A single glance was enough to tell that this person was no ordinary individual. Just then, a black-clad figure appeared, his face completely covered, obscuring his features. However, the person behind the screen seemed to know exactly who had come, revealing a sinister smile. Netherworld Valley Master. How are things indeed? The newcomer was none other than the Netherworld Valley Master. Wan Shan, hearing the question, he sighed helplessly and replied, over a decade of effort has all gone down the drain. The Emperor ordered the Netherworld Valley to withdraw from Fenglin City permanently and also restricted the other 6 families. It seems he has become aware. Hearing this, the old man behind the screen let out a soft "ah" and immediately chuckled. Oh, so the Emperor intends to open the Mingju decree. Wan Shan beside him also nodded in agreement. This old man thinks so too. This time they got lucky. Next time won. To be so easy, the royal family wants to establish the 8th family. Then we'll have to see if this family has the ability. The old man, hearing that the plan had failed, wasn't he in a hurry, but a mocking smile appeared on his lips. Valley Master you lost fair and square. Why make excuses? The Netherworld Valley is a subordinate of the 7 imperial families, yet you couldn't even handle 3 secular families. So it is only natural that your title will be taken away later. Hearing his words, Wan Shan immediately became furious. Murderous aura erupted, shattering the door of the room, as he turned towards the old man and said, "What did you say? You were the one who told me the initial content of the Mingju decree. You were also the one who said the royal family intended to establish an 8th family to replace my Netherworld Valley. Over a decade of planning, all ruined by your hand. What do you mean by saying that now? Family head Zhuge, Changfang, you will die for me." As soon as he finished speaking, Wan Shan attacked the old man behind the screen. But the other person didn't panic. Giving a faint smile, he casually waved his hand, creating a loud explosion. Unleashing oppressive force towards Wan Shan, the clash of 3 great experts shook the quiet slum. A moment later, Wan Shan no match for the 2 people beside Family Feed. Changfang was forced back, a sweet taste rose in his throat, which he secretly swallowed. He looked up ahead in disbelief and said, "Yin Yang, elders." Family head Fang secretly nodded. Valley Master Yu is indeed more knowledgeable than others. These 2 seniors haven't shown themselves for nearly 100 years. Unexpectedly, you still recognize them. Wan Shan fiercely suppressed his anger, panting as he looked at the 2 people beside family head Changfang with fear as expected of the most intelligent person in Tianyu, the leader of the 4 pillars. You actually managed to invite these 2 old monsters. Even Fang Choubai's 5 great Dragon Guardian envoys wouldn't to be able to defeat them. Family head Changfang shook his head and chuckled softly, but a hint of confidence appeared on his face. Valley Master Yu overpraises me. This humble one dares not claim to be the most intelligent person in Tianyu, and even less dares to turn against the royal family now. How could Wan Shan not see through the person in front of him? He coldly laughed and muttered, "Prime Minister Zhuge is too modest, which is just arrogance with your current strength. Who else in the Tianyu Empire is your opponent? Even your defeat in Fenglin City by the royal family was not in vain. True strength in this world cannot be judged by outward appearances alone. Moreover, I am not the most intelligent person in Tianyu." Family head Changfang sighed helplessly and looked up at the sky, saying, hearing these words, Wan Shan was shocked. Family head Changfang, he was the leader of the 4 pillars, skilled in both civil and military affairs in terms of strength or scheming. No one in the Tianyu Empire could compare to him. Yet he said he wasn't the most intelligent. Was there really someone above him? Or was he being arrogantly humble? "It's not you, but who, family head?" Changfang pointed upwards, his eyes solemn, and replied, "The person above me." Hearing that person, Wan Shan knew who he was referring to. He said in surprise, "You were referring to that useless old emperor, family head." Changfang glanced at him upon hearing this. A smile appeared in his eyes. "Useless. I've served in the court for 40 years, and even now I still don't fully understand him. If he is useless, then there's no one intelligent in this world. Valley Master, you go back, don't to cause any more trouble recently. Be careful not to let that old man seize an opportunity to make you suffer eternal damnation." Wan Zhen curled his lip in a cold smile, but seeing family head Changfang's cold expression, he fell silent and immediately retreated, disappearing into the darkness. Only after Wanshan left did family head Changfang take a deep breath, his thoughts profound as he looked up at the sky and muttered, "My emperor, what exactly are you planning?" At the same time, in the Black Wind Ridge, Zhuo Yifan was holding a gourd in his hand. Inside, a worm was wriggling and crawling. Looking at the ceaseless movement, Zhuo Yifan revealed a satisfied smile. For 3 months, he had been raising the Hantan snow silkworm he had taken from Lei Zhentian's body. However, he now called it the Hantan blood silkworm. So now was a very suitable time to leave. Chapter 48, Departure. After deciding to leave, Zhuo Yifan returned to the Luo family's small courtyard. He immediately wanted to meet Luo Yunshang to explain everything. Coincidentally, just as he reached the door, he saw her. He opened his mouth and called out, "Young miss, please come in here with me. I have something to tell you." Hearing him call her, Luo Yunshang was startled and turned around, replying with delight, "Zhuofan, you Rebecca?" Saying this, she followed him into the room, carrying a hint of doubt. As soon as they entered the room, Zhuo Yifan closed the door. The matter he was about to discuss was very important, and it was better to be careful to avoid eavesdroppers. But Luo Yunshang, seeing him close the door, suddenly had a thought that made her blush with embarrassment. She looked at him. "Zhuofan, what are you going to do?" Zhuo Yifan ignored her words, secretly sighed, and said, "I have to go." As soon as he finished speaking, Luo Yunshang was astonished. She immediately widened her eyes and loudly questioned him why the Luo family is progressing every day. Why choose to leave? Zhuo Yifan knew that his decision to leave now would be very difficult for Luo Yunshang and the Luo family to accept. Although they had become a prominent family in Fenglin City, they lacked manpower and strong cultivators. Now that he was leaving, they would definitely not accept it. However, his departure would benefit them in the future. Therefore, he chose to disregard Luo Yunshang's emotions and calmly said, for the safety of the Luo family, "The Luo family will temporarily not be in danger in the short term, and no other family here can compare to the Luo family. But don't forget what we traded for it. We agreed with the royal family to carry out the Mingju decree, offending the subordinate 7 imperial families, including the Netherworld Valley, and the Hidden Dragon Pavilion. If we can to become an equal to the 7 imperial families, they want to spare us either." Listening to Zhuo Yifan's words, Luo Yunshang understood the Luo family's current situation. However, the Luo family truly needed him, and she also didn't want to be separated from him. Tears appeared in her eyes, and she softly said, "Then, we really need you. If you leave, what will we do now?" Seeing her cry, Zhuo Yifan helplessly shook his head. His departure was a matter of time. Choosing this moment was good for him, and also good for the Luo family. He reached out and wiped away her tears, helplessly saying, "The fatty was right. The foundation of a family is its strong cultivators. This time I am going out to recruit strong cultivators for the Luo family to ensure their future safety." Saying this, a jade slip appeared in his hand, which he gave to her. He continued, "This is the Black Wind Mountain, S4 Great Formations Array Formula. Only you should learn it. Don't let anyone else know. If I am not here and the Luo family encounters trouble, you can activate the formation. The 4 5th grade formations, plus the Yin Sha formation previously set up in the demonic realm, can ensure safety for a short period of time." At this moment, she finally understood that she couldn't stop him from leaving. She could only sigh and reply, "How long will you be gone?" This time, Zhuo Yifan also didn't know when he would return. This departure was not only to recruit manpower for the Luo family, but he also wanted to search for the Heavenly Emperor Luolei Canyon's ruins that Longju had mentioned. Because he wanted to quickly raise his strength, only by relying on himself could he be safe forever. Knowing her anticipation, he didn't want to dampen her spirits, so he chose a vague answer. "I don't know, but it will be quick." "All right, go on call. Commander Pang and Yunhai in here." Just then, Luo Yunshang mustered up all her courage and called out to him, then ran to him and placed a kiss on his lips. Zhuo Yifan was instantly stunned and glanced at her, but she had already quickly left, leaving behind the words, "Come back soon." A moment later, Commander Pang and Luo Yunhai arrived in the room to meet Zhuo Yifan. But upon hearing that he was leaving, they were immediately surprised. Luo Yunhai looked at him, his eyes welling up, and said, "Big brother Zhuo, are you leaving?" Although Zhuo Yifan initially didn't like the Luo family siblings after living together for a while, he couldn't help but develop some feelings for them. Unfortunately, his great ambitions weren't to hear. He couldn't stay with them forever. He looked at Luo Yunhai in front of him and instructed little brat, "You are the only male of the Luo family in the future. You must take care of your elder sister and manage the Luo family as a family head and steward. Understand?" Saying this, he quickly turned his gaze to Commander Pang Old Pang. "Do you still remember what Long Niu said? She wasn't wrong with your aptitude. You will only reach the bone-tempering realm at most. But there's nothing absolute in this world. Now I have a way to help you undergo a fundamental transformation and gain powerful strength. However, you will have to endure pain worse than death. Are you willing?" Chapter 49, Departure. As he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan once again looked at Commander Pang. A jade slip appeared in his hand. He said, "This is a profound grade intermediate demonic art, the demonic shifting technique. Unlike other cultivation methods, it's a body tempering technique and doesn't require aptitude or cultivation level from the practitioner. There is only one point the cultivation process will make you wish you were dead, like being in the Asura hell. Furthermore, once you start cultivating, you cannot stop if your soul completely breaks down. You will be eternally doomed." After Zhuo Yifan finished speaking, Commander Pang was immediately terrified. This was the first time he had heard of such a terrifying martial art. However, for the Luo family to increase his strength and protect them, he had to become strong. After a moment of thought, he took the jade slip from Zhuo Yifan's hand and said, "It is all right. As long as I become stronger, no matter how much pain I endure, I'll bear it." Saying this, he tightened his grip on the jade slip. Zhuo Yifan saw him accept it. He knew he was loyal to the Luo family and wouldn't hesitate to sacrifice his life, but he also knew the danger of this cultivation method. He spoke up to remind him. Although its power after cultivation can be comparable to profound grade cultivation methods, you cannot imagine the pain of cultivating this method. Many demonic cultivators thus don't dare to touch it during the cultivation process. You might suffer so much that your heart and mind shatter, leading to death. So think carefully. Hearing these words, Commander Pang waved his hand, a look of agony in his eyes. "Brother Zhuo, the most painful thing in my life has been watching my master die in front of me without being able to do anything. Now my only wish is to protect the young miss and young master safely. Brother Zhuo, thank you for giving me this opportunity. I will definitely not regret it." Zhuo Yifan's heart couldn't help but tremble slightly. He nodded, a look of respect in his eyes. "I hope the next time I return I'll see old Pang strong. Not your corpse, haha. Don't worry, I won't die that easily." "Brother, come back soon, Commander." Pang laughed heartily, his eyes moist as he bid farewell to Zhuo Yifan. After giving his instructions, Zhuo Yifan sent Commander Pang and Luo Yunhai out, then had Lei Yuting come in since he was leaving. He had to make sure everything was properly arranged before he could feel at ease. As soon as Lei Yuting entered the door, she saw Zhuo Yifan standing firmly there. Feeling her enter, he smiled and said, "Miss Lei, how is the matter I asked you to do?" Lei Yuting blushed and nodded. "Big Brother Zhuo asked me to find 600 children around 16 years old. I've found them all. They all have aptitude and are waiting for your guidance." Zhuo. Yifan was surprised that she could understand his method. He glanced at her and secretly nodded. "Why did you know I would teach them?" Lei Yuting chuckled confidently. "As I understand you, you aren't so kind as to pity these orphans. Therefore, I guessed you definitely wanted to train them to become the Luo family as protectors, which is why I brought them back." Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan coldly snorted kindness. He had once been kind enough to take in someone, but the result was still betrayal. Human hearts are unpredictable. Having experienced betrayal, he would certainly not fall into that same trap again. Thinking this, a jade slip appeared in his hand, which he gave to Lei Yuting. "Miss Lei, this is a spirit-grade intermediate cultivation method, the hidden realm art. You should cultivate it, then choose trustworthy individuals to pass it on to and form a shadow organization to secretly protect the family. First, train those 600 children as I taught you. The lower-ranked ones will be assigned to the daily guard team. The middle-ranked ones will be assigned to your shadow team, and the top-ranked ones with strong will give them to Old Pang for secret training. Convey my words to him. He will understand what to do." Lei Yuting dizzily took the jade slip from Zhuo Yifan's hand and looked at him intently. Why aren't you doing it yourself? Zhuo Yifan heard her question and honestly replied, I am preparing to leave. Hearing his words, Lei Yuting was surprised everything was going well. Yet he chose to leave. She asked in confusion why. Zhuo Yifan heard her question and helplessly shook his head, then explained the detailed reason to her. Lei Yuting felt a bit disheartened after listening. She didn't want him to go. However, she knew he was a man of strong and ruthless opinions. If he had made a decision, no one could stop him. She nodded, deciding to leave. But before she left, she managed to lean in and leave a fleeting kiss on Zhuo Yifan's face, then quickly ran off after saying, I'll wait for you. Zhuo Yifan was once again stunned by such a situation. First, it was Luo Yunshang, now Lei Yuting. He couldn't help but wonder, do all these girls like me like this? Chapter 50. 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. After making all the necessary arrangements, Zhuo Yifan finally left with peace of mind. The next step was to determine his route from ancient times. Spirit beasts have been indispensable for cultivators to improve their cultivation. Righteous cultivators used them as spirit pets, while demonic cultivators refined them into demonic artifacts. Therefore, the first place Zhuo Yifan decided to visit was the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. However, this place required passing through the territory of the Netherworld Valley, so he had to be careful at this moment. Zhuo Yifan had already set foot in Yuming City. He was wearing a black cloak that covered his entire body, exuding a gloomy aura. As soon as he reached the city gate, he was stopped by two guards. Where is your pass? Zhuo Yifan remained calm and unfazed. He calmly reached into his robes and pulled out a jade medallion. The medallion had the character you carved into it. The two guards saw the medallion and nodded slightly, opening the way for Zhuo Yifan to enter the city. Seeing them yield, Zhuo Yifan quickly stepped inside, a sinister smile on his lips. Even with the Netherworld Valley's strict lockdown, Zhuo Yifan still had a way to enter the city. In order to find spirit beasts, he had decided to go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. However, this place required passing through the territory of the Netherworld Valley, so he had disguised himself to enter the city. If his identity were to be revealed, given his hatred with the Netherworld Valley, he would definitely be in danger. Just as he was contemplating his next move, a figure rushed forward and crashed into him. Zhuo Yifan looked down at the person's appearance and immediately assumed it was a beggar. He was stunned for a moment and was about to push the person away when the person pleaded, Please don't say anything. Hearing the person's plea, he frowned tightly, but didn't push them away, silently shielding the person. Just then, a group of soldiers, all at the Qi Gathering Realm, ran up, searching for someone. After failing to find them, they left. Waiting for the soldiers to leave, the little beggar finally peeked out, looked around a bit, and let out a breath. He patted his chest and said, I was scared to death. I was afraid I couldn't escape, big brother, thank you. Zhuo Yifan said nothing, merely glanced at him and swiftly moved forward. The current situation is still quite dangerous. It is better to avoid inviting trouble. The little beggar continued to chatter beside him. Are you from outside the city? Can you take me out, please? Unable to stand his incessant chatter, Zhuo Yifan coldly said, If you want to go by yourself. You don't need proof to leave the city. The little beggar saw his refusal and bit his lip awkwardly. Brother, I won't hide it from you. I stole their things. If they find out, I am definitely finished. Please, can you take me out? Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but chuckle softly, exposing the person in front of him, 15 or 16 years old and already at the 4th level of Qi Gathering Realm. At your age, you're not that weak. Ordinary commoners wouldn't have this level of cultivation. Are you sure you're a beggar? But even if you're telling the truth, why should I help you? I gain nothing from it saying this. He walked straight ahead. Hearing this, the little beggar felt he could no longer deceive him. He stopped feigning pity, and his mind turning asked, You want to go to the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, don't you? Hearing him mention the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range, Zhuo Yifan decided to stop. He turned to look at him, waiting for him to continue. Seeing Zhuo Yifan finally stop, the little beggar was faintly delighted and immediately smiled. He continued, If you want to go to the mountain range, you'll have to wait another 3 months. You can go now. Zhuo Yifan heard him say he had to wait 3 months to enter the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range. He asked in confusion, why? The little beggar raised his eyebrows proudly and excitedly approached Zhuo Yifan. Let me tell you, the 10,000 Beasts Mountain Range is about to have diamond quicksand appear, therefore. For these 3 months, the Netherworld Valley will blockade the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and not allow anyone in Let S make a deal. If you're willing to take me out of the city, I'll lead you into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, through a small path. When the Diamond Quicksand appears, we can take the opportunity to steal some. Hearing him mention Diamond Quicksand, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be startled. Diamond Quicksand was known as a rare and important material for forging 5th-grade artifacts. More importantly, it was very compatible with his blood infant. If used to temper his body, he wouldn't even have to fear attacks from heavenly profound realm experts. Such an important item would surely be heavily guarded by the Netherworld Valley, preventing anyone from touching it. If someone led the way, his success rate would be higher. Therefore, he could make a deal with this little beggar, using him to get into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. Thinking of this, Zhuo Yifan decided to cooperate with the little beggar in front of him. He nodded and said, "Deal." The little beggar, seeing that he had agreed, was overjoyed and jumped in front of him, laughing excitedly. "Ha ha, great. I can finally get out." "Oh right, big brother, my name is Xiaoning, what's yours?" Zhuo Yifan saw him ask, and answered gravely, "Zhuo Fan," as he said the name. He was slightly worried the Netherworld Valley, and that Yang Ming knew his name, given his hatred with the Netherworld Valley. If they knew he had set foot here, they would definitely come to kill him. However, who would believe it if he said it? Chapter 51. He is my man. Just as the little beggar was leading Zhuo Yifan into an alley, a group of people suddenly appeared. The leader shouted at the little beggar, "Ninger, have you caused enough trouble? Let us go home." Hearing the voices, the little beggar unconsciously recoiled, bowed his head and mumbled, "Big brother Zhuo, save me." Seeing the little beggar not retreat and hide behind Zhuo Yifan, the leader loudly said, "This is a matter of the Shu family. If you don't want trouble, please step aside." Zhuo Yifan looked at the group of people in front of him. They were all Qi, gathering realm experts, and their clothes were neat, indicating they were definitely not from an ordinary family. However, he had said he was from the Shui family. Zhuo Yifan was not surprised. The Shu family in Yuming City was the #1 family with a heavenly profound realm expert overseeing them. But Yuming City was controlled by the Netherworld Valley. At best, the Shui family was just a small family. Zhuo Yifan didn't pay much attention. He looked down at the pleading little beggar and couldn't help but chuckle softly. He reached out and pulled him into his embrace. The person from the Zhu family saw him hug the little beggar and cried out in fear, "Little brat, what are you doing?" Zhuo Yifan saw his anger and calmly said, "From now on, he is my man. If you want to touch him, you'll have to get past me." Hearing this, the Shui family member's expression became even more enraged, his eyes blazing with fury. "How unreasonable! Before coming to Yuming City, did you not investigate who our Shui family is? How dare you offend us?" Zhuo Yifan sneered. "Of course I investigated, but the Zhu family is just a dog of the Netherworld Valley in Yuming City. Would I, this old man, come to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, not care about the rare spirit beasts there, and instead pay attention to a dog?" But the little beggar in his arms suddenly flared up, pushing Zhuo Yifan away and shouting, "You can talk about the Shui family like that?" Zhuo Yifan was stunned, blinking as he watched the boy get angry. He didn't understand. He was clearly venting his anger on his behalf, yet the boy had the nerve to scold him. Just as Zhuo Yifan was feeling annoyed, the Zhui family leader shouted, "Guards, seize him!" As soon as he finished speaking, a group of guards behind him immediately stepped forward, also attacking Zhuo Yifan. Looking at this scene, he didn't care in the slightest, and gave a cold chuckle. At most, they were at the 6th level of the Qi gathering realm, and couldn't harm him at all. He looked at them with disdain, pouted, and didn't retreat or advance. Towards the guards, he unleashed a streak of red light. The Blood Shadow Palm, a mortal-grade intermediate martial skill. This move, once unleashed, immediately struck a guard standing closest to him. The guard immediately fell to the ground, his blood surging and exploding as he spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Then palm after palm struck, and a group of guards immediately fell, losing consciousness. At this moment, the Zhui family leader was finally terrified, his eyes wide as he looked at the person in front of him. He himself was at most at the 8th level of the Qi gathering realm. But facing a group of Qi gathering realm experts, he showed no fear and even wiped them all out. He just didn't understand that Zhuo Yifan cultivated the Blood Shadow Palm, which directly attacked the bloodline. One palm could shatter the opponent's internal organs. The Shu family leader's face became solemn as he watched this scene. Not only him, but the little beggar behind Zhuo Yifan was also equally astonished. He hadn't expected Zhuo Yifan to be this powerful. On the other side, the young master bit his lip and took a step forward, addressing Zhuo. Yifan, well done, brat. You have some skill and speak arrogantly. Let me, Zhuegang, experience your high-level moves today. Zhuo Yifan frowned and calmly said, "It's a pity, Zhuegang, that you are the eldest young master of the Shu family." Zhuegang's eyebrows furrowed as he heard Zhuo Yifan reveal his identity. He said, "So what if it's true? Are you afraid?" Zhuo Yifan chuckled at his words. "No, not afraid. Just bothered by the trouble. Since I've already offended you, then I'll make all of you permanently silent here." Saying this, Zhuo Yifan immediately took a step forward, his eyes flashing with murderous intent and carrying an oppressive aura towards Zhuegang, making him somewhat tense. He never imagined that Zhuo Yifan's attack this time would be stronger than before. He could feel the bone-chilling murderous intent that made his breath stagnate, unable to make any sound. As Zhuo Yifan struck down with a palm, Zhuegang didn't dare to hesitate and unleashed a counterpunch, the mortal-grade, high-level martial skill Crimson Wind Fist. Zhuo Yifan saw him about to attack and snorted disdainfully. Curling his lip, he formed a hand seal, and a red light suddenly flashed, directly piercing into Zhuegang's body. At this moment, Zhuegang immediately became motionless. His move also vanished, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, making him terrified. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan approached him, his eyes filled with murderous intent, and said, "Young Master Shui, rest assured, after you die, I will send your servants down to accompany you. No one will survive. At least for the next 3 months, I don't want to be chased all over the mountains by the Zhui family. So let this incident become a cold case." Saying this, Zhuo Yifan tightened his grip around Zhuegang's neck, as if intending to crush his bones. He heard a cracking sound as Zhuegang at this moment vaguely felt death very close to him, a mix of fear and bewilderment. Chapter 52. Peak Bone Forging Realm Expert. Just as Zhuo Yifan was about to crush Zhuegang's neck, the little beggar behind him, fear in his eyes, tearfully cried out, "Stop, Don, to kill him. I don't want them to die." But Zhuo Yifan ignored him and coldly chuckled. "Too late. They are now not only your enemies, but also my enemies. I will definitely not let him live." As he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan's hand on Zhuegang's neck immediately tightened, making him let out a loud cry, his eyes wide with fear, seeing that he still didn't stop. The little beggar was almost frantically anxious, tears streaming down his face. He shouted towards Zhuo Yifan, "If you don't release him, I want to lead you to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range." Zhuo Yifan immediately frowned. He almost didn't understand with his way of doing things. If they were enemies, there was only one path. Death. He wouldn't let them survive. But this person in front of him was so kind that he not only pleaded for them, but also cried for them. Was he too vicious? Or was the little beggar too kind, unable to figure it out? He was too lazy to think. He immediately released Zhuegang, who fell to the ground with a hand seal. He recalled the blood infant. He shrugged indifferently, and turning to the little beggar, wiped the remaining tears from his face. "Since you don't care, why should I care? Lead the way for me, and then I will take you out of the city and away from the Shui family." Looking at the terrifying person in front of him, the little beggar seemed to understand what kind of person he had encountered. He cried out in fear, "You are a bad person." Zhuo Yifan heard this and simply smiled without comment. "Yes, I am a bad person in this world. Good people all go to hell, only bad people have the right to survive." Little Ning saw him admit it, but had no way to refute. He wiped away the remaining tears on his face and led him to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. A moment later, an elderly figure walked into the alley and was horrified to see the tragedy before him. He then looked at the terrified Zhuegang and immediately went to him, asking, "What happened to you? Who harmed you to this extent?" However, no matter how he questioned him, Zhuegang just remained trembling and fearful, his soul seemingly lost, unable to utter a sound. The old man's heart immediately tensed in his memory. Zhuegang was usually brave, and could even defeat an 8th-level Qi-gathering realm cultivator. To be so terrified, what kind of expert had Zhuegang encountered? But no matter who it was, offending the Zhu family in Yuming City meant there was no way to survive. At the same time, Zhuo Yifan and Xiaoning had already reached the forest. They saw a group of guards, all of whom were experts at or above the bone-forging realm. With his current strength, even with his demonic artifact, the evil moon wheel and his blood infant breaking in wouldn't be difficult, but he wanted to break in without anyone knowing at this moment. Zhuo Yifan remembered the little beggar beside him and asked Xiao Ning, "Where is that secret path you mentioned?" Little Ning was still trembling with fear and stammered, "You follow me." Zhuo Yifan saw that little Ning was still trembling incessantly and was surprised, how can this person be so timid? So much time has passed, and there are still tears in his eyes. However, he wasn't one to meddle in others' affairs and just focused on his own task. A moment later, Xiao Ning led Zhuo Yifan along a small path until they reached a hidden tunnel behind a tree. "This is the place. When I was little, I used to sneak away from my dad and go up the mountain with my brother." Zhuo Yifan looked at the tunnel in front of him thoughtfully. This place was very well hidden, without a local guide. It would be impossible to find. He nodded to Xiao Ning and said, "You go down first, I'll follow." Xiao Ning was stunned to hear Zhuo Yifan wanted him to go along. He was a little scared, but remembering Zhuo Yifan's terrifying presence, he reluctantly stepped inside. But just then, a low voice echoed from behind them, "Ning, or stop." Zhuo Yifan turned around in surprise, looking towards the source of the voice. An old man was approaching. He was instantly surprised the newcomer was a peak-bone forging realm expert. Chapter 53. Shu Family Patriarch Zhuo. Yifan looked at the newcomer and immediately understood his identity. He addressed the man. "Could it be that you are the Zhu family patriarch Xue Yanlong?" Xue Yanlong nodded in appreciation when Zhuo Yifan spoke his name, but remembering Xuegang's condition, he said, "Your eyesight isn't too bad, so my son Xuegang was harmed by you, brat." Zhuo Yifan understood the situation when he heard Xuegang's name, having anticipated this outcome when he decided to let him go. Nevertheless, he calmly smiled and replied that, right. He wanted to take my person. I was being very polite by not taking his life." As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Yanlong immediately erupted in anger, his eyes filled with murderous intent, as he looked at Zhuo Yifan, then at the little beggar behind him. The little beggar flinched when the man looked at him, pulling on Zhuo Yifan's arm and hiding behind him. Just then, a shout rang out from behind Xue Yanlong, followed by the figure of a young man rushing forward, seeing the little beggar. He laughed loudly. "What did father say?" "Ninger is definitely here. Let me bring her back." The young man laughed and joked, oblivious to anyone else being there, and ran straight towards the little beggar. But just as he lunged forward, Zhuo Yifan reached out and squeezed his neck, making him unable to breathe. Only then did the young man realize someone else was there. But it was too late, he had already been captured. Xue Yanlong stood there horrified at the sight. He didn't want this young man to suffer the same fate as Xuegang. "What do you want?" At this moment, Xue Yanlong finally understood how could a mere 5th-level chi-gathering realm brat injure his son. He had trained his son in the family as perfected techniques, but this person at a glance clearly had experienced fierce and cruel battles, so his son was no match for him. Zhuo Yifan heard his question and looked at the young man in his hand, a sinister smile appearing on his face. 5th-level chi-gathering realm. This must be the second young master, Xue Lin, right? Xue Yanlong roared furiously. "What do you want to do? Let him go. Otherwise, I will definitely not spare you." Hearing these words, Zhuo Yifan laughed loudly, tightening his grip even further. "You won to spare me, or I won to spare you, Patriarch Xue, no matter what enmity you have with Xiao Ning. He is my person now. I hope you can stop otherwise. You'll be picking up your son's corpse." Before Xue Yanlong could speak, the little beggar behind Zhuo Yifan frantically pleaded, "Dawn to kill him too." Zhuo Yifan looked at him once again, pleading for an enemy. He finally felt annoyed. What kind of person had he picked up? This person was always merciful to enemies. It was a miracle he had survived until now. Xue Yanlong watched this scene, his eyes grave, but he was still determined to avenge Xuegang. He asked Zhuo Yifan, "Brat, what is your name?" Zhuo Yifan smiled. He naturally wasn't afraid of being retaliated against by the person in front of him. Currently he was alone and had no one to burden him, so revealing his name was fine. He then replied, "I am alone. I'm not afraid of revenge, and I'm not afraid of letting people know, Zhuo Fan." Xu Yanlong heard the name, then pointed at the little beggar and said, "All right, Zhuo Fan. Today you must protect her, right?" Zhuo Yifan firmly snorted. "He is my person. Of course, I will protect him to the end." "Good, then let us make a bet. You release my son if you can withstand 10 of my moves. I want to pursue her anymore. How about that? Zhuo Yifan's eyes narrowed slightly as he calculated the person in front of him was only at the peak bone forging realm with his demonic artifact, the evil moon wheel, and the blood infant. He could even deal with a heavenly profound realm expert, let alone a mere bone forging realm cultivator. Thinking this, he released his grip and tossed Shui Lin towards Shui Yanlong. Brat Arant, you afraid I'll go back on my word? Shui Yanlong looked at him casually, releasing Shui Lin, and couldn't help but ask in surprise, Zhuo. Yifan scoffed. I want to kill him. You can to stop me. Shui Yanlong immediately snorted in anger. Arrogant words, take this, as he finished speaking. Shui Yanlong immediately lunged towards Zhuo. Yifan his powerful aura, creating immense pressure. However, Zhuo Yifan wasn't panicked. He also charged forward, the evil moon wheel appearing in his hand as he attacked Shui Yanlong. Shui Yanlong looked at the object in Zhuo Yifan's hand, his fear unending. He naturally knew this was a demonic artifact, but he never imagined it could unleash such power in the hands of a qi-gathering realm cultivator. Zhuo Yifan saw his brief daze and gave a sinister chuckle. Next, he released the blood infant. It burrowed into Shui Yanlong's body, and he immediately flew backward. Zhuo Yifan immediately smirked. I win. Chapter 54. Second grade, defensive demonic artifact. But at this moment, an anomaly occurred. A faint golden glow enveloped Shui Yanlong's body, and the blood infant was immediately repelled. Zhuo Yifan was startled. He observed Shui Yanlong and immediately recognized what it was muttering, a second-grade defensive demonic artifact. He now understood why he couldn't succeed. A moment ago, the opponent had a second-grade demonic artifact protecting his body. His qi-gathering realm. Blood Shadow couldn't harm him. Therefore, next he could only use the evil moon wheel, using a demonic artifact against a demonic artifact. At the same time, Shui Yanlong, facing him, was also continuously shocked. He never imagined that his bone-forging realm strength would almost be at a disadvantage when fighting a 5th-level qi-gathering realm cultivator. This was the first time he had witnessed someone with only qi-gathering realm strength facing a peak bone-forging realm expert without any fear, calmly engaging in battle. He couldn't help but curse and exclaim, "Is this brat a monster?" Shui Yanlong, as a dignified bone-forging realm expert, absolutely could not lose to a mere qi-gathering realm cultivator. Otherwise, his reputation would be ruined. He had to strike first to gain the upper hand. Thinking this, he began to gather his yuan force in his hand, a faint golden light radiating around him. After a brief pause, Zhuo Yifan finally sensed that Shui Yanlong was about to make a move. He quickly advanced and shouted, "Second move." Shui Yanlong was startled and shocked to see Zhuo Yifan attack again, but he quickly calmed down. Zhuo Yifan only had the evil moon wheel that could pose a threat, so as long as he eliminated it, Zhuo Yifan would definitely not be able to withstand his 10 moves. Thinking this, he swiftly took action, striking towards the evil moon wheel. However, he never imagined the person in front of him was incredibly fast. He couldn't get close to Zhuo Yifan at all and was forced to retreat. Shui Yanlong was almost astonished by the opponent's strength. Zhuo Yifan, with only qi gathering realm cultivation, could actually push him. To this extent, it was still unclear who was the stronger and weaker party in this battle. Just then, Shui Lin on the other side had regained his breath, but the battle was far from over. He shouted loudly towards Shui Yanlong, "Dad, earlier, you said he would block your 10 moves? Not that he would make 10 moves. Quickly strike him down. Come on, Dad." Shui Lin's words almost shattered Shui Yanlong's calm expression. He wished he could kill his son if he didn't speak. No one would think he was mute. Shui Yanlong was being restrained by the evil moon wheel in Zhuo Yifan's hand, unable to strike. Zhuo Yifan's mouth curved into a strange smile as he advanced again. This time, however, he didn't use the evil moon wheel, which made Shui Yanlong a little wary. Zhuo Yifan shouted, "Low-grade spirit tier, martial art, phantom steps." His speed instantly increased, nearing Shui Yanlong, but Shui Yanlong couldn't clearly see the figure in front of him. A streak of light instantly shot past, cutting across Shui Yanlong's ear. He felt the light tear through the air as it passed. Shui Yanlong stiffened on the spot, then sighed and said, "I lose." Chapter 55. Young Miss Zhue Ningxiang of the Zhue family. Zhui Yanlong never expected that he, a bone-forging realm expert, would be at a disadvantage when fighting against a qi-gathering realm cultivator. But Zhui Lin, seeing his father lose to a mere qi-gathering realm brat, exclaimed in shock, "How can this be? Dad must have gone easy on him, right?" Hearing Guilin's words, Zhuo Yifan didn't mind and admitted Patriarch Shui did not use his full strength. Each move was just a test without any murderous intent. As soon as he finished speaking, Xuelin almost cheered loudly. "See, if my dad hadn't gone easy, you'd be dead long ago." Zhuo Yifan chuckled coldly. "Your dad didn't use his full strength, but if he had, I would have cut him down already." Compared to a heavenly profound realm expert, a bone-forging realm cultivator lacks speed with the assistance of the evil moon wheel. Zhuo Yifan's speed was no less than that of a bone-forging realm expert. Thus he only needed to unleash a killing blow to kill a bone-forging realm expert. At that time, his use of the phantom steps was indeed a killing move. Earlier, Shui Yanlong's attention was controlled by the phantom, allowing Zhuo Yifan to approach him from behind. Therefore, if Shui Yanlong had shown even a hint of murderous intent, then Zhuo Yifan would have definitely killed Hai. Shui Yanlong saw through this point, which was why he admitted defeat wholeheartedly. At this moment, Shui Yanlong sighed and said, "Zhuo Fan, you are the most trustworthy person I have ever seen. I entrust Ning Er to you. I hope you treat her well. Otherwise, I will definitely not spare you." Saying this, he went to Xiao Ning and hugged her. "Ning Er, go live the life you want. Never come back here." Little Ning, embraced by him, finally couldn't hold back and cried out, "Father!" Zhuo Yifan saw this scene and was immediately stunned. What is this? As far as he knew, Zhui Yanlong, the Zhui family patriarch, had 2 sons and 1 daughter. Where did he get a 3rd son? No, that's not right. He looked at little Ning and finally understood. "You are the 3rd young miss of the Shui family, Shui Ningxiang." Zhui Yanlong, despite his reluctance, could only turn and leave. "Liner, let us go. We're going back." Zhelin saw his father wanting to leave without bringing his little sister back and immediately spoke up. "Father, if we go back, how will we explain it to the Netherworld Valley?" Zhui Yanlong glared at him angrily. "Shut up, I have my own way." After the 2 of them left, Zhuo Yifan finally became angry. All this time, he had been wasting his time uselessly. He had spent another day here fighting with Xiao Ning's father and older brother and had almost killed them. He turned towards Zhui Ningxiang and coldly said, "Zhui Ningxiang, what exactly is your purpose? I fought dozens of rounds thinking I was getting revenge for you in the end. I'm the miserable one." Zhui Ningxiang, seeing the anger in Zhuo Yifan's heart, said, "Big brother Zhuo, don't to be angry. Anyway, I wanted to go out too. You were going to the 10,000 Beasts mountain range and you were not at a disadvantage." After a moment of thought, he realized she wasn't wrong. His goal was to reach the 10,000 Beasts mountain range, and she was the one leading him there. At most, he was just using her as a pawn. Why should he be angry? Thinking of this, he was suddenly a little alarmed. When had he become someone who acted on his emotions like this? His time with the Luo family for several months had made him unconsciously think for others like this. How could he still be a demonic cultivator? He couldn't let this continue, or he would encounter more trouble. Saying this, he turned to Shui Ningxiang and said, "Go down and lead me into the 10,000 Beasts mountain range. After that, I'll take you out. Our transaction will be complete." Chapter 56. Flowing, gold, profound pool. Shui Ningxiang was immediately stunned when she heard him. She looked at him for a moment, then nodded and went down. Zhuo Yifan quickly changed his attitude and followed her down into the vast 10,000 Beasts mountain range forest which obscured the sky. In an unnoticed spot there was a small cave at this moment. A slender figure crawled out, then suddenly shouted as if someone had hit her, "Hurry up, you old man." Zhuo Yifan frowned, then climbed out. His body was now covered in mud, no different from the little beggaress appearance earlier. He really didn't understand why the 3 Zhu family siblings liked to crawl into this foul little path. It was disgusting. Zhui Ningxiang, who had been hit by him, was lying on the ground. She now stood up and loudly cursed. Yuri, a bad person, hearing her scold him, he didn't care and calmly admitted, "That's right. I am a bad person, so what?" Zhuo Yifan had never cared about the title of bad person in his previous life. He was a demon emperor who dominated all and everyone feared him. He never cared about their curses, let alone now that he cultivated the demonic path. If the demonic path wasn't evil, then what awaited him was a complete demise. Smelling himself and seeing his appearance, Zhuo Yifan was a bit disgusted. He snorted and asked, "Shui Ningxiang, is there anywhere to bathe nearby?" She heard his question and glared at him. "Go ahead, follow me." Soon, Hui Ningxiang led Zhuo Yifan to a small lake in the middle of the forest. Zhuo Yifan quickly got rid of the mud on his body, not caring that there was a woman present. He quickly stripped off his clothes and stepped into the lake to bathe. Shui Ningxiang saw him undress without hesitation in front of her. Her face flushed crimson as she continuously shouted, "What do you want to do?" Zhuo Yifan snorted coldly, ignoring her. "Of course I am bathing. If you don't mind, you can bathe with me. I don't mind." Ningxiang's face instantly flushed hot upon hearing his shameless words. She didn't dare to turn her head to look at him. "Who wants to bathe with you, you shameless pervert?" Zhuo Yifan in the lake clearly heard her every word, but he didn't care. What did a demonic cultivator need face for soon? Zhuo Yifan was done. He came ashore, put on his cloak, and said, "Let's go, where's the diamond? Quicksand, lead the way." Zhu Ningxiang heard his words and remained still, her face red as she mumbled, "But I haven't bathed yet." Zhuo Yifan saw her expression and chuckled, "Ningxiang, he is teasing you." Angrily, she turned away, "Go hide in the forest and donned a peak." Zhuo Yifan heard her warning, assessed her from head to toe, and smiled roguishly, replying, "Unripe fruit, I don't eat." Zhu Ningxiang was stunned for a moment. This rogue dared to slight her. Indignant, she puffed out her chest and retorted, "Where am I unripe?" With a cold huff, she marched off to the small pond to bathe. A moment later, Zhuo Yifan lay relaxed on a bush, a fresh blade of grass in his mouth, contemplating his upcoming plans. Suddenly, the forest stirred slightly. He knew who was coming and didn't even bother to look, saying, "Done bathing, little girl. Can you leave now?" As soon as he finished speaking, the young woman stepped out from behind the bushes. Her skin was fair, her figure well-proportioned. She was truly a beauty. She heard his question and replied, "Yes." Just then, Zhuo Yifan stood up, turned and looked at her, freezing for a moment. This change was too great. Before, she had been a filthy little beggar. Neither male nor female. After a bath, she had transformed into a beautiful young woman. Realizing he was gawking and seeing himself staring at the young woman in front of him, he secretly cursed himself for being shameless, then sobered up. Zhuo Yifan silently walked forward, gesturing to her, "Miss Shui, lead the way. Let us go." A short while later, Shui Ningxiang led Zhuo Yifan to a mountain peak. Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but be stunned by the sight before him. Diamond Quicksand's appearance should have attracted many people. Why isn't there a single soul? Shui Ningxiang heard his question and quickly replied, "If we went directly there, they would discover us, so I brought you here." As she spoke, she pointed in a direction, drawing Zhuo Yifan's attention. "Look, that S, where the diamond quicksand appears." Chapter 57. Flowing Gold Pond 2. Looking in the direction Shui Ningxiang pointed, Zhuo Yifan saw over 50 figures guarding a small pond where a surging aura emanated. It was a hot spring. Zhuo Yifan's attention was currently focused on the person standing in the middle of the pond, presumably a heavenly profound realm. Master eyes closed, meditating and guarding a stone in the water. Suddenly, the old man opened his eyes and looked towards Zhuo Yifan, and Shui Ningxiang. Zhuo Yifan was startled. He quickly pulled Shui Ningxiang down, whispering, "Not good, lie down. His intuition is strong. This old man is definitely a heavenly profound master." Shui Ningxiang heard him and confirmed that right, that old man is the 7th elder of the Netherworld Valley who has been guarding Yuming City for over a decade. It wasn't until last month, when the quicksand pond erupted and spewed out a lot of diamond quicksand, that he came to guard this place with 50 guarding nation realm masters. Zhou Yifan nodded in agreement, seemingly understanding. It is rumored that before the diamond quicksand appears, there is usually a wave of quicksand tides, but about 3 months ago, a large amount of diamond quicksand already erupted. If we want to obtain more diamond quicksand and prevent others from getting it, we must guard this place. After a moment of thought, he realized that to obtain the diamond quicksand, they would have to defeat more than 50 masters below, but with his current strength, this was not feasible. Suddenly, an idea flashed through his mind. He smirked and pulled Shui Ningxiang back into the forest. Shui Ningxiang was slightly surprised by his pull. "What's wrong? Do you have a plan?" Not answering her question, he vaguely replied, "If not with strength, then with wisdom. Let's go, I'll find you a pet." At the same time, the old man below sensed someone but saw no one. When he looked up, he somewhat doubted his intuition. Was it an illusion? Just then, inside Yuming City, at the Shu family residence, Shui Yanlong and Shui Lin were respectfully facing an old man seated in the main chair. At this moment the old man spoke. "Well, have you found Ning Er, and where's the person who hurt Ning Er?" Shui Yanlong sighed helplessly upon hearing about Shui Ningxiang father. "I let them go. That young man is not bad. I can entrust Ning Er to him. As for him hurting Gang Er, it was unintentional. As long as he treats Ning Er well in the future, I want to hold it against him." The old man was startled and said incredulously, What is he to Ning Er?" Nodding, Shui Yanlong casually replied that young man said Ning Er is his person, and Ning Er also agreed it must be reasonable. The old man slammed the table and shouted, "Yan Long, no matter who that young man is, even if we don't hold it against him for hurting Gang Er, you cannot let Ning Er go. Do you know this will cause our Zhu family to?" Before the old man could finish his sentence, Zhu Yanlong's face showed a hint of sorrow, but he quickly hid it and resolutely said, "Father, spare Ning Er whatever happens. I will take responsibility." The old man sighed loudly, shaking his head helplessly. "What can you bear? Can you bear the safety of the Zhui family? I know you love your daughter, but am I, this old man, not fond of my grandchild but the Shu family? Sigh. Where did they go?" Sui Yanlong's expression was somewhat complicated. He had agreed to let them leave, but now facing his father, as pressure and interrogation. He didn't know what to do, but finally he closed his eyes in helplessness and whispered, 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Hearing the location, the old man vanished instantly. After leaving the peak in the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range, Zhuo Yifan led Xue Ningxiang on a search. Xue Ningxiang felt very strange. Weren't we supposed to come here to get diamond quicksand? What are we looking for now? Suddenly Zhuo Yifan cried out, digging something out of the ground. His face lit up with joy as he loudly exclaimed, "Found it." Xue Ningxiang blinked, looking at the object in his hand. She had no idea what it was and asked doubtfully, "What is this? What is it for?" Zhuo Yifan chuckled, thinking to himself, and casually said, "Sweet potato. This is what the first-grade spirit beast, the mole rat, likes most." Hearing these words, Xue Ningxiang's eyes gleamed as if she had thought of something. She cried out, "Excellent idea. You're going to use the mole rat to dig a path to steal the diamond quicksand, guarantee you." Even though the mole rat is a first-grade spirit beast with no combat ability, it has the ability to dig tunnels in less than half an hour. It can dig a tunnel through a mountain range. Zhuo Yifan did not reply, only showing a smug smile, seeing his expression. Xue Ningxiang was stunned, her doubts growing. This person was indeed unfathomable. She couldn't see through him. Chapter 58. Mysterious Youth. A moment later, Zhuo Yifan and Xue Ningxiang arrived at a spot far from the flowing gold pond and set up a fire, fearing that being too close would alert the people from Netherworld Valley. Soon, a fragrant aroma spread throughout the forest, and many spirit beasts came sniffing around. Zhuo Yifan took Ningxiang to hide to one side. Not long after, a white mole rat burrowed out of the ground the moment it emerged. Zhuo Yifan immediately acted swiftly, grabbing it. The captured mole rat struggled to escape, but Zhuo Yifan gave it no chance, smiling sinisterly. "Heh, where do you think you're going?" Xue Ningxiang seeing. This felt a little pity. She took the mole rat from Zhuo Yifan's hand, cradled it in her arms, and said disdainfully to him, "How can you be so cruel? What if you injure it?" Zhuo Yifan heard her words and contemptuously pouted. How can a spirit beast be injured so easily? We were in a hurry now, otherwise we want to be able to tame it in time. Xue Ningxiang held the spirit beast in her arms, stroking the little fellow, and said, "Even so, there is no need to be so rough at my home. I also raised some small spirit beasts, never tamed them, but they still listened to me. You agree, don't you, little one?" And indeed, the little fellow in her arms nodded as if understanding her words. Seeing this, Xue Ningxiang was even more delighted. But Zhuo Yifan on his side was annoyed. He had a task to do, and no time to display kindness here. Suddenly he thought of something and revealed a strange smile. The little fellow in Xue Ningxiang's arms seemed to sense the danger and hid itself in her embrace. Xue Ningxiang, seeing its fear, glanced at Zhuo Yifan and said, "What are you planning to do now?" Zhuo Yifan rarely showed such a gentle smile. Yet Xue Ningxiang was afraid and retreated a few steps. All she saw was a gourd flashing in his hand as he said, "Don't worry, I want to do anything to it, I'll just feed it this." Saying that, an insect emerged from the gourd. That's right, it was the cold pond, snow silkworm. He refined as long as this thing entered the little fellow's body. It would definitely obey, otherwise it would die a gruesome death. Zhuo Yifan calmly looked at the person and the animal before him and said casually and short to quickly tame it, "There are only two ways. Either I train it for a day or I feed it this." Seeing the seriousness on his face, Xuening-sang couldn't help but become solemn. She didn't dare to defy him. Otherwise, the consequences would be truly unbearable. Thinking this, she held the little fellow in her hand towards him and said reluctantly, "Little one, eat this. It's a bit nauseating, but it is better than falling into his hands." Zhuo Yifan saw her compromise and smirked slowly, bringing the insect closer to the mole rat. However, at this moment a cold light suddenly appeared, tearing through the wind, realizing the danger. Zhuo Yifan instinctively pulled Xuening-xiang back. After escaping the danger, Zhuo Yifan looked towards where the cold light appeared and saw a young man with a handsome face carrying a sharp sword. At this moment, the little spirit beast had also returned and was standing on his shoulder. The young man stood there coldly looking at Zhuo Yifan and Xuening-xiang and said, "You two are truly audacious, daring to lay hands on this young master's spirit beast." Zhuo Yifan saw this scene and immediately understood what was happening, muttering to himself, "This thing already has an owner." Xuening-xiang, seeing the unfavorable situation, quickly apologized. "We didn't mean to." But before she could finish, Zhuo Yifan had already pulled her back, his sharp gaze fixed on the young man. He sneered, "Whether it has an owner or not, we must have it today." The young man heard him and scoffed big words. A mere 5th-level chi-gathering realm, and a 4th-level chi-gathering realm, daring to touch this young master's pet very well today. I shall end you both. Without further delay, Zhuo Yifan immediately attacked. A silver light flashed in his hand, and as soon as the move was unleashed, he struck with the demonic evil moon wheel. The young man, seeing the object in Zhuo Yifan's hand, was immediately terrified. He cautiously prepared to deal with it. A 3rd-grade demonic artifact was extremely dangerous, even in the hands of someone weaker than him. Its power was still immense. If he was careless, he would not survive. Then a bright light flashed in his eyes as he charged towards Zhuo Yifan, a long sword appearing in his hand. As soon as the sword was unleashed, the world seemed to fall silent, causing Zhuo Yifan to slow down. Zhuo Yifan's eyes slightly constricted as he looked at the sword strike. He was deeply solemn. For a moment, this person was using a profound grade martial art, the bone severing. 7th level, a sub-grade spirit weapon. He must be. He's a disciple of the underworld's 7 great clans, perhaps even their heir. Offending him today would surely bring trouble later, so he absolutely had to take his life. After careful consideration for a moment, Zhuo Yifan's killing intent rose. Seeing this situation, the young man couldn't help but be stunned. That person actually had killing intent towards him. He was in the superior position. Zhuo Yifan had no right to unleash a killing move on him. However, a moment later, Zhuo Yifan immediately accelerated using the distant battlefield. Many more figures immediately appeared. However, the young man in front of him scorned this move, feeling that he was too arrogant. But this young man was too disdainful, which allowed Zhuo Yifan to succeed, just as he was only paying attention to what was in front of him. Zhuo Yifan appeared behind him and smiled sinisterly. "A good sword, but unfortunately, you met me. A life for a sword is worth it." Chapter 59. Cooperation. Once again, Zhuo Yifan used the evil moon wheel, intending to take the life of the young man before him. However, at this moment an anomaly occurred. He saw that the moment the evil moon wheel struck him, it was forced back by a powerful force. The evil moon wheel in his hand also shattered. Zhuo Yifan was forced backward. His face grim, the young man had protective spirit armor on him this time. Zhuo Yifan had miscalculated. He hadn't expected such a young man to possess so many treasures. Even the elders of Netherworld Valley didn't have as many as him. He had one on him, and was wearing another. Who exactly was he? The opponent was a 7th-level bone-severing realm master, wearing spirit armor, holding a spirit weapon, and possessing profound-grade martial arts. There was no way to break through his defenses, leaving Zhuo Yifan to passively endure the blows. The most terrifying thing was that the opponent was using full force regardless of their strength, leaving him with no opening. How was he supposed to fight? At the same moment, Zhuo Yifan was pushed back. The young man before him also retreated a few steps, his face full of shock as he looked at Zhuo Yifan. He was a genius among geniuses since he first wielded a sword he had never lost yet. Now facing someone in the chi-gathering realm, he was forced to use all his strength and almost died by his hand. If he hadn't had the spirit armor to assist him just now, he would surely be dead. He was the family heir, and had even defeated peak-guarding nation realm cultivators across ranks. Yet now he found himself in this situation. Raising his head to look at Zhuo Yifan, he asked, "Brother, what is your name?" Zhuo Yifan heard his question and knew this person no longer wanted to fight. He answered Zhuo Fan. Hearing the answer, the young man opposite put away the sword in his hand and turned to leave. "Good, I remember your name. We'll spar again next time." Seeing him about to leave, Zhuo Yifan opened his mouth and asked, "Wait, may I ask, brother, are you also here for the diamond quicksand?" Hearing Zhuo Yifan mention the diamond quicksand, the young man was a little surprised but quickly regained his composure. What if I'm not? As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan knew he was very likely there for the diamond quicksand. He wanted to use the young man's mole rat spirit beast to do his work. So he honestly said, "If not, then we bid farewell, but if so, would you like to cooperate with me?" Hearing these words, the young man was surprised. "Cooperate? How do you want to cooperate? Even if the three of us join forces, we might not even get a single piece of diamond quicksand." Zhuo Yifan smirked, pointing at the spirit beast on the young man's shoulder. "Brother, don't you have a mole rat? I'm sure you don't want to risk your life fighting them, do you?" The young man in front of him did not expect Zhuo Yifan to have a similar approach using the mole rat for action. However, he did not know that while their starting points were the same, their processes would be different, and thus the results would also differ. He asked, "So we were thinking alike, no wonder you were looking for it, but it is mine. What will you use to cooperate with me, Zhuo?" Yifan smiled at him. "The best way to use a mole rat. I wonder, brother, how do you plan to use your mole rat to get the diamond quicksand?" Zhuo Yifan was right. This young man had a method like his, but he couldn't tell them, only asking back, "What do you two think?" Zhuo Yifan was about to speak when Shui Ningxiang, standing beside him, presumed herself clever and interrupted. "Let the mole rat dig a tunnel while they were collecting the diamond quicksand. We can take the opportunity to steal some." As soon as she finished speaking, both of them burst into laughter. Shui Ningxiang, seeing this, asked doubtfully, "What are you laughing at? Am I wrong?" The young man looked at the innocent girl in front of him and didn't hesitate to explain to her. "The opponent is a heavenly profound realm master. It is not that easy. You'll probably be caught before you even make a move." Zhuo Yifan, standing beside them, also agreed. This foolish girl thinks she's smart, yet she speaks such a foolish idea. He chuckled, taking advantage of the situation to rest his arm on her head, and said to the young man, "What is your plan?" Perhaps the young man in front of them had already planned to cooperate with them. He didn't hesitate to state his plan. "My method is very simple. The diamond quicksand is being pressured by the electrical current and flows into the lake. As long as the lake water flows out, I'll have the mole rat dig a branch tunnel and we can get it." After hearing the man's plan, Shui Ningxiang couldn't help but exclaim, "What a good idea." However, Zhuo Yifan didn't care for this method. He gave a strange smile and said, "Unfortunately, that's only part of it. I want all of it." His words immediately frightened the young man in front of him. The ones guarding the flowing gold pond are over 50. Guarding nation realm masters, and even a heavenly profound master. With the cultivation of the three of them, getting even apart would be lucky. But this person in front of him arrogantly says he wants all of it. This is impossible. Even if there was a way, those masters wouldn't let him succeed. Chapter 61. Arranging the Formation. Zhuo Yifan held the formation diagram in his hand, and with Xie Tianyang and Shui Ningxiang went to a place very far from the flowing gold pond, known as the second zone of the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range. Due to the dangerous concentration of spirit beasts, the 10,000 Beast Mountain Range is divided into 3 zones. The first zone is considered the safest, as it only has first and second grade spirit beasts suitable for Qi, Gathering Realm, and Foundation establishment. Realm, cultivators to hunt spirit beasts. The flowing gold pond is in this area. The second zone is considered the treasure hunting zone, concentrating third and fourth grade spirit beasts. If one does not have the strength of the nation, refining realm entering it basically means certain death. However, the abundant spirit beasts here make it a place for strong cultivators to find spirit companions. The third zone is considered the most dangerous, because the spirit beasts that can survive here are all 5th-grade monsters, or higher. Even cultivators in the divine illumination realm can be in mortal danger. Zhuo Yifan led everyone to the second zone, which was considered suitable for setting up formations. But Tianyang, who was familiar with the 10,000 beast mountain range, looked at him doubtfully. Here, this is the second zone. Even a heavenly profound master wouldn't dare to walk around here. What exactly are you? Knowing Xie Tianyang's thoughts, Zhuo Yifan interrupted him before he could finish pointing at the formation diagram. Brother Tianyang, have your mole rat dig a tunnel from here to the flowing gold pond, then arrange the formation according to this map. This is the flowing gold pond. Xi Tianyang was startled after hearing him pointing at the map and saying, having it dig a tunnel from here to the flowing gold pond is no problem, but asking it to place spirit stones to arrange the formation will require over 1,000 pieces. Zhuo Yifan nodded, saying casually, that's right, exactly 3,221 pieces. The mole rat is small. Each time it can only hold one piece. That means it has to go back and forth 3,221 times to set up the formation around the flowing gold pond. Xi Tianyang gasped deeply. After hearing this, Shui Ningxiang beside him couldn't bear it and scolded, you want it to work itself to death? The little fellow standing on Tianyang's shoulder was equally scared, seemingly understanding everyone's plan. It continuously trembled and fell from Xi Tianyang's shoulder to the ground. Seeing this situation, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but chuckle, ignoring the little fellow on the ground. He looked at its owner and said, we don't have much time. Now the diamond quicksand will erupt. Very soon we must make it act immediately. Does it really have to be like this? Xi Tianyang said with a serious expression. Zhuo Yifan saw his hesitation and chuckled. As long as you can secretly set up the formation at the flowing gold pond without anyone knowing, then you won't need it anymore. It is just a mole rat. We can find another one later, but not the diamond quicksand. As long as you do as I say, I guarantee you will earn a lot. Xie Tianyang looked at the pet on the ground, his eyes contemplating for a moment. A short while later, he was swayed by Zhuo Yifan and nodded. All right, it is just a 1st-grade spirit companion. At worst, this old man won't need it anymore. The mole rat, having no way to resist, had to reluctantly dig the tunnel. By the time it completed its task and returned, it looked as if it were dying, burrowing into Shui Ningxiang's arms for comfort. Zhuo Yifan looked at its appearance and chuckled smugly. See, I told you it could do it. Shui Ningxiang nodded helplessly, sighing, yes, but it will definitely hate me, its owner, from now on. Shui Ningxiang looked at the two of them teasing, then looked down at the little fellow. In her heart, she immediately complained, you two are too much, it's already this tired, it is so pitiful. Zhuo Yifan heard her complaints, but didn't mind. He shrugged. There is no other way. We need to set up the formation within 3 days. We have no choice but to push it. Otherwise, it will be lazy. If it dies of exhaustion because of this, then it's not a 1st-grade spirit beast. As he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan pressed a hand seal, activating the formation. All of Chapter 62, Universe Shifting Formation. With the formation properly set up, the three of them entered a period of waiting for the right moment, just like the people from Netherworld Valley. A month passed. In a flash, the 10,000 Beast Mountain range remained as silent as ever. Zhuo Yifan and Shui Ningxiang were both waiting for their chance while practicing martial arts only. Shui Ningxiang seemed carefree, spending her days playing with Xi Tianyang's spirit companion, as if she had forgotten all about the diamond quicksand. Xi Tianyang couldn't help but feel displeased looking at Shui Ningxiang. His spirit companion had grown close to her, following her around all day, treating her like its owner. Then he looked at Zhuo Yifan, who was sitting cross-legged, cultivating. He couldn't help but sigh. How can people be so different in contrast to Shui Ningxiang, who seemed oblivious to worldly affairs? Zhuo Yifan was unusually calm. Xie Tianyang's initial assessment of Zhuo Yifan was that he was an enigma with mysterious strength and background. He claimed to be from a small family, but Xi Tianyang didn't believe it. In this past month, Zhuo Yifan was the most clear-headed of the three. While waiting for the diamond quicksand to emerge, he could still cultivate peacefully. Indeed, his mental fortitude was excellent. How many such people could be found across the Tianyu Empire? At the very least, Xie Tianyang couldn't do it. While Xie Tianyang was assessing him, Zhuo Yifan also emerged from his cultivation state, breaking through to the 6th level of Qi-gathering realm. He couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Xie Tianyang, seeing this, also praised him as expected. Even under such tension, he could still break through this mental fortitude. Training is something even a national guardian couldn't keep up with. A moment later, a strange phenomenon suddenly occurred at the flowing gold pond. A loud bang echoed throughout the forest. On their side, Zhuo Yifan and the other two also heard the commotion. The time for the diamond quicksand to emerge had arrived. Zhuo Yifan smiled smugly. It is here. At the same time, by the flowing gold pond, the seventh elder of Netherworld Valley, hearing the strange phenomenon, suddenly opened his eyes wide and laughed loudly. It's here, it is finally here. Lol, I've waited for 2 months, and it is finally here. Men prepare the flowing gold silk nets to retrieve the diamond quicksand. Over 50 bone-severing realm masters, guarding the surroundings, heard the command and responded in unison, "Yes, sir." With that, they immediately cast their silk nets towards the emerging diamond quicksand. In the distance, Zhuo Yifan felt that the time was right and turned to Xie Tianyang, asking, "Did you prepare the gold silk net hearing?" Zhuo Yifan's question. He chuckled. "Of course. How could I come here for the diamond quicksand and not bring a diamond silk net? Brother Zhuo, what should I do next?" Saying this, he raised his hand, took out the silk net, and handed it to Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan took it and smiled sinisterly, replying, "Just watch me." With that, he tossed the silk net into the air, pressed a hand seal, and mumbled, "Universe inverted. Karmic silk shifting yin and yang, exchanging dual formations arrayed." As soon as he finished speaking, the spirit stones buried underground earlier emitted brilliant light and burrowed out of the earth, soaring straight towards the sky. The flowing gold pond on the other side was no exception. 21 rays of light suddenly shot into the sky. 0. Discovering the strange phenomenon, the seventh elder was immediately startled and vigilantly looked around. What's happening? Where did the cold water come from? Not good, someone's playing tricks. The seventh elder had been guarding the flowing gold pond for so long and had waited for the diamond quicksand to emerge. He couldn't let anyone else claim it. So upon discovering someone playing tricks, he immediately became furious, scanning for the person, then flew off. At the same time, on Zhuo Yifan's side, after he activated the formation, a stream immediately flowed towards them, then spewed out scorching lava. Seeing this, Xie Tianyang excitedly shouted, "Diamond quicksand, Brother Zhuo, you are too amazing. Why is the diamond quicksand suddenly flowing here?" Looking at the scene before him, Zhuo Yifan smiled like a dart. This formation is called the universe shifting formation. Although it's a low-grade formation, it can invert the universe and traverse mountains. I merely redirected the flow of the diamond quicksand from the flowing gold pond here. Hearing these words, Xie Tianyang was again shocked. Invert the universe and traverse mountains. How is that possible? Chapter 63. The Scene of the Evidence. Xie Tianyang, who prided himself as a genius among geniuses and had read countless books, recognized a fifth-grade formation. However, he had never heard of a low-grade formation that could shift the universe. It must be a lost formation. But not only did Zhuo Yifan activate a lost formation, it was only a first-grade formation. Who exactly was this Zhuo Yifan? Finally, Xie Tianyang understood Zhuo Yifan's words about signing an alliance contract with the Hidden Dragon Pavilion were true. How could a talent of this caliber be overlooked by a place that valued talent like the Hidden Dragon Pavilion? Looking at Zhuo Yifan, Xie Tianyang quickly turned his attention. "Brother Zhuo, do you have aspirations to become an honored guest at the Marquis's mansion?" Xu Ningxiang was surprised to hear Xie Tianyang Zhuo Yifan look so young, yet he's already been invited to be an honored guest. An honored guest for one of the 7 great families. Zhuo Yifan heard these words and let out a cold chuckle. "Forget it. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion already offered me that, but I refused them that when they shifted to signing my contract." Xu Ningxiang thought he was boasting and mocked. "Brother Zhuo, you're exaggerating a bit." But having witnessed his strength just now, Xie Tianyang fully believed that what he said earlier was true. He nodded and said, "All right, when I return, I'll have someone send you an alliance agreement. But where should I send it?" Zhuo Yifan hadn't forgotten his goal of revitalizing the Luo family and also Mingju's orders. This alliance would benefit the Luo family, so he smiled and said, "Send it to the Luo family in Maple Forest City. I'll be returning there." Xie Tianyang heard that Zhuo Yifan wouldn't directly sign it and hesitated for a moment, saying, "Then let us wait until you return. I will only ally with you personally with your capabilities. If you are not in the Luo family later, we'll be at a disadvantage." Zhuo Yifan heard these words and felt a sense of familiarity. The Hidden Dragon Pavilion had been the same before these 7 great families were indeed cautious and far-sighted. Zhuining listening to their conversation, took a breath, her face full of surprise. The people of the Marquis's mansion were truly too impulsive. They actually signed an alliance with someone outside the 7 great families. Moreover, this contract wasn't with a family, but a personal one. She just didn't understand that what they saw was Zhuo Yifan's strength and his value. So signing with him would bring considerable benefits. Just then, accompanied by a loud bang, another lava flow rushed towards them. Zhuo Yifan saw it and immediately stopped it, saying, "Retrieve the net." Shi Tianyang, however, ignored his words, waving his hand and laughing. "What's the hurry? The golden sand silk net is so exquisite. Even if the lava settles, we can still retrieve the diamond quicksand." Zhuo Yifan saw that he wasn't complying, frowned and scoffed. "Do you think I don't understand that principle? It is just whether you will have the life to use what you collect. Do you think those people from Netherworld Valley are blind? The light pillar illuminates them. They can see it in a moment that Heavenly Profound Realm expert will be here." Hearing these words, Zetianyang was startled and hurriedly retrieved the silk net. Following the net, the 3 simultaneously saw lava flowing out, while the net caught glowing particles. Seeing this, Shi Tianyang, though excited, feigned seriousness and asked Zhuo Yifan, "What should we do now?" Zhuo Yifan's words were right their side. Thanks to the formation collected all the emerging diamond quicksand, they were essentially snatching it from under the noses of the Netherworld Valley people who wouldn't return without obtaining the diamond quicksand. Once the 3 of them were discovered, a major battle would ensue, and they were at a disadvantage. Therefore, they absolutely had to find a place where they could evade the pursuit of the Netherworld Valley people and safely divide the collected diamond quicksand. After some thought, Zhuo Yifan pointed to a place deep in the forest. Zetianyang and Zhuiningsiang looked in the direction he pointed. Zhuiningsiang suddenly exclaimed, "The second hunting zone." Zetianyang also recognized the place and nodded in agreement. "Good idea. This area is vast and hard to find." But Zhuo Yifan slowly shook his head, denying, "Wrong, I am going to the 3rd zone." Hearing this, Zetianyang and Zhuiningsiang were immediately startled. "You want to go to the dangerous 3rd zone? Are you crazy? With our strength, going to the 3rd zone would be certain death, even if they avoid the pursuit of the Netherworld Valley people. They'll still have to face the 5th grade spirit beasts in that area. It's too dangerous." But they didn't know that Zhuo Yifan's goal in coming to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range was the 6th grade spirit beast, Lei Yunque, located in the 3rd zone. But their current problem was dividing the diamond quicksand before the Netherworld Valley people found them, or all their efforts would be for naught. Thinking this, Zhuo Yifan spoke up, "Let us divide the diamond quicksand first, and then talk about escaping." Shi Tianyang and Zhuiningsiang couldn't help but look at each other and give a wry smile. Ever since they met Zhuo Yifan, they had been led by him. However, they both believed that he could solve all problems. Looking at the fruits of their labor, they couldn't help but smile happily. Zhuo Yifan looked at their expressions and couldn't help but tease, "You 2 are into hurrying up, I'll keep it all for myself." At this moment, Zetianyang was truly happy and chased after Zhuo Yifan, saying, "Wait for me." A moment later, they reached a safe place and took out the diamond quicksand from the silk net. Seeing this abundant harvest, Zetianyang immediately grinned. "With this golden sand, refining weapons can add hundreds of catties. The harvest is even richer than I imagined." Looking at his drooling expression, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but secretly scoff at him. He is a disciple of the Marquis's mansion, yet he is acting like he's never seen anything like it before. Thinking this, he used his spatial ring to collect his share of the golden sand, then turned to them and said, "According to our agreement, I'll take my share, and the rest is yours." Zetianyang saw that he truly only took his agreed-upon share, and secretly sighed with admiration. He truly has a strong sense of loyalty. Zetianyang only provided the mole rat and did nothing else. Zhuo Yifan was the one who completed everything, yet he only took his rightful share. This brother is worth befriending. He looked at him and said, "All right, it's fine. If you take a bit more, now tell me, how do we get out of here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a faint stream of light flashed in Zhuo Yifan's hand and quickly disappeared. A small porcelain bottle immediately appeared. He handed it to Zetianyang and Zhuiningsiang and said, "It's very simple drink, this." Chapter 64. Heavenly Profound Realm expert in pursuit, Zetianyang and Zhuiningsiang. Taking the elixir from Zhuo Yifan's hand, willingly drank it despite their doubts. After drinking it, Tianyang immediately asked Zhuo, "Yifan, are you satisfied now? Quickly tell us what kind of elixir this is." Zhuo Yifan also swallowed one pill, then answered their questions. "This is a first-grade elixir, the concealed aura pill. It can conceal our aura for 1 day that way when we pass through the second and third zones, as long as we don't encounter any spirit beasts directly. They won to detect us." Hearing about the elixir's effects, both were astonished. Tianyang immediately exclaimed, "So miraculous, where did you get this? The 10,000 Beast Mountain Range is a treasure trove of spirit beasts that everyone desires, but unfortunately the fierce spirit beasts prevent them from coming here. If they knew about this type of elixir, they would definitely fight over it. However, Tianyang had never heard of it. If he hadn't witnessed it firsthand, no one would believe such an elixir existed. Zhuo Yifan heard his question and didn't hide anything, replying, "I refined it myself there, as only one batch, no sharing ingredients." Hearing this, Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What, you can even refine elixirs?" Perhaps overly surprised, he loudly cursed, startling Xue Ningshang beside him. "Why are you shouting so loudly?" However, Zhuo Yifan didn't mind, and casually replied, "What's wrong? Want to learn." Hearing this, Tianyang was stunned for a long time. How many more surprises could this person bring him from the Qi-gathering realm? He could fight against the bone-severing realm. Moreover, he knew how to set up formations, and now he could even refine elixirs. He was a versatile genius. He had strength, cunning, and always meticulously planned things, looking far ahead. So were those disciples of the 7 great families who called themselves geniuses too far behind. Originally compared to people his age, Tianyang thought he was superior, but he didn't expect to meet a monster like Zhuo Yifan outside. This time when he returned, he would definitely not dare to call himself a genius anymore, at least not in front of Zhuo Yifan. Tianyang thought for a moment, then turned and walked towards the second zone, saying nothing more than 2 words, "Let us go." Zhuo Yifan and Xue Ningxiang looked at his expression and couldn't help but stare, glancing at each other, not knowing what had stimulated him to act so cold and decisive. But they didn't care, and immediately followed not long after they left. The 7th elder of Netherworld Valley arrived, but seeing the current situation, he confirmed indeed someone led the diamond quicksand here. This person left not long ago, so they probably haven't gone far. If they were still hiding in the first zone, they'll surely face certain death. So then, petty tricks trying to deceive this old man. Dream on the answer is the second zone. With that, the 7th elder flew furiously to the second zone, his mighty pressure causing the entire forest to panic. On their side, Zhuo Yifan and the other 2 who were on their way to the second zone also saw this situation. They immediately felt something was wrong and quickly stopped. Zhuo Yifan's pupils constricted. He exclaimed in surprise, "How can this be that elder of Netherworld Valley went straight to the second zone?" Tianyang, who was ahead, was also utterly shocked by these words. What should we do at the 7th elder's speed? He'll catch up to us very quickly." Zhuo Yifan couldn't possibly not know this, but this 7th elder went against his expectations. He could only blame himself for being too careless and miscalculating. He shook his head helplessly and said, "I don't know either. I originally intended to gamble with that elder on time." Logically, when he discovers the molten lava for safety, he would search the first zone first. Moreover, everyone knows the second zone is dangerous. He couldn't have come here immediately. We just started and already reached the second zone, so by the time he catches up, 3 hours would have surely passed. Furthermore, in the second zone, to avoid 5th-grade spirit beasts, his speed would slow down. That difference in time would be enough for me to escape into the third zone. After all, in the third zone, he like us would be prey to extremely powerful spirit beasts. He wouldn't dare to pursue us there. But now he's just started and already chased them to the second zone. Tianyang, listening to his plan, couldn't help but sigh in admiration in that situation. He could still meticulously consider every step, every advantage and disadvantage to come up with a perfect plan. However, it seems man proposes, God disposes. The person he encountered was the cunning old man of Netherworld Valley, leading to a misstep. Tianyang slowly spoke. "Brother Zhuo, haven't you heard of the 7th elder's alias?" Hearing Tianyang questioned Zhuo, Yifan surprisingly shook his head and said, "Alias. I only know he the elder of Netherworld Valley stationed here. I don't know anything else about him." Shi Tianyang was a member of one of the 7 great clans, so of course he understood well the various other powers. At this moment he slowly turned toward Zhuo Yifan and said, "Do you know that man is the most cunning and sinister old fox in Netherworld Valley, the most ghostly and mysterious of them all from 60 years ago. Until now, Ghost 7 of the Netherworld has held a highly revered position within the valley, many major affairs. All the section masters consult with him. This person is cunning, treacherous, and unpredictable. Everyone calls him Chi Chao Ling Long." Zhuo Yifan heard this and curiously asked, "So that means he is very strong?" Shi Tianyang took a deep breath, his face solemn, and said, "Many elders in the 7 families have died by his hand, especially Elder Ju of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, whose violet thunder golden eyes were destroyed solely by Ghost. Elder 7, therefore many people hate him, but conversely even more people fear him." Zhuo Yifan suddenly realized no wonder the old man went against his expectations. It turns out he is also someone who specializes in using schemes and tactics just like him. However, the current situation couldn't be salvaged. The only way was to adapt and take things one step at a time. At this moment, Zitianyang looked at Xianing Xiang beside him and revealed a decisive idea, saying, "Brother Zhuo, the only way now is to abandon Miss Ning with my speed, and yours, we can definitely escape." Zhuo Ningxiang heard that he wanted to abandon her. Her body trembled as she clutched Zhuo Yifan's hand, pleading, "Big brother Zhuo, you promised to take me out of the city." Seeing her pleading on one side, Xie Tianyang didn't pay attention. Knowing that Zhuo Yifan was still the one to decide, he turned to him and said, "This is no time for compassion. Abandoning Miss Ning will tie down the 7th elder and we'll be able to leave safely." Zhuo Yifan narrowed his eyes, looking at Xie Tianyang, and raised an eyebrow. "Xie Tianyang, if I didn't have the concealed aura pill, would you have abandoned me too?" This old man wouldn't abandon anyone. As for the 7th elder, I'll set up a formation here and fight him to the death. Hearing these words, Xie Tianyang pondered for a moment and nodded slightly. He had personally witnessed Zhuo Yifan's formation-laying abilities, and their power was indeed unfathomable. If Zhuo Yifan was so confident, he wouldn't have mind taking a gamble. He also wanted to see what other surprises this person could bring him. A moment later, a figure appeared in the forest occasionally. Spirit beasts attacked the person, but after a roar they were quickly sent flying back when he landed. He examined the traces around him and smiled grimly. "You 3 brats, why aren't you running anymore? Do you want to come out yourselves, or should I personally capture you?" The 7th elder, ES shout, carried killing intent, spreading in all directions and sending the spirit beasts fleeing in panic. At this very moment, Zhuo Yifan, hiding to one side, chuckled all as expected of the 7th elder. "Chi Chao Ling Long, just by the traces along the way, he knew how many of us there were. Impressive. The 7th elder heard the voice and vigilantly looked around for a long time, then spoke again. "You brat. You just broke through to the 6th level of Chi-gathering realm. Didn't you? It wasn't a question, but an affirmation." Ghost Elder 7 had indeed guessed Zhuo Yifan's strength. Hidden in the shadows, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Indeed, being named Chi Chaoling Long was more terrifying than he imagined. Just by hearing his voice, he could guess his strength. It was truly beyond his expectations. However, he quickly regained his composure. "7th Elder, you here for the diamond quicksand. How about we make a deal? I'll give you a portion and you let us go. How does that sound?" Ghost Elder 7 heard Zhuo Yifan's words and laughed loudly, his aura radiating killing intent. "Ridiculous. The diamond quicksand was originally this old man. You stole it, and now you want to make conditions with me. Come out today. I must reclaim the diamond quicksand and also take your lives." With that, Ghost Elder 7 suddenly charged forward, mobilizing the forest, and struck towards that direction. With a thud, everything shattered, revealing a young man. Zhuo Yifan deftly dodged the palm strike, stepping out with a sinister smile, then, "Come on." Chapter 66. Wind Thunder Blazing Flame Formation, looking at the appearing person. He laughed wildly. "Little devil, you clearly know my power, yet you still dare to make conditions with me. You want to die." But Zhuo Yifan remained calmly seated, fearless, and coldly chuckled. This old man dares to do it and isn't afraid of being exposed. "Kill!" With that, a hand seal appeared in his hand, striking towards Ghost Elder 7. Following that, a loud noise echoed, and in an instant, blazing flames appeared behind Zhuo Yifan. Accompanied by the sound, a fire phoenix also appeared behind him. It gently flapped its wings and fiercely spewed blazing flames towards Ghost Elder 7. This is a formation. Ghost Elder 7 looked at this scene in shock and horror. He never expected that the person in front of him, with only the strength of the Qi-gathering realm, could set up such a profound formation. Looking at this power, it had surely reached the level of a 5th-grade formation master. He calmly launched a palm strike towards the charging fire phoenix. However, the moment the blazing flames were unleashed, Ghost Elder 7 was engulfed by the flames. They erupted, forcing him to retreat, but he still coldly looked at Zhuo. Yifan, it seems this old man underestimated you. I originally thought you were a 6th-level Qi-gathering realm youth, but I never expected you to be a 5th-grade formation master. However, it is a pity with your strength, even if you control a 5th-grade auxiliary formation, don't even dream of defeating this old man. With that, Ghost Elder 7 once again formed a hand seal, creating a ghostly face illusion accompanied by a mournful scream that echoed throughout the green forest. The temperature in the surroundings instantly became indescribably gloomy. Seeing this, Zhuo Yifan's expression turned serious. I didn't expect you to cultivate such terrifying demonic arts. Is this the inherited martial art of Netherworld Valley? Haha, you are on the verge of death. What is the point of knowing so much? Ghost Elder 7 didn't pay attention to his words. He smirked, pointing his hand seal forward, and with that the ghostly face also attacked Zhuo Yifan. Zhuo Yifan on the opposite side dared not be careless. He changed the hand seal in his hand. The fire phoenix roared, spewing a blazing flame towards the ghostly face. The blazing flame and the ghostly face collided, but no large explosion occurred instead. The moment the flame wanted to engulf the ghostly face illusion, it hit ice and was extinguished. Seeing this situation, Ghost Elder 7 revealed a smug smile, while Zhuo Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly and shouted, "Ningeract." As soon as he finished speaking, Shui Ningxiang's figure appeared. She formed a hand seal, and a fierce gust of wind merged with the fire phoenix on this side, striking towards Ghost Elder 7. The moment wind and fire combined, the blazing flames became several times stronger. Ghost Elder 7 looked at this situation, his expression solemn. He mumbled, "He actually has an assistant with that." He immediately formed a hand seal trying to resist the 2S attacks, but with the support of fire and ice, Ghost Elder 7 immediately fell into a disadvantageous position. His eyes narrowed slightly, and beads of sweat began to trickle down his face. However, before he could think of a counter-strategy, Zhuo Yifan once again shouted, "Shi Tianyang, it is your turn." As soon as he spoke, Shi Tianyang instantly appeared, forming a hand seal with a triumphant laugh. Lol, this old man has been waiting for this moment to take the head of a master. Following Xie Tianyang's arrogant laughter, bolts of thunder began to explode, heading towards the ghostly illusion. At this moment, lightning merged with fire, and fire amplified the lightning. The thunder flame exploded with a bang, sending the ghostly face flying back, barely able to hold its ground. But then, as if receiving additional power, the ghostly face suddenly increased its strength, transforming into a dark mist that exploded with a roar, turning the blazing flames on the other side into dust. Ghost Elder 7 painfully spat out a mouthful of blood. The thunder flame just now had severely injured him. He never dreamed he would fall into such a situation. But Zhuo Yifan on the opposite side was equally surprised, a 4th-grade demonic treasure. Ghost Elder 7, panting heavily, looked at the three of them and said, "Very well, you are quite formidable. I never expected that I, who have dominated for a lifetime, would one day be pushed to this extent by 3 brats. Now this old man admits your strength. If we continue to fight, it will only harm both sides. So as you said, give me a portion of the diamond quicksand, and I will not pursue this matter further." Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan and the other 2 glanced at each other, then nodded slightly. Zhuo Yifan thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "All right, then we'll reconcile." Chapter 67. Wind, Thunder, Blazing, Flame Formation. 2. Saying that, Zhuo Yifan extended his hand and took out a cloth bag, then moved as if to approach, saying, "This is the diamond quicksand. We'll reconcile here." Ghost Elder 7 saw his compromise and sighed in relief. He put away his demonic treasure and slowly flew towards Zhuo Yifan. "That's right. Just hand over the diamond quicksand obediently, and I guarantee I'll spare you. However, at the very moment the two were still not far apart, the atmosphere simultaneously thickened with killing intent. They simultaneously roared, "Kill him, die, brat." Following Zhuo Yifan's shout, Xie Tianyang and Xue Ningxiang behind him immediately acted, forming hand seals to create a formation that merged with Zhuo Yifan's blazing flames attacking Ghost Elder 7. At the same time, Ghost Elder 7 also unleashed his move, taking out his 4th-grade demonic treasure to counter the blazing flames. But he was a step too slow and couldn't dodge the attack in time. He had to fling his palm, shattering that force while also being forced backward. Ghost Elder 7 looked up at Zhuo Yifan and the other two in the distance, his face turning green with rage. "Damn brat, I shouldn't have trusted you." Zhuo Yifan heard him revealing a sinister smile and contemptuously pouting, "We were all cultivators of the demonic path after all." Similarly, Xie Tianyang and Xue Ningxiang watched the two contend, neither yielding, utterly stunned. These two were too evil and completely untrustworthy. One was more cunning than the other. From the beginning, they had intended to corner their opponent to death with no intention of reconciling. However, fortunately their side was a little more sinister, otherwise the three of them would have been finished. Ghost Elder 7 in mid-air continued to rage all this way. He had always thought that their strength was low and not high. With his cultivation, he could easily snatch back the diamond quicksand, but he never ever expected that among them there would be someone who understood formations and also understood schemes, putting him at a disadvantage, as he was now. At this moment, he forced himself to calm down and think of a countermeasure. Suddenly, he looked at Xue Ningxiang and lightly chuckled. "You are the third young lady of the Zhu family, aren't you? The last time this old man saw you was 5 years ago. You were still a child. Then I never expected you to have grown into such a young lady." Zhu Ningxiang immediately tensed up upon hearing this and lowered her head. Zhuo Yifan saw the situation was not good, fearing she would be affected, and quickly turned to Ghost Elder 7, saying, "Ghost Elder 7, say what you have to say to me. Don't scare a little girl." However, this cunning old Ghost Elder 7 already knew their weakness was Xue Ningxiang, ignoring Zhuo Yifan. He stared intently at her and said, "Ning, if you oppose this old man, have you thought about the safety of the Xue family? The Zhou family depends on our Netherworld Valley. Haven't he treated you badly? Why are you doing this?" As soon as he finished speaking, Xue Ningxiang felt the intense killing intent from him. Her body trembled continuously, and the hand seal she had formed slowly loosened. Zhuo Yifan was startled, knowing that she had been threatened by Ghost Elder 7. He immediately interrupted, saying, "Danger act now." With that, Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang simultaneously formed hand seals. Bolts of lightning and blazing flames attacked Ghost Elder 7. But unfortunately, Xue Ningxiang had been swayed without her Windes support. The flames posed no threat to him. Zhuo Yifan and the other immediately retreated. Ghost Elder 7 saw this and couldn't help but laugh triumphantly, tilting his head back and roaring, "Ha ha ha ha, that's right, Ning, that is what you should do. These two brats can just wipe their butts and leave afterward, but the Zhu family want to have it so easy." Zhuo Fan bit his lip lightly and glanced at Xue Ningxiang. He knew that at this moment she was worried and afraid of retaliation, so she was wavering. He had to find a way to reassure her. "Ning dawn to listen to him. If that old man recognizes you, he will definitely exterminate the Xue family when he returns. Remember what I said before, this formation combines wind, thunder, and fire. As long as the three of us work together, even a heavenly profound realm master cannot escape. Today, if that old man returns, the Zhu family will truly be finished." Xue Ningxiang heard these words and immediately looked at Zhuo Yifan, then at Ghost Elder 7. What he said was true. By participating in this battle, she had already offended Netherworld Valley. Moreover, she had displeased them before. If he were to return this time, the old grievances and new hatreds would be settled, and the Zhu family would be doomed. Thinking this, she raised her head, killing intent appearing in her eyes. At the same time she mumbled, "He must not be allowed to leave here. He must die." With that, she formed a hand seal, activating the formation behind her. A leopard immediately appeared. Seeing this situation, Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang rejoiced. Both simultaneously formed hand seals again, creating the wind, thunder, blazing flame formation once more. Wind, fire, and thunder, three elements combined, formed a destructive force that surged towards Ghost Elder 7. Seeing this, Ghost Elder 7 couldn't help, but panic, hastily raising his palm to block. A loud bang erupted, and the entire second zone trembled continuously, creating a chaotic scene. Chapter 68. The lure. At this very moment, Ghost Elder 7 was sent flying far away, spitting out a mouthful of blood. He never dreamed that this thunder flame could injure his lungs so severely in his current state. If they struck him one more time, he would surely die. He couldn't believe it. Looking at Zue Ningsang below Ghost Elder 7's expression immediately turned serious. Just a little girl going berserk could increase the formation's power to such an extent it was truly beyond his expectations. Similarly, Zhuo Yifan saw that Ghost Elder 7 was starting to falter. He smiled triumphantly, continued to form hand seals, and shouted to the other two, "That old man is about to give out Ninger Xie Tianyang. Are you ready? We'll give him one more blow." However, before Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang could even act, they saw the lightning leopard-s figure madly charging towards Ghost Elder 7. Seeing this, Zhuo Yifan inwardly cursed, "This is bad." Shui Ningxiang had just suffered a blow, and at this moment she had gone mad, intent on taking Ghost Elder 7's life. Her agitation, without the combined power of the three to create wind, thunder, and fire, would significantly reduce the formation's power. Similarly, Ghost Elder 7 in the air also saw this, and revealed a smug smile, launching an attack towards the charging lightning leopard. In an instant, he had Shui Ningxiang in his hand. "Stupid girl, you almost died by my hand just now. If you weren't still useful, I would have killed you." On this side, Zhuo Yifan and Shi Tianyang, seeing her fall into Ghost Elder 7's hands, kept shouting, "Ninger Ghost Elder 7, hearing this, coldly glanced at them. "You two brats, what are you shouting about? This old man will naturally come and deal with you later." Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang remained outwardly calm, but their hands clenched into fists under their robes, unable to do anything. At this moment, Sui Ningsang and Ghost Elder 7's grasp coughed with difficulty twice, then looked at Zhuo Yifan and mumbled quickly, "Kill him, don't let him go back and harm my father." Truly a filial daughter. Even now, she's still thinking of her father, but unfortunately those two brats aren't strong enough to kill this old man. When this old man returns, the Zhu family won to have a single soul left. Hearing this, Shui Ningxiang's tears flowed ceaselessly. Shi Tianyang on the other side also angrily spoke up. "Ghost Elder 7, you, a dignified elder of Netherworld Valley, are now bullying a little girl who can't even tie a chicken. Don't you feel ashamed?" Ghost Elder 7 ignored him, scoffing dismissively in my eyes. "There are no such words as shame. You little monster are quite good. Actually, you were able to ignite this little girl's fighting spirit with just a few words. If you weren't an enemy today, this old man would definitely take you in. You injured my friend, I will definitely kill you." Zhuo Ningsang in the old man's hands had begun to despair. Tears fell increasingly as she pleaded with Zhuo Yifan and the others, "Kill me, please kill me." Zhuo Yifan heard this and looked at her, his eyes also starting to moisten. Very quickly, he decisively said, "Xie Tianyang, prepare to act, but Ning this is the outcome Ninger wants." Zhuo Yifan was somewhat heavy-hearted, but very quickly his eyes filled with intense killing intent. Xie Tianyang couldn't help but tremble, sighing and gritting his teeth, forming a hand seal. "If we can kill this old man today, when he returns, the Zhe family will be finished. Ning will die with her eyes open." A moment later, Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang once again formed hand seals, activating the formation to attack. The fire phoenix and the lightning in Xie Tianyang's hand immediately struck, but Ghost Elder 7 stood there completely unfazed, mocking "Humph without the wind. As assistants, no matter how strong your lightning and fire are, you can't do anything to me." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan revealed a sinister smile who said, "I don't have wind." What Ghost Elder 7 immediately shouted in shock, but it was too late. Zhuo Yifan had created another wind formation, which combined with the fire phoenix and Xie Tianyang's lightning to create a violent explosion, shattering everything within its power, was several times stronger than when the three of them combined their efforts previously. This time it seemed Ghost Elder 7 truly couldn't escape from a distance. Xie Tianyang looked at Zhuo Yifan in complete stupefaction, muttering, "How is this possible?" After dealing with Ghost Elder 7, Zhuo Yifan turned his head and looked at Ji Tianyang with a wicked smile, his face devoid of any sorrow. How could a sudden burst of wind appear? Right, the reason is because I tricked you. Chapter 69. Admission. With a sigh, Zhuo Yifan continued from the beginning. I said my abilities couldn't control a 5th grade formation technique, and that I needed to join forces with you that was just to trick you. Otherwise, with Ghost Elder 7's cunning, he couldn't have been fooled hearing this. Zitian Yang was immediately astonished he had actually tricked everyone. He widened his eyes and stammered, "What, you tricked me?" Zhuo Yifan chuckled, "Ghost Elder 7 is more intelligent than anyone, the wisest of Netherworld Valley. If I fought him alone, I might not have won. Therefore, I arranged for you two to join forces with me. Although it could save my strength, it was also a fatal weakness. That is it. Requires the combined efforts of 3 people to unleash the formation's strongest power, an elite like Ghost. Elder 7 would definitely notice this weakness, so he would look for our weakest link. Xuening Xiang was his target. But he didn't expect Ninger to be our bait his coming. There was like falling into a trap himself. Shedenyang gasped, looking intently at the person in front of him, and said in horror, You mean you plan to abandon Ninger from the very beginning?" Shitenyang never ever expected that the person who had fiercely declared just a second ago that he would never abandon anyone would start plotting against someone. The next second, his plan was truly ingenious, a scheme within a scheme leading people into eternal damnation. This person was too terrifying. He didn't speak of loyalty and would stop at nothing to achieve his goals regardless of who he used. If one were to truly oppose him, it would likely mean certain death. Zhuo Yifan looked at his expression, maintaining a cold demeanor, and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't force her, she chose it herself. I merely gave her an opportunity. Sacrificing oneself to save loved ones, that's an incredibly noble act. Didn't you also say that you would abandon Ninger because she was a burden and then run away? I just thought more than you utilizing this burden. That is all, Zhuo." Yifan truly once again affirmed the philosophy of the demonic path. They would stop at nothing to achieve their goals. They had no concept of loyalty or compassion, because in the demonic path, compassion would lead to their eternal damnation. Shetianyang swallowed with difficulty and mumbled, "Then, what about the promise you made to Ning-Er? You agreed to take her out of the city." With a light chuckle, Zhuo Yifan gently shook his head. "You were not wrong. But I can also take her corpse out of the city. Ha ha ha." Hearing this, Zi Tianyang couldn't help but look at him differently, feeling a chill down his spine. Throughout this past month together, he had only felt that Zhuo Yifan was calm and mysterious. But at this moment, he felt he was terrifyingly strange, heartless, ruthless, and would stop at nothing. Just then a loud laugh suddenly erupted from within the thunder windfire blast. Zhuo Yifan heard the commotion and turned with a frightened look. "Ghost Elder 7's voice came out disappointedly. "You brat, you truly understand this old man's selfishness, coldness, and heartlessness. You even use your own people. This old man is indeed a little wary of a brat like you." With a crack, the thunder windfire blast instantly shattered, revealing a ferocious grin within. In his hand now was not just the single staff, but also another black staff. The 2 staffs intertwined, forming a protective helix around him. However, despite the power of the wind, thunder, blazing flame formation, he was indeed severely injured, though still able to stand. Ghost Elder 7's breathing was no longer steady. There was no way he could have been perfectly fine after almost dying in that formation. Looking at Zhuo Yifan and the other Ghost Elder 7 roared madly. "Brat! I can't believe that I, an elite of my generation, fell into a trap today and almost lost my life. You, a terrifying little devil like you, I truly have never encountered before." The moment the staff in Ghost Elder 7's hand loosened, Suening Xiang's body slowly fell to the ground. Zhuo Yifan glanced at her. She was still breathing, still alive. However, he didn't care about her life or death. His enemy was still before him, and he couldn't afford to be careless. Looking intently at Ghost Elder 7, he said, "So you have 2 4th-grade demonic treasures." Ghost Elder 7 brought the 2 staffs together, intertwining them, and chuckled coldly, "Ha ha, this old man only has 1. However, this 4th-grade demonic treasure, the yin-yang dual lock, was originally a single entity. Normally, this old man uses the yang lock to fight, and only uses the yin lock when unleashing a killing move. Today, to protect your lives, you witnessed the power of the yin lock. Consider yourselves capable. Even a heavenly profound realm master would only see it in death. Zhuo Yifan narrowed his eyes slightly, almost gnashing his teeth as he spoke as expected of Qi Qiaoling. Long, you were very skilled at enduring, willing to be injured by the combined attacks of the three of us, without revealing your trump card. Of course, this world is full of schemes and tricks. This old man must also have a final trump card to protect his life. That is why this old man understands others, but others can do anything to this old man. However, this time is an exception. Ghost Elder. Seven chuckled smugly, twice narrowed his eyes slightly, and swung his staff fiercely towards Zhuo. Yi Fan shouting, "It's a pity you've used all your moves and have nothing left to deal with this old man." Suddenly, Zhuo Yifan smirked, who said as he finished speaking he formed a hand seal. A red light shot out from Zui Ningxiang's body on the other side, heading straight for Ghost Elder 7, that's right. The Blood Infant was Zhuo Yifan's true final killing move since fighting him. He had realized that Ghost Elder 7 had no spiritual armor to protect himself. At this moment he was severely injured. The Blood Infant could completely unleash its power, and at the same time, Zhuo Yifan could use the Heavenly Demon Great Transformation Art to make him explode. Seeing the red light approaching, Ghost Elder 7 was immediately terrified. He finally realized that the final bait Zhuo Yifan had set up was not Shui Ningxiang, but something within her. He had not detected Zhuo Yifan's scheme from beginning to end and had fallen into the trap. This brat is so young, yet his schemes have reached such a level. If he were to grow up, he would truly be terrifying. Zhuo Yifan secretly smiled faintly, seeing the Blood Infant not far from Ghost Elder 7, almost able to penetrate his body. It's over 7th Elder, this duel ultimately belongs to this old man. But before Zhuo Yifan could finish speaking, the staff in Ghost Elder 7's hand pierced through his body. His internal organs immediately swelled, and he spat out a large mouthful of blood, looking up at Ghost Elder 7 in horror and exclaiming, "How can this be?" Chapter 70. Sacred Beast Appears. Zhuo Yifan's condition was not caused by the staff, but by a problem with his innate Blood Infant. He continuously spit out large mouthfuls of blood, looking up at Ghost Elder 7 in surprise, only to see the Blood Infant weakly hovering behind him, a staff piercing through its chest. The Blood Infant quickly fell weakly, dragging Zhuo Yifan to his knees on the ground. Therefore, he was the loser of this battle. Meanwhile, Si Tianyang, seeing him injured anxiously, drew his sword to attack Ghost Elder 7. However, with his bone-shattering realm strength, how could he contend against a heavenly profound realm master? He was quickly sent flying, crashing into a tree and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, he had spiritual armor to protect him, otherwise he would have died long ago. Ghost Elder 7 looked at the three of them who were on their last breath and slowly approached Zhuo Yifan, coldly saying, "Little brat, this old man is known as Ghost 7, very agile. How could I let you guess my thoughts? You are not bad." Truly not bad. Scheming against people's hearts makes this old man feel afraid. If I give you another 10 years to grow even the smartest person in the world, the elders of the Changfeng family would not be your match. Unfortunately, this old man will not give you the chance to grow, because you are the first person to make this old man fear your development. Therefore, today you must die. Before absolute power, all schemes become useless with that. Ghost Elder 7 gathered his vital energy in his hand and struck Zhuo Yifan with a palm. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan was on the verge of death, but he was unwilling. He was truly unwilling. He had not lost in terms of schemes. In fact, he was even better, but he had lost in terms of strength. It was a pity his time in this world was not long enough. He still had many things to do. His ultimate goal after rebirth had not yet been realized, yet it had to end here. Unwillingly, he closed his eyes, spat out a mouthful of blood, and completely lost consciousness. Suddenly, at this moment, a loud roar echoed throughout the entire 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Ghost Elder 7 abruptly stopped, looked up, and exclaimed in horror, "Why is this monster able to reach the second zone, damn it?" As soon as he finished speaking, he silently looked at the 3 unconscious people in front of him and reluctantly fled, not even caring about the diamond quicksand. After a while, the entire sky quickly darkened and the surrounding forest suddenly withered. A monstrous bird flew by, covering the entire sky, but it paid no attention to the three unconscious people below. This was because the three of them had consumed the concealed aura pill, so the monstrous bird could not sense their presence. Suddenly, a light cough echoed. Zhueningshang slowly opened her eyes. After adapting to her surroundings, she saw Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang lying there, and the withered trees around them surprised her slightly. Thinking this, she quickly ran to Zhuo Yifan. He was just lying there quietly, his breath faint, surrounded by blood. If he couldn't be treated in time, he would quickly die. Chapter 71. Remorse. Zhueningshang looked at Zhuo Yifan's tragic state immediately worried. 2 streams of tears began to fall. She continuously called out, "Big brother Zhuo, wake up quickly. Wake up quickly." Zhueningshang's tears continuously fell on Zhuo Yifan's face as she kept calling his name. Zhuo Yifan seemed to stir slightly, opening his eyes with difficulty. Zhueningshang saw him finally wake up. She was joyfully excited and said, "Big brother Zhuo, you reawake, Zhuo." Yifan's lips trembled, but he couldn't speak at all. He was too weak looking at the person in front of him who was continuously crying. He barely took a deep breath and lifted his hand pointing to the blood infant on the other side, but it quickly fell powerlessly. Zhueningshang looked in the direction he pointed and saw the blood infant lying dejectedly in a pool of blood. As if realizing something, she asked Zhuo, "Yifan, do you want me to bring it over here?" Hearing her question, Zhuo Yifan wanted very much to answer her, but he was powerless and couldn't. He just blinked once. Zhueningshang understood and quickly ran to the other side to bring the blood infant back to his side. In just a moment, the languid blood infant suddenly flashed and instantly disappeared, entering Zhuo Yifan's body. At the same time, Zhuo Yifan's complexion quickly turned rosy and his breathing became steady. The blood infant was Zhuo Yifan's dual cultivation life-bound treasure. As long as it was fine, he would not die. But now the blood infant was truly very weak and couldn't last much longer. It urgently needed blood qi replenishment, but he was powerless. He hoarsely mumbled, "Blood, blood." Zhueningshang was slightly startled and without thinking made a cut on her wrist. She put the fresh blood into Zhuo Yifan's mouth, following that Zhuo Yifan's complexion gradually returned to normal. Seeing this, Zhueningshang gradually relaxed and exhaled, revealing a happy smile. While she was happy, Zhuo Yifan suddenly sat up, put his mouth to her wrist and desperately sucked her blood. Zhueningshang was somewhat surprised to see this, but since it could help him, she didn't mind. After a while, feeling that there was enough blood to nourish the blood infant, Zhuo Yifan finally released Zhueningshang's hand, took a few breaths, and tried to regain his composure after regaining his strength. Zhuo Yifan turned to Zhueningshang beside him and said, "Thank you." Looking at the person in front of him, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but ponder. Previously, he had used her and almost led her to her death. But she, disregardful of herself, gave him her blood to save him. Yet he didn't feel he was wrong at all. He cultivated the demonic path, and the demonic path was about achieving one's goals by any means necessary. He was not wrong. Thinking that all 3 of them were still injured and needed to recover to leave the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, he quickly took a porcelain bottle from his person and handed it to Shui Ning, saying, "This is a 3rd-grade heart protection pill. You eat one and I'll eat one. Then check if that brat is dead yet. If not, give him one too." Zhueningshang received the pill from Zhuo Yifan's hand and nodded, following his command to give him one. She then went to Xie Tianyang, who was on his last breath by the tree, and gave him one. However, she did not eat hers, keeping it in her hand. Zhuo Yifan saw that she wasn't eating and asked Ninger, "You are also injured. Why aren't you eating?" Zhueningshang heard his question and smiled, replying, "My injuries aren't as severe. This 3rd-grade pill is so precious, it is better to save it for you guys." Zhuo Yifan was a little surprised to hear her words, then chuckled, "Lol, what is so precious about it? Even if it was personally bestowed by Kang Long, you still have to eat it. Ninger, just eat it. This is what he owes you. You don't know, but your big brother Zhuo wanted to sacrifice you and use you as bait from the very beginning. His current state is simply self-inflicted." At this moment, a cold snort suddenly echoed. It was Zhueningshang turning her head to look. Xie Tianyang was currently severely injured, but after taking the pill, he was much better, though still unable to move. Remembering what Zhuo Yifan had done before, he couldn't help but feel cold when Zhuo Yifan had spoken of his plan. Zhuening Xiang inside the thunder fire. Wind Blast was already unconscious and unaware. Now hearing Xie Tianyang mention it, she was startled and looked towards Zhuo Yifan. She hoped he would tell her it wasn't true, but he remained silently seated. A wave of sorrow suddenly welled up in her heart. Zhuo Yifan at this moment looked at her, a hint of hesitation in his eyes, saying, "Ning er I." Before he could finish, Sue Ningxiang quickly interrupted him with a bitter smile. "It's all right, brother. You don't need to say anything else. I know Big Brother Zhuo is both wise and courageous. He has calculated everything he does. This must be a misunderstanding. I'll go check the wood branches, so you two can make a comfortable resting place. We can stay here long with that." She immediately ran towards the depths of the forest. Seeing her leave with an indifferent attitude, Zetianyang couldn't help but feel indignant for her and loudly said, "Ning-Ir, are you just going to let him off like that? Now his body is injured and he can't move. You can get revenge however you want." However, Xuening Xiang didn't respond at all. It was unclear if she didn't hear him or simply didn't want to hear. Xie Tianyang wanted to continue speaking, but Zhuo Yifan coldly barked, cutting him off. "Shut up. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish right now." "Humph, you are more seriously injured than me now. Do you think I am afraid of you?" Xie Tianyang mumbled twice, but said nothing more. However, there was a hint of fear in his words, because he heard the killing intent within Zhuo Yifan's words. He was the one who witnessed the entire process of his plan. How he gradually cornered Ghost Elder 7 into his trap. He knew how terrifying Zhuo Yifan was. Although they lost this battle and his methods caused hatred, he truly could push a heavenly profound realm master to the point of revealing his final life-saving trump card, earning respect from others. Chapter 72. Very quickly, Zhuening-sang returned, holding many dry branches woven into 2 makeshift beds. She carried Zhuo Yifan and Jie Tianyang onto them. Zhuo Yifan looked at her, burdened by him, and repeatedly wanted to apologize, but she intentionally avoided his gaze, and the words died on his tongue. Suddenly the sky began to darken with a rumble, and rain poured down on the 10,000 Beast mountain range, Shui Ningxiang. Despite the rain strenuously dragged the 2 injured men to find shelter. But she herself was previously injured and had lost blood, making her extremely weak. After a few steps she fell to the ground. She didn't care and still scrambled to her feet. She continued to drag the 2 of them. Along the way, none of the 3 spoke a word, remaining silent the entire time. Seeing her weakness, yet her utmost effort to drag them, they immediately looked at each other, feeling an indescribable emotion. Jie Tianyang was filled with remorse. At this moment previously he had considered Ning-Er weak and wanted to abandon her to fend for herself. Zhuo Yifan was even more ruthless, saying he wouldn't abandon her, but then using her to push her to her death. Now both of them were severely injured, likely unable to move for several months, and had to rely on her help. Xie Tianyang couldn't understand why she could be so kind, not abandoning them. They could never repay this kindness in their lifetime. After walking for a while, a hole appeared in the ground in front of them, and a mole emerged from it. It ran to Xuening Xiang, looking at the little creature. Xuening Xiang felt a little happy she had let it run away before, but now it had returned unexpectedly. Suddenly it ran in a certain direction. Xuening Xiang looked at it and knew it wanted to lead the way. For her, she immediately pulled Zhuo Yifan and Jie Tianyang along. In just a moment they saw a large mountain cave in front of them. Wei Ningxiang immediately pulled the 2 inside. She helped them lean against the cave wall to rest. A day later, Zhuo Yifan finally woke up, but looking around he saw something was wrong. His face changed color and he shouted, "We can stay here. We need to leave quickly." Xuening Xiang was stunned to hear him shout and looked at him confused. "What's wrong?" Zhuo Yifan stared inside the cave, pointing at the weeds and saying, "Look, quickly. The entire inside is covered in grief relief grass." Xie Tianyang also looked in the direction he pointed, frowning strangely, and asked, "Grief relief. Grass is very good for pain. Relief is something wrong." Zhuo Yifan exasperatedly rolled his eyes and seriously said that as for humans, but for spirit beasts, it has a numbing effect that will attract many spirit beasts here. Xie Tianyang seemed to realize something and exclaimed in shock, "Are you saying this is a trap?" "Yes, and it is a trap set by a profound beast that Mole was forced by it to bring us here." Zhou Yivan nodded, confirming his speculation. Xie Tianyang lightly bit his lip, looked at the mole and loudly cursed, "Damn you, traitor! You ran away at a critical moment. Do you want to die here?" The mole trembled continuously in fear upon hearing Shi Tianyang's scolding coiling up. Xue Ningxiang couldn't bear it and hugged it, comforting it. Then she turned to Zhuo Yifan and spoke, "What should we do now? What else can we do? Run quickly." Shi Tianyang quickly urged. If it were normal times, he wouldn't pay attention to this spirit beast, but in his current situation, he was unable to resist. Zhuo Yifan pondered for a moment, then hastily asked, "How long have we been here?" Xue Ningxiang looked outside the cave at the dense dark clouds, then shook her head helplessly. "I am not sure, but it must have been over a day." Zhuo Yifan shook his head and sighed, his expression unusually grim. "Damn it, it smells as if the pill's effect has worn off. I am afraid those beasts will discover us if they come in for now. We can only try to stop them wave by wave," Shi Tianyang said in shock and horror. "Really? You mean wave by wave?" Zhuo Yifan nodded and sighed. Any powerful spirit beast wouldn't use this trick. Only low-level spirit beasts set this kind of trap. Most of them operate in packs. As if to confirm his words, the roar of wolves echoed from outside the cave. Pairs of ferocious eyes stared inside. Chapter 73. Level 2. Spirit Beast hearing the roars. The three in the cave were immediately terrified. They had finally found them. Zhuo Yifan narrowed his eyes, looked outside and sighed. "It's over it. It's the bloodthirsty remnant wolves. Although they are only a level 2 spirit beast, they operate in packs, and their king of beasts is a level 3 spirit beast. Encountering them, even a level 4 spirit beast wouldn't dare to provoke them." Shi Tianyang also looked outside at the sound, a hint of sorrow appearing on his face. "I never expected that Shi Tianyang, the 9-fated child of heaven, would have to die here. Truly, heaven is jealous of talent." Xue Ningxiang was equally frightened, but Zhuo Yifan calmly turned to Shi Tianyang and said, "Shi Tianyang, bring your sword over here and give it to Ninger." At his words, Zi Tianyang seemed doubtful, finding his words amusing. With Xue Ningxiang's strength, even with his sword, she wouldn't be able to fight against the fierce spirit beast horde outside. She wasn't a Zhuo Yifan who could fight above his level. Feeling vaguely uneasy, he looked at Zhuo Yifan and said, "Ning, even if my mysterious essence sword is a 4th-grade spiritual weapon, it only has the power of the 4th level of qi gathering. How can she fight against those beasts? She's not like you who can face off against a powerful heavenly profound realm master like a monster with just the 6th level of qi gathering." Zhuo Yifan calmly listened to him, glanced at him, then continued, "Ninger, take that sword. You don't need to fight forcefully. Just break through and get out with that." He took out a white porcelain bottle and handed it to Ninger, saying, "Ninger, keep this bottle of concealed aura pills well. After you break through the encirclement, use it to leave this place and dawn to return home. Just leave the city like that." Hearing this, Shi Tianyang seemed to understand Zhuo Yifan's thoughts. They owed Ning too much kindness. Now, pushed to a dead end among the three of them, only she could still exert her strength, so they couldn't implicate her thinking. His eyes shifted slightly, and he decisively handed his mysterious essence sword to Xue Ningxiang. Looking at the two of them, no matter how foolish Xue Ningxiang was in this situation, she knew that the two of them wanted her to escape the encirclement and leave them here to fend for themselves. Thinking this, her hand gripping the sword involuntarily tightened as she headed towards the cave entrance. As she left, Zhuo Yifan and Zi Tianyang simultaneously glanced at each other, revealing faint smiles, feeling a slight sense of relief at this moment. Zi Tianyang smirked and mumbled, "Now we can repay this kindness even if we die. There are no more worries." Zhuo Yifan's expression was calm and indifferent as he said, "I, on the other hand, don't care about repaying kindness. Even if I die now, I still have some regrets. However, I just don't want that girl to do anything for me anymore, that's all. Heartless and ruthless." Jietian. Yang pouted and snorted coldly, but didn't argue with him. The two of them arranged a way out for Xue Ning. Xiang then stood motionless in place, seemingly just waiting for the fierce wolf pack outside to enter. However, while they were waiting for the wolves to rush in, they heard cries echoing from outside the cave, and fresh blood splattered. The two quickly looked out. They saw Xue Ningxiang, whom they thought had safely left, was defending herself at the cave entrance. The long sword in her hand fiercely slashed down, attacking the wolf pack. Zhuo Yifan, seeing this situation, couldn't help but be startled. Ninger, what are you doing? Xu Ningxiang swung her long sword, slashing and immediately beheading a wolf. She turned her head to look at Zhuo Yifan and the other, smiling brightly as she said, "Look, as long as I guard this place, none of them can get inside." Fool, these things charging in are just sacrifices the Wolf King wanted to care about their lives or deaths, but you'll be dragged to your death by them, Zhuo. Yifan looked at her, smile, feeling a bit annoyed, and angrily cursed loudly. However, Xu Ningxiang ignored his words, shaking her head and saying, "The Wolf King is a wild beast, so it doesn't care about the lives of its subordinates. But since I was born, you two are my most important friends, so I want to abandon you." With that, she once again unleashed her spiritual energy, wielding her sword technique in her hand, fiercely attacking the wolf pack. With each sword strike, the blood of those wolves immediately splattered everywhere. But basically with her strength, not to mention that she was injured before she wouldn't be able to resist for much longer. However, she didn't care. The little girl, a small body, still firmly guarded the cave entrance, facing the wolf pack, never retreating. At this moment, her small figure was deeply etched into Zhuo Yifan's eyes. He took a deep breath, his eyes already moist, his heart filled with extreme resentment. He didn't know if he was angry at himself for previously using that kind girl, or angry at her for not listening to him and risking her life here. However, it didn't matter. Whatever it was, from this moment on, it seemed Xu Ningxiang had resolved the small seed within his heart. Suddenly, Zi Tianyang lightly bit his lip and fiercely said, "Now I just realized that it turns out we two are the real bastards." Chapter 74. The mysterious person. Regardless of Tianyang and Zhuo, Yifan, talking inside Xu Ningxiang outside, was still facing the fierce wolf pack. Her physical strength was insufficient. She was exhausted from the past few days and was injured very quickly. She was bitten and injured by a wolf, and the long sword in her hand also fell. Afterward, another wolf attacked her other arm. Even if she wanted to resist, she couldn't. Fresh blood had already started to flow. Seeing this, Zhuo Yifan and Zi Tianyang were not too surprised. They didn't dare to look and tightly closed their eyes. They truly couldn't bear to see that small girl being torn apart by the wolves until not even a corpse remained. But what then? They were currently powerless, with no ability whatsoever to save her from the predicament of being dismembered by the wolf pack. Outside the cave, the wolf pack was still relentlessly attacking Xu Ningxiang, who was unconscious, as if sensing that the hunt had been successful. The wolves immediately howled loudly and then brought their sharp fangs towards her. Suddenly, a loud roar erupted from the depths of the 10,000 Beast Mountain range, causing Chok Ivan and Jetanyam to both faint simultaneously. At the same time, the wolves also trembled in fear, instantly losing consciousness and falling to the ground. Only the Wolf King could still resist, fleeing in terror. Fortunately, this roar saved Zhuo Yifan and the other two from death. At most, they only fainted. Zhuo. Yifan vaguely heard someone calling his name and slowly opened his eyes, looking around blankly. He didn't know where he was. But very quickly his consciousness returned. He had been severely injured and unconscious before. Why could he move now? While he was still doubtful, a green phantom suddenly appeared in front of him. Zhuo Yifan looked at it in confusion, only to see that the phantom of the person was like a green flame. He had no idea who that person was. "Are you Zhuofan? I heard those two little brats call you that." The person gently chuckled, speaking profoundly. Zhuo Yifan's heart was filled with doubt, and he frowned, saying, "Who are you?" The green phantom slowly shook its head and indifferently said, "You don't need to know who I am. This is my territory. I should be asking you that question. Zhuo Yifan. Why did you come to the 10,000 Beast Mountain range?" Zhuo Yifan pondered for a moment, not concealing anything, and said, "To capture a spirit beast to cultivate demonic arts." "What kind of spirit beast?" "A 6th grade spirit beast, the Lei Yun Sparrow." "What do you want to capture it?" For hearing this, Zhuo Yifan rolled his eyes and casually said, "What a redundant question. Capturing spirit beasts is naturally to enhance one's strength." Suddenly, with a loud bang, Zhuo Yifan's head ached as if it were about to explode. The other person also let out a loud laugh. "Little fellow, this is inside your consciousness space. You spoke very well. I am very satisfied with your answer." Zhuo Yifan's eyes involuntarily constricted. He looked at the phantom in front of him, feeling an inexplicable fear. "You can use your consciousness to invade another's consciousness. That's incredible. This power has long surpassed the divine illumination realm." It has even surpassed the transcendent mortal stage. He took a deep breath and exclaimed in shock, "Are you from the sacred domain?" Chapter 75. The mysterious man he never ever expected that in the mortal world he could encounter a master from the sacred domain. The person seemed surprised that Zhuo Yifan could name that place and nodded. "Admitting you are indeed no ordinary person, you actually know I am from the sacred domain, and you can even set up an ancient formation to refine a blood infant Zhuo." Yifan was once again startled, all his actions. This person knew about them like a ghost, monitoring every single detail, even knowing about the innate twin blood infant always within his body. The blood infant was an artifact of the blood demon ancestor, an ancient item from the sacred domain that few knew about. He only knew of it thanks to the demonic emperor S9, Nether secret records. Yet this person knew it. At this moment, he felt utterly exposed, standing naked before that person, allowing them to do as they pleased, while he only knew they were from the sacred domain, and nothing else. This feeling was truly unpleasant. He once again cautiously asked, "Who exactly are you?" "I already said here you have no right to ask. Why do you want to find the Lei Yun sparrow? Tell me truthfully." That person said coldly. Zhuo Yifan pondered for a moment, knowing he couldn't hide it, and answered seriously, "I want to go to Lei Han to search for the Heavenly Emperor's ruins. I need the Lei Yun sparrow to help me block the purple lightning." That person seemed to have already known the answer, just waiting for his confirmation. At this moment, they laughed loudly. "Ha ha, good, very good. That's a good place inside, you should go." As soon as he finished speaking, that person suddenly vanished. Appearing before Zhuo Yifan's eyes in a flash, he had no time to react and couldn't help but be shocked that person was too fast, but feeling no malice. He stood still. He only saw that person gently raise a hand and lightly tap the center of Zhuo Yifan's forehead. Very quickly, a red flower appeared on his forehead, and a gentle aura swept past the top of his head. That person vanished again, only their voice still echoing. "Little fellow, you and I are fated. I am giving you a small gift, hoping it can help you in the future. Also, if someone wants to find the Lei Yun sparrow, go into the third area, 3,000 miles in, and you will find one. However, whether you can subdue it or not depends on your own ability." Wait a moment," Zhuo Yifan exclaimed, suddenly sitting upright. A ray of sunlight shone into the cave, illuminating his eyes. He couldn't help but be surprised at this moment. He could move normally. Although still a bit weak, his injuries were almost healed. Moreover, the condition of his blood infant had also returned to normal. He couldn't help but feel apprehensive. That person who invaded his consciousness last night was definitely a master beyond the mortal stage. Otherwise, they wouldn't have possessed such divine abilities, healing his injuries in just one night, even the blood infant. But he didn't know what that person's true purpose was in saving him. Zhuo Yifan immediately furrowed his brows and raised a hand to touch his forehead. He remembered clearly that last night, that person had lightly tapped his forehead, seemingly leaving something inside him. However, with his current strength, he couldn't investigate his primary goal. Now was to improve his strength. Only with powerful strength could he survive in this world. Thinking this, Zhuo Yifan headed out of the cave again. Seeing Ning lying there, her breath faint with wolf bite marks all over her body, he loudly called out, "Ninger, little girl." No matter how he called Shui, Ningxiang didn't stir. She was too weak. If she wasn't treated, she would die at any moment. Thinking this, Zhuo Yifan immediately gave her a heart guard pill. Her complexion instantly returned to a healthy rosy color. Fortunately, she only had superficial injuries. A few days of rest would make her fine. At this moment, Shui Ningxiang, after taking the pill, slowly opened her eyes and saw Zhuo Yifan in front of her smiling brother Zhuo. "Are we dead?" Zhuo Yifan, seeing that she had woken up, smiled reassuringly and said, "Don't worry, we both alive." Shui Ningxiang shook her head in disbelief and replied, "Lear, you were so heavily injured, how can you move?" "But it's all right, we'll both die together with that." She closed her eyes tightly and fell asleep. Zhuo Yifan looked at her sleeping in his arms, shaking his head in confusion. He truly didn't understand her. To alleviate her pain, Zhuo Yifan carried her closer to the sorrow-dispelling herb for rest, which was also good for her injuries. After settling Zhuo, Yifan remembered another person and immediately set off to find them. After walking for a while, he saw Zi Tianyang lying unconscious on the ground. He shook him. "How long are you going to lie there? Wake up." However, no matter how much he shook him, the person on the ground didn't wake up. Seeing this, he immediately broke into an evil smile. He lifted his leg and kicked the person's backside, yelling, "Wake up!" Chapter 7. Zhuo Yifan's shout immediately startled the surrounding spirit beasts, who quickly ran as far away as possible. Meanwhile, in the cave, after being kicked by Zhuo Yifan, Xie Tianyang also woke up but still couldn't move. He muttered in pain, "Where is this? I've never done anything bad before, so why do I have to suffer this torment after death?" Zhuo Yifan glanced at Xie Tianyang. His current appearance was a bit amusing, and he couldn't help but feel like playing a trick on him. Kicking you is called torment, so that's how a young master of the Z family acts. You truly haven't experienced anything in life. Xie Tianyang heard the voice and turned his head to look at Zhuo Yifan, stunned. "Humph, it was you who kicked me. Clearly we died together, so why are you kicking me?" Zhuo Yifan finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. "If we were dead, all beings would naturally be equal. Unfortunately, we are still alive." "What, we are still alive?" Xie Tianyang was surprised to hear Zhuo Yifan's words. He immediately checked his surroundings again and then laughed loudly. "Haha, it really is that cave, we are alive." However, very quickly he noticed that Zhuo Yifan, who had been similarly heavily injured and unable to move before, could now stand imposingly in front of him, scoffing, "If we were both alive, why did you recover so quickly? We both took the same pill, but your injuries were much more severe than mine, and your cultivation isn't even as high as mine. Why? Tell me the truth, you are not human, are you? Could it be that you were a spirit beast that cultivated for 1,000 years and transformed?" Zhuo Yifan heard him speak but didn't pay much attention, shrugging indifferently and smirking. "Of course I am human, it's just that my character is a bit better than yours." Xie Tianyang was truly too surprised at this moment. The person in front of him was profound and unfathomable, with mysterious strength, knowledge of formations and alchemy, and exceptional cunning. Although Zhuo Yifan's strength was low, his knowledge far surpassed his own, who was once known as a worldly genius. Before this person, his reputation was nothing, but he was also relieved that Zhuo Yifan had recovered. He could protect them, allowing them to rest and heal in peace before leaving this place. After talking with Xie Tianyang, Zhuo Yifan left the cave holding spirit stones in his hand. He immediately set up the Beast Heaven concealment formation. Once the formation was activated, no one would be able to approach this place, allowing them to heal in peace. In a flash, the three of them had been in the Myriad Beast mountain range for 3 months. Their injuries had completely healed, and their cultivation showed signs of breaking through. At this moment, in front of the cave, in a small forest, Xie Tianyang split a rock in front of him with a single sword stroke and proudly looked at Xue Ningxiang, calling out loudly, "Ning'er, what do you think?" Xue Ningxiang clapped her hands and excitedly squeaked, "Brother Tianyang, you re-amazing." At this moment, Zhuo Yifan also walked over, smiling, a truly powerful sword form. "Perhaps after you've recovered, you can break through to the 8th stage of bone severing." Xie Tianyang heard him and frowned, saying discontentedly, "Didn't you also break through to the 7th stage of qi gathering because of this?" "Zhuo Fanso, what if your eyesight is good? I am about to break through, I know it myself, do I still need you to tell me?" Xue Ningxiang, seeing them about to argue, immediately ran over to mediate. "You two have been arguing every time you meet for the past few months. You weren't like this before. Isn't it because of her? Every time I think of this kid using Ning'er as bait, my anger soars to the sky. Forget arguing. I just want to deal with him right now." Xie Tianyang still remembered the past incident where Zhuo Yifan tricked him and spoke up. "You re the same aren't you? Who was the one who suggested throwing her down first and dragging down the 7th elder?" Xie Tianyang couldn't help but feel ashamed when he was exposed. He quickly said righteously, "That wasn't to me. If I had known Ning'er was so good, then how could I have borne to throw her down? You bringing her to the mouth of danger is still better than me. I cultivate the demonic Tao. It's normal for me to be a bit worse than you. There are many people far more evil than me." Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang started arguing again for the past 3 months. They had always been like this, starting trouble as soon as they were together. Xue Ningxiang was already used to it. She stood by smiling and waved her hand, saying, "You two don't argue about me anymore. It is all in the past, and I don't care. It's not that I want justice for you." Xie Tianyang glared fiercely at Zhuo Yifan and walked to Xue Ningxiang's side, putting an arm around her shoulder. "Everyone is a friend who has shared hardships. Everything is in the past, so let us forget it." Xue Ningxiang looked at Zhuo Yifan on the other side and smiled, then immediately smiled back, extending her hand towards Zhuo Yifan and Zi Tianyang, seeing her mediate. They also immediately reached out their hands, glancing at each other and smiling. They had experienced life and death together, and lived together for these 3 months long, having considered each other inseparable and indispensable confidants. Such a bond in this life he feared he would be hard-pressed to find again. It was just a pity that he still had things to do at this moment. Zhuo Yifan indifferently withdrew his hand and turned to leave. Now that everyone's injuries have completely recovered, let us say goodbye. Chapter 77. Confidant. The words immediately startled Zi. Tianyang and Shui Ningxiang both looked at Zhuo Yifan. Bewildered, they had just experienced life and death together. Shouldn't they continue to stand side by side? Why would he say such a thing at this moment? Zhuo Yifan saw that they didn't speak, pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I apologize, I misspoke just now. It's me who has to leave. Tianyang, I can take Ninger out of the city, so please help me take her." "Brother Zhuo, where are you going?" Shui Ningxiang hurriedly spoke up to stop him. Zhuo Yifan didn't hide it, directly stating his destination. The third area, Zi Tianyang and Shui Ningxiang, were once again shocked. That place was extremely dangerous, even heaven. Profound realm masters didn't dare set foot there. Yet this person told him that he wanted to go there. Shi Tianyang were in tea. "You going there originally to avoid the seventh elder, why do you still want to go there now?" Zhuo Yifan was silent for a moment, finally revealing his purpose. "I want to hide it from you anymore. The third area is my goal. This time, originally letting you come along was actually just to use you." Hearing that he wanted to use them as bait, Shi Tianyang immediately cursed angrily. "You were going to use us as bait again, Zhuofan, you bastard." Zhuo Yifan knew that the place he was going was very dangerous, and with their strength, something would definitely happen if they went there, so it was better to separate. Thinking this, he coldly said that right. "So if you don't want to die in vain, leave immediately. The farther away from me, the better." After speaking, he immediately turned to leave. However, at this moment, Shui Ningxiang held his hand and smiled, saying, "Wait a moment. Brother Zhuo, if you don't mind me being a bother, then take me with you. Even if I am just bait, as long as I can help you, I am willing." Xie Tianyang on this side heard and quickly came forward. "Hey Ninger, he is not trustworthy." But he hadn't even finished his sentence when Zhuo Yifan coldly interrupted him, turning to Xie Ningxiang and saying, "Even though I used you like that, you still want to help me." Zhuo Yifan was slightly startled when he heard her. He glanced at her. Was this girl truly foolish or too kind? He had used her back then, and she had almost died, but now she still stubbornly trusted him and even wanted to help him in his previous life. And this one, he had always maintained a cold and ruthless way of working. But until now, she was the first person willing to do anything for him. Thinking of this, a warm current flowed through his heart. Shui Ningxiang looked at him with gentle eyes, holding Zhuo Yifan's hand, and sincerely said, "Before, no one in Yuming City was willing to help me. Only Brother Zhuo agreed to help. The fact that we were able to snatch the adamantine flowing sand from the seventh ghost elder and survive is all thanks to your formations and cunning. Brother Zhuo, didn't we say we had to stay together?" Zi Tianyang, seeing Ning's sincerity, was also moved. Thinking of their past experiences of life and death together, he finally stepped forward and placed his hand on Zhuo Yifan's side. Zhuo Yifan looked at their actions and helplessly shook his head. "You want to come too?" Zi Tianyang pouted and said, "That is right. However, I am going because I am afraid you all sell Ninger out, don't misunderstand." Zhuo Yifan chuckled softly. "With your mind. Who knows, I might even sell you." "What did you say?" "Haha, just kidding." The ruckus ended, meaning the three of them would once again journey together on the difficult path ahead. The only difference was that Zhuo Yifan had truly opened up, considering them sincere and devoted confidants, something he wouldn't even dare to hope for. Myriad Beast Mountain Range, third area. The trees were dense, obscuring the sky, and savage spirit beasts were everywhere in the small, swaying bushes. The three of them, Zhuo Yifan included, were crawling on the ground to avoid those fierce spirit beasts. Although they had taken concealment pills, if the spirit beasts here discovered them, they would be done for, so they could only enter by this method. After half a day of crawling, Shui Tianyang finally couldn't take it anymore. He gave up and got off the ground, saying, "How long will it take to get there if we keep crawling like this?" I'm not crawling anymore. It is too embarrassing. Besides, how easy is it to encounter a fifth-grade spirit beast? Zhuo Yifan saw him sit up and angrily shouted, "Fool! Get down quickly if you encounter one. You are dead." Xie Tianyang didn't care about being scolded, scoffing, and pouting. What's the big deal? The vegetation here is so dense, how can spirit beasts even see us? As soon as his voice faded, a loud roar immediately echoed from the sky. Simultaneously, the mighty imposing figure of a huge black bear appeared as massive trees fell, shocking the three of them. Xie Tianyang lay down in fear. Zhuo Yifan saw this and yelled at a level 4 spirit beast, the ferocious Qin Wind Bear. But at that moment, before the black bear could attack, a giant snake appeared immediately after. Before they could even collect themselves, they heard a roaring sound, and the bear became the python's meal. Zhuo Yifan fearfully looked at the python, quickly turning to Xie Tianyang and saying, "King Python, a level 5 spirit beast, go quick with that." He took the lead and continued to slowly crawl forward. Xie Tianyang and Zhui Ningxiang also hurriedly followed. At this moment, Xie Tianyang secretly regretted it. He was certain his head must have been stuck in a rock to agree to come here. He muttered, "Damn it, Zhuo Fan, I must have been tricked by you to agree to follow you to this strange place." Zhuo Yifan heard him and chuckled. "I didn't need you to come if not go back the way you crawled." Hearing this, Xie Tianyang turned and looked back. The sky was already dark, which was hunting time for spirit beasts. If he went back now, he was surely doomed. Thinking this, he glared at Zhuo Yifan. "I am already on your pirate ship and we've come so far now you want to kick me off. You clearly want me to die." Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan and Sui Ningxiang exchanged glances and couldn't help but chuckle. After another burst of commotion, the three of them still lay prone on the ground, slowly advancing deeper into the third area. Chapter 78. Spirit Beast Rivalry. 1 month later, the three of them, led by Zhuo Yifan, had managed to penetrate deep into an area where fewer spirit beasts frequented. However, level 6 spirit beasts would appear. Here, level 6, spirit beasts were considered kings in the Myriad Beast Mountain range, and lower-level spirit beasts wouldn't dare step into their territory. Tianyang, crouching cautiously, whispered to Zhuo Yifan, "Can we stand up here now?" Zhuo Yifan nodded casually. "We crawled initially because we were afraid of being seen by the numerous spirit beasts. There were too many watchful eyes, but this is the territory of level 6. Spirit beasts, standing up and hiding, is just as beneficial to us as lying prone." Xie Tianyang immediately stood up with relief, laughing, "So this place is much safer than before." "You could say that, but if we encounter a level 6 spirit beast, we'll die even faster," Zhuo Yifan said, frowning and smiling when he heard the two words safe. As soon as he finished speaking, the smile on Xie Tianyang's face vanished instantly. A hint of anger appeared on his face as he said, "If level 6 spirit beasts are so terrifying, then why are you still looking for one to subdue it, I suppose?" Hearing this, Zhuo Yifan could only helplessly shake his head and decline to comment. He naturally knew that level 6 spirit beasts were dangerous, but since he had decided to come here, he surely had a way to subdue a spirit beast. He had a blood silkworm in his hand. As long as he put it into the Lei Yunqie's body, subduing it would only be a matter of time. However, how to actually get the blood silkworm into the Lei Yunquo's body was truly a difficult problem. Suddenly, at this moment, a thunderous roar shook the forest. The ground trembled continuously. The three of them exchanged glances, not daring to be frightened. Such a huge commotion surely indicated a fierce battle between high-level spirit beasts. They cried out in alarm. "It is a level 6 spirit beast." Zhuo Yifan looked in the direction of the sound and hurriedly ran towards it. Tianyang, seeing him wanting to enter that chaotic battle, immediately spoke up to stop him. "Do you really want to go? If you get caught between 2 spirit beasts, your bones won. To be intact." However, Zhuo Yifan didn't stop. He steadily moved forward. The place where the sound originated was very similar to the place the mysterious person had indicated to him. It was very likely that this commotion was caused by the Lei Yunque he needed to find, so he wasn't afraid. Zhui Ningxiang saw him run off and, disregarding the danger, chased after him. Xie Tianyang looked at the two in front of him, helplessly sighed, and then followed behind. A moment later, the three of them successfully found 2 great level 6 spirit beasts, fighting in mid-air. Huge flames and lightning bolts attacked each other in waves. If they were truly unlucky enough to get caught in it, they would surely die without a whole corpse. The three of them found a safe spot where they could observe without being discovered, hiding behind and monitoring the situation. Zhuo Yifan looked at the purple bird in front of him, secretly excited. Lei Yunque. The mysterious person hadn't been wrong. The Lei Yunque's lair truly was here. He looked up at the sky again. Zhuo Yifan squinted at the muscular black spirit beast, fiercely spewing flames at the Lei Yun. Deep in thought, the spirit beast in front of him was the level 6 Crimson Flame Lion King. Although it was a level 6, its power could already rival a level 7 spirit beast. If this continued, the Lei Yunque would surely be defeated, and then swallowed by that lion. His plan to subdue the Lei Yunque would definitely fail. He absolutely had to find a way to help it safely escape this battle. Xue Ningxiang stood by watching the chaotic battle. As if sensing something, she looked at Zhuo Yifan and spoke up. Brother, Zhuo Fan, can you think of a way to help that little bird? It's being attacked and still refuses to leave it, just wants to protect its offspring. It's truly heartbreaking to see a mother risking her life to protect her child, Brother Zhuo. Please save them, can you? As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuo Yifan was immediately surprised and looked at the battle. Just as Xue Ningxiang said, behind the Lei Yun, there was indeed a nest of its eggs. Very quickly, a plan formed in his mind. At this moment, Si Tianyang heard Xue Ningxiang wanting Zhuo Yifan to join the battle and immediately yelled, Ning we can interfere in a battle between level 6 spirit beasts. First, not to mention their strength, we simply cannot participate. But just talking about the life and death struggle between spirit beasts. It is not just about animals devouring each other, but about vying for status and territory. In such a battle, even if it were among humans, there would be no right or wrong, and no one would be truly pitiful. We don't need to risk our lives for them. Xue Ningxiang trembled upon hearing this, tears appearing on her face. Seeing it protect its children makes me unable to stop thinking about how everyone in the Yu family always protected and pampered me. I am sorry, Brother Zhuo, Brother Tianyang, I was being willful. Just then, the person who had been silently observing the situation, Zhuo Yifan, spoke up. Ning Erdon, Ti worry watch how Brother Zhuo helps this little bird escape its predicament. Chapter 79. Stealing eggs. As soon as the words left his mouth, Si Tianyang and Xue Ningxiang were immediately surprised. Based on his understanding of this person, he truly didn't think he would have any genuine sympathy for that bird. Xie Tianyang frowned at him and scoffed. You hypocrite, since when have you been so kind? Zhuo Yifan joked with him. Tianyang, you truly don't understand me. Then, actually I am a very loving person. Wait a moment, I'll still need your help. Xie Tianyang heard him and immediately pouted disdainfully. If you re loving, then I am a saint. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly remembered Zhuo Yifan's purpose in entering the third area. Xie Tianyang immediately understood and cried out in alarm. Wait, could it be that your target is that Lei Yun Kui? Ha ha ha. Spending some time with me has made you quite a bit smarter, hasn't it? Zhuo Yifan said with a laugh, hearing his affirmation. Xie Tianyang immediately got angry, huffed, and turned away. I knew it, you want to use me. You want to subdue that Lei Yun Kui. Then do it yourself, I shouldn't-y? Zhuo Yifan heard him but didn't care. Shrugging, he knew this person was tough-mouthed, but soft-hearted, and understood his weakness. He naturally had a way to manage him. Thinking this, he turned his head towards Xue Ningxiang, out of Xie Tianyang's sight, and winked. Very quickly, Xue Ning understood and nodded. Then she went to Xie Tianyang's side, her eyes pleading, and tugged at his arm. Brother Tianyang, please go with Brother Zhuo, the little bird and its child are so pitiful. Saying this, she looked at him with glistening eyes. Xie Tianyang heard her and looked at the Lei Yun Ku in the sky. She said it was pitiful, but she didn't pity him, her big brother, at all, with their fighting power. Trying to join the battle and secretly steal the Lei Yun Kui's eggs was impossible. However, looking at Xue Ningxiang's teary eyes, he still owed her a favor. Very quickly, he helplessly bowed his head and agreed. All right, I'll go. Zhu Fan, you have to be careful with me. If you dare to betray me, I will definitely not let you off. Hearing his agreement, Zhuo Yifan smugly smiled and said, Don't worry, what kind of person am I? If I have to betray, I will betray thoroughly, giving you no chance for revenge. What Zhuo Yifan saw that he was bristling. He didn't want to provoke him any further. He walked over, placed a hand on his shoulder and said, Don't worry, I won't treat you unfairly. Ninger, find a safe place to hide first, on to let those two fierce beasts find us. We'll be back in a while." With that, Zhuo Yifan immediately flew towards the area where the two spirit beasts were fighting. Fortunately, they had the concealment pills, so they weren't discovered. As soon as they got closer, they immediately felt the oppressive aura from the battle of the two great level 6 spirit beasts. It was indeed extraordinary in the sky. Lightning and flames attacked each other, creating a dark patch in the sky. Xie Tianyang looked at the scene before him, then turned to Zhuo Yifan and asked, "What should we do next?" Zhuo Yifan already had a plan. Seeing his question, he answered truthfully. "Currently, the Lei Yunque hasn't discovered this area. We'll secretly hide the eggs. Once it realizes its eggs are gone, it won't to fight the lion anymore. It'll rush to find its offspring based on its speed. That lion won to catch up that way. We can save it." "So that's how it is that it's a good idea," Xie Tianyang couldn't help but exclaim in admiration upon hearing his plan. "Come on, let's move the nest of this big bird together." With that, Zhuo Yifan signaled for them to sneak into the area behind the Lei Yunque and collect the eggs together without being detected. Just when they thought they had succeeded and were on their way back, the Crimson Flame Lion King suddenly stopped attacking the Lei Yunque. It retreated a few steps, its eyes fixed on them. Immediately after, it instantly attacked the two of them. Sensing the danger, Zhuo Yifan cried out in alarm, "Not good, that beast has found us, run, but what about the eggs?" Xie Tianyang hurriedly said, "What do we need the eggs for? Throw them all away." Zhuo Yifan ignored Xie Tianyang, and without a second thought directly threw the eggs out. The basket of eggs instantly fell to the ground, scattering everywhere, but fortunately, they were spirit beast eggs, so they didn't crack. Suddenly at this moment, the Crimson Flame Lion King spat a fireball at those eggs. The Lei Yunque cried out in fear and immediately rushed towards them, using its own body to block and protect its offspring. The Lei Yunque, having taken this blow from the Crimson Flame Lion King, was severely weakened and fell to the ground. Seeing this scene, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but secretly praise the Crimson Flame Lion King. For its cunning, it knew that the Lei Yunque's speed was very fast. If it attacked head-on, it couldn't hit it, so it shifted its attack towards the immobile eggs. The Lei Yunque would definitely risk its life to protect them, and getting injured was beyond doubt. To attack an enemy, one must strike at the vital points. First, truly, a good strategy. Just at this moment, the Crimson Flame Lion King attacked the Lei Yunque again. A massive stream of fire immediately surged forth. The Lei Yunque, though weakened, could still resist it, unleashed a bolt of lightning towards the incoming flame, directly blocking it. Seeing this situation, Zhuo Yifan immediately retreated with Xie Tianyang to a rocky hollow with a loud bang. The entire forest vibrated, and the trees in front were no longer intact, reaching a safe spot. Zhuo Yifan sighed with regret. "It's over, we've done the opposite of helping in the current situation. We've only hastened the Lei Yunque's defeat. He had intended to help the Lei Yunque and then return to subdue it according to his plan. Unfortunately, it didn't go as expected. Helping it just now turned into harming it, and the plan to subdue the Lei Yunque almost had to be abandoned." Zhuo Yifan knew that Xue Ningxiang was feeling sympathy for the Lei Yunque again, but in this situation, even he couldn't do anything. What good would her sympathy do, and he couldn't let her risk her life for a bird. Thinking this, he held her hand and said, "Let's go. If we wait for the Lei Yunque to die, that lion will come looking for us and cause trouble." However, Xue Ningxiang remained still, her eyes fixed on the Lei Yunque. It reminded her of old memories. She remembered her kind mother who always protected her and before she died told her to take good care of herself and not to be lonely. Even at her death, her mother only thought of her. Unfortunately, her mother was no longer there, so when she saw the Lei Yunque trying to protect its offspring, she felt a surge of sympathy. Seeing Xue Ningxiang's desperate desire to help, Zhuo Yifan finally lost his patience and said coldly, "Forget it. We can't solve anything by staying here." But when Zhuo Yifan was off guard, she rushed forward, blocking in front of the Lei Yunque, fearlessly enduring the Crimson Flame Lion King's attack. However, with her strength, one blow would be the end of her. Xie Tianyang, seeing her rush out, immediately jumped out too, standing in front of her. Zhuo Yifan watched the two of them go out to face death, secretly cursing them for being foolish, but he also quickly rushed out. Zhuo Yifan, as the demonic emperor, had always lived under the false respect of others, so he had always been used to being alone. never swayed by emotions, but since meeting the two of them and experiencing life and death together, everything was different now. He didn't want to abandon either of them. He was the demonic emperor. Even if he were to die, he had to face his enemies. Chapter 81. The Crimson Flame Lion King looked at the three humans in front of it, attempting to block its flames with their bodies, and sneered, "You don't know your own limits." Its sharp claws lunged towards the three of them, full of killing intent. However, just as the Crimson Flame Lion King's figure reached Zhuo Yifan, it was engulfed by a burst of light emanating from his forehead, causing it to flee in fear. It immediately retracted its attack and quickly ran away. Who could believe that a great level 6 spirit beast in the Myriad Beast Mountain range could be terrified by a human? Looking at the spirit beast fleeing in front of him, Zhuo Yifan also saw in its eyes that a blue flame was emanating from his forehead. It saw it and was afraid. He gently raised a hand to the center of his forehead, his eyebrows tightly furrowed. There was still warmth on his forehead, but the blue flame was gone. Remembering the mysterious person who had lightly tapped his forehead in his dream, he couldn't help but wonder what exactly did he leave on his body that could make a level 6 spirit beast, the Crimson Flame Lion King, flee in fear. At the same time, Xie Tianyang behind him was equally astonished. What other abilities did this person in front of him possess before he used his Qi-gathering realm strength to suppress Heaven Profound realm experts? And he knew how to refine pills and set up formations. He had thought that was this person as best skill. But look, now he could even emit an aura that frightened spirit beasts. He had reason to suspect that this person was not human. Thinking this, he walked to Zhuo Yifan, turned him around and said, "Tell me now, are you really human or not?" Zhuo Yifan pushed his hand away, snorting coldly. "Nonsense, of course I am human. Am I a ghost, perhaps?" "Look at what is happening before our eyes. Can a human do that?" Xie Tianyang took a deep breath and calmly yelled, "But I've never seen anyone who can use a single glance to scare a level 6 spirit beast away. Didn't you see it just now? That lion looked at you and then vanished, as if it was afraid you'd eat it. Be honest, how many more secrets are you hiding from us?" Zhuo Yifan coldly looked at him, then turned and walked towards Zhuo Ningxiang, who was kneeling on the ground. Not your little brother." You know, Xie Tianyang was immediately stunned when he heard him. This person was indeed as annoying as before, but he was truly curious about him. How many more abilities did he possess? Zhuo Ningxiang was kneeling beside the Lei Yunque. At this moment, her eyes filled with sorrow. Zhuo Yifan saw this and said to her, "It can't survive anymore." Zhuo Ningxiang heard his voice and suddenly looked up, asking, "Brother Zhuo Fan, can you think of any other way with that?" She looked at him with hopeful eyes. She truly hoped he had a way. She wanted to save it. However, Zhuo Yifan didn't want to deceive her and slowly shook his head. Zhuo Ningxiang immediately burst into tears. Tears continuously fell onto the Lei Yunque's body. Suddenly at this moment, the Lei Yunqi opened its eyes and stared intently at the eggs that had been burned black in the distance. Its eyes filled with anticipation. Zhuo Ningxiang also looked in its direction and loudly said, "It wants its children." Zhuo Yifan walked over and brought the eggs back to its side, but they were completely charred with no signs of life. He shook his head and said, "They were all burned. There are absolutely no traces of life. Wait there. There's still one more egg there. There's still one more. Maybe it still has hope." Zhuo Yifan heard her and helplessly shook his head when he found them. There were only these 4 eggs. There were no more around. With that, Xie Tianyang looked down in disappointment and apologized. "I couldn't help you." As soon as she finished speaking, the Lei Yunque revealed an egg from under its large wings. Zhuo Ningxiang immediately rejoiced upon seeing it. Zhuo Yifan looked at the egg under the Lei Yunque's wing, which showed signs of life, and couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The Lei Yunque in such a dangerous situation could still protect one. It used its own life to protect its child. Suddenly at this moment, the Lei Yunque used its last bit of strength to let out a cry. It turned its head towards Zhuo Yifan and presented its last egg to him. Seeing this, Zhuo Yifan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "This egg is injured from the fire. Even if it hatches, it won't live for long unless..." With that, he suddenly thought of something and speculated, "Do you want to give it to me?" The Lei Yunque heard his words and nodded. Then it glanced at its child one last time before peacefully departing. Zhuo Ningxiang watched it give up its last breath and cried even more sorrowfully. Chapter 82. Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang looked at this scene, exchanged glances, and inwardly sighed. She was indeed kind before, but he never expected her to be so heartbroken for a spirit beast that had no connection to her. As for them, at most, they only had a respectful attitude towards the Lei Yun, where they wouldn't be heartbroken. To this extent, this excessive kindness of hers, he didn't know if it was good or bad. Xue Ningxiang continued to kneel before the Lei Yun Kui, crying for half an hour. Zhuo Yifan finally couldn't bear to watch any more, fearing she would cry herself unconscious. He spoke up to comfort her. Ning it's dead and one to come back to life. Don't be too sad. Xie Tianyang heard this and nodded in agreement. That Essie, right, I didn't expect you and the Lei Yun Kui to get along so well after only one meeting. Hearing this, Xue Ningxiang wiped away the remaining tears on her face and sniffled. Don't misunderstand, I'm not crying because of it. I am just homesick. Seeing it risk its life to protect its child reminded me of my father. He also disregarded everything to protect and care for me. Zhuo Yifan's lips twitched slightly. It was a waste that they had thought she was heartbroken over the bird. It turned out she was just moved by the scene and thought of her family. No wonder this girl was so brave and selfless in protecting the Lei Yun Kui. Zhuo Yifan saw that she didn't care much about the bird, so he opened his mouth. Ning don't grieve anymore. I'll take the Lei Yun Kui's body. Xie Tianyang heard this and yelled in disagreement. A level 6 spirit beast's body. How can you monopolize it as the heir of the 7 great clans? Xie Tianyang knew that high-level spirit beast bodies were treasures. A level 6 spirit beast's body could even be used to refine elixirs. He truly valued this. Zhuo Yifan glanced at him indifferently and said, Didn't you see the Lei Yun Kui entrust its child to me just now? Its body is no exception. So you stay here and take care of Ning, or I'll go for a bit and then come back. With that, Zhuo Yifan flew off, leaving only Xie Tianyang standing there angry. Xie Tianyang watched him leave and wanted to follow to see what he intended to do. But he also thought of leaving Ninger alone in this dangerous place, so he decisively abandoned the idea of following him and stayed put. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan had arrived at a quiet place. He placed the egg in his hand on the ground. With another wave of his hand, the Lei Yun Kui's corpse also appeared. He glanced at it. Zhuo Yifan immediately channeled his elemental power, and a flame quickly appeared in his hand. This was the Origin Fire Force. Although it had no combat power, it could be used for artifact refining. And with the best spirit stones obtained from the Imperial family and the Diving Dragon Pavilion, plus the body of a spirit beast nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he could refine objects containing spiritual energy. Now that the Lei Yun Kui is dead, I just need this egg to hatch and become my demonic beast, helping me enter the falling Thunder Gorge. This egg's body was severely damaged. It needed the Lei Yun Kui's spiritual energy to grow. Otherwise, it would become a stillborn. Each flow of spiritual energy needed to be nurtured, using a pouch that could infuse and contain spiritual energy. That is why he deliberately told the Lei Yun Kui before its death that its body could help its child survive, so it agreed. But even if it agreed or not, his use of its body for his purpose would not be revoked. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan moved the flame in his hand towards the egg and the Lei Yun Kui's body, beginning the refining process. A moment later, he withdrew his hand, dispelled the flame, and the hand seal quickly disappeared. Looking at the object glowing with fiery light in his hand, he smirked with satisfaction. His goal would soon be accomplished. On this side, Xie Tianyang and Xue Ningxiang waited until they were bored, only able to gaze at the sky and stars. This was the Lei Yun Kui's territory, and no spirit beasts dared to approach, so they were absolutely safe. Just then, Zhuo Yifan's figure returned. Xue Ningxiang saw him and immediately stood up, happily running towards him. Brother Zhuo, you're back. Xie Tianyang looked at him, returning empty-handed, and asked, How did you deal with that Lei Yun Kui's body? Zhuo Yifan heard his question and immediately divided it into 8 pieces. What? Xie Tianyang almost understood his words and snorted coldly. Ninger, don't worry, most spirit beast bodies are handled like that. It is just that I don't know what he managed to refine. Zhuo Yifan saw that he had guessed his intention and wasn't surprised. He smiled wickedly. If you don't want to guess, I'll just give it to you. Chapter 83. Xie Tianyang heard this and knew Zhuo Yifan was teasing him, so he snorted coldly. I, the dignified future of the lower 7 great clans, the young master of the Sword Marquee Mansion, would never desire your things. I am telling you, even if I die here, die in the mouth of a spirit beast, I still wouldn't need a single item from you. Zhuo Fan. Zhuo Yifan saw him throwing a tantrum and indifferently shrugged, turning to leave. All right, young master. Zi Yuri, the most principled. Zi Tianyang saw that he didn't care about him and got angry again. When talking to someone, don't turn your back like that. Also, do you know that today is Ninggure's 16th birthday? That's why she was so anxious thinking about her family when she saw the Lei Yunkui protecting its eggs and felt such sorrow hearing the latter part of his sentence. Zhuo Yifan frowned and glanced at Xue Ningxiang, only to see her blush and lower her head, looking shy and embarrassed. Thinking of the past few months they had spent together, experiencing life and death, plus Xue Ningxiang's kindness, he felt he should give her something. Thinking this, he laughed loudly. So today is Ning'er's birthday. Then as your elder brother, I must give you a worthy gift. With that, a storage ring appeared in his hand. This was the material he had refined. He raised his hand and presented the storage ring to Xue Ningxiang. He said, "This is a ring I refined using the Lei Yunke's body. It's called the Lei Spirit Ring. It can store living things, one for me, one for you. This type of ring is different from ordinary spatial rings. Not only is the refining method complex and mostly not passed down by sex, but more importantly, it contains spiritual energy. This is an item that contains spiritual energy. These two rings themselves are one entity, so as long as your ring reacts, I'll know you're nearby." Xue Ningxiang saw him give her such a valuable gift and immediately took it, happily putting it on her finger and admiring it for a long time. But Jitianyang on the side wasn't as happy. He watched him give her a valuable storage ring, one for each of them. He frowned and loudly said, "Zhuo Fan, you have to give me one too. Today isn't your birthday. What kind of gift should I give Zhuo?" Yifan shook his head and shrugged indifferently. "No, you absolutely have to give me one. Otherwise, if you two have a pair of rings, I don't care. You absolutely have to give me one, or I'll snatch it." Seemingly understanding Xie Tianyang's intention, Zhuo Yifan chuckled and nodded simultaneously, throwing a living storage ring towards him, saying, "We three have shared hardships, so how could I not refine one for you?" Holding the storage ring in his hand, Xie Tianyang's heart immediately filled with joy, but he didn't want Zhuo Yifan to know his thoughts, so he feigned reluctance and said, "Consider it your sincerity. This young master will reluctantly accept it. Ninger, come try it out." Zhuo Yifan heard him and curled his lip in disdain. This person 1 second ago was unwilling to accept my things, even if it meant death. And the next second he opens his mouth saying he received it and pretends to be reluctant. Who is he acting for? Which hero just now refused to accept my things even if it meant death? What? This young master just doesn't like you. Anyway, the three of us absolutely must each have one, all right. All right, young master. Sigh. You are upright and faithful. I am perfectly willing. After a moment of commotion, the three of them continued forward together, looking for a way out of the third area, and so the three of them carrying 3 storage rings would henceforth be able to sense each other. In a place they couldn't see on a distant mountaintop, a figure was observing them. Seeing everything that had just happened, that person seemed pleased and smirked. Then they immediately transformed into a phantom and flew away. The three of them followed the old method, crawling back the entire way. Half a month later, they were able to return to the first area and safely exit the Myriad Beast mountain range. Zhuo Yifan looked towards Yuming City and said, "Now we've finally returned to the first area. Next, we just need to leave Yuming City to be safe." This time, although he couldn't subdue the Lei Yunko as initially planned, he still obtained its egg. Furthermore, their relationship as the three of them also improved, so the harvest of this trip was not bad. Xue Ningxiang heard him and remembered offending the 7th elder before, but we offended the elder. Will he set a trap to catch us? Zhuo Yifan finally remembered the 7th elder at this moment. So much time has passed. There shouldn't be any problems anymore. Thinking this, he said to reassure her. Probably not at that time. He didn't continue to finish us off with a single blade each. It seems he encountered something extremely dangerous and fled in a hurry. He must have thought we were killed by that thing, so he wouldn't try to catch us anymore. Xie Tianyang on the side heard this and asked suspiciously, "What thing? How would I know?" Zhuo Yifan shrugged indifferently. He wasn't entirely clear himself. At that time, he was also in a daze and didn't know the exact situation. He only deduced the problem after waking up and seeing the ruins around him with that. He turned to Xue Ningxiang and asked in return, Ning-er, do you have any plans after leaving the city? Xue Ningxiang heard his question and remained silent for a long time, replying as if pondering something. A moment later, she looked at Zhuo Yifan and said, Brother Zhuo, wherever you go, I'll go. Zhuo Yifan was slightly startled to hear this, his eyebrows slightly furrowed. He still had things to do, and it was also very dangerous. He had always been a lone wolf used to being alone and wasn't accustomed to having someone by his side. Xue Ningxiang's words made Xue Ningxiang anxious. Ning-er, aren't you going to the Sword Marquis mansion with your family there, let alone your family chasing you? Even the Netherworld Valley can't do anything to you hearing this. Xue Ningxiang's eyes lit up with joy, and she nodded that's good. Zhou Fanyu should also come to the Sword Marquis mansion with us. I've never seen how the strongest of the 7 great clans of heavenly martial rules before Zitianyang heard this, and also nodded in agreement. Zhuo Fan for Ning-er Sake, I invite you to be our guest at home. Even though Zhuo Yifan considered them close confidants, he still had things to do and couldn't stay here for too long, so he immediately refused no. I still have things to do. If there's a chance in the future we'll meet again. Zitianyang genuinely wanted Zhuo Yifan to come to the Sword Marquis mansion, and before that, he wanted to sign a pact of alliance with him. Thinking this, he spoke again, trying to persuade him. I am very welcoming of you to my home as brothers. We should give each other face, right? I told you I am not your little brother. Zitianyang heard his refusal and was about to raise his voice to argue with him. Then a sudden whooshing sound rang out, followed by a surge of powerful oppressive force. Then a deep voice resonated, None of you 3 shall leave. Chapter 84. The Zhue family's heaven realm. Expert with that, a gloomy old figure appeared before the 3 of them. The newcomer possessed the strength of a heaven-profound expert, causing Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang to cautiously step forward, protecting Xue Ningxiang. Zhuo Yifan whispered, Is he an elder from the Netherworld Valley? Xie Tianyang looked at the person in front of him. In his memory, the Netherworld Valley had no such person. He shook his head and replied, I don't know, never heard of him. Seeing him shake his head, Zhuo Yifan once again looked at the newly appeared person. He didn't know the newcomer's identity, but seeing the gloomy look in that person's eyes as they stared at them, he immediately guessed that this person was definitely an enemy. But at this moment, Xue Ningxiang behind them was excited to see the newcomer. She pushed the 2 of them away and rushed out. Grandpa. The 2 of them were instantly shocked by this scene. The newcomer was actually the Zhu family's only heaven-profound expert. The Shu family's ancestor, Xue Dingtian didn't, to pay attention to Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang. He embraced his granddaughter, carefully examining her, then affectionately said, Ning-er, where have you been these past few months? Grandpa searched all over the mountains for you. Xue Ningxiang heard his concerned words and mumbled guiltily, I'm sorry for making you worry. Zhuo Dingtian had no intention of blaming her and gently stroked her head. He then glared fiercely at the 2 on the other side. These past few months, have these 2 brats been with you? They didn't do anything to you, did they? Xue Ningxiang blushed and pretended to be angry, scolding her grandpa. What are you saying? Zhuo Dingtian let out a frustrated sigh, then looked at Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang. Which of you 2 hurt my grandson Zhuo Gang? It was him. After that I met Ning-er. I've never met your grandson before. Xie Tianyang heard the old man speak and immediately sold out Zhuo Yifan without hesitation. Zhuo Yifan saw him step forward to accuse him and widened his eyes in surprise. This guy really turns his back so quickly, he sighed inwardly. Then he clasped his hands towards Zhuo Dingtian. At that time I didn't know that person was Ning-er's elder brother, so please forgive me, senior. Seeing Zhuo Yifan admit it, Xue Dingtian continued, so you also the one who caused Ning-er to run away from home with a man. But when Xue Dingtian said this, Xie Tianyang couldn't help but be startled. He grabbed Zhuo Yifan's collar and shook him, questioning what run away from home with a man. Zhuo Fan, tell me clearly. Since when did you and Ning-er have that kind of relationship? Xue Dingtian looked at Xie Tianyang's stunned expression, then looked at Xue Ningxiang and asked, What is that brat to you? Why is he reacting so violently? But Xue Ningxiang on the side blushed and glared at her grandpa. Grandpa, how could you think of such a thing? She then looked towards Zhuo Yifan with a hopeful, seemingly unintentional gaze. Zhuo Yifan was even more startled when he heard this. At most, he only asked her to lead the way and never had any intention of running away with her. He quickly waved his hands and explained, "Don't misunderstand. I only asked Ning Er to lead the way for me, there is nothing else." Hearing this, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shui Dingtian looked at him, as if to confirm if he was telling the truth, then nodded. "If that's the case, considering you've taken care of my granddaughter for many days, I won. To make things difficult for you anymore. Let us go. Ning Er go home with Grandpa." With that, he pulled Shui Ningxiang's hand, wanting to return to the Shui family. Seeing the two wanting to return to the Zhu family and thinking of the seventh elder, he loudly stopped them. "Wait. You two cannot go back to the Zhu family at this moment." Seeing him obstruct them, Shui Dingtian asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Zhuo Yifan sighed and spoke no longer, hiding anything. "The three of us have offended the seventh ghost elder of the Netherworld Valley." Ning Er was also seen by him. Presumably, he's currently going through the Zhui family to settle scores. "If you and Ning Er go back, there's only one path: death." Zhe Dingtian trembled upon hearing this news, unable to stand steady, and knelt on the ground. He never dreamed that Zhe Ningxiang's outing would lead to such a disaster. Zhe Ningxiang saw this and immediately went to help him up, saying with great sorrow, "Grandpa, I'm sorry." Zhe Dingtian looked at her deeply, then looked at Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang, his heart filled with anger. But Xue Ningxiang was his granddaughter, whom he had pampered since childhood, so he couldn't bear to blame her. Therefore, he placed the blame on Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang, thinking this. He decided to launch a deadly attack, startling the two. "You two brought this disaster to the Shui family. As long as we hand you over, the seventh elder will spare us." Chapter 85. Seeing the person in front attack. Zhuo Yifan was stunned for a long time. When Shui Dingtian's palm struck down, he quickly retreated, avoiding the attack. Shui Dingtian's palm struck the ground, creating large cracks. Seeing him evade, Shui Dingtian couldn't help but be surprised. His strength was at most at the Qi-gathering realm. Yet he was able to escape the attack of a heaven-profound expert. He indeed had some skill. It was no wonder others were wary of him. But no matter what, he had to capture him today, otherwise the Zhu family would be doomed. After being stunned for a long time, Shui Dingtian once again attacked Zhuo Yifan, disappearing very quickly. Zhuo Yifan's pupils constricted his heart, pounding in fear. He wanted to dodge, but it was too late. The speed of a heaven-profound expert was too fast. This power disparity was truly annoying. Zhuo Yifan took a blow from behind. He involuntarily spat out a mouthful of blood and knelt on the ground. Zhu Dingtian, seeing him like this, proudly attacked again. But just at this moment, a sword light came towards him. Shui Dingtian was startled and quickly used his elemental power to block the sword light. This was a profound grade martial skill. He didn't dare to underestimate it. He disappeared again and quickly appeared next to Xie Tianyang, striking down with a palm. The disparity in strength between the bone-severing realm and the heaven-profound realm was too great. Even if Xie Tianyang had a profound grade martial skill, he couldn't resist for long. Hit by this move, Xie Tianyang spat out a mouthful of blood and was forced back. Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang struggled to stand up, looking at the heaven-profound expert in front of them. Their strength was indeed formidable. With this disparity, they couldn't possibly fight above their level. It was fundamentally impossible. Their battle at this moment quickly reached a conclusion. Suddenly at this moment, Sui Ningxiang, who was standing outside the battle, yelled, "Stop!" This yell successfully made the three people in the battle stop and turn their heads in unison towards the source of the sound. They saw Shui Ningxiang's face filled with sorrow in her hand. She held a short dagger pressed against her neck. Shui Dingtian saw this scene and immediately became anxious. "Ning, what are you doing?" After a moment of sobbing, Shui Ningxiang's eyes were filled with tears as she said, "Grandpa, please spare them. They are all my friends." However, for the safety of the family, Shui Dingtian no longer had a doting attitude towards Shui Ningxiang. His eyes gloomily looked at Zhuo Yifan and Xie Tianyang. "If this old man spares them, the Zhu family will be damned for eternity. Grandpa, if you take another step, I will commit suicide in front of you." Zhuo Ningxiang heard him and held the dagger, continuously pressing it against her neck. Blood had already started to appear. Xie Tianyang saw the blood on her neck and cried out in distress and anxiety, "Ninger don't." Shui Dingtian completely ignored them, his steps still firm, moving forward, but if one looked closely, tears could be seen welling in his eyes. "I am sorry, Ning-er. We cannot offend the Netherworld Valley." Zhuo Yifan saw his sorrowful eyes and narrowed his eyes, then couldn't help but laugh loudly. Lol Shui Ding Tian. You truly muddled. You think catching us can save the Shui family? It'll only make the Shui family perish even faster. What do you mean? Shui Ding Tian heard this and immediately stopped looking up and staring at Zhuo Yifan. Seeing him stop, he chuckled coldly, then looked at Zi Tianyang and said meaningfully, "Do you know who he is? He is a member of the 7 great clans that rule below a person from the Sword Marquis Mansion, and you, relying on a second-rate family like yours, dare to capture a person from the 7 great clans." Zhu Dingtian's heart trembled with fear. His eyes widened in shock as he looked at Zi Tianyang and asked, "Impossible. You must be lying to this old man, a person from the Sword Marquis Mansion coming to Yuming City. How would I not know? Do disciples of the 7 great clans need to inform you when they travel the 4 seas? Why don't you open your eyes and look carefully at what kind of weapon he's using? What kind of skills? If you don't believe me, try to make a move. I'm not sure about myself, but the Sword Marquis Mansion will definitely wipe out your entire sect." Zhui Dingtian heard this, and his heart immediately filled with dread. Could it be that what he said was true? He slowly looked at Zi Tianyang, then retreated a few steps in fear. Chapter 86. Indeed, he had a 4th-grade spirit weapon and 5th-grade martial skills, and they were even of the profound grade. How could ordinary family descendants receive such treatment? Besides the 7 great clans that ruled below, who else could it be? Upon realizing this, Shui Dingtian's entire body was covered in cold sweat. He knelt on the ground, seeing his expression. Zhuo Yifan smirked with satisfaction and continued to threaten him. "If you capture us and offer us to the Netherworld Valley, setting aside whether they dare to accept us or not, even if they do, the Sword Marquis Mansion will come seeking answers. Who will bear the responsibility?" Then hearing this, Shui Dingtian understood he was truly in a dilemma. Now he couldn't afford to offend any of the 7 great clans. Thinking this, he turned to the 2 of them and said remorsefully, "You 2 young masters, this old man was reckless just now and didn't know your identities. Please accept my apologies." Xie Tianyang looked at the old man kneeling before him momentarily. At a loss for what to do, he was about to step forward and help him up, but Zhuo Yifan disagreed. "Finish what you started." He then used a voice transmission to say to Shui Dingtian, "If you want to save Ning, or put on the air of a heaven-s chosen child for me." Xie Tianyang heard "save Ning air" and immediately puffed out his chest, nodding proudly towards Zhuo Yifan. Zui Ningxiang saw her grandfather kneeling on the ground and anxiously ran to help him up. "Grandpa, you people—" But Zhuo Yifan on this side ignored her reproachful gaze and continued to threaten. "Do you know the status of young Master Z in the Marquis Mansion today? Because of an old man like you, our Sword Marquis Mansion will not let it rest." Hearing that the Sword Marquis Mansion would seek retribution from the Shui family, he continued to bow his head, low cold sweat appearing on his forehead. Yes, this muddled old man was mistaken. "Please, I beg your clemency." Then we'll take Ninger with us. If you want her back, whether it's your Zhu family or the Netherworld Valley, you will have to come to the Sword Marquis Mansion to demand her." With that, Zhuo Yifan was about to lift his foot to leave, but at this moment Zhui Dingtian grabbed his ankle, stopping him. "Wait a moment. Ning Er offending the 7th elder isn't a problem, but I cannot let her be taken away. Otherwise the Shui family will be doomed, even if this old man has to offend the young masters of the Sword Marquis Mansion. I absolutely will not agree." Zhuo Yifan looked at him for a long time, seeing a resolute glint in his eyes, determined not to let Shui Ningxiang leave. Suddenly thinking of something, Zhuo Yifan snatched the sword from Zi Tianyang's hand and pointed its tip at him. Xie Tianyang and Shui Ningxiang immediately looked on in horror, a flicker of panic in their hearts. No, Xie Tianyang also used voice transmission with him. "Kid, are you crazy? I thought you were just scaring him a bit. I didn't think you'd actually do it. He's Ning Er's grandfather." Zhuo Yifan paid no attention to their reactions. His sword remained firmly pointed at the person kneeling on the ground, and he coldly asked, "Shui Dingtian, why do you want Ninger to go?" Zhui Dingtian sighed helplessly, took a deep breath, and said, "Sigh, I know both of you like my granddaughter, but she has a marriage arrangement with the young master of the Netherworld Valley. On her 16th birthday, she has to go for a political marriage. She has run away countless times because of this. Now the deadline has arrived. If she doesn't go, the entire Su family will face disaster. I beg you to spare Ninger, she really can to go." Political marriage. Ning you wanted to leave the city because of this? Xie Tianyang said, startled. Sue. Ning Xiang nodded gloomily when political marriage was mentioned. Zhou Yifan deeply looked at the person kneeling on the ground. He didn't seem to be lying. So they really wanted to send her for a political marriage, but he didn't know that if she went this time, she shouldn't hope to return. Thinking this, he sighed and said, "It seems you don't understand. If it were truly just a political marriage, it wouldn't be a problem." What? A pity. What a pity. What? A pity. How can she casually marry someone from the Netherworld Valley? Zhou Yifan shook his head and said indifferently, Xue Ningxiang's political marriage is a sham. The matter of political marriages with the Netherworld Valley has clearly existed for a long time. Have you ever seen a bride return alive? The Netherworld Valley is one of the 7 great clans. They have many rules a lowly family like ours can demand back a daughter who has already become someone else's. And we can task them to. Xue Ding Tian sighed and said. Zhuo Yifan shook his head. Indeed. No one had guessed the true purpose of the Netherworld Valley. They still thought it was just an ordinary marriage. But they didn't know that behind it lay a long-standing conspiracy of the Netherworld Valley. He couldn't help but become serious. He coldly said, "Ha ha, you're not asking is exactly what they want. But what if I tell you? All the brides who married there are dead. What would you do? Then would you still send Ninger there?" Chapter 87. The Cauldron. Xue Dingtian heard this and couldn't help but be startled. He didn't believe the Netherworld Valley would do such a thing to the Shu family. After all, their Shu family had been loyal to the Netherworld Valley for more than 10 years. Such a thing wouldn't happen. Thinking this, he decisively denied it. What? How could that be? We've been so loyal and devoted to them. Zhuo Yifan immediately chuckled coldly. Precisely because you are loyal, that is why they chose you as their cauldron. The 2 words cauldron truly struck Xue Dingtian's heart as a heaven-profound expert. How could he not know what cauldron meant? But 1,000 times over he couldn't believe this was something the Netherworld Valley could do, and furthermore, targeting his granddaughter. Seeing their reactions, Zhuo Yifan chuckled softly. As someone from the demonic path, he naturally knew it well, and spoke directly. In the demonic path, there is a technique that can collect vengeful spirits and malevolent water to form attacking cultivation techniques. However, the balance of yin and yang in the world means that if the resentment is too heavy, it can easily backfire. Therefore, they need pure souls in this world to supplement their cultivation. 16-year-old virgins are the best candidates. You're saying they were using Ning to cultivate their techniques. Xie Tianyang looked at Xue. Ningxiang with a start constantly worried. Zhuo Yifan calmly nodded, confirming 99% likely. Do you still remember the martial skill the 7th Ghost Elder used? That fist is a profound grade martial skill. But he hasn't successfully cultivated it yet, so its power isn't too great. Perhaps the cauldron wasn't sufficient, which is why he hasn't perfected it. With his explanation, everyone collectively gasped in horror. They never expected the Netherworld Valley to be so cruel, even using young maidens as cauldrons for cultivation. However, Zhuo Yifan didn't seem to find it important. The demonic path had always been like this. The demonic path relied on strength, so as long as one had profound cultivation, no matter what means, the demonic path would resort to them to survive in the demonic path. Not being cruel was inviting death. The air around them suddenly quieted down. Everyone was still immersed in the horrifying news Zhuo Yifan had just delivered. After a long silence, Xue Dingtian finally spoke. Ning if what that young master said is true, then you should still leave here, Grandpa. Xue Ningxiang knew he was worried about her, but she was also genuinely worried about the safety of the Xue family. She anxiously looked at him. Grandpa. Xue Dingtian looked at her for a moment and decisively shook his head. Don't worry, this old man will investigate this matter thoroughly. If it's not true, I'll come back for you. At that time, don't blame me for forcing you into a political marriage. With that, he affectionately stroked Xue Ningxiang's head and smiled kindly, then swayed and disappeared. Xue Ningxiang gazed pensively at the retreating figure, then remembered her father and elder brother. She remembered how they pampered and loved her. She couldn't bear for them to lose their lives because of her capriciousness. She curled up, trembling, her eyes filled with tears, looking expectantly at Zhuo Yifan, brother Zhuo. My grandpa won't be in danger when he goes back, will he? Zhuo Yifan silently analyzed the Zhuo family's current situation for a moment and didn't hide anything from her. If that old man doesn't return, the others still have a chance to live for a while, but once he returns, the entire Shu family will absolutely not have anyone left alive. Zhuo Yifan's single sentence successfully shattered her hope. She truly hoped he would tell her that her grandfather would be fine, and so would the Zhuo family. Unfortunately, Zhuo Yifan shook his head and gave her such bad news that she truly didn't want to hear it. Seeing her grief, Xie Tianyang on the side couldn't bear it. He rushed to support her small body and turned towards Zhuo Yifan, interrupting him. "Hey, are you a worm in the seventh ghost? Elder's stomach, what makes you say that Ninger's grandfather will be wiped out when he returns to the Zhu family? A heaven. Profound expert returning should make the seventh ghost elder wary, shouldn't it? Then you were mistaken. Although I am not a worm in his stomach, he and I are the same kind of people. I can roughly guess part of his intentions. Initially, we offended him. Of course, the Shu family was destined to betray the Netherworld Valley at that time. When he returned, he would definitely eradicate them, but then old Master Shui went to look for Ning Er. If that's the case, and he can find the heaven profound expert, he'll still keep the others alive as bait for old Master Zhu to return. Once he returns, their fate is sealed. He truly couldn't bear to see her suffer, but he knew it was better to tell her otherwise. If the Zhui family collapsed because of her when they left, she would regret it for the rest of her life. Xie Tianyang once again looked at Xue Ningxiang. Her complexion was getting worse and worse, and her body continued to tremble. He cursed inwardly. Does this guy not know how to choose his words and speak kindly? He immediately grabbed his collar and yelled. Anyway, a heaven profound expert is an elder-level figure in the 7 great clans. I don't believe that 7th Ghost Elder has the guts to exterminate a family with a heaven profound expert guarding it. Zhuo Yifan chuckled precisely because there's a heaven profound expert guarding it. He has to wait for Zhui Dingtian to return before he can truly eradicate them. And you are mistaken about one thing, heaven profound experts aren't strong. A heaven profound expert with no weaknesses is truly terrifying. Otherwise, why do you think Xue Dingtian is afraid of us? He's just wary of the sword, Marcus Mansion. Power behind you. If he were just a rogue cultivator with no ties, he could have easily killed us just now. But hearing his words, Xie Tianyang truly had no immediate rebuttal. However, after a long time, he still couldn't say anything. How could he not know what he was saying? But he truly couldn't bear to see Ning suffer so much. Xue Ningxiang was silent for a long time, her body still trembling, but at this moment she looked up and said resolutely, "All right, you two stop arguing. Brother Zhuo, I know your analysis makes sense. Please tell me the truth. If I go back and use my status as a cauldron to bargain, can I protect the Zhu family?" Hearing her intention to go, Xie Tianyang immediately grew anxious. No Ning Er. Zhuo Yifan knew she was determined to return and sighed, nodding that 7th Ghost Elder truly needs a cauldron to complete that martial skill, so your method might work, but it's just... She didn't let him finish, fearing that the rest of his analysis would be something she couldn't accept. She was willing to deceive herself, wanting only to believe whatever could save her family. She decisively waved her hand there. No, just if it can work, then it is good enough. Brother Zhou, Brother Tianyang, thank you for your care. Let us part ways here. From childhood until now, I've never left the city. It's a pity I can see the Sword Marquis Mansion. Well then, goodbye, Zhuo. Yifan and Xie Tianyang exchanged glances, then looked at her, her face full of tears, turning to leave. But at this moment, Xie Tianyang went and grabbed her hand, stopping her. No, she knew they were worried about her safety and wanted to stop her from returning, but she truly couldn't abandon her family, the place that had protected her for the past 16 years. Ignoring Xie Tianyang's obstruction, she just turned her head and gave a slight smile. Don't force me, you two. I know I can beat you, but I'll hate you both my entire life. With that, she quickly ran off. She was afraid that if she stayed a moment longer, she wouldn't be able to bear leaving. It was her impulsiveness that led to this, and she had no chance to repay their kindness. Then, in the next life, I will repay you, if there truly is a next life. Chapter 88. Body Cultivation 1. Xie Tianyang watched her bleak figure disappear, his eyes filled with regret. These past few months of shared hardship had truly made him see her as a confidant. He genuinely didn't want anything bad to happen to her. At this moment, he looked at Zhuo Yifan, truly hoping that he could find a way to save her. But the other man just stood there indifferently, as if he didn't care, not uttering a single word to hold her back. He immediately grew angry. Zhuo Yifan Ninger is gone. Can the Shu family truly be safe? Zhuo Yifan shook his head temporarily. Yes, but once she becomes a cauldron and dies, that will be the moment the Zhui family collapses. Temporarily? Then why did you still let Ninger go? Shi Tianyang bit his lip fiercely, asking angrily. Zhuo Yifan shrugged indifferently. At least until she dies, she'll still believe she protected her family safely and can leave in peace. As he finished speaking, Shi Tianyang violently struck him. He knew this person had been ruthless before, but after these past few months, he couldn't believe he would still indifferently watch Ning Er walk to her death, just before they had been happily together. But now he was like this. Shi Tianyang was truly disappointed and turned to leave. Zhuo Yifan wiped the blood from his face, slowly, stood up and coldly said towards Shi Tianyang, "What do you want to do?" Shi Tianyang stopped, but didn't turn around, stating firmly, "I want to go save her. Based on you with your bone-tempering realm 8th stage strength, how can you fight a heaven-profound expert? Didn't you just see the difference?" Zhuo Yifan curled his lip in disdain. Shi Tianyang naturally knew how could he not, but he couldn't just watch her walk to her death like that. He fiercely clenched his hands into fists and said resolutely, "So what? In the end, it is still better than someone who does nothing like you. Besides, didn't we have a chance to defeat the 7th Ghost Elder last time?" Zhuo Yifan heard him mention forcing the 7th Ghost Elder into a formation before he looked at him like an idiot. Before they were able to almost defeat the 7th Ghost Elder, because the 7th Ghost Elder was careless. Moreover, they had many trump cards at that time. But given the current situation, how could the 7th Ghost Elder fall into the same trap again? Thinking this, he coldly said that time was because we had set up an ambush formation in advance, which allowed us to seize the opportunity. And now, how will you set up a formation in front of him and then invite him to step into it? So what, Zhuo Tianyang, wasn't he stupid? He knew all those things, but he would absolutely not indifferently abandon Shui Ningxiang like Zhuo Yifan. Shi Tianyang once again said to Zhuo Yifan, "Zhuo Fan, I know you are not a trustworthy person, but as a man, you should still keep your promises." With that, he quickly ran off. Zhuo Yifan watched his retreating figure, clenching his hands into fists, muttering, "Even if you leave, you can only watch her walk to her death and do nothing. I am willing anyway, even if I die. I don't want to be a coward." He watched his resolute retreating figure and pondered for a moment. Then he whispered, "Who says I am not doing anything?" Zhuo Yifan was a cautious person. Every step he took was always meticulously planned, so there would be no situation where he fought an enemy without a plan. What he wanted was to be sure of victory and force his enemies to their deaths. Thinking this, Zhuo Yifan turned and walked deeper into the forest. A moment later, before a large cave, Zhuo Yifan set up a heavenly concealment formation to prevent anyone from disturbing him. He needed quiet time to proceed with the next step. Then he went inside and drew strange shapes on the ground, with his hand covering the formation with spirit stones and diamond quicksand. With the arrangement complete, lightning appeared in his hand, and 2 pairs of wings also appeared in the center, looking at the formation before him. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. A few times he truly hadn't expected that one day he would have to use such a dangerous cultivation technique on himself. However, this was currently the only way he could raise his cultivation. The fastest, his enemy, was the 7th Ghost Elder, an old man with both strength and cunning. If he didn't have absolute power, he would have tricks to win. Heaven would not block all paths. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan channeled his elemental power towards the center of the formation. A golden light mixed with blood light appeared flowing through the formation diagram. The Heaven Demon Great Transformation Art Body Refinement Formation was complete. Chapter 89, Body Cultivation 2. The Heaven Demon. Great Transformation. Art could refine artifact refining materials within the body, turning it into an indestructible diamond body. After successfully cultivating this technique, the bones would be as hard as steel, invincible in battle, unstoppable by anything. However, over-refining brought extreme pain. Forging artifact. Refining materials into the body would be like having thousands upon thousands of swords carving into every inch of one's flesh, a pain 10,000 times greater than a finger wound. If one failed to cultivate it, both body and spirit would be destroyed, forever lost. At this moment, Zhuo Yifan had entered the center of the formation, activated his elemental power, and stepped into the first stage of the body refinement process, muscle refinement. A pressure began to invade the muscles of his body. This body refinement method was to completely destroy the entire body from top to bottom, from inside out, then replace it with diamond quicksand and reconstruct the bones. Therefore, after cultivation, one could have both internal and external sword cultivation, an unbreakable diamond body. However, the pain involved was still incredibly difficult to endure. Zhuo Yifan's body had now entered the first stage. His entire body trembled continuously, clenching his teeth, enduring the pain without making a sound. If it weren't for saving Xue Ningxiang, he would definitely not subject himself to such suffering, forcing himself to cultivate this self-harming technique, even though he knew this body refinement method was good. It was truly self-abusive. A moment later, he finally successfully passed the first stage, breathing out a difficult breath. After the pain subsided, he continued to the second stage of body refinement, bone refinement. As the name suggested, this stage reinforced the strength of his bones. This process was 10 times more painful than the first stage. The pain surged again. He couldn't help but shake his body, clenching his teeth. He pressed his hands to the ground, enduring the pain. He mustn't make a sound. Otherwise, during the internal organ strengthening, it would definitely be just as painful. In that case, his primordial spirit would scatter and he would die. At this moment, he truly wondered how the 9 underworld demonic emperor could have created such a wretched body refinement method. The pain finally subsided a bit, but at this very moment he felt the sound of his bones cracking one by one. This caused him to spit out a mouthful of blood and let out a loud roar. Finally, he had reached the most important part, refining the 5 vital organs. As long as he could endure this final stage, the Vajra body would immediately be completed. Not long after, his body was drenched in sweat, his teeth clenched, and his eyes showed resolute determination, even though he had lost too much blood. At this moment, he still raised a hint of pride. He had finally succeeded. Now, he only needed to maintain this crippled body. But at this moment, his smile suddenly froze. His chest continuously emitted pain, and he directly let out a loud shout, "Diamond quicksand." After destroying the 6 Fu and 5 Zhang organs, it instantly burrowed into his brain, beginning to attack his brain and destroy his primordial spirit. The most crucial part of a cultivator was the head, the primordial spirit. If it was destroyed, one would die without a burial place. He never in a million years expected that the final step of this cultivation technique would be the primordial spirit. He vaguely closed his eyes, feeling the pain coming from deep within. His primordial spirit was slowly being worn down to its very core. He couldn't help but laugh aloud. He, the dignified demonic emperor, had actually sought his own death like this. It was too ridiculous. Suddenly, at this moment, fragments of memories rushed into his mind from the moment he first stepped into the demonic path, a path of life and death. Becoming the leader of the 8 emperor sacred regions, becoming the first saint of the human realm, a glorious path. Then obtaining the 9 underworld secret records made his heart even more joyful. Until he was betrayed and died, his body incomplete, then was reborn into the Lu family again. Until the very end. When he met Zi Tianyang and Xue Ningxiang, they gave him memorable experiences. Every memory was deeply etched in his mind. At this moment, he kept muttering Xue Ningxiang to himself. He remembered her gritting her teeth and dragging his broken body in the rain, remembered her abandoning everything, even risking death, to face the pack of white wolves before them. Suddenly, at this very moment, he abruptly opened his eyes and roared, "Ning Er." At this moment, he involuntarily recalled that he was cultivating this precisely to save Xue Ningxiang. He quickly regained his senses and once again rotated the formation diagram. A surge of power encompassed everything within it. At that very instant, a blue flame suddenly emanated from his forehead. It rapidly transformed into a stream of water, flowing into him and simultaneously merging with the formation on the ground. Chapter 90. A sudden turn at the same time at the Zhu family in Yuming City. As soon as Jie Dingtian returned, he felt something was wrong. The Zhu manor had always been bustling and lively, but now there were no guards, nor could he hear any human voices. It was eerily quiet. He quickly remembered what Zhuo Yifan had said in the forest, and he instantly felt that something had happened to the Zhue family. With a nervous heart, he stepped inside. Upon reaching the inner courtyard, he saw the figure of the seventh ghost elder, sitting there grimly calmly enjoying his tea, his aura as if he was there to interrogate. Zhu Dingtian pretended to be calm and knelt down. The seventh ghost elder spoke. This old man apologizes for not being able to welcome the esteemed seventh elder from afar. Please forgive me. Please forgive me. The seventh ghost elder looked deeply at the kneeling man and said, Shui Dingtian, our netherworld valley has been protecting your Shu family for 100 years, Haven to we. We have never treated you badly. Hearing this, Shui Dingtian hurriedly nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, if not for the support of the netherworld valley and the seventh elder, how could our Shu family have achieved such glory today? The seventh ghost elder slowly stood up, nodded deeply, walked in front of Zhu Dingtian, and patted his shoulder gently, a sinister smile on his face. LOL. Good. It's good that you know that. But why did you collude with outsiders to seize my netherworld valley's diamond quicksand? Hearing this, Shui Dingtian trembled with fright. He immediately prostrated himself on the ground, frantically kowtowing and saying, Seventh Elder, there must be a misunderstanding. The Shu family has always been loyal and devoted to the Netherworld Valley and would absolutely never do such a thing. Furthermore, how would we have the guts to do that? The seventh ghost elder saw that Zhu Dingtian refused to admit it and snorted coldly, slamming the table. You are rebellious and treacherous, biting the hand that feeds you. I truly didn't believe it before, but now this old man has no choice but to believe it. I ask you, where is your granddaughter Zhu Ningxiang? Zhu Dingtian stammered. When the seventh ghost elder mentioned Zhu Ningxiang, unsure how to reply, he had agreed to let her leave. But now the people of the Netherworld Valley had come to hold them accountable, and he couldn't afford to offend them. Zhu Dingtian secretly panicked, his forehead drenched in cold sweat. Seeing Zhu Dingtian stammering and not speaking, the seventh ghost elder angrily snorted. Let this old man tell you your good granddaughter and those two stinking brats who stole this old man's diamond quicksand have already died in the Myriad Beast mountain range. The seventh ghost elder couldn't help but recall Zhou Yifan and the other two. He had roamed the world his entire life, yet he had almost fallen at their hands. Although he didn't personally finish them off, he imagined that the three of them, heavily wounded, absolutely could not have escaped the clutches of that monster. Remembering Zhu Ningxiang, he couldn't help but feel a hint of regret. She had once been useful to him, but now she was completely useless. No diamond quicksand, and even less a cauldron. He would definitely demand compensation for this loss from the Zhu family. Thinking this, the seventh ghost elder sighed, then angrily ordered guards bring them up. As soon as he spoke, the Shu family members were led out. They were bound, and fresh blood still seeped from their wounds. Zhu Dingtian saw this scene, bit his lip slightly, and slowly stood up. He roared in anger. Seventh Elder, our Shu family has sacrificed our lives for the Netherworld Valley for years, stationed in Yuming City. We have always been loyal to our duties, even if we have no achievements. We have endured hardships. Does the Netherworld Valley treat families dependent on you like this? Of course you are lowly families, mere commodities like yourselves. As long as our Netherworld Valley desires it, we can cultivate as many as we want. This old man sees that you have never truly been dependent on us, but merely a few useful guard dogs. We gave you a bone and a little praise, and you should be grateful. Now you even dare to boast about your contributions and demand a price from your master? Then this kind of dog is no longer needed. Just a guard dog, yet it dares to talk back to its master. Perhaps it is time to change to a new dog? The seventh ghost elder sneered, uttering malicious words. However, Zhu Dingtian heard this, and his eyes grew redder and redder. He clenched his fists, his rage reaching its peak, his entire body erupting with aura after so many years of loyalty and devotion. Yet in the eyes of the Netherworld Valley, his Zhu family was even worse than dogs. How could Zhu Dingtian endure this? At this moment, the Zhu family and the Netherworld Valley had almost turned against each other, so he no longer needed to respect the people of the Netherworld Valley. Thinking this, Zhu Dingtian looked at the seventh ghost elder. Seventh Elder, I ask you for Ning-er's political marriage. Did you intend to use her as a cauldron for cultivation? The seventh ghost elder was surprised to hear Zhu Dingtian say this. He couldn't believe he knew the secret the Netherworld Valley had hidden for so long. He glanced at Zhu Dingtian, no longer bothering to conceal anything. He laughed loudly. Lol, why don't I usually see you so intelligent? We have been implementing this for a long time and no family has discovered it yet, but you saw through it, no wonder you want to betray us, so it's because of this cheap girl. The seventh ghost. Elder finally admitted it. Zhuiding Tian was filled with boundless rage. The Netherworld Valley could actually do such cruel things, and even planned to harm his granddaughter. He had almost sent her to her death, pushed to the brink. Zhuiding Tian unleashed the pressure of a heaven-profound expert and charged towards the seventh ghost elder, yelling, "Damn it, this old man will fight you to the death." The seventh ghost. Elder standing opposite him showed no fear. Zhuiding Tian had only just broken through to the heaven-profound realm and was no match for him. He narrowed his eyes, staring at the charging figure preparing to meet the attack. Chapter 91. Just as Zhuiding Tian's palm was about to strike the seventh ghost elder, also unleashed a palm strike that landed on his chest. Zhuiding Tian felt his aura stagnate and couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood flying backward. After all, the disparity in strength between the two was immense. The seventh ghost. Elder's speed was too fast. Zhuiding Tian simply couldn't keep up in just a few moves. The battle was decided. Zhuiding Tian was sent flying into the wall by the seventh ghost elder, kneeling on the ground constantly vomiting blood. Seeing this, the seventh ghost elder walked up to Zhuiding Tian and chuckled proudly. This old man has long been a third-stage heaven-profound expert, while you are just a novice who just broke through to the heaven-profound realm. The disparity between us is like heaven and earth. You are not someone this person can fight. Go to your death. Don't worry, soon your son and grandson will join you in hell. Zhuiding Tian sat weakly against the wall, his face showing sorrow. He never expected the Shui family to fall to such a fate. But fortunately, the seventh ghost elder thought Ninger was dead. Otherwise, the Zhu family truly wouldn't have anyone left thinking this. He closed his eyes, awaiting the approaching death. Just as the seventh ghost elder's palm was about to strike, a loud shout echoed, "Stop." Following the sound, they saw Xue Ningxiang standing upright, a sharp dagger in her hand. Seeing the person standing there, the seventh ghost elder couldn't help but be surprised. A mere chi-gathering realm girl could escape the clutches of that monster. However, he didn't care that she had returned. It meant his cauldron was still alive, and he secretly rejoiced. "You are not dead yet." Xue Ningxiang didn't look at him. Her eyes scanned the surroundings of the Shu family. At this moment, it had just suffered a massacre. Her father and elder brother were bound, and her grandfather was heavily wounded. Fresh, terrifying red blood continuously flowing from his body. Guilt flashed across her face. It was all because of her impulsiveness that the Zhue family had fallen into such a predicament. Therefore, she had to save them. She looked at the seventh ghost elder again, her eyes filled with hatred. The dagger in her hand was pressed against her neck, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Don, do you want me as a cauldron for your cultivation? Quickly release my family, or I will commit suicide in front of you." The seventh ghost elder's eyes narrowed as he looked at the dagger in her hand and chuckled. "Ning you overestimate yourself too much. Although I want you as a cauldron, it is not like I can do without you. You have no right to bargain with me." Xue Ningxiang was immediately startled by his words, fear secretly rising in her heart, but very quickly she remembered Zhuo Yifan's words. She trusted him. She raised her head again and looked at the seventh ghost elder, her eyes even more resolute. The dagger in her hand was pressed closer to her neck, and a trace of blood had already appeared. "Seventh elder, don't lie to me. I know your Netherworld Valley doesn't have enough cauldrons, so I am truly very important. If you say that, then I'll die with my family." Ning Dante stop, Zhuiding Tian, and the seventh ghost elder saw her actions. One side was afraid something would happen to her, while the other was afraid she would ruin his plan. But ultimately, they both wanted her not to harm herself. Xue Ningxiang secretly rejoiced upon seeing this. Indeed, Zhuo Yifan was right. She had the right to bargain with him. Thinking this, she continued, "It seems the seventh ghost elder still can't bear to let me die, can he?" The seventh ghost elder stared at her for a moment, his mind instantly racing. He didn't believe this girl could deduce his thoughts, so there was only one possibility: that cunning brat was still alive. He chuckled twice. The seventh ghost elder said to Xue Ningxiang, "Is that brat not dead yet?"